Lu Xingzhou has been reborn, carrying within his mind an array of classic masterpieces. Observing the pretentious literature flooding the streets, he resolves to deliver a slight dragon shock to this world. A manuscript he casually inscribed in his notebook was mistakenly taken by the aloof school Belle as his assignment. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. Xiao wants you. Lu Xingzhou, did Lu Mingfei ultimately pursue Chen Wenwen? Lu Xingzhou, that requires a different fee. First, assist me in completing this comprehensive science paper. Xiao wants you. Lu Xingzhou, why does the chapter abruptly end here? Lu Xingzhou, desiring to see the continuation? Very well, first help me with my English tutoring. Years later, standing at the pinnacle of the literary world, Lu Xingzhou was interviewed by a journalist. Mr. Lu, what was your initial intention in writing this book? Lu Xingzhou glanced at the enchanting figure beside him, still urging for updates, and smiled. Initially, I merely wished to pen a love letter to youth. Subsequently, I deceived my way into marrying a wife and inadvertently drained the tears of readers worldwide. Chapter 1. The school bell mistakenly takes my dragon manuscript. Jiangsheng High School, the rooftop. The autumn breeze swirled a few withered yellow leaves, twirling through the desolate school rooftop. Lu Xingzhou sat upon the steps, clutching a freshly penned notebook. This type of notebook, sold for 2 yuan each at the school's convenience store, bore an utterly nondescript cover and was indistinguishable from the school's standardized assignment books. Yet, the contents inscribed within were weighty as 1,000 pounds. This marked the 3rd day since his rebirth into this world. In his previous life, he had been the content director at a major internet company, deeply entrenched in the cultural sphere. Upon awakening in this parallel world, he was astonished and, after a full day of exploration, confirmed one matter. History had taken a subtle turn here. Li Bai remained the poetic immortal who could effortlessly weave half of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty with his words, and Du Fu was still the somber and profound poet-sage. However, those works that in his past life would have been etched atop the monument of civilization had been inexplicably erased, replaced with equally articulate yet entirely unfamiliar creations. It was not solely ancient poetry, novels, music, films. In this world, the trunk of Chinese culture remained robust, but the blossoms and fruits it bore had diverged onto a distinctly different branch. What did this signify? It meant that the treasure trove of memories filled with classic works in Lu Xingzhou's mind was akin to an untapped, invaluable gold mine in this parallel world. Phew, the initial chapters are done. Lu Xingzhou shook his somewhat fatigued wrist, his gaze sweeping over a magazine lying by his feet. It was the most popular youth literature magazine on the market, Blossoms in the Rainy Season. At that moment, the cover featured a woefully self-indulgent piece of emotional literature that was being serialized, boasting sales that allegedly surpassed 2 million copies. How can such self-indulgent drivel sell 2 million copies? Lu Xingzhou picked up the magazine, flipping through a couple of pages, a playful smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the notebook he had just filled with words. If Dragon were to be born in this world, it would likely shatter your sales records. Indeed, the first stepping stone he chose was Dragon. It is a tale of a somewhat unfortunate youth who journeys from solitude to fervor in the torrents of fate. The story of we are all little monsters, destined to be vanquished by the righteous Ultraman one day, had once pierced the hearts of countless young souls in Lu Xingzhou's previous school. This time, he aspired to write not merely a best-selling novel, but a fervent love letter dedicated to his rejuvenated youth and to all his contemporaries in this world. A spark ignited in Lu Xingzhou's eyes. He clenched his fists and softly addressed the frail child within. Lu Mingfei, greetings. And, welcome back. The next moment, the sharp ringing of the class bell abruptly shattered the tranquility of the rooftop. Oh no, it's old Zhang's class. Lu Xingzhou's expression shifted. Although he respected Jiang Han, his homeroom teacher, he was notoriously strict in his teachings. Being late was no trivial matter. He swiftly closed his notebook and dashed toward the stairwell like a gust of wind. In his haste, an unexpected incident occurred at the stairway corner. A slender figure, clutching a high stack of assignment books, was startled by the rushing Lu Xingzhou. Watch out! Lu Xingzhou instinctively attempted to halt, but inertia rendered him unable to stop in time. Bang! The two collided in an embrace. There was no slow-motion spin as in idle dramas. Only the dull thud of bodies colliding and the sound of books cascading to the ground. The pages fluttered down like snowflakes, blanketing the ground. Ouch! I'm so sorry. I'm in a rush and wasn't looking. The girl, a head shorter than him, had collided directly with his chest. Lu Xingzhou, disregarding the pain in his chest, hurriedly bent down to assist in picking up the scattered books. The other party seemed momentarily dazed from the impact, and as she crouched down, a delightful fragrance of jasmine wafted toward him. Lu Xingzhou looked up, his heart skipping a beat. Xiao wants you. She was not only his desk mate in the first year of high school, but also the school's acknowledged Belle. She embodied the quintessential heroine from youthful films: academic excellence, striking beauty, and serene grace. a treasure in the eyes of all teachers and a distant moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. In his previous life, Xiao Wanxiu had gained admission to Peking University, and they had lost contact thereafter, only to discover at a class reunion that she had blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. Lu, classmate Lu. Xiao Wanxiu looked at the chaos strewn across the ground, her tone tinged with helplessness. It was an accident, purely an accident. Lu Xingzhou's hands moved with remarkable speed as he hastily grabbed a notebook from the ground and stuffed it into the pile beside her. These were the Chinese assignments just submitted by the entire class, all written in the school-issued notebooks. At this moment, the final notes of the class bell were nearing their end, and this sense of urgency left both of them somewhat flustered. "Let me handle this." Xiao Wanxiu glanced at the figure of the approaching teacher at the end of the corridor. "Quickly return to your seats. The teacher is coming." "All right." After tidying up, Lu Xingzhou rushed back to the classroom in brisk strides. As he settled into his seat in class 10 of the first year, their homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, stepped into the classroom. "That was close, safe on base." Lu Xingzhou let out a long sigh. Shoving the notebook he held deep into his desk without even glancing at it. Xiao Wanxiu then entered, neatly stacking the large pile of assignments in one corner of the desk before sitting up straight and opening her textbook. The Chinese class passed by without a ripple. Lu Xingzhou, burdened with the memories of his past life, spent the entire class pondering how to leverage Dragon Clan for wealth, completely oblivious to the lesson. Ding-ling-ling. As the bell rang for class dismissal, his close friend, Chen Yang, immediately leaned over, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "Brother Zhou, stop daydreaming. Let's go, it's time for a break." Lu Xingzhou, jolted back to reality by his friend's interruption, was about to refuse when Chen Yang forcibly dragged him out of his seat. "What's the rush? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency?" Lu Xingzhou retorted helplessly. "You know nothing. This is called a fast metabolism." The two of them walked out of the classroom, playfully jostling each other. Most of their classmates had already left, leaving the room somewhat noisy, yet also a bit empty. By the window, Xiao Wanxiu gently closed her textbook, her gaze falling upon the stack of assignments on the corner of the desk. As the responsible class representative for Chinese, she was accustomed to organizing her classmates' work before handing it to the teacher. Alas, that bump earlier has thrown everything into disarray. Xiao Wanxiu sighed softly, extending her slender, pale fingers to begin sorting through the notebooks by names. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. She patiently sorted through them. Suddenly, her movements halted. The notebook in her hand bore no name on its cover. Who is so careless as to forget to write their name? Xiao Wanxiu raised her finely arched brow. Instinctively, she intended to close the notebook and ask Lu Xingzhou about it upon his return. Just then, a gust of autumn wind swept in through the window. The curtains fluttered loudly, and the gentle breeze inadvertently flipped the unmarked notebook's pages. The sound of paper rustling was soft. Xiao Wanxiu initially aimed to press down the pages, but as her gaze skimmed across the text, she found herself momentarily stunned. It was neither the commonplace excerpt for Chinese class nor the mundane journal entries. The handwriting was bold and extravagant, brimming with sharpness and audacity, filling several pages densely. This was hardly an assignment. Xiao Wanxiu, being a principled student, knew it was wrong to pry into others' privacy. This thought flickered through her mind as she prepared to close the notebook. However, a uniquely captivating opening line seemed to possess magnetic allure, instantly seizing her attention. The so-called fate of the Forsaken clan is to traverse the wasteland, raise the battle flag, and return to one's homeland. Upon closer inspection, the story within lacked any semblance of peaceful times or the melancholic yearning of looking up at the sky from a 45-degree angle. It featured only a frail child, a failed confession, and a mysterious invitation from Castle Academy. The words contained within. How did they differ so dramatically from the pretentious prose found in The Blossoming Rainy Season? Fully aware that she should not be reading it, her eyes seemed inexplicably glued to the page, following the narrative with an uncanny compulsion. What kind of novel was this? Lu Xingzhou wrote this? Xiao Wanxiu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. As the class representative for Chinese, she felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. The first time encountering such an article, the prose of Lu Xingzhou emanates a chilling solitude that pierces to the bone, yet amidst the lines, it ignites a certain exhilarating fervor. The laughter of classmates seems to fade into the distance at this moment. The campus belle, an academic prodigy, Xiao Wanxiu, is inexplicably captivated. Sitting motionless in her seat, the notebook she mistakenly picked up appears to have opened a portal to a grand alternate universe. She indeed has become the inaugural visitor of this realm. Chapter 2. Who isn't out to make money after rebirth? In the boys' restroom, the sound of water splashing rises and falls like a symphony. Chen Yang, with a look of satisfaction, shakes his leg, then turns to the mirror at the sink. Fussing with his hairstyle, "Brother Zhou, do you think my hair looks messy?" Lu Xingzhou splashes cold water on his face, droplets cascading down his sharply defined jawline. A head can be severed, but the hairstyle must remain intact, right? He casually replies, the chill sharpening his mind. Hee, you're absolutely right. Xinyan smirks then. With a hint of envy, sighs, hey, I heard that Shen Lang from the next class bought the latest pair of AJs for over 1,000. If I had a pair, I'd definitely snag the MVP on the court. Unfortunately, my family won't approve of such a budget. Over 1,000? Lu Xingzhou pauses in his motion of drying his face. In his previous life, as a content director, earning $1 million a year, that amount was merely the cost of a couple of meals. Yet, as memories converge, the bitter recollections of his youth begin to surface. His father, an ordinary salesman, tirelessly braved the elements to earn meager commissions, suffering from rheumatism and lumbar disease by the time he reached 50. The musty scent of cheap analgesic ointment lingers in his memory of the old bedroom. His mother often lamented at the dinner table. If only Zhou could get into a prestigious university, even if that intensive cram school is expensive, we must endure. The image of his parents laboring tirelessly pricks at Lu Xing's very soul. I must make money. Without wealth, this rebirth holds no significance. In this parallel universe where culture diverges into distinct branches, the classic works residing in his mind stand as his greatest asset. This endeavor is not merely for self-fulfillment, but to free his parents from the shackles of a burdensome life. Xinyan, what's up? Let's go back to class. Lu Xingzhou turns and exits the restroom. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the first year, 10 class, sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the delicate profile of the usually aloof campus Belle. At this moment, she maintains a rather unusual posture, one hand shielding her forehead as she leans slightly forward, akin to a squirrel stealthily nibbling on a nut, fixated on the open notebook on the desk. The cacophony of her classmates' laughter, the sounds of filling water bottles, and gossip are all kept at bay by an invisible barrier. She gradually immerses herself in the world of Dragon Tribe that Lu Xingzhou has intricately crafted. The image of Lu Mingfei, the hapless protagonist, springs vividly to life through the compelling and dynamic prose. He is academically average, devoid of remarkable talents. A bit introverted and timid, residing with his uncle and aunt, navigating his days with caution, an outsider. His greatest aspiration seems to be playing video games and mustering the courage to converse with the girl he has a crush on, Chen Wenwen. But what kind of protagonist is this? Xiao Wangkai's elegant brows unconsciously furrow. The fantastical works she has encountered often feature protagonists who are either gifted heroes or resolute strivers. Yet, this Lu Mingfei stands in stark contrast to the very essence of the term protagonist, evoking a sense of profound strangeness and novelty within her. However, as she continues to read, this sensation subtly shifts. She learns of Lu Mingfei's earnest endeavors to impress Chen Wenwen, only to find himself perpetually stumbling. She discovers how, in his heart, he reveres the girl as a deity, yet lacks the courage to approach her. She is drawn into his humble and pure youthful affections, those unspeakable, bittersweet soliloquies. Something within Xiao Wangkai is gently pricked. She unconsciously grips the corner of the manuscript, continuing to read on, and the story's first small climax erupts within a cinema. In a desperate bid for his heart's goddess, Lu Mingfei, with trepidation, attends a literary club gathering, feeling utterly out of place. Ultimately, he becomes an unnoticed backdrop, an embarrassing jester, as another dazzling boy successfully confesses to the goddess. The prose is so precise and brutally honest that Xiao Wangkai can almost feel Lu Mingfei's heart being torn apart, the world collapsing around him in despair. At that moment, like lightning piercing through dark clouds, a girl far more beautiful than Lu Mingfei's infatuation strides into this dismal realm. Li Jiadu, we don't have much time left. Do we need to continue with the activities? With her fiery red hair, deep purple ensemble, and moonlit white blouse, she descends like a queen. She seizes Lu Mingfei's hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, whisks him away from that stifling place. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wangkai is utterly stunned. She even forgets that she is eavesdropping. In her world, only the magnificent and fantastical tale of Dragon Tribe remains. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rings, shattering the silence like a death knell. Xiao Wangkai jolts back to reality, glancing around to find no one has noticed her abnormality. And she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Logic urges her to close the notebook and return it. Yet her hand seems to have a mind of its own. Just let me borrow it for one class. I'll return it when the assignment is due. After all, it doesn't have a name on it. And I don't even know whose it is. A twinge of guilt washes over Xiao Wangkai as she pats her racing heart, her cheeks slightly flushed. Everyone flips their textbooks to page 32. With measured footsteps, the homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, carrying his thermos, strides to the podium. Despite being in his 20s and considered a young teacher, a single sweep of his gaze silences the previously restless classroom. Lu Xingzhou and Chen Yang enter just as the bell rings, barely catching their breath. Some individuals are more wild after class than during. In class, they seem lost. Jiang Han sips his tea, his gaze drifting over Lu Xingzhou as heart skips a beat. That look from old Jiang is perilous. Though Lu Xingzhou has returned with a resilient psyche, the remnant apprehension from years of reverence towards this formidable figure still lingers. Lu Xingzhou, Jiang Han suddenly calls out. The entire class turns in unison. Chen Yang, beside him, recoils slightly, casting Lu Xingzhou a glance of brotherly concern. Present. Lu Xingzhou stands up, steeling himself. Since you're so alert, let me ask you, Jiang Han points to the book blossoms in the rainy season on the podium, his tone stern. What do you consider to be a good story? Is it only the pretentious narratives that qualify as popular culture? What is the essence of good creation? Chapter 3. Xia. Is it appealing? This question is piercingly sharp, clearly a venting of old Jiang's dissatisfaction with the current insipid popular literature. A poor answer could easily lead to being labeled as unlearned. Seated at the same table, Xia Wangko's heart tightened. The question posed was immensely profound. Even she could only muster cliché responses about truth, goodness, and beauty. However, Lu Xingzhou merely smiled faintly. He stood tall, devoid of the previous timid and hunched demeanor. In his past life, as a content director, he had articulated this very philosophy countless times at IP development meetings. Teacher Jiang, he began, ornate language is merely superficial. Lu Xing's whose voice rang clear, imbued with an air of composure and professionalism that belied his youth. Many contemporary novels feel hollow because they are contrived. Yet in my view, a good story's essence can be distilled into 2 words. Empathy. Empathy? Jiang Han arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, regardless of whether the genre is realistic or fantastical, ancient or futuristic, as long as the protagonist's struggles and emotions are genuine, even if he must slay dragons or save the world, readers will see their reflections within him. Lu Xingzhou paused, his gaze deepening as if transcending time and space to behold the frail child, Lu Mingfei, gazing out at the world from a rooftop. Literature knows no hierarchy, only the capacity to resonate with the heart. Modern popular literature may be temporarily lost, but I believe there will ultimately emerge a tale of fiery passion that ignites golden eyes even amidst darkness, dispelling this artificiality. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. All the classmates gaped at Lu Xingzhou as if he were an extraterrestrial. Was this truly Lu Xingzhou? His words evoked an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, a stirring of blood. Xiao Wangko felt her heart skip a beat. The notion of igniting golden eyes amidst darkness struck a familiar chord, prompting her to reminisce about the story they had just discussed. Well said. By the way, there's something else. Jiang Han rapped lightly on the desk, addressing the class. Regarding the application for financial aid for underprivileged students, the forms are available in my office. Those facing difficulties at home, please come to me after class. Reflecting on the treachery of the workplace in his previous life, Lu Xingzhou felt warmth in Jiang Han's strict yet nurturing attitude towards her students. However, he had no intention of participating, for he had discovered a more promising path, leveraging the classic works of his past life to achieve prosperity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue over Jiangxi No. 1 High School's teaching buildings, the school bell rang, breaking the tranquil atmosphere and igniting a fervor among the students. Wonk, shall we head back together? A girl in front asked. No, I have some things to organize. Xiao Wonk replied, a hint of guilt lacing her words. Zhouge, are you going to the court? The adjacent class is gathering for a game. Chen Yang spun a basketball on his finger. Not going, heading back to the dorm. I have matters to attend to, Lu Xingzhou replied decisively, clutching his notebook tightly. He needed every moment. The fervor within him was like a volcano ready to erupt. If he did not complete the continuation of a day of freedom tonight, he felt he might burst from pent-up frustration. Mysterious. I'll take my leave. Chen Yang, undeterred, dashed away with the basketball. Lu Xingzhou melded into the crowd, striding against the light down the corridor. He needed to check the beginning he had just written for any typos. With anticipation, he opened the first page. However, what met his eyes were neatly penned lines. A faint fragrance of jasmine wafted from the notebook. This scent was both intoxicating and familiar. Lu Xing's whose pupils widened in shock. Xiao Wonk was scent. Xiao Wonk was handwriting. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The uniform notebooks issued by the school were so similar that he had mistakenly taken hers during their earlier encounter. Oh no! Lu Xing's whose heart sank. He had taken her notebook. What she held must be filled with his scribbled notes on Dragon Tribe, rife with musings of a hapless child and various adolescent monologues. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was if Xiao Wangku submitted his manuscript as her Chinese homework to teacher Jiang. The mere thought was unbearable. No, he must return. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingzhou turned on his heels and sprinted back, faster than when he rushed to the cafeteria for food. Meanwhile, in Class 10 of the first year, the once boisterous classroom was now deserted. By the window, Xiao Wangku stared at the open notebook on the desk. It contained a scene from Dragon Tribe that sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. A day of freedom. Castle Academy was unlike any ordinary university, entangled in calculus and English exams. Today, the campus resembled a battlefield. Red smoke billowed, and the sound of bullets exploded like popping beans. Two groups of students clad in contrasting combat gear were engaged in a wild shootout amidst the European-style architecture. Smoke swirling and bullets flying. Xiao Wangku was utterly captivated. This was no school, it was a battlefield. What drew her the most was the moment Chu Ziheng made his entrance. That is Murakumo, the famed blade Murakumo. Legend has it that this sword washes away its blood with water after claiming a life. Again, Xiao Wangku was entranced. She held her breath, her fingers trembling as she turned to the next page. Caesar appeared. The two dominant leaders of their factions faced off amidst the smoke. The oppressive feeling of kings confronting one another, the tension of an impending revelation of victory or defeat, filled the air. And what of Lu Mingfei, this hapless child who had stumbled onto the battlefield? Would he be struck down by stray bullets, or would he unleash some earth-shattering power? The conclusion was near. Impatiently, Xiao Wangku flipped the page. With a rustle, she found it blank. Empty. The neatly lined pages mocked her like a derisive face, desolate and void. What? Xiao Wangku was taken aback. Undeterred, she flipped through several more pages. All blank. How could it end here? An unprecedented sense of frustration surged within her. It felt akin to watching an exhilarating movie, just as the superhero was about to unleash a mighty blow and the villain's health bar dwindled. Only for the screen to go black with a message. Please tune in next time. Was this a cliffhanger? How utterly cruel. The usually demure and graceful Xiao Wangku, who spoke softly, now found herself stamping her feet in exasperation. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as her long fingers fidgeted at the edges of the notebook, as if trying to pry out the hidden plot. Wait, who was the author again? All right, it was Lu Xingzhou, that classmate who often appeared languid, yet possessed a striking appearance, yet always maintained an air of indifference. What was he thinking? How could he craft such a narrative? And most importantly, why didn't he finish this chapter before pausing his pen? Xiao Wangku cradled the notebook, a whirlwind of anger, admiration, and anticipation swirling within her, wholly ensnared in her own little world. She even forgot that she was peeking. When Lu Xingzhou returned to Class 10, he anticipated a quiet, empty space awaiting him. However, the scene before him rendered him utterly motionless. In his seat, the very person who should have already retreated to the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wangku, sat quietly. Her upper body leaned slightly forward, her long, silky black hair cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring much of her profile. She was so engrossed in the open manuscript before her, so intensely focused. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her small hand clutched the edge of the paper tightly. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou understood everything. Although she had taken the manuscript by mistake, she had not returned it promptly. This scholarly overachiever was, in fact, stealing glances at his work. Lu Xingzhou's initial reaction was not one of anger at having his secret exposed, nor was it the embarrassment of being discovered in a moment of unproductiveness by a member of the opposite sex. Instead, a brilliant idea like a flash of lightning exploded in his mind. Was this not the most authentic and direct feedback a writer could hope for? If even someone as devoted as Xiao Wangku could be captivated by this story, then its potential was boundless. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lu Xingzhou's mouth. He deliberately lightened his footsteps and silently circled around to stand behind Xiao Wangku, just as she was furrowing her brow in frustration over the blank page. Wishing she could will the words to appear, a voice, laced with playful mischief, unexpectedly broke the silence. Xia, do you find it appealing? The three words, light as a feather, detonated in Xiao Wangku's ears like thunderclaps. In the stillness of the classroom, the sound amplified, each word imbued with a teasing smile. Xiao Wangku's body stiffened instantly. She could feel a wave of scorching embarrassment surging from her neck, climbing upward until even her delicate earlobes burned bright red. It was over. She had been caught red-handed. Like a kitten discovered in the act of stealing food, she froze, caught in a dilemma, nearly wishing she could vanish on the spot. Lu Xingzhou did not rush to reclaim his manuscript. Instead, he leisurely pulled out a chair beside her, sitting down at a relaxed pace, arms crossed over his chest, watching the flustered beauty before him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Xia, don't just blush. Answer the question. He drawled playfully, like a teacher who had caught a student cheating, yet unable to suppress a chuckle. Where did you leave off? Did Chu Ziheng make his entrance, or was it Caesar? He directly alluded to characters from a novel, effectively shutting down any possibility for Xiao Wangku to deny her actions. I didn't. Xiao Wangku stammered, her mind a chaotic whirl, instinctively attempting to refute him, her voice barely above a whisper. I just casually flipped through because your handwriting is nice. This excuse felt utterly inadequate, even to her own ears. Oh, just casually flipping through, you say? The smile on Lu Xingzhou's face deepened as he reached out and lightly tapped the page he was clutching, where the words "free day" stood out particularly clearly in the sunset-esque glow. His tone shifted to a half-joking, half-serious demeanor. Then tell me, if I were to inform Teacher Jiang that our class's top student, our Xiao Wang, is not diligently tackling difficult problems, but rather engrossed in a male classmate's fantastical novel. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the empty back door of the classroom, delivering the final blow, even neglecting meals to keep up with the story. Can you imagine the look on old Zhang's face? Boom! Those words hit all of Xiao Wangku's vulnerabilities with precision. The notion of being the top student, being lost in a novel, and neglecting meals struck mercilessly at the image she had maintained for 16 years of academic excellence. She could envision Teacher Zhang's disappointed expression, the whispers of her classmates, and even her parents' disapproving gazes. Xiao Wangku's eyes stung, tears welling up instantly. She bit her lip tightly, feeling a mix of shame and anger, nearly on the verge of tears. Seeing her on the brink of collapse, Lu Xingzhou knew it was time to relent. If he pushed further, he might truly make the academic overachiever cry, and that would not end well. He let out a sigh, masking his playful demeanor, and shifted the conversation. However, considering you are my first reader for Dragon Clan, I can help keep this secret for you. Xiao Wangku abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with disbelief and hope. Lu Xingzhou purposely paused, tantalizing her with suspense before leisurely laying out his terms. As for the condition, I don't need money. It's quite simple. He gestured to the nearly blank Chinese test paper on his desk. Help me with some tutoring. You know, I have a bit of a bias in my studies and urgently need a genius to rescue me. He flashed her a radiant smile, deliberately flattering her. So, what do you say, Teacher Xia? Xiao Wangku was momentarily taken aback. She had expected humiliation or to be asked to do something outrageous. To her surprise, the condition was this? This was hardly a punishment. It was, in truth, a tremendous temptation cloaked in the guise of tutoring. It meant she could not only absolve herself of the guilt of peeking, but also have a legitimate reason to delve deeper into the subsequent story. Rationality urged her to reject this deal. Yet her mind swirled with images of Lu Mingfei's misfortunes, Nyonyo's fierce spirit, Caesar's dominance, Chu Ziheng's charm, and that mysterious world of dragons, all spinning wildly, overtaking her every thought. After much internal struggle, her curiosity ultimately triumphed over her meager pride. With her cheeks flushed, biting her lower lip as if expending all her strength, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Tutoring it is. But her voice carried a hint of stubborn defiance. Quickly, she added, fearful he might renege. But you mustn't tease me about this. And I can help check for typos in the next draft. As she spoke the last part, her voice dwindled, and her head lowered deeply, as if she wished to hide completely. Her conflicted yet eager demeanor lifted Lu Xingzhou's spirits immensely. Deal. He agreed decisively. Looking forward to our collaboration, Teacher Xia. Thus, the plan for tutoring the campus Belle was set in motion. If memory served correctly, in a previous life, Xiao Wangku had been admitted to Peking University. Having her tutor him was certainly more beneficial than any tutor could provide, saving him a substantial amount in tutoring fees. This arrangement not only addressed his academic challenges, but also alleviated the financial burden on his parents. Lu Xingzhou's maneuver was a masterstroke, achieving two goals with one action. On Saturday morning, as Lu Xingzhou returned home, carrying his backpack to the old neighborhood where he lived, a familiar aroma of cooking oil and mixed dishes greeted him. His home was modest, an old-style unit of over 60 square meters. The living room walls were somewhat worn, the sofa, an outdated model used for over a decade, covered with a faded floral slipcover. Everything felt a bit cramped yet was meticulously maintained. His mother, Lu Shui, was bustling in the kitchen, her apron tied around her waist. Upon hearing the door open, she peeked out, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Zozu's back. Hurry, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I made your favorite braised ribs. Before his words faded, Lu Xingzhou had already cast aside his heavy backpack and, taking 2 steps at once, enveloped Lu Shui in a robust embrace amidst her astonished gaze. Mom. The utterance came out somewhat choked with emotion. Oh dear, what has gotten into you today? Have you faced some grievances at school? The graceful woman, albeit surprised, set down her cooking ladle and embraced her son tightly. Lu Xingzhou shook his head, opting for silence, as he greedily savored this tangible warmth. In the memories of his past life, his mother's back had grown stooped, her shoulders stiffened from years of toil. Yet now, the mother in his arms was youthful and healthy. He released her and gazed intently at her face. Only faint lines of laughter adorned her eyes. And her hair was a lustrous black, devoid of any silver strands. How wonderful. Where's Dad? He sniffled, inquiring. Your father is reading the newspaper. Lu Xingzhou turned and dashed into the living room, where indeed he found his father, Lu Jiangwo, seated on the sofa. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Jiangwo looked up, his stern face breaking into words. Son, are you adjusting well at school? Is your allowance sufficient? Are you keeping up with your studies? Everything is fine. Lu Xingzhou gazed at his father, grinning foolishly. Yes, everything was indeed fine, not just for him, but for the entire family, all gathered together in harmony. Just as the warmth enveloped them, a jarring voice shattered the moment from the bedroom door. Brother, have you lost your mind? Embracing each other first thing in the morning is utterly nauseating. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed was his 14-year-old sister, Lu Zhao, sporting a ponytail and dressed in an oversized school uniform, her face still carrying traces of sleepiness. In his past life, this sister, who had bickered with him since childhood, secretly gifted him her wedding dowry during his most trying entrepreneurial days. Observing her haughty demeanor warmed Lu Xingzhou's heart, yet he retorted without hesitation, What is it to you? Hurry and wash your face. Drool is about to drip down your chin. As he said this, he approached her and tousled her hair, ruining her meticulously styled ponytail. Lu Xingzhou, are you courting death? Lu Zhao instantly erupted, lunging at him with claws raised. All right, how old are you two to be acting like this? Lu Shui emerged from the kitchen, a plate of steaming braised pork ribs in hand, casting a reproachful glance at them, instantly filling the living room with a jovial atmosphere. At the dining table, the family gathered together. Lu Zhao clutched her ribs protectively, wary of her brother's stealthy advances, while chattering animatedly about amusing incidents from school. Lu Shui, recalling something, sighed and said, By the way, your father and I discussed the matter. I've heard your school has intense competition, so we are considering hiring a good tutor to help you with extra lessons on the weekends. Don't worry about the money. Your father and I will manage. Mom, that's really unnecessary, Lu Xingzhou interjected immediately. He understood that his parents were merely ordinary wage earners, and after daily expenses, little remained. In his past life, the family had nearly sold everything for the sake of a so-called prestigious tutor, with his mother even secretly taking on multiple side jobs, exhausting herself to the point of losing weight. Having been granted a second chance, he would not allow such circumstances to recur. In that moment, Lu Xingzhou's yearning for financial independence surged with unprecedented urgency and determination. The memories in his mind transformed from a grand, yet vague blueprint into something exceedingly concrete. It represented the unwrinkled brows of his parents, an additional dish on the dinner table, and the absence of hesitation when purchasing new clothing. He swallowed the last bite of rice in his bowl and, looking at his parents, spoke with utmost seriousness. Dad, Mom, we truly don't need a tutor. I'm fully aware of my studies. Lu Shui and Lu Jiangwo shook their heads, evidently constrained by traditional educational values, leading them to doubt their son's assertions. I will prove it to you, Lu Xingzhou affirmed, his expression resolute and his tone unwavering. In that moment, Lu Shui and Lu Jiangwo were momentarily taken aback, as if sensing their son had matured significantly in an instant. Chapter 5. The first dream sent to the future on a sunlit weekend afternoon. With a gentle breeze in the air, Lu Xingzhou diverged from his peers who typically indulged in video games or basketball. Instead, he found himself at the largest Xinhua bookstore in the city center. Like a seasoned hunter, he stealthily infiltrated the realm of periodicals and magazines, his designated hunting ground. The shelves brimmed with a plethora of magazines, adorned with vibrant covers featuring popular stars and eye-catching headlines, the scent of fresh ink wafting through the air. Lu Xingzhou's objective was crystal clear: to seek out the most suitable platform for his work, Dragon Clan. His gaze, akin to a precise radar, swiftly scanned the offerings. Contemporary literature? He glanced at a cover that was as plain as a draft sheet, filled with stream of consciousness and scar literature. No, too pretentious. By the time they reviewed the submissions, it would be too late, and he urgently needed the funds. Pass. Sprouting time? The cover depicted a melancholic youth gazing at the sky, with tears in his eyes. Flipping through, he encountered phrases about love being the thorns that grow in our hearts. And if you were well, it's like a bolt from the blue. He quietly returned the magazine to its place. Although Dragon Clan does encompass youthful anguish, Lu Mingfei's struggles were not of this self-indulgent lamentation. Pass. Yilin? Lu Xingzhou didn't even bother to pick it up, silently scoffing. German sewers, Japanese toilet water, go away. Having been involved in media during his previous life, he had long since developed immunity to such sycophantic foreign literature. He required a platform that was commercially viable, possessed a vast readership, and maintained a certain reputation and influence. Ultimately, his attention was captured by a magazine with an exceptionally modern design. Xingzhou. The cover boldly proclaimed a staggering monthly circulation of over 800,000 copies. In an era where print media had yet to be overwhelmed, this figure was colossal. Excited, Lu Xingzhou swiftly grabbed a copy and skillfully flipped through its pages. The content was diverse, reminiscent of a Pro-Max youth version of his previous life's Ji In Man Ku and Xiao Shuo Hui. As he reached the latter half of the magazine, his eyes widened in astonishment. An independent section occupying a full 30 pages came into view. Fantasy Era. The section's title page featured a valiant golden-haired elf wielding a sword, set against a backdrop of a dragon spewing flames. It was serializing a novel titled The Knights of the Wind, embodying the quintessential old-school Western fantasy style. This was it. A voice within Lu Xingzhou cried out. He had contemplated writing web literature directly, but he lacked a computer and the funds for frequent visits to an internet cafe. However, a tangible magazine like Xingzhou, with stable remuneration and remarkable reach, could become a phenomenon if it gained traction. More importantly, the readers of Fantasy Era are undoubtedly the passionate and fervent youth who revel in the realms of fantasy. In their demographic overlaps with that of Dragon Clan to an astonishing 99%. While the current trend leans towards elves and dwarves, this is, in fact, advantageous. As they remain engrossed in swords and sorcery, I boldly present concepts such as word spirits, dragon lineage, and Castle Academy, akin to deploying a J-20 fighter jet against a World War-era biplane. A decisive advantage, indeed. Upon returning home, Lu Xingzhou locked himself in his room. Embarking on a sacred ritual, he solemnly retrieved the plum-brown paper bag from his backpack. Sheets of manuscript paper were meticulously laid out across his desk, forming a substantial stack that exuded a faint scent of ink. Over 20 pages. This was the culmination of his efforts over the past week and more. His fingers glided gently over the sharp, vigorous strokes of ink. Each character represented the precious time he had painstakingly extracted. In his mind, vivid scenes flickered like a film reel. During the brief intermissions, Chen Yang shouting for Zhou Go, threes a crowd while he remained engrossed in sketching the next plot on his draft paper. During evening study sessions, he encircled himself with towering piles of books like a clandestine operative, all the while keeping an eye on the class teacher's piercing gaze. On weekend mornings, while his sister Lu Xiao drooled in her dreams, his desk lamp had already illuminated the room. These manuscripts carried weight. They encapsulated the unyielding resolve of a man reliving his life, as well as the determination of a youth wishing to shoulder family burdens. As he grasped the large envelope intended for mailing, his hand hesitated momentarily in the air. An inexplicable sense of anxiety surged within him. Would the editors of this world appreciate it? Could they comprehend the lonely monster named Lu Mingfei lurking deep within that frail boy's heart? Would they resonate with Caesar's domineering nobility, declaring, "I am not targeting anyone. All present are mere trash"? What if the editor deemed his words mere nonsense and tossed them into the wastebasket? Would all his efforts have been reduced to a mere joke? At that moment, he felt like an ordinary student awaiting his report card, his heart racing uncontrollably. Lu Xingzhou exhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was during an evening study session. Xiao Wankin sat in her seat, entranced by the cool moonlight. For the first time, ripples of profound astonishment stirred within her usually tranquil, clear eyes. Yes, if even a top student like Xiao Wankin could be touched, there was no reason others would not be moved as well. This thought struck him like a shot of adrenaline, instantly dispelling his doubts. He made a copy, neatly placed the stack of manuscripts bearing all his hopes into the envelope, and carefully sealed it with glue, as if encasing a rare treasure. The post office in the old town retained the charm of the last century. The green iron counter, the uniformed lady working leisurely, and the air imbued with the antiquated scent of paper and ink. "Excuse me, I'd like to send a letter," Lu Xingzhou said, handing over the hefty envelope. "Where to?" The staff member, an elderly lady nearing retirement, asked without looking up. "Jiangcheng, Zion Shook, editorial department, Fantasy Era column," Lu Xingzhou enunciated clearly. The lady took the envelope and placed it on the electronic scale, her surprise evident at its thickness. Wow, young man, what are you sending? A love letter? Lu Xingzhou chuckled and shook his head. More important than a love letter, he replied half-jokingly, I'm sending out a dream. The lady laughed at his quip, deftly collected the payment, and affixed the postage stamp. Then, she picked up the wooden postal stamp, bearing a red wax seal, and aligned it with the upper right corner of the envelope. Thud! A crisp yet muffled sound echoed. The red postal stamp, like a brand, was deeply imprinted on the envelope. To Lu Xingzhou, this sound resembled the firing of a starting gun, the rolling of dice. The first cry he sent forth into this new world. In that instant, all his trepidation and unease dissipated with a resonant thud. What replaced it was an unprecedented calm and anticipation. The dice had been cast. The rest would be left to fate. Exiting the post office, the warm afternoon sun bathed him, stretching his shadow long across the pavement. He glanced up at the azure sky, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. The manuscript had been sent. The review and response would take at least a week. He silently calculated that he could not afford to be idle during this time. On one hand, he needed to continue writing, ensuring his stockpile remained ample. On the other hand, he recalled his somewhat prideful deskmate, who claimed to help him with typos while secretly coveting his manuscripts. It was time to repay my dear Xia teacher well. Acquiring a computer with his manuscript earnings to improve his family's life was merely the first step of his grand blueprint. Thus, his magnificent journey towards becoming a cultural entertainment mogul officially commenced on this seemingly ordinary afternoon marked by a postal stamp. Chapter 6. Urgent manuscript request from Jiangshan Fengyu on Sunday evening. The dusk in the old town always carried a languid warmth. At the dining table of Lu Xingzhu's home, the steam blurred the lights, and the air was filled with the aroma of hand-pulled noodles mingled with his mother's cooking. Lu Shui's culinary skills remained as steady as ever. Each noodle was evenly coated with rich meat sauce, topped with a perfectly fried egg with crispy edges, its yolk oozing. Eat more. You won't get enough at school, Lu Shui said, while she ladled a hefty portion of vegetables into Lu Xingzhu's bowl. Launching into her classic maternal monologue, you've lost weight this week. Also, it's getting cold. I put that thicker coat in your backpack. Remember to wear it tonight. These once tedious words from his past life now flowed through Lu Xingzhu's heart like the warmest stream. He buried his head in his meal, mumbling indistinctly, got it, Mom? Meanwhile, Lu Xiao guarded her bowl, warily eyeing her older brother, fearful he might unleash his traditional antics and snatch away the meat. Mom, don't believe him. Brother surely eats well at school. Just look at him smiling like a 200-pound glutton. How could he have lost weight? With swift reflexes, Lu Xingzhou deftly tapped her forehead with his chopsticks. Just eat your food, little chatterbox. Ah, Lu Xingzhou, you hit me again. Lu Xiao instantly flared up, ready to retaliate. All right, what is all this ruckus? Their father, Lu Jiangguo, interjected. He was not one for many words, simply refilling his daughter's bowl with soup. As they bid farewell, Lu Shui accompanied them down to the first floor until Lu Xingzhu's figure was nearly out of sight around the corner. Turning back, Lu Xingzhou saw his mother still standing in place, her shadow elongated by the street lamp. He waved vigorously, reassuring himself silently, soon, this figure will become the greatest pride of your lives. Returning to the familiar evening self-study classroom, the air was still infused with the scent of ink and the soft rustle of young minds diligently scribbling away. Not long after Lu Xingzhou settled in his seat, a pristine notebook was quietly slid over from the side. He turned to find himself gazing into Xiao Wangko's clear, luminous eyes. She spoke not a word, merely gestured with her gaze, her expression remaining as composed and serene as ever, though the faint blush at her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. The clandestine pact was now officially in effect. Lu Xingzhou accepted it with a smile, and upon flipping it open, he couldn't help but inwardly commend her. Truly, she was a genius. The notebook was adorned with notes in various colors, clearly delineating the focal points of each subject and common pitfalls. The derivation of mathematical formulas, the establishment of physical models, even the unique syntactic structures of classical Chinese were meticulously organized, resembling a work of art, logical, coherent, and immediately comprehensible. Should this be sold on a certain platform from his past life, it would undoubtedly be a bestseller among academic elites. Xiao Wang had anticipated that. Given Lu Xingzhu's dismal performance on exams, she would need to explain extensively. However, his response surpassed her expectations once more. He read with astonishing speed, nearly skimming the material. Not only did he swiftly grasp the meticulously curated points, but he was also able to apply them creatively. Pointing to a complex function problem, Xiao Wangku softly explained the conventional solution before asking, "Did you understand?" Lu Xingzhou nodded, took a piece of scratch paper, and without a moment's thought, employed a geometric approach she had never witnessed before, deftly jotting down the answer with remarkable precision. The elegance of his process and the ingenuity of his thought left Xia Wangku momentarily speechless. How did you come up with that? For the first time, a spark of awe ignited in her typically unflappable gaze. Inspiration, once it strikes, is unstoppable. Lu Xingzhou shrugged, a casual demeanor adorning his face. After all, this was merely a problem he had tackled countless times during his previous life, ingrained in his muscle memory. As Xia Wangku observed him, the emotions in her eyes grew increasingly intricate. This desk mate was akin to a nested doll. Just when one layer was unveiled, another, even more astonishing, lay beneath. Once their tutoring session concluded, it was time for Lu Xingzhou to pay his dues. He pulled out a thin sheet of paper from a familiar brown envelope, lowering his voice while enigmatically stating, "Latest chapter, could you check for any grammatical errors, Teacher Xia?" Instantly, a flush crept across Xia Wangko's cheeks. With a huff, she reluctantly accepted the paper, swiftly tucking it into her textbook with the speed of a squirrel snatching a pine cone. On Monday, during history class, the teacher, a middle-aged man sporting a rather Mediterranean hairstyle, delivered his lessons with wit and humor, though he often posed challenging questions beyond the syllabus to perplex his students. Now, having discussed the mutiny at the Fort of Earth, let me pose a question. The teacher adjusted his glasses, scanning the room. Why did the great Ming warlord's forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fall so easily, while our own Yu Qian managed to safeguard Beijing, preventing a repeat of the Jingkong humiliation? The classroom fell into a profound silence, the question not found in their textbooks. Faces turned to one another, bewildered. Even Xia Wangku furrowed her brow in contemplation, evidently lacking a comprehensive answer. Just as the history teacher prepared to pose the question to himself in an effort to break the awkward stillness, a hand rose slowly from the corner of the room. It was Lu Xingzhou. "Oh, does student Lu have an idea?" The teacher's eyes brightened. Lu Xingzhou stood, meeting the gaze of his classmates with poise, and began to articulate. "Teacher, I believe there are 4 reasons. First, and most importantly, Yu Qian stepped forward, stabilizing the morale of the troops and the political landscape. Second, it was thanks to the contingency plans established during Zhu Di's relocation of the capital. The Ming had dual bureaucratic systems, so when one faltered, the other could swiftly take its place, thus avoiding a power vacuum. Third, Beijing's defenses were formidable. The nomadic cavalry of the Walla were ill-suited for siege warfare. Finally, and perhaps most pragmatically, the Walla's logistics were insufficient for a prolonged conflict. They could only plunder briefly before retreating. Thus, lacking the advantage of time, place, and personnel, the Walla were not unjustly defeated. His discourse was logically sound, progressively layered, and richly referenced, leaving the history teacher's eyes alight with admiration, his mouth agape in astonishment. The entire class appeared as if they were listening to an ancient tome being recited, all wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Xia Wangku turned to observe the boy speaking eloquently beneath the sunlight, as if he were enveloped in a radiant glow. At that moment, her mind, accustomed to processing information through formulas and laws, felt as though it might overheat. Just how many hidden talents did this enigmatic boy possess that she was yet to uncover? At noon, in the cafeteria, Chun Yang devoured his meal ravenously while elbowing Lu Xingzhou playfully. "Brother Zhou, confess honestly, have you been possessed by some history professor? You are just too impressive. It's killing me. Basic skills, no need to show off." Lu Xingzhou calmly picked up a piece of braised pork, unperturbed by the banter, and took his seat. The two exchanged playful jests, critiquing the cafeteria staff's shaky hands and debating whether to skip the afternoon sports class to play basketball, all filled with the youthful exuberance and whimsy unique to their age. The afternoon sun was languid. With self-study in session, a drowsy heat enveloped the classroom. Lu Xingzhou fiddled with his pen, pondering his updating plans for the evening. Just then, Chen Yang pushed a local cultural magazine, Jiangchang Fenghu, under his nose. "Brother Zhou, it seems even those in cultural pursuits are in need of funds. Tisk tisk." Chen Yang lowered his voice, poking a corner of the magazine's footer with his finger. Lu Xingzhou followed his gesture and saw a prominently printed urgent call for submissions. The message indicated that a writer originally slated for the magazine's Ancient Rhymes New Trends column had unexpectedly withdrawn due to unavoidable circumstances, leaving the next issue with a gaping hole. The editorial team was in dire straits, urgently seeking a concise yet profound piece of classical prose to fill the void. The requirements were stringent. It must be succinct, focused on artistic essence, serendipitously inspired under the moon, and written in classical style. Moreover, the reward was equally straightforward. Upon acceptance, a minimum payment of 3,000, settled immediately. 3,000. Chen Yang smacked his lips, murmuring, "I've read this magazine too. That column usually features pieces as long as an old lady's bound feet. Now, they want someone to write classical prose at the last minute? That's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Who has the time to write that? Unless Li Bai has reincarnated. Though spoken lightly, the words struck a chord. Lu Xing's, whose previously languid eyes widened at the sight of, settled immediately. The payment from the serialization of Dragon Clan would take time to process, likely not until next month. Yet this 3,000 was available on the spot. Classical prose need not be lengthy. A faint smile graced Lu Xing's whose lips as he gently tapped his fingers on the table. Serendipitously inspired Under the Moon. Focus on artistic essence. Let me think. Chapter 7. A night stroll on the basketball court. A letter from a literary friend. Lu Xingzhou twirled the black pen in his fingers, the barrel dancing nimbly between his long fingers. His gaze seemed to rest on the blank sheet of scratch paper before him. Yet in truth, his mind had already ignited into a storm of creativity, embarking on a comprehensive search through the vast repository of memories from his past life. Serendipitously inspired Under the Moon? Succinct yet profound? This theme is nothing short of a dazzling stage meticulously crafted for the illustrious literary giants of antiquity. Chunjiang Huayui? Who was the first to behold the moon by the riverside? In what year did the river moon first illuminate humanity? The imagery is exquisite, a singular piece that eclipses the entirety of the Tang dynasty. However, its length is daunting, and being poetry rather than prose, it's simply one T-do. PSS. Xin Kiji's Zijianjiao. The bright moon startles the magpie from its branch. The cool breeze sings to the cicadas in the still of night. The literary brilliance is undeniable, yet alas, it is a song lyric, not a classical prose. PSS. Within mere moments, Lu Xingzhou's mind, akin to a high-speed CPU, has filtered through dozens of masterpieces. Just then, a flash of inspiration, like a lightning bolt, pierced the night sky of his thoughts. He recalled a certain individual, a carefree gourmand who could remain unperturbed even when banished to the ends of the earth. A man capable of infusing the simplest evening stroll with ethereal, zen-like tranquility. Su Shi, a piece comprising a mere 85 characters, yet venerated by countless literati as a paragon, even gloriously included in the canon of his past language textbooks. Vividly materialized in his mind. Ji, Qingtianxi, Yayu. The corners of Lu Xing's whose mouth began to curl into a smile that even an AK-47 couldn't suppress. What a jest. Disrobing to rest. The moonlight enters the room. I rise in joy. ISNT, this the purest form of serendipity beneath the moon? It is as if he is crafting his response right before the examiner's very eyes. The courtyard below resembles a vast expanse of clear water within it. Algae and water plants intertwined, casting shadows of bamboo and cypress. In a mere sentence, the scene transcends to perfection, vividly capturing the essence of the moment. As for the concluding flourish, what night is devoid of moon? What place lacks bamboo and cypress? Only we two idlers remain. The sophistication, the profundity, the subtle hint of Versailles elevates the piece from a simple travelogue to a philosophical discourse. This 3,000 yuan, Lu Xingzhou was determined to secure. After evening study sessions, the common corridor of the dormitory is perpetually the liveliest place in the entire building. Those just finishing with hot water rush past with their basins, while groups gather to engage in jovial banter, a cacophony of youthful exuberance filling the air. Having just completed his ablutions, Lu Xingzhou held his basin, ready to return to his dormitory and continue adding to Dragon Tribe. Suddenly, the dormitory administrator's booming voice sliced through the din with precision. 302. Lu Xingzhou, you have a call. Your mother is on the line. Lu Xingzhou was taken aback. At this hour, his mother seldom called. He grasped the receiver of the shared phone, still warm from the previous user's touch. Hello, Mom? Hello, Jojo. We received a thick envelope at home today, sent from Jiangqing. It's addressed to Zion Shook magazine. Is it a subscription you ordered? It doesn't seem like it. Inside appears to be a contract along with a letter. The words Zion Shook struck Lu Xingzhou like a thunderclap, reverberating through his very soul. In that instant, every drop of blood within him ignited into a fervent blaze. So soon, it had barely been a few days since he submitted his manuscript. This efficiency indicated that the editor at Zion Shook had immediately recognized the merit of his work. Otherwise, it wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. He had succeeded. His heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a drummer in a rock band pounding out an electrifying rhythm, sending shivers through his chest. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the receiver, his voice trembling with excitement, yet fearing the passerby students in the corridor might discern his elation. He lowered his tone, speaking with utmost seriousness. Mom, that's not a subscription of mine. Please keep it safe. Do not let Lu Xiao meddle with it. Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback by her son's sudden gravity. Oh, is it that important? What exactly is it? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xingzhou wrestled to suppress the surging joy within him. He listened to his mother's concern on the other end, gazing at the serene, deep starry sky outside the corridor. Smiling, he enunciated clearly and resolutely. Mom, that is a dream I sent out at 11:30 in the boys' dormitory. With the administrator's authoritative call to lights out, the entire building was plunged into darkness and silence, save for the cool moonlight that stealthily crept in from the windows. Lu Xingzhou lay in bed, wholly devoid of sleep. The chapter of Dragon Tribe he had finished before the lights went out left his mind still buzzing with excitement. He turned over, intending to wash his face in the communal restroom on the balcony to calm himself. As soon as he stepped onto the balcony, he was left spellbound. The moonlight this night was breathtakingly enchanting. The silvery glow cascaded like water, unreservedly flooding the empty concrete basketball court below, transforming it into a vast pool brimming with crystal-clear spring water, bright and translucent. Wasn't this the very essence of the courtyard below, resembles a vast expanse of clear water? The ancient saying instinctively sprang to mind. To not venture down and experience this for oneself would be a double betrayal to both Mr. Dongpo and the luminous moon. A bold and whimsical notion sprouted within him like bamboo shoots after the rain, fervently taking root in his heart. He tiptoed back to the dormitory, glancing at Chen Yang's upper bunk. This fellow was sound asleep, emitting gentle snores, a trace of suspicious drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Likely dreaming of donning jersey number 24 and dominating the NBA Finals. A perfect target. A mischievous grin curled on Lu Xingzhou's lips as he silently climbed the ladder, leaning close to Chen Yang's ear to softly beckon. Chen Yang, wake up and join the fun. In his dreams, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, mumbling something about not stealing his rebounds, rolling over to continue his slumber. Hey, quite the resilient one, Lu Xingzhou thought, refusing to give up. He gently shook Chen Yang's shoulder, his voice taking on a more heartfelt tone. Chen Yang, Huai Min, wake up. The moonlight on the playground is so beautiful. Let us go for a stroll. After several attempts, Chen Yang was finally dragged from his beautiful dreams. He sat up, still half asleep, his mind sluggishly processing for a full 3 seconds before he managed to articulate. Zhougu, are you sleepwalking? Who's Huai Min? I was just about to block James and bask in the crowd's cheers, and you woke me up. Can you believe that? Without further ado, Lu Xingzhou seized him by the arm and pulled him from the bed, draping a jacket over him. Enough chatter. I'm taking you to experience the exquisite moonlit ambience. This is art. This is inspiration, understand? Thus, amidst Chen Yang's existential musings of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing, the two youths stealthily slipped out of the dormitory like agents, arriving at the deserted basketball court. Under the moonlight, the court truly resembled a vast pool filled with crystal-clear spring water. Lu Xingzhou pointed at the shadows cast by the hoop and the bare branches on the ground, speaking in a lyrical tone to Chen Yang. See, doesn't it resemble water plants, like algae and water lilies, drifting freely? Chen Yang rubbed his arms, stifling yawns, wearing an expression that conveyed both agreement and a desire to sleep. Looks like a hammer to me. You look like a lunatic. So I beg you. Can I go back and block James? Lu Xingzhou, gazing at his utterly unartistic friend, found himself not incensed but rather bursting into laughter. He patted Chen Yang's shoulder, adopting a tone that was half joking, half serious, to deliver the final summary of the night. Ah, when is there a night without the moon? Where is there no bamboo or cypress? Yet there are few idlers like us too. Chen Yang paused for 2 seconds, then raised his middle finger at Lu Xingzhou's departing figure. Chapter 8. Could you do me a favor and copy this for me? Once he had devised how to write it, Lu Xingzhou felt a refreshing clarity, perceiving everyone around him as possessing sharp, elegant features. A thin sheet of manuscript paper lay open before him, illuminated by the moonlight as he penned his thoughts. His handwriting was sharp and vigorous. It amounted to fewer than 100 words, and he completed it swiftly. The title of the manuscript was A Night Stroll on the Basketball Court. The opening read, On the night of October 12th, shedding my clothes and preparing for sleep, the moonlight entered through the window, prompting me to rise with delight. He continued, In pursuit of joy, I sought Chen Yang in room 302, who, too, was not yet asleep, and we strolled onto the court. At this point, Lu Xing's heart remained steadfast and unflustered. Who knows if Su Shi, a millennium ago, also indulged in such antics with Zhang Huimin. This matter was rather straightforward. In the 3rd year of the Yuanfeng era, Su Shi, perpetually exiled or on his way to exile, found himself relegated to Huangzhou in Hubei. 3 years later, in the 6th year of Yuanfeng, Zhang Huimin was similarly exiled to Huangzhou. Thus, they became kindred spirits in misfortune. The conclusion of the piece read, "The court, like a pool of clear water, reflected the question, when is there a night without the moon? Where is there no bamboo or cypress? Yet there are few idlers like us too." The entire piece was fewer than 100 words, devoid of ornate language, yet brimming with talent, akin to a true beauty who captivates without the need for embellishment. The following day, Lu Xingzhou turned to gently nudge the focused Xiao Wangke, who was immersed in a sea of physics problems. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, obscuring her attentive profile, and a delightful fragrance emanated from her, reminiscent of freshly cut watermelon on a summer day, refreshingly sweet. "Top student Xia," Lu Xingzhou lowered his voice, sporting a carefree grin. "Let's negotiate something, shall we? Could you do me a favor and copy this for me?" With a swift motion, Xiao Wangke abruptly lifted her head, her usually cool, autumn water-like eyes now filled with disbelief and a hint of indignation. Seeing her expression of dismay, as if reproaching him for his apparent moral decline, Lu Xingzhou nearly burst into laughter. Teasing the top student was indeed delightful. He chuckled heartily, pointing at the math problems riddled with convoluted calculations, and explained, "Just kidding. I can't be bothered with these tedious calculations. I must reserve my precious brain power for more significant endeavors." As he spoke, he resembled a mysterious street magician, slowly extracting several neatly stacked sheets of manuscript paper from his drawer, then waving them gently before Xiao Wangke. "Because I've recently been diligently working on new drafts of Dragon Clan." He deliberately elongated his tone, his voice straddling the line between angelic offering and devilish whisper. In the next moment, Xiao Wangke's demeanor transformed. Her gaze was magnetically drawn to those sheets of paper, as if they were iron filings attracted to a magnet. She could even catch a whiff of the fresh ink, envisioning the golden-haired nobleman named Caesar, proudly lifting his chin, and another aloof boy slowly drawing his sword. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Yet, she maintained the last vestige of a top student's defiance, stating, "Of course, mutual assistance is essential." Before her words had fully faded, her small hand darted forth like lightning, pushing her math homework towards Lu Xingzhou. In the blink of an eye, she snatched the manuscript papers, akin to a little squirrel stealing a pine cone, swiftly stashing them within her textbook. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with grace. Once she had completed her actions, she feigned nonchalance and resumed writing, earnestly proclaiming, "I shall check for any typos." However, the slightly trembling tip of her pen betrayed the turmoil within her heart. "All right then. Thank you, Teacher Xia." Lu Xingzhou stifled his laughter, took her homework, and swiftly completed it, feeling elated. His endeavors in academics, creativity, and teasing the school beauty were advancing harmoniously, truly perfect. On the weekend, upon returning home, Lu Xingzhou discovered a thick envelope from Jiang City quietly resting on his desk, resembling an acceptance letter from the future. He closed the door, took a deep breath, and cautiously opened it. The first sight that greeted him was a handwritten letter, the penmanship elegant and forceful, from an editor named Bai Yang. The letter's fervent tone even made a seasoned individual like Lu Xingzhou blush. "Dear Mr. Author, when your manuscript Dragon Clan landed on my desk, I made a decision within 3 minutes. No matter what, this work must be retained in Zion Book Guest. It is simply astonishing. An unprecedented setting, a fantastical concept, has opened a door to a magnificent and splendid world for us. After a unanimous decision by the magazine's higher-ups, we are delighted to offer you our highest-level S-grade contract. We hope to join hands with you to create an era belonging to Dragon Clan." An S-grade contract? Even with Lu Xingzhou's 2 lifetimes of experience, his heart raced uncontrollably at that moment, akin to a rabbit thrumming within his chest. He hastily flipped through the thick contract, his gaze pinpointing the vivid red S-grade seal in the top right corner as if it radiated warmth. "I did it." He did not allow the overwhelming joy to cloud his judgment. Instead, he exhibited the meticulousness honed in his previous life, scrutinizing the contract terms word by word. Upon review, he once again marveled at the amiable nature of the cultural and entertainment renaissance in this parallel world. The contract terms were astonishingly lenient. Copyright ownership, all rights, adaptation, publication, film, game, and other derivative rights are entirely owned by the author. Our magazine only retains the exclusive serialization rights for Zion Book Guest. Payment standards. The S-grade contract guarantees a base payment of 1,000 yuan per 1,000 characters before tax. During serialization, for every increase of 100,000 copies sold, the payment standard rises by 10, with no upper limit. Creative freedom. No mandatory requirements for completion or word count updates. Fully respecting the author's creative pace. My heavens! Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but exclaim softly. This was not merely a contract. It was akin to a love letter presented to a creator. Without further hesitation, he grasped his pen and solemnly inscribed the two characters in the author's section, Nanfeng, drawing inspiration from the phrase "the south wind knows my intentions." He hoped his work would sweep through the hearts of all young people in this world like a warm southern breeze. Having completed everything, Lu Xingzhou placed the signed contract and the newly written manuscript, which Xiao Wangku had proofread for typos, into a new envelope. When he once again stood at the post office counter, handing over the envelope, his mood was starkly different from the last time. If the previous occasion had been marked by trepidation as he cast his stone into the waters, this time felt like he was sounding the horn to launch an assault on the world. Chapter 9 doubled. A prize of 20,000 yuan in hand. In Jiang City, on the 7th floor of the cultural building, at the editorial office of Jiangcheng Customs, a thick atmosphere of anxiety permeated the air, akin to a pot of water on the verge of boiling dry. What to do? We have only 2 days until the printing. The ancient charm, new style column is still left open. Editor-in-chief Old Zhao tugged at the few strands of hair he had left, pacing frantically around the office. Where is that pigeon-like specialized columnist? Still unreachable? Unreachable? They say they went to bed to cleanse their soul, and their phone is off. The young intern editor, Xylin, nervously tucked his neck in and reported in a hushed tone, "What a farce. He's going to wash away my livelihood." Old Zhao, infuriated, slammed his palm against the table. Has anyone submitted for that urgent call for contributions? Did I not mention that we would pay 3,000 upon acceptance? Indeed, many have submitted. Xylin gestured towards the pile of unread emails in his inbox, his face contorted in despair. But they are all cliches. Either they lament the autumn chill with feeble prose or craft ornate passages akin to instruction manuals. Not a single piece is usable. Despair washed over old Zhao as he slumped back in his chair. It's over. If we cannot fill the pages, the next issue of Jiangcheng Fengyu will have to be suspended, and that would constitute a major publishing disaster. My tenure as editor-in-chief would come to an abrupt end. Wait. Editor-in-chief, the front desk, just delivered a handwritten letter. Xylin suddenly recalled, rummaging through the colorful pile of correspondence to produce a plain white envelope. In this digital age, very few, apart from the older generation of writers, still submitted handwritten manuscripts. Moreover, the envelope bore no postage, sent as it was from a local high school. What does the title say? A night stroll on the basketball court? Is this some sort of joke? Xylin muttered, preparing to toss it into the wastebasket. Bring it here for me to see. Old Zhao, desperate, snatched the envelope and tore it open with abandon. A thin sheet of checkered stationery fluttered down. To his surprise, the handwriting was remarkably neat and sharp, exuding the vigor of youth. Adjusting his reading glasses, old Zhao casually glanced at the opening lines. On the night of October 12th. As I prepared for slumber, the moonlight streamed into my room, and I set out with delight. In an instant, the impatience in old Zhao's gaze froze. This opening has a certain charm, concise and straightforward, yet vividly evocative. He couldn't help but read on. Those who find joy in the void, thus arrive at dormitory 302. Chinyang. Old Zhao's lips twitched. 302? That's a dormitory at the school. The author is a student? But then, the subsequent lines seized his attention like an invisible hand gripping his soul. The court is like a tranquil pool, with algae and floating plants intertwining, casting shadows of bamboo and cypress. Boom! Old Zhao felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting in that instant. This was no mere basketball court. It was a flowing ink wash painting. In just 18 characters, devoid of any obscure words, the ethereal, crystalline, dreamlike moonlight was depicted with exquisite clarity. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Old Zhao's hands began to tremble slightly, his breath quickening. He fixated on the final line. What night lacks a moon? Where is there no bamboo or cypress? Yet, few are as idle as we two. Slap. Old Zhao smacked his thigh with such force that Xylin nearly toppled from his chair in fright. Editor-in-chief, are you all right? I have something momentous. This is monumental. Old Zhao's face flushed with excitement, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline, and a golden one at that. He held the thin sheet of paper aloft, as if it were a sacred decree, his voice trembling with exhilaration. This is it. This is the manuscript that will save us. No, not just salvation. This is a timeless masterpiece that could win awards. The depth of sentiment. The understanding of the mundane life expressed with such zen-like grace. Could this truly have been penned by a high school student? Old Zhao gazed at the unfamiliar name at the bottom. Jiangxi No. 1 High School, Class 10, Lu Xingzhou. Quick, Xylin. Old Zhao sprang from his chair, utterly transformed from his earlier despondency. Get typeset immediately. Place it at the forefront of our ancient elegance, new trend section. Also, inform the finance department to approve a special fee. 3,000? Xylan instinctively inquired. 3,000? Are you trying to insult me? Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively. 20,000. And send him 2 copies of the publication. Also, draft a recommendation letter for the Literary Association. I wish to nominate him for this year's Wangzhen Cup Classical Literature Competition. Days later, at Jiangsu No. 1 High School, Class 10, during the morning reading session, the classroom echoed with the sounds of diligent study. The homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, briskly entered the room, clutching several copies of the latest issue of Jiangcheng Fengyu, freshly delivered. As a Chinese language teacher, he was a devoted subscriber to this prestigious local cultural magazine, eagerly reading each issue and selecting exquisite articles to share with his students. However, today, his expression was peculiarly enigmatic, akin to finding money or encountering a ghost. Everyone paused. Jiang Han rapped on the blackboard. The reading gradually ceased, and all eyes turned curiously toward him. Jiang Han remained silent, merely flipping open the magazine he had not long unwrapped, his gaze lingering for a few seconds, as if confirming that he wasn't seeing things. It was indeed him. The article by Lu Xingzhou graced the front page. He inhaled deeply, his gaze precisely traversing the classroom, locking onto the boy in the second-to-last row who was daydreaming out the window. Lu Xingzhou, step outside for a moment. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority laced with a deeply concealed excitement. The students exchanged puzzled glances. What has Brother Zhou done now? Is it about the missing homework? If he wasn't mistaken, Jiang Han was holding a copy of Jiangcheng Feng, right? What connection did Lu Xingzhou have with this magazine? Amidst the hushed whispers, Lu Xingzhou calmly stood up, having anticipated this moment, as it was a call for urgent submissions. Given the timeline, the magazine was due for publication. In the office, Jiang Han slammed the magazine down in front of Lu Xingzhou, pointing at the brief classical text, his finger almost piercing through the paper. Lu Xingzhou, you've hidden your talents well. Explain this. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the elegantly typeset page, adorned with an ink-wash illustration of bamboo shadows beneath the moonlight, exuding an air of sophistication. Teacher, it's quite evident, he shrugged, smiling innocently. I'm just earning a bit of pocket money to help with household expenses. Pocket money? Jiang Han was both amused and astonished. Do you realize the significance of this piece? Which night lacks a moon? Where is there no bamboo or cypress? Yet, few are as idle as we two. Jiang Han couldn't help but recite it softly again, the lines resonating with profound depth. Just a casual encounter beneath the moon. Lu Xingzhou replied nonchalantly, maintaining his facade. Enough with the modesty. Jiang Han opened a drawer and retrieved a thick white envelope, slapping it down before Lu Xingzhou with a thud. This was sent to the school's dispatch office, specifically addressed to you. Without needing to open it, Lu Xingzhou knew. It contained 3,000 yuan in cash. In this era, for a high school student, this was a substantial sum. However, before Lu Xingzhou could reach for the envelope, Jiang Han's next words caused him to pause in surprise. In addition to the money, there's also some news. Yam Han, gazing at this student who evoked both admiration and frustration, lowered his voice. The editor-in-chief of the magazine called me. They wish to recommend you for this year's Wangzhen Cup Classical Literature Competition. Lu Xingzhou, Jiang Han's tone became earnest. If, and I emphasize if, you were to place in such a prestigious competition, do you comprehend what that would signify? Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow in playful disbelief. More prize money? How pedestrian. Jiang Han shot him a glare. That's your bargaining chip during the autonomous enrollment. If you can actually secure an award. Even if the college entrance examination doesn't go well, the doors of some prestigious universities will still creak open for you. At this point, Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with ambition. As a responsible homeroom teacher, he recognized the potential within this young man, despite Lu Xingzhou's uneven academic performance. So focus up. You've earned this money. Now redirect your thoughts back to your studies. Lu Xingzhou looked at his teacher, who, despite scolding him, was clearly invested in his future, and felt warmth spread through his heart. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Hangge, this money is indeed meant to enhance my living conditions. As for my studies, a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes. With a top student from Xia University tutoring me, I shall astonish you. Stepping out of the office, Lu Xingzhou clutched the envelope stuffed with cash, his lips curling into a broad grin. Why is it so thick? Upon opening it, he exclaimed in disbelief. 2,000 yuan. That's 6 or 7 times what I expected. This sum would prioritize improving his family's circumstances, especially for treating his father's rheumatism and lumbar issues. However, a sudden thought struck him. The article night tour of the basketball court had been published, and soon the entire school would likely read it. As the first male supporting character in the piece, the character Chen Yang would undoubtedly be in for a surprise. Lu Xingzhou chuckled to himself, hoping his friend could handle the magazine when he saw it. As the weekend's clamor faded, the fresh light of a new week dawned upon the campus. Simultaneously, a veritable bombshell, capable of igniting the imaginations of youth literature enthusiasts, was discreetly released to newsstands and bookstores across major cities. The latest issue of Zion Book Guest was officially available. "Boss, one copy of the new Zion Book Guest, please." A boy clad in a school uniform slammed crumpled change onto the newsstand counter. The vendor, without lifting his gaze, extracted a pristine magazine from a stack and handed it over, muttering, as was his habit, "Whose face is on the cover this time? I'm almost blind from seeing so many." Yet, when his eyes inadvertently drifted to the magazine cover he had just handed over, the latter part of his sentence caught in his throat. Something was amiss with the cover. It featured a visually striking artistic illustration. The somber hues resembled the sky before a storm, depicting a black-haired boy clad in a trench coat, his face obscured, standing alone on railway tracks that stretched into the distance, his silhouette imbued with a profound sense of isolation from the world. At the very center of the image were two gilded characters exuding an air of mystery. Dragon Clan. In the lower right corner, a promotional tagline read, "An epic-defining fantasy masterpiece, shockingly debuting." Wow. Oldie couldn't help but curse. After years of selling magazines, it was his first time witnessing Zion Book Guest Air to take such a bold approach. This sales leader had chosen an obscure newcomer-esque work, a fantasy novel he had never heard of, as the magazine's centerpiece. The entire industry held its breath, watching to see if Zion Book Guest would ascend to greatness or plunge into disaster. However, the market's response was explosively positive, leaving all seasoned veterans astounded. The magazine's mysterious, lonely, yet slightly pretentious allure struck a chord with contemporary youth who yearned to stand out. Sales surged rather than dwindled. During Monday's morning study session, the atmosphere in Class 10 of the first year was still thick with the remnants of sleepiness. Wang Hao, the class's acknowledged bookworm, not only adored drawing and art, but was also quite sentimental. Coming from a well-off family, he had enough pocket money to indulge in the fanciful magazines available on the market. As usual, he pulled out the latest issue of Zion Book Guest from his backpack, ready to while away the dull moments of morning study. He was a seasoned reader with discerning tastes. Ordinary stories no longer piqued his interest. However, upon opening the first page adorned with Dragon Clan, he felt as if he had plunged into another realm. The fate of the Forsaken Clan is to traverse the wasteland, raise the battle flag once more, and return to their homeland. The opening line sent a jolt through Wang Hao's entire being. Following that, the protagonist, a hapless boy named Lu Mingfei, who was somewhat cowardly and inept yet profoundly relatable, drew him in with an inexplicable sense of empathy. When he read about Lu Mingfei becoming mere background in the love story of Zhao Minghua and Chen Wenwen in a cinema, feeling trapped in a whirlwind of sorrow and embarrassment, Wang Hao's fists clenched tightly. And when the fiery-haired girl Nono arrived in a Ferrari like a queen, pulling Lu Mingfei's hand to escape that chaotic scene, Wang Hao's mind went blank as if struck by lightning, goosebumps erupting all over. He was utterly captivated. His expressions fluctuated between furrowed brows, clenched fists, and an open mouth in astonishment. The pace of his page-turning slowed, and he found himself repeatedly revisiting the scene of Nono's entrance, his eyes shimmering with a blend of shock, excitement, and the euphoric discovery of a literary gem. His enthrallment piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. Chapter 11. Sweeping the class. Who says the top students don't read novels? Chen Yang poked him in the back with his pen, casually inquiring, "Hey Rat, what are you reading? Have your soul been lured away? Is that cover model some kind of beauty?" Wang Hao didn't even turn around. He simply opened the magazine in the middle and handed it over, his voice tinged with the tremor of successful persuasion. "Yang-gu, cut the chit-chat and keep it down. Just read it. This novel is utterly addictive." "You're boasting." Chen Yang scoffed, a diehard fan of basketball and gaming, always dismissive of such flowery literature, with a mindset of "I'll just see what can mesmerize you this much." He took the magazine, his gaze landing on the pages. 10 minutes later, bang! A resounding slap on his thigh echoed through the air. Chen Yang's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Wow. So cool. Nono is my wife. And this Lu Mingfei is such a coward, always relying on my wife to save the day." Chen Yang's infatuation was like the first domino falling in a chain reaction. During the break, this issue of Zion Book Guest instantaneously became a sacred object in the classroom, triggering a viral spread of enthusiasm. "I want to read it first. Hot. I'm begging you. Let me take a look." Yanga said there's a girl driving a Ferrari. In the classroom, hushed gasps and discussions erupted, reminiscent of a large-scale dragon clan initiation. Damn, Lu Mingfei is so pathetic. When will he finally stand up for himself? It's making my fist clench. That Zhao Minghua is the ultimate green tea guy. He stole the goddess and made her a clown. It's disgusting. What S with the crying? No ambition. Lu Mingfei. If you had just a bit of backbone, go for it. We of you will. No is the best. When she dragged Lu Mingfei out of the cinema, I felt like my world lit up. No is my wife. No one can compete with me. Lu Xingzhou's eyes brightened as he remembered the letter he received from the publisher, informing him that Dragon Tribe had commenced printing, and that the first payment for his manuscript would soon arrive. However, he had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. The fervor surrounding Dragon Tribe had almost imperceptibly seeped into his surroundings. Listening to the familiar discussions, brimming with youthful exuberance and a hint of adolescent angst, a smile crept across Lu Xingzhou's lips. Everything was within his grasp. In the days that followed, he watched as his work spread like a mental contagion throughout the entire class, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him as the creator. Finally, that magazine, which had been flipped through to the point of fraying, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, reached the front row of the classroom. The classmate holding the magazine instinctively prepared to pass it to the only person in the class who had yet to behold this sacred artifact, Xia Wangke. Alas! A nearby student seized his arm, whispering an urgent warning. What are you doing? Don't disturb our academic prodigy, Xia. She is too busy with her studies to read such frivolous works. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to both Xia Wangkaiu and Lu Xingzhou. Xia Wangkaiu's hand, poised with a pen, faltered for a moment, a delicate blush creeping up her fair neck. Little did anyone know that she had entered that world earlier than anyone else in the class. No one was aware of her deeper yearning to see the manuscript she had meticulously proofread come to life in print. Lu Xingzhou observed every subtle change in her expression. He turned towards her, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he leaned closer to her ear. Teacher Xia, they all say that scholars don't read novels. Would you like to prove them wrong? Faced with Lu Xingzhou's provocative suggestion, Xia Wangkeiu felt the warmth in her ears, nearly enough to cook a soft-boiled egg. The gazes of her classmates were like countless spotlights, illuminating her and making her feel restless. Just as everyone expected this lofty flower to reject such spiritual opium with righteous indignation, Xia Wangkeiu performed an action that left everyone astounded. She slowly lifted her head, her usually serene face now infused with newfound courage. Who says I don't read? After a pause, she extended her fair hand and added 2 words, give it here. Her tone was calm, her gaze steady. At this moment, not only did her classmates gasp, but even Lu Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback. The boy holding the magazine, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before finally passing the well-thumbed Zine shook to her. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but admire Xia Wangkaiu's audacity. She had turned an awkward situation into one that only highlighted the discomfort of others. This teacher Xia was certainly remarkable. As she opened the magazine, her eyes fell once more upon those familiar words. If the first time she had stolen glances in the silent classroom had drawn her into that magnificent and grand world, with her heart racing alongside every embarrassing moment of Lu Mingfei and each appearance of Nyonyo, then this time, as she gazed at the text she knew so well, now neatly printed on fragrant paper, a wonderfully different sensation washed over her, like warm spring water trickling gently through her heart. It was a secret sense of involvement and pride. Here, I think I helped him correct this. Oh, here was a typo I pointed out. That fool actually fixed it. Her fingertips unconsciously glided over the passages that resonated with her, and unbeknownst to herself, the corners of her mouth curled into a soft, sweet smile. This secret belonged solely to her and him. The joy she felt surpassed even that of solving a complex physics problem. Chapter 12. Physical Education Class. Teacher Xia's Curiosity. Meanwhile, the owner of the magazine, Wang Hao, after enduring an agonizing class, finally retrieved his treasured item at the end of the lesson. He leafed through the last page of Dragon Tribe, a complex expression of longing and unfulfilled anticipation crossing his face. Alas, he sighed heavily, turning to his classmates, Chun Yang and others, to deliver a passionate declaration of withdrawal from the fandom. Brothers, let me tell you, I'm done for. Wang Hao adjusted his glasses, his expression pained as if he had just faced a disastrous encounter with an online girlfriend. After reading Dragon Tribe, I can't even look at the other stuff I used to chase. Like the king returns to the city or the dragon king as son-in-law, it feels like going back to eat plain steamed buns after feasting on Michelin star cuisine. Utterly tasteless. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to Queen Yonyo, those heroines who merely command kneel before me are simply pathetic. Wang Hao's enthusiasm ignited, and he stood up from his seat, proclaiming fervently as if he were a prophet, "Believe me, this author named Nan Feng is destined to become a master, a legendary one. We are about to witness history." Lu Xingzhou, overhearing this, remained impassive on the surface but was secretly delighted. He leaned in, engaging as a typical bystander. Right. It makes sense. If we support him now, we'll be the die-hard fans in the future. Able to boast that back when the great Nan Feng was still unknown, we were already on board. Exactly, Wang Hao exclaimed as if he had found a kindred spirit. I've decided, from now on, I'll only buy the issues of Xian Shuk that feature Nan Feng's work. If the next issue doesn't have Dragon Tribe, I absolutely want to purchase it. I'm going to write to the editorial department, urging them to publish more of Nan Feng's pieces. As a VIP subscriber, my opinion will surely be valued. Watching this fervent fan flushed with excitement, Lu Xingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Truly, this was reminiscent of the urging parties and loyal subscribers from his previous life. He understood the value of this core readership. They were the first batch of angel investors in his future entertainment empire. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, adopting an expression of utmost agreement as he patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, earnestly stating, "Brother, that's the spirit. This is how it should be. Supporting the original works is everyone's responsibility." He paused for effect, delivering the final blow with righteous fervor. "Resisting piracy begins with me." "All right, Brother Zhou." Wang Hao and Lu Xingzhou exchanged a high five. Nearby, Xiao Wang Kaiyu seemed engrossed in solving a math problem. However, her delicate, fair ears, like radar, captured every word of their conversation. Upon hearing Lu Xingzhou's resounding declaration about resisting piracy, she could no longer contain herself. The girl quickly lowered her head, using her book to shield her face, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a delightful arc, her slender shoulders trembling slightly, clearly stifling laughter. This guy was truly mischievous yet amusing. In the afternoon, during physical education class, when the energetic gym teacher appeared at the classroom door, the entire class erupted into a cacophony of joyous cheers, resembling a roaring tsunami. "Oh, the gym teacher isn't sick today. A medical miracle." Indeed, those main subject teachers were so awful, treating us like mere numbers. Every day, claiming the gym teacher was ill, then conveniently swapping classes. How frustrating. Especially the math teacher. "Shoo, be careful, he's next door." During physical education class, after completing the familiar set of calisthenics, the moment everyone eagerly anticipated arrived, free activity time. On the playground, the boys and girls scattered like untamed horses, bursting forth in all directions. Yet, in the realm of the top student, things were always distinctively different. Xiao Wangkaiu found a shaded stone bench beneath a tree at the edge of the playground. Retrieving a palm-sized English vocabulary booklet from the spacious pocket of her oversized school uniform, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon her silky hair and focused profile, creating a serene tableau of tranquility. From a distance, Lu Xingzhou observed her, silently critiquing such diligent effort. Truly, she could excel to the ends of the earth. But speaking of which, how is it that this individual, who sits all day without exercising, maintains such a fine figure? Logically, girls who avoid physical activity ought to gain weight easily, shouldn't they? With excellent grades and striking looks, not to mention a slender physique. How utterly unfair. At that moment, a voice called out, "Zhou Ge, what are you thinking? Come play ball." Chen Yang waved at him with all the enthusiasm of an energetic monkey from the basketball court. Lu Xingzhou shook his head and made his way over, gesturing toward the adjacent badminton court. "Let us skip basketball for now. I've been sitting and writing my assignments daily. My neck and back are almost ruined. A game of badminton will surely help stretch my muscles." This rationale, both reasonable and laced with the wisdom of experience, prompted Chen Yang to follow him to collect badminton rackets, albeit without fully comprehending the reasoning. The two exchanged shots, the shuttlecock tracing elegant arcs through the air, their youthful figures glistening with sweat, infused with the unique vigor of youth under the afternoon sun. With a high shot, Lu Xingzhou stepped back, tilted his body, and swung his racket. Swish! A powerful and beautiful return. His movements were graceful and stylish, with sunlight perfectly illuminating his calm, handsome profile. In that fleeting moment when he turned his gaze back, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something. Beneath the tree's shade, the girl, clutching the vocabulary book, had subtly raised her eyes, glancing quickly in his direction over the top of her book. Then, like a startled fawn, she swiftly lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the occurrence. However, the faint blush creeping to her ears and her slightly delayed page-turning revealed her secret. Lu Xingzhou understood perfectly, yet his receiving motion remained unperturbed. The smile at the corner of his mouth shone even brighter than the afternoon sun. It seemed that this girl, who always viewed the world through formulas and theorems, had developed a flicker of curiosity about him, her desk mate, who was filled with uncertainties. Lu Xingzhou mused, this sensation is rather pleasant. Chapter 13. Such beautiful poetry. The school bell has been teased again. The class following physical education was language arts. The sunlight streaming through the window was just right, casting a languid warmth that enveloped the classroom, filled with a distinct scent of youthful perspiration and a hint of drowsiness. On the podium, Jiang Han passionately dissected an intricate classical text, yet Lu Xingzhou's thoughts lingered on the playground. The arcs of the shuttlecock, Chun Yang's boisterous shouts, and the image of Xia Wangqiu pretending to read while secretly glancing at him, danced in his mind. Two disparate perspectives intertwined in his imagination, merging into a complete circle, akin to two perfectly fitting puzzle pieces finding each other. An idea, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, illuminated his creative universe without warning. He didn't need to rummage through the recesses of his memory. The lines of poetry leaped forth from the depths of his soul, imbued with a unique rhythm. He discreetly extracted a pristine blank notepaper from his stationery pouch and uncapped his jet-black fountain pen. The nib danced across the paper, producing sharp, forceful strokes as the words quietly came to life. You stand on the bridge, admiring the scenery, while the one admiring the scenery looks up at you. The bright moon adorns your window, and you embellish another's dreams. Upon completion, he gently blew on the still wet ink, casually placing the note on the upper left corner of his desk, a coveted position that neither appeared overly deliberate nor too inconspicuous, allowing Xia Wangqiu to catch it at a glance or from the corner of her eye when she instinctively turned. Having executed this plan, he raised his head once more, feigning attentiveness, embodying the essence of a hunter disguised as prey. The bell signaling the end of class rang, a joyous sound for the students. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise. Zhouge, let us go. I need to use the restroom. Chen Yang rushed over, throwing an arm around his neck. Lu Xingzhou laughed as he was pulled away, intentionally granting someone ample time and space for their scheme. Xia Wangqiu appeared to calmly organize her books on the desk. Yet she was like a radar with automatic tracking capabilities, zeroing in on that small piece of notepaper. Now that Lu Xingzhou had departed, her gaze could finally and rightfully settle upon it. Just one glance, and she froze momentarily. What a beautiful poem, unlike the meticulousness of Tang poetry or the grace of song lyrics. These 4 brief lines seemed to sketch a canvas rich with infinite imaginative space and philosophical contemplation using the simplest of strokes. This was the first layer of her experience. As she began to associate the imagery in the poem with the scenes from earlier in physical education class, her high-achieving brain rapidly decrypted the meaning. You stand on the bridge, admiring the scenery. I am reading under the tree, while the one admiring the scenery looks up at you. He looks back at me from the court. Boom! Xia Wangqiu felt her cheeks flush as if they were being roasted over an open flame, igniting instantly. This guy, he knows everything. The final line, you embellish another's dreams, struck her heart like an arrow wrapped in honey. Precise, gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful, sending ripples through her very core. Did he truly see her as a dreamlike vista? At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn thrashing within her chest. She quickly averted her gaze, almost awkwardly refocusing on the mathematical problem before her. Gripping her pen tightly, she pretended to have seen nothing, to have experienced nothing. Yet, her slightly erratic breathing and the hesitant pen tip revealed the tempest that now stirred within her. During the lunch break, Wang Hao charged into the classroom like a triumphant general, clutching a freshly acquired copy of Jin Shuku, still imbued with the scent of new ink. He rushed straight to Lu Xingzhou, exuberantly reporting the latest developments like a war correspondent. Zhouge, I just came back from Xinhua bookstore. The owner said this issue of Jin Shuku has sold out like hotcakes. I had to run to 3 different newsstands to snag this last copy. A rare find. Observing Wang Hao's fervent demeanor, Lu Xingzhou nodded calmly, placing a hand on Wang Hao's shoulder and adopting the tone of an experienced peer. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. He paused, meeting Wang Hao's curious gaze, and added, I have a feeling that the latter part of Dragon Clan will only become more thrilling. Trust me, this is merely the prologue. Wang Hao nodded, somewhat understanding yet perplexed. As night's self-study approached, Lu Xingzhou put aside his homework to pen a novel. Gazing at the thick pile of freshly penned manuscripts on the table, an unprecedented sense of confidence swelled within him. The examination following a day of freedom, along with the narratives of Bronze City and others, had been deftly crafted under his quill. He reminisced about his inaugural visit to the post office, where a tinge of apprehension and unease accompanied his submission. Yet now, everything had changed. With the phenomenon of Dragon Clan sweeping through the market, he was acutely aware that his relationship with Xingzhou magazine had evolved from a mere one-sided job application to a partnership of equals. With him wielding absolute initiative, he was no longer a nameless novice, desperately seeking the editor's approval. Instead, he had transformed into a golden partner, clutching a blockbuster intellectual property that could directly influence the magazine's future sales. No longer could he foolishly send all his manuscripts in one fell swoop. A commercial acumen, reminiscent of an elite from a former life, crystallized in his mind. He needed to learn to control the situation, to master the rhythm. By providing bits and pieces, teasing their appetite, he could secure the greatest advantage in future negotiations. A grin spread across his face as he divided the manuscripts into several portions, placing only a small selection into a new envelope. From now on, I shall dictate the rules of the game. The following morning at Xingzhou, one high school commenced in a flurry of chaos. Can I borrow your math homework? I'm in dire straits. Who has breakfast? Please share half a bun. I forgot to bring mine in my haste. The classroom buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Lu Xingzhou sauntered into the classroom at a leisurely pace. And just as he settled into his seat, Wang Hao, seated in front, turned around with an air of mystery. Brother Zhou, something monumental has occurred. Our school has truly made a splash this time. Wang Hao spoke in hushed tones, but the glimmer of excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Lu Xingzhou feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow. Oh, has the principal's baldness been cured? Oh no. Wang waved his hand dismissively, pulling out a brand new magazine from his drawer as if presenting a treasure. Look at this. The latest issue of Jiangxin's Fangwei. This is the premier cultural magazine in our locality. Only the bigwigs from the city's Writers Association used to grace its pages. And guess what? He slapped the magazine's cover with fervor, his excitement palpable. Someone from our class is featured, and on the front page no less. Lu Xingzhou maintained his composure as he tucked his backpack into his desk, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Oh, is that so impressive? Who is it? Who else could it be? It's you, Brother Zhou. Stop pretending. The piece you wrote, A Night Stroll at the Basketball Court, has gone viral. Immediately, a group of boys eager for entertainment began to jeer. Here comes our literary genius. Who would have thought there was a master of classical literature hidden in our class? The ambience is exquisite. I'm tempted to tear my Chinese textbook apart to learn from you. Chapter 14. Xinyang lay sprawled like a dead pig, still unawake. Amidst the friendly yet astonished teasing, only Xinyang remained blissfully ignorant. At this moment, he was dozing at his desk, drool pooling on the surface, utterly oblivious to the happenings around him. It wasn't until the morning bell rang that the homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, strode onto the podium, a few magazines tucked under his arm, radiating enthusiasm. Today, Jiang Han appeared particularly spirited, his hair meticulously styled, a proud smile gracing his face. Let us pause our morning reading. Jiang Han cleared his throat. This morning, we will not be studying texts. I wish to recite a magnificent piece of writing. This article was penned by one of our classmates and published in the local cultural magazine, Jiangxing Fengyu. The entire class exchanged knowing glances, their eyes instinctively turning towards Lu Xingzhou. Xiao Wangku also slightly tilted her head, a glimmer of mirth and anticipation in her clear eyes. Only Qin Yang, still muddled, lifted his head, wiped the drool from his mouth, and looked bewildered. What is happening? Are we being given money? Jiang Han ignored this clueless question and opened the magazine, beginning to read with palpable emotion. Title, A Night Stroll at the Basketball Court. Author, Lu Xingzhou. As Jiang Han's voice echoed, the serene, tranquil night, bathed in moonlight, seemed to rematerialize within the classroom. A hush fell over the class. Even the most mischievous students were captivated by this succinct yet profound piece, each word glimmering with meaning. The court shimmered like still water, with aquatic plants intertwining, and the shadows of bamboo and cypress looming large. Upon reaching this line, it felt as if everyone could truly envision that night, the moonlight filtering through the leaves, dancing on the basketball court like swaying aquatic grasses. However, the climax awaited at the end. Jiang Han's tone rose in intensity as he reached the moment that would etch itself into the annals of school history. Chen Yang, who also had yet to sleep, wandered the court. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated in the classroom. The students first froze, then erupted into uproarious laughter that could have lifted the roof. Ha ha ha! Chen Yang also had yet to sleep. What a joke! I can't believe it. Chen Yang, notorious for being a sleep god, couldn't he possibly have stayed awake? He must have been dead to the world. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. He widened his eyes, observing his classmates laughing uncontrollably around him, then glanced at the still enraptured Jiang Han at the podium. before locking his gaze on Lu Xingzhou, who feigned innocence beside him. Brother Zhou, what did Lao Jiang just read? The article I published in Jiang Fengyu. In that moment, the pieces clicked together for Chen Yang. That urgent request for a manuscript? He was astounded. He had merely tossed it out as a casual remark, never expecting Lu Xingzhou to actually submit it. Lu Xingzhou nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Han concluded the last line, but let it be known, there were few idlers like us, and with satisfaction closed the magazine, relishing the enthusiastic response from the students below. This is an exemplary piece that captures our campus life, concise yet profound, radiating a rare sense of tranquility amid the burdens of academic pressure. Jiang Han adjusted his glasses, casting a benevolent glance at Lu Xingzhou, then sweeping over the indignant Chen Yang, adding, of course, this also reflects the deep camaraderie among our classmates. Chen Yang, your late-night moon-gazing with friends showcases your refined taste. Internally, Chen Yang seethed. What refined taste? Yet, in a bid to maintain the grand persona he wished to project, he brazenly declared, I'm humbled, truly. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision to accompany Brother Zhou for some fun. During the break, Chen Yang found himself besieged. Yangge, be honest. Did you really not sleep that night? You, of all people, also had yet to sleep? Aren't you known for collapsing onto your bed like a dead pig? Snoring away? Come on, tell us. Was the moon you gazed at square or round? Faced with the inquiries from his peers, Chen Yang, intent on preserving his illustrious image in this timeless literary masterpiece, puffed out his chest and pretended to be dignified. Ahem, you mere mortals wouldn't understand. Without a touch of artistic sensibility, artistic cells, you cannot comprehend the heights of our realm. He gazed up at the ceiling at a sharp angle of 45 degrees. His expression contemplative. That moonlight from that night was simply exquisite. Truly, it was a beauty that can only be felt, never articulated. Do you understand? The crowd erupted in laughter, evidently skeptical. At the far end of the corridor, Lu Xingzhou and Xia Wangqiu strolled side by side, struggling to suppress their laughter at Chen Yang's desperate attempt to maintain his dignity. Xia Wangqiu turned her head slightly, her cold eyes now shimmering with mirth, reminiscent of spring waters gently rippling. She inquired softly, did Chen Yang really not sleep that night? Lu Xingzhou met her bright gaze with a mysterious smile. What do you think? As Friday's school day came to a close, the distinctive chill of southern autumn rain began to fall outside. Once it began, the rain seemed to siphon the warmth from the entire city, rendering the air damp and frigid. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and cradling the issue of Jiang Fengyu, which featured his article, Lu Xingzhou hurried home. This envelope contained a staggering 20,000 yuan in cash. The money nestled against his chest felt almost feverish. This was perhaps the lightest he had felt since his rebirth. The most buoyant his spirits had ever soared. Upon boarding the bus, after what seemed like an eternity, he finally returned to his home in the old town. He pushed open the weathered, paint-chipped security door, and the warm, golden light of the house greeted him. The television was airing the weather forecast following the evening news. Zhou, you're back, came his mother Lu Shui's voice from the kitchen, tinged with fatigue. I'm back, Lu Xingzhou replied, slipping on his slippers as he entered the dimly lit living room. He spotted his father, Lu Jiangwo, seated on the sofa, struggling to affix a patch of musk pain relief plaster to his lower back with a piece of leftover plastic from a bandage. Dad, is your old ailment acting up again? Lu Xingzhou hurried over, taking the half-hanging plaster from his father's hand and expertly applying it, smoothing it down. His hand brushed against his father's back, which he remembered as sturdy and broad, but now felt somewhat frail and even chilly in the dampness of the rainy day. It's nothing, just the usual problem. Lu Jiangwo attempted to straighten his back, but winced in discomfort. This damp weather's been hard on my back. Just putting on a plaster will do. Going to the hospital would be a waste of money. What can doctors do besides making you take more tests? His tone was dismissive, yet Lu Xingzhou could clearly see the beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain. Chapter 15. Bringing home 20,000 yuan brother. Lu Xiao entered with her well-worn pink backpack. She flung it onto the sofa and plopped down in an exaggerated huff. What's wrong? Who owes you money now? Lu Xingzhou regarded her with amusement. No one. I'm just annoyed. Lu Xiao pouted, burying her face in a cushion. This wretched backpack has a broken strap. The threads are coming apart, and during gym class today, it snagged and spilled my textbooks everywhere. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The pink backpack was the very one she had purchased when she first entered junior high, its cartoon character design now faded, and the zipper had been repaired multiple times. All right, tomorrow I'll have your mother sew it up for you. Just hang in there until the new year. And I'll get you a new one, Lu Jiangwo consoled her. Wait until the new year? Lu Xiao murmured reluctantly, but she complied, picking up her backpack. She understood the family circumstances. Her father's back was in poor condition, yet he refused treatment to save money. Her mother had hesitated over a discounted trench coat last weekend, ultimately deciding against it, opting instead to buy groceries. Witnessing the scene tugged at Lu Xingzhou's heartstrings. He took a deep breath and pulled out the bulging envelope from his pocket. Dad, Mom, Xiao, look what I have. He gently slapped the envelope down onto the slightly chipped old tea table. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him in unison. Lu Jiangwo looked puzzled, while Lu Shui emerged from the kitchen with a steaming plate of food, and Lu Xiao lifted her head from the cushion. What is this? Lu Xiao curiously reached for the envelope. Open it and see for yourself, Lu Xingzhou replied with a smile. Hesitantly, Lu Xiao picked up the envelope. The weight in her hands made her eyes widen in surprise. Trembling, she tipped its contents onto the table. With a clatter, 2 stacks of crisp, even still smelling of ink, red bills cascaded onto the table like bricks, perfectly aligned. The vibrant red was dazzling, quickening their heartbeats. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The weatherman's voice on the television announcing the drop in temperature became a distant murmur. Lu Jiangwo's hand, reaching for a glass of water, froze midair. Lu Shui nearly lost her grip on the plate she was holding. Lu Xiao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Did you rob a bank? Stop it. What nonsense are you talking? Lu Jiangwo snapped back to reality, his first reaction as a simple, honest man being fear. Son, where did this money come from? We may be poor, but we can't, Dad. Were you thinking? Lu Xingzhou chuckled at his parents' anxious expressions, a mix of amusement and bittersweetness flooding his heart. He retrieved the issue of Jiangchang Fengyu from his backpack along with the award certificate that accompanied the letter. Jiangchang Fengyu, one of the top local journals in our city. This 20,000 yuan is my payment from the magazine. He opened the magazine, pointed to the article credited to Lu Xingzhou, and then gestured at the money and document on the table, his voice brimming with pride. This is what I earned, word by word. An urgent request for submissions. With a payment of 20,000. 20,000? Lu Shui's eyes filled with tears instantly. The combined salaries of her and her husband for a month would not even match that amount. And this was all earned by their son, still in high school. She picked up the magazine, not fully understanding concepts of artistic conception or classical literature. Yet she recognized the glaringly clear name Lu Xingzhou. Is this really our Zhou's work? She flipped through it repeatedly, as if trying to engrave those words into her memory. Absolutely. Lu Xingzhou approached and gently embraced his mother's shoulders. Mom, this money is for you. He took the stack of bills and pressed it into Lu Shui's hands, his gaze resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Dad, don't bother with those few yuan's worth of plaster anymore. It's useless. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to the city's top traditional Chinese medicine clinic for proper treatment. And about that trench coat you liked. Don't wait for a sale, just buy it tomorrow. Wear it to work and let your colleagues envy you. What about me? Lu Xiao interjected eagerly before Lu Xingzhou could continue. Turning to his sister, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, he waved his hand grandiosely. This Saturday, we're going to the mall. Choose whatever you desire. Brother, you're my real brother. You're the handsomest brother in the world. Lu Xiao shrieked, leaping from the sofa and clinging to Lu Xingzhou like a koala, nearly suffocating him. Let go. Let go. Your brother can't breathe. Lu Jiangwo gazed at this family, his eyes slightly moist. He was not a father adept at expressing his emotions. After countless words, it all culminated in a simple phrase. Good, good, good son. He picked up the magazine, Jiangchang Feng, gently caressing its cover. This publication, he resolved to take with him to work the following morning. During lunch, he would casually place it on the table. When colleagues inquired, he could respond with a tone tinged with suppressed pride. Oh, it's nothing. Just an article my son wrote casually, and it accidentally got published in a magazine, earning him 20,000 yuan. This child certainly knew how to keep me on my toes, choosing this moment to write, heedless of his studies. Just the thought of that scene straightened Lu Jiangwo's long-bent back, momentarily lifting the weight of life's burdens. Chapter 16. A smash hit. The call from Zion bookstore. On a Saturday morning, a cold rain thoroughly cleansed the air of Jiangcheng. Despite the sudden drop in temperature, the long-missed sunlight shone brilliantly. Lu Xiao rose early today, for it was the day when the wealthy Lu Xingzhou would fulfill his promise. Brother, hurry up. Are you still not done with your hair? Coming. What's the rush? If you keep pushing, I want tea take you. Lu Xingzhou deliberately strolled out of his room at a leisurely pace, a lazy smile adorning his face. After exchanging greetings with their parents, the siblings rushed toward the largest shopping mall in the city center. For children from the old town, a trip to the city center felt like a festive occasion. The mall was warm and bustling, filled with an array of enticing goods and throngs of people, exuding an atmosphere of liveliness and prosperity. In the stationery section on the third floor, Lu Xiao stood before rows of exquisite backpacks, her eyes dazzled. She had her heart set on a light purple backpack adorned with the latest anime designs. It was waterproof with wide straps, and the fabric felt smooth to the touch. A stark contrast to her faded and worn-out old backpack. But upon glancing at the price tag, she recoiled as if scalded. 138 yuan. Although she knew her brother had earned 20,000, it still felt exorbitant. Brother, shall we check out the store next door? They seem to be having a sale. Without a glance, Lu Xingzhou reached for the coveted backpack, effortlessly grabbing a matching pencil case as well. This one is perfect, but it's so expensive. Expensive things have their worth, he replied, slinging the backpack over his shoulder and guiding his sister forward, asserting it was comfortable and wouldn't strain her shoulders. Besides, carrying this to school will make you feel like you're walking on air. Bought it. He swiftly swiped his card, making the transaction seamlessly. With the long-desired new backpack on her back, Lu Xiao walked as if floating, her face blooming with joy. Occasionally, she would steal glances at her reflection in the shop windows, feeling like the most radiant child in them all. After exploring the stationery section, the siblings unconsciously wandered into the food court on the first floor. It was mealtime, and a medley of enticing aromas wafted through the air, tantalizing their taste buds. Lu Xingzhou paused, his gaze falling upon a pastry shop named Sweet Moments. Memories surged back like a tidal wave. Not long ago, it was here that Lu Xiao had pressed her face against the glass, gazing longingly at a mousse cake that resembled a work of art. It was a luxury she had never tasted before. The mirror-like mango glaze and the delicate white chocolate feathers left her spellbound. She had swallowed hard and said, "It must be really expensive. Let us go." At that time, Lu Xingzhou's pockets were empty, and he could only mask his embarrassment with a promise to bring her back in a few days. But this time it was different. Xiao. Lu Xingzhou halted. Still lost in the joy of her new backpack, Lu Xiao turned around. "Huh? What is the matter, brother?" He pointed to the large glass display case ahead. "Do you remember what I mentioned a few days ago?" Following his gesture, her eyes fell upon the familiar, still glimmering mango mousse cake. The price, 36 yuan. Lu Xiao's allowance for an entire week didn't even amount to that much. "I just said we should come take a look," she mumbled softly. "I'm not that interested in eating anymore." A lie. The involuntary swallow betrayed her. Lu Xingzhou remained silent, grasping her hand and striding into the shop. "Boss, we'll have 2 of those mango mousses." 2. Lu Xiao was taken aback, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, 1 piece costs quite a bit. Buying 2 is insane. We can share 1. "Share? No way. Each of us gets 1. He ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with affection. "Didn't we agree? 2 for you. 1 to eat, 1 to admire." Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated that her joking remark would be so deeply remembered by her brother, and that he would truly make it happen. When 2 exquisitely crafted cakes were placed on their table, Lu Xiao felt a bit dazed. She carefully picked up the silver fork, gently cutting a corner coated in mango sauce and placing it in her mouth. In that instant, the sweet and tangy mango flavor intertwined with the delicate cream melted on her tongue. It was the most expensive and sweetest taste she had ever experienced. "Is it delicious?" Lu Xingzhou inquired, watching her. "Delicious, truly delicious." Lu Xiao nodded vigorously, a smear of cream at the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head, shoving a hefty bite into her mouth. In the past, she had always felt that happiness was a distant thing, found in toys displayed in shop windows that she could never afford, or in the branded clothes worn by other children. But now, happiness was this cool afternoon, the comfortable new backpack on her back, and the cake that melted sweetly in her heart. And across from her sat her brother, smiling warmly at her, as if he could shield her from the world. "Brother." Lu Xiao suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with earnestness. "You really weren't boasting. You are truly the handsomest brother in the world." "Of course," Lu Xingzhou replied, cutting another piece of cake to savor. The flavor was indeed delightful. However, he felt that the satisfaction derived from spending this money was 100 times sweeter than the cake itself. "Quickly eat up. I still need to go back and write." "At your command." 2 days passed, and Lu Xingzhou churned out another 20,000 words for his manuscript. By Monday, at midday, the editorial department of Zion Bookstore, located in the tallest office building in the city center, was in the midst of a frenzy. At this hour, editors would typically brew a cup of goji berry tea, gently stroking their thinning hair while leisurely reviewing manuscripts, the office enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere of retirement. But today, it resembled a Wall Street trading floor. No, it was even more chaotic. The incessant ringing of phones sounded like a battle cry, loud enough to rattle one's very soul. Every editor seemed to sprout multiple arms, one hand answering calls while the other diligently took notes. "Hello, is this the distribution department? I'm a dealer from City A. If you don't send me an additional 50,000 copies, my store will be torn apart by readers." "What? No stock. I don't care. Are your printing machines powered by diesel? Give me a nuclear reactor to print overnight. Indeed, the situation is exceedingly urgent. The readers have begun to threaten me with their discontent. Previously, during a meeting, editor Wang, who had audaciously questioned Bai Yang, now bears the weight of 2 substantial dark circles under his eyes, his countenance ashen as he disconnects call after call, each a desperate plea for updates. He feels not as if he is at work, but rather in the midst of a marathon. At that very moment, a bellowing voice breaks through the chaos. Make way. Make way. The sales department's supervisor Zhang, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, charges through the throng like a frenzied bull, brandishing a report in hand, forcibly carving a path to the center of the office. Chapter 17. Is Teacher Nan still in school? Supervisor Zhang's face is flushed not with anger, but with uncontainable excitement. This is madness. Utterly insane. He slams the report onto the editor's office door with a resounding thud, loud enough for the entire floor to hear. The sales data for the latest issue has just been released. All activity halts as every eye turns towards him, and an eerie silence envelopes the office. Zhang inhales deeply and, with all his might, bellows. Compared to the same period last month, sales have skyrocketed by 30%. A collective shock reverberates through the editorial department. 30%? What an outrageous jest. For a titan like Xingzhou, which has firmly established itself at the pinnacle of the industry, even a stable 1% increase each month would warrant a champagne celebration. 30? This is not merely growth. This is ascension. It's akin to launching directly to the moon on a rocket. Moreover, Zhang seems intent on amplifying the bombshell, adding a more explosive revelation. The reader correspondence department has been utterly incapacitated. The post office has delivered several large sacks of letters, 99% of which are addressed to an author under the pseudonym Nan Feng. He pauses dramatically, delivering the final blow with a tremor in his voice. Some readers have even called our distribution department, declaring that if the next issue does not feature the serialization of Dragon Clan, they will collectively unsubscribe. My friends, these individuals are our VIP core users who have paid for an annual subscription. They are our lifeline. The office erupts into a frenzy. Every gaze, like blades forged in fire, converges upon the corner where the quietly sipping coffee, yet accomplished man, Bai Yang, resides. Bai Yang slowly sets down his coffee cup, a serene smile gracing his lips, relishing this delayed moment of triumph. The office door swings open, and the chief editor emerges. His expression remains stern, but the flames of elation behind his glasses betray his inner joy. He holds a letter from a reader, torn open, with faint traces of tears upon the paper. He surveys the room before forcefully slapping the sales report onto the table, proclaiming with finality, Bai Yang, you have won your wager. You have unearthed a veritable gold mine for our magazine. He turns to the sales supervisor, issuing an irrefutable command. Call the printing house. Initiate a reprint of 50,000 copies. Now, immediately, 50,000 copies. A collective gasp echoes throughout the room. This is comparable to the print runs of top-tier best-selling authors. Finally, the editor's gaze rests solemnly on Bai Yang, his tone resembling that of entrusting a matter of national significance. You must contact this author Nan Feng at any cost, secure his forthcoming manuscripts, and ensure his commitment to our Xingzhou. As the envy of the entire editorial department threatens to overwhelm him, Bai Yang returns to his workstation. Buoyed by his success, from a locked drawer, he delicately retrieves the copy of the S-level contract, his eyes honing in on the contact information, a landline telephone number. With a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrimage, he dials the number that holds the potential to reshape the landscape of fantasy literature. After a few rings, the call is answered. A gentle yet slightly puzzled middle-aged woman's voice emanates from the receiver. Hello, who is this? It is Lu Mingfei, the mother. Bai Yang, his voice trembling with excitement, replies, Hello, may I inquire if this is Teacher Nan's residence? I am Bai Yang, an editor from Xingzhou. Initially, he assumed Lu Mingfei was Nan Feng's partner. After all, someone capable of crafting Dragon Clan could hardly be a mere youth. However, Teacher Nan, Lu Mingfei, busy in the kitchen, was bewildered by this unexpected address. Who are you looking for? Oh, I remember now. You're from the magazine that sent a contract to my child, Jojo, right? What teacher? He is still a student and is currently in class. Do you need something from him? Thunderstruck, Bai Yang felt as if a string within his mind had snapped. A student, still in school? The image he had conjured of a literary titan, steeped in profound wisdom, crumbled into dust before him. So the goldmine he revered as a teacher was, in fact, a high school student still grappling with mock exams? Bai Yang's worldview was irrevocably shaken, yet he steadied himself, maintaining a tone of utmost calm as he continued. Auntie, It appears that due to the exceptional quality of Teacher Nan's writing, our latest issue has sold out. Therefore, according to the sales escalation clause in our S-level contract, his first payment will significantly exceed expectations. Lu Shui paused, cautiously inquiring, how much might that be? In her mind, she assumed that a student writing an article would earn perhaps 1,000 or 1,800 yuan at most. Bai Yang glanced at an email just received from the finance department, took a deep breath, and announced a figure that could cause a typical family's heart to falter. After taxes, the first advance payment will be approximately 2 to 300,000 yuan. On the other end of the line, Lu Shui was rendered speechless, her grip on the receiver slackening as she nearly dropped it into the nearby pot of soup. 2 to 300,000. She thought she must have misheard, her hand trembling. Her first instinct was to question whether this was a scam call. After Bai Yang's bemused confirmations, an indescribable wave of joy and exhilaration surged within her, akin to a torrential flood. Her son, who often appeared somewhat aimless, merely lost in leisurely reading, had earned 2 to 300,000. This sum surpassed the combined annual wages of her and her husband. Lu Shui clutched her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed to the point of speechlessness. Meanwhile, in the high school, Lu Xingzhou remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing outside. He sat in a quiet classroom, occasionally yawning, pondering the upcoming Wangxing Cup ancient literature competition. He had no inkling that his publication of Dragon Clan had already unleashed a tidal wave far exceeding his wildest expectations. Chapter 18. Chen Yang. Lu Xingzhou, you are my calamity. At noon, in the school cafeteria, the atmosphere buzzed with activity, the air thick with the aromas of braised pork and boiled fish. Come here, Xiaochen. Auntie sees you have an appetite. Let me give you a little extra meat. In the window, the cafeteria lady, adorned with a white cap, beamed as she ladled a generous scoop of braised pork onto Chen Yang's plate, concluding with a remark, staying up late to gaze at the moon, young man. Though your health is commendable, you must also nourish yourself. Chen Yang, holding the tray, wore a face contorted as if he had just tasted an undercooked bitter melon. Laughter erupted from those queued behind him. Chen Yang, feeling the urge to bury his face in that plate of braised pork, contemplated drowning in it instead. As he heard the muffled giggles from the line behind him, he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt lower, almost fleeing to a corner table beside Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, you are my nemesis. Chen Yang placed the tray next to Lu Xingzhou, utterly disheartened. Lu Xingzhou was leisurely peeling a tea egg, and upon hearing him, merely smiled calmly. Yaxing, wouldn't it be delightful to indulge in a few more pieces of meat? Delightful, my foot. Chen Yang grumbled, gnashing his teeth as he chewed. Do you have any idea how those people were looking at me in line? Their gazes were more benevolent than those directed at a mentally challenged child. Just as the two were exchanging banter, a shadow loomed over their table. Is this seat taken? A familiar voice inquired. They looked up in astonishment to find their homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, standing beside them with a stainless steel tray, containing nothing more than a simple stir-fried pork with green peppers and rice, wearing a congenial expression. Old Jiang, no, Teacher Jiang? Chen Yang nearly choked on the braised pork. Hastily straightening up, who on earth would have their homeroom teacher dining with students in the middle of the day? It was utterly surreal. Lu Xingzhou, however, appeared unfazed. Shifting to make space, please have a seat, Teacher Jiang. I didn't expect you to partake in the communal dining as well. Jiang Han settled down, sipping from a bowl of complimentary seaweed and egg drop soup, and without beating around the bush, retrieved a thick envelope from his pocket, gently placing it on the greasy table. It was a recommendation letter for Jiangcheng Fengguo. Xingzhou, I initially intended to call you to my office to discuss this. Jiang Han's expression was a mix of pride and a hint of concern, but since we've met, let us chat while we eat. I've reviewed the recommendation letter from Jiangcheng Fengguo for this year's Wangxing Cup Classical Literature Competition. Editor Zhao has recommended you to participate. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Taking a bite of the braised pork, yes, this is good news. You seem troubled? Jiang Han looked taken aback. This student had a keen sense of observation that surpassed his peers. Yes, I want to hide it from you. The Wangxing Cup carries significant prestige. The participants are all top students selected from various schools, many of whom hail from families with a long lineage of academics, raised on the 4 books and 5 classics. No worries. Lu Xingzhou replied with an air of calm. Jiang Han was once again taken aback and lowered his voice, his expression grave. This year's topic is exceedingly challenging. The prompt has been leaked. Elucidate the way of the gentleman. The way of the gentleman? Lu Xingzhou blinked in mild surprise. Jiang Han had been observing his expression, and upon seeing him momentarily stunned, assumed he was intimidated, thus feigning a discouragement tactic. This topic appears simple, yet it is as daunting as climbing to the heavens. It is too grand, too abstract. 4 high school students of your age, Lacking in experience, it's easy to fall into the trap of pretentiousness or superficiality. To be honest, even I am somewhat concerned for you. If you feel uncertain and prefer not to participate, that is perfectly fine. I won't hold it against you. After all, this isn't part of our curriculum. As he spoke, Jiang Han lifted his teacup, using the motion to discreetly glance at Lu Xingzhou over the rim. He was employing a provocation strategy. As a teacher, he understood this student's character well. Though seemingly laid back, he possessed a sense of pride. Only by igniting his competitive spirit could he unleash his true potential. At that moment, Lu Xingzhou could hardly contain his amusement. Truth be told, if the examination involved obscure characters or rare literary references, he might have to exert some effort, perhaps even consult books. However, the way of the gentleman? Wasn't it that a direct challenge? In the vast expanse of 5,000 years of splendid Chinese culture, discussions surrounding the gentleman abound. Yet, if one were to pinpoint who articulated the gentleman's character with the most refreshing and profound clarity, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Dunyi, the progenitor of Neo-Confucianism from the Northern Song dynasty. His succinct piece, Love's the Lotus, immortalizes the gentleman's noble image, rendering it eternal. Is this even challenge? This is practically the easiest question imaginable. Observing old Zhang's lackluster performance, Lu Xingzhou decided to humor him. He composed his features, deliberately furrowing his brow, and began to tap his fingers absently on the table, feigning deep contemplation and distress. The way of the gentleman. He pretended to tug at his hair in anguish. Indeed, this topic is too vast. The teachings of Confucius and Mencius, the way of the gentleman. To craft something novel is exceedingly difficult. Jiang Han, noticing his pretense, furrowed his brows as well. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingzhou lifted his gaze. However, since someone has recommended me, I cannot betray their trust, can I? Lu Xingzhou even feigned a reluctant sigh, adopting a heroic demeanor. Jiang Han paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Good. Ambitious. Since you've decided to participate, prepare earnestly over the next few days. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. No, thank you, teacher. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Rising from his seat, the article will come naturally. It will be a product of inspiration. I'm off. This lad can articulate so eloquently. Watching the youth's departing figure, Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head. By the afternoon of dismissal, the autumn sun filtered through the yellowing paulownia leaves, casting a mottled glow upon the asphalt paths of the campus. Today, the campus radio station deviated from its usual routine, eschewing the monotonous, inspirational songs. Instead, a melodious female voice recited an ancient text with fervor. The chord appears as a tranquil expanse of water, with algae and reeds intertwining, reflecting the shadows of bamboo and cypress. The voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing in every corner of the teaching building, playground, and cafeteria, penetrating the ears of every student engaged in meals, play, or last-minute assignments. In the corridor of Class 10 of the first year, a figure, ensconced within an oversized hoodie with the brim pulled low, stealthily crept along the wall. In the next moment, oh, is that not Chen Wenwen? The voices of other classmates pierced through like a cacophony, shattering Chun Yang's disguise. He stiffened, removing his mask to reveal a face filled with despair. This joke, it seemed, was truly inescapable. Chapter 19. Emerging from the mud, yet untainted, cleansed by the clear waters, yet not bewitching. The following morning, the classroom was still infused with the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yet, Lu Xingzhou had already entered his creative flow. He extracted a pristine sheet of paper from his backpack, akin to a swordsman revealing his blade. The sunlight filtering through the window bathed him in a soft golden hue, his expression focused and serene. What he intended to write was the piece revered in the past as the quintessential gentleman's essay, even honored with a place in the esteemed recitation repertoire. Zhou Dunyi's Love's the Lotus. The prompt, The Way of the Gentleman, while seemingly grand, fundamentally revolves around character and integrity. Love's the Lotus epitomizes this abstract virtue, rendered in the most concrete and exquisite imagery, achieving an unparalleled pinnacle of expression. He need not deliberate. The words, deeply etched in his soul, effortlessly flowed to the tip of his pen. Among the flowers of land and water, the lovely are numerous. With this opening, he unfurled his canvas like a serene artist. Unlike the usual students who hastily rush to the topic, he leisurely introduced Tao Yuanming's chrysanthemums and the peonies of the world, using the multitude of flowers to accentuate the true protagonist he intended to depict, thus establishing a distinct perspective. With a deft shift in his pen, the central character made its entrance. I alone adore the lotus, emerging unsullied from mire. cleansing in the clear waters without becoming seductive, to be admired from afar, yet not to be trifled with. This segment embodies the essence of the entire piece, portraying the gentleman's character in its most splendid form. Each word seems to carry a vivid imagery, precisely capturing the core of the gentleman's way. Lu Xingzhou wrote with an effortless grace, his strokes seemingly guided by divine muse. The bold, unrestrained script melded perfectly with the article's extraordinary aura. Ultimately, through the juxtaposition of the chrysanthemum's seclusion, the peony's opulence, he accentuated the lotus's gentility, achieving a thematic elevation. The chrysanthemum is the flower of seclusion, the peony, the flower of wealth, the lotus, the flower of the gentleman. The entire text, a mere 119 characters, stands as a solitary and noble gentleman. It eschews ornate language and pretentiousness, yet each word is a gem, imbued with lofty sentiments, rendering the grand theme of the gentleman's way in a manner both fresh and profound. Lu Xingzhou gently dried the ink, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. To use this piece in a high school competition, it would be akin to shooting fish in a barrel, just as he reveled in his masterpiece. A familiar note silently slid over from beside him. The elegant handwriting of Xia Wangke bore a hint of cautious concern. Would you like me to copy it for you, giving you more time to create? Upon reading it, Lu Xingzhou's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He did not respond to the note, but instead turned his head, lowering his voice to say, "Actually, I finished it long ago. However, if you wish to copy it for me, I would be more than happy to oblige." Huh. The look of astonishment in Xia Wangke's beautiful eyes was palpable. How long had it been since? At most 10 minutes. You completed an ancient text of such difficulty in that brief span? Did you think this was a primary school diary about the pleasant weather? Lu Xingzhou delighted in her bewildered expression, and before she could react, he swiftly snatched her math workbook. Xiao Wangkaiyu instinctively tried to reclaim it, but it was too late. With a quick glance at the problems, Lu Xingzhou's pen danced across the page, completing the remaining multiple-choice questions in mere strokes. The following day, Lu Xingzhou boarded the bus home. The vehicle was crowded with students from several nearby high schools, the air thick with youthful exuberance and the scent of perspiration. Leaning against the window, he was astonished to discover that, within this not particularly long compartment, at least 7 or 8 students held the same magazine, Ji Inshu Ku. He listened intently to their discussions. "Let me tell you, Dragon Tribe is worthy of deification. I watched the scene where Queen Nono drives onto the scene in a Ferrari 3 times. So cool. Indeed, compared to Dragon Tribe, the previously serialized Night of the Wind is nothing more than kindergarten reading. Utterly unwatchable. Who on earth is this author Nanfeng? He's incredible. It feels like he isn't just writing a novel, but capturing the tumult of my youth." Listening to this most genuine and fervent feedback from readers, a profound sense of achievement welled up within Lu Xingzhou. During dinner, Lu Shui was taken aback when her son suddenly returned home. Lu Xingzhou presented the official line he had prepared. "Because I am participating in an ancient text competition, the school granted me a day off to focus on my composition." Lu Jiangwo set down his chopsticks, inquiring with concern, "Do you have confidence in this competition?" "Son, let's do our best without too much pressure." Lu Xingzhou smiled confidently. "Rest assured, everything is under control. Remember to help me get a computer with higher specifications." Lu Jiangwo nodded gravely at his son's composed and self-assured demeanor. "All right, count on Dad." As night fell and silence enveloped the room, Lu Xingzhou sat at his desk, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window. He began to sketch out his future plans. The payment cycle for print magazines was still too lengthy. Once the computer was in hand, he would formally venture into the realm of online literature, a broader, freer, and more exhilarating battlefield. A brand new and glorious era of web literature was about to be ushered in by his own hands. Chapter 20. Keeping it from his sister. The whole family goes shopping on a bright morning. The sun shone perfectly. Today, Lu Xingzhou took a leave of absence to stay home, while Lu Ziao was still at school. As for Lu Shui and Lu Jiangwo, after finishing breakfast, they would soon rush to catch the bus for work. In the living room of the Lu household, Lu Shui hummed a little tune while using a feather duster to clean the dust off the television cabinet. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, her phone on the coffee table vibrated, lighting up the screen. It was a text message from a bank. Lu Shui wiped her hands and, somewhat puzzled, picked up the phone. Both she and her husband, Lu Jiangwo, received fixed salaries. Typically, aside from payday, their bank account remained stagnant, tranquil as a still pond. Donning her glasses, she squinted at the screen. "Dear Ms. Lu Shui, your account ending in XXXX received an income of RMB on October 15th at 7:32. As she beheld that long string of zeros, Lu Shui's breath caught her throat. Instinctively, she extended her finger to touch the screen, counting one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. Not convinced, she counted again from the beginning. Ultimately, 350,000. Lu Shui felt as though her brain had been struck by a hammer, instantly plunging her into a void. A full 350,000. That vivid red number detonated like a bomb before her eyes, leaving her dizzy and slightly unsteady. She hurriedly steadied herself against the sofa, her heart racing wildly, akin to a powerful engine. Lu Jiangguo, come here quickly. Her voice trembled slightly. Hearing her call, Lu Jiangguo, who was on the balcony, walked in and, upon seeing his wife's pale face, feared something was amiss. When he glanced at the text on her phone, his expression mirrored Lu Shui's, frozen in disbelief. Mouth agape as if he could fit a tea egg inside, the newspaper in his hand dropping to the floor with a rustle. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, staring at the text message, filled with excitement, shock, and a tinge of disbelief. Just then, Lu Xingzhou emerged from his room, yawning. Seeing his parents' expressions as if they had won the lottery, he already knew. The payment for the manuscript must have arrived. His tone was as calm as if he were merely inquiring about lunch. Manuscript payment? Lu Shui's voice was still somewhat dazed. Zhou, is this really the payment? Didn't they say it would be 20 to 30,000? This is far too much. Lu Xingzhou smiled, stepping forward to pour a glass of warm water for each of his parents. Mom, what are you thinking? It should be because the first issue of Dragon Tribe sold exceptionally well, triggering the sales increase clause in the S-level contract, thus resulting in the payment being higher than the editor initially estimated. He explained it with an air of nonchalance. Yet to his parents, it sounded as fantastical as a tale from the Arabian Nights. Observing their expressions, both joyful and tinged with a hint of trepidation, Lu Xing's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a distant past life. He recalled how his parents, tirelessly spinning like indefatigable tops, worked day and night to scrape together enough for his and his sister's college tuition and living expenses. Their lives seemed to have been set on a perpetual loop of labor. Even a proper rest or an impromptu trip had become an unattainable luxury. A surge of poignant sorrow and resolve suddenly erupted from the depths of Lu Xing's heart. Taking a deep breath, he approached his parents and, with a serious tone, inquired, Dad, Mom, how much do you earn together in a day? Lu Shui and Lu Jiangguo were momentarily taken aback, somewhat at a loss. Before they could respond, Lu Xingzhou declared emphatically, no matter the amount, today, I will pay tenfold. I only wish to purchase a day of your time. No work, no chores, just accompany me for a stroll, as a form of taking a break for yourselves, shall we? The living room fell into a profound silence. Lu Shui and Lu Jiangguo were completely stunned. They gazed at their son's youthful face, which radiated determination, and the deep concern reflected in his resolute eyes. Each word of his offer to buy a day struck at the softest corners of their hearts. This was not a transaction. It was an expression of love. Their son, in his unique way, was urging them to halt their relentless pursuits and to savor the life that rightfully belonged to them. A warm current surged through Lu Shui, and her eyes instantly glistened with tears as she covered her mouth, emotions swelling within her. Even Lu Jiangguo, the man of few words, nodded earnestly, his voice thick with emotion. All right, today, we shall heed our son's wishes. Thus, while Lu Xiao toiled away at school, grappling with functions and physics, her parents and elder brother embarked on a long overdue journey of indulgence. Chapter 21, A Family Portrait? In the heart of the city, at the largest department store, Lu Xingzhou resembled an inexhaustible human credit card, leading his parents into a frenzy of shopping. Mom, this one. He seized Lu Shui's hand and entered a high-end clothing store she had only dared to glance at through the window. Without hesitation, he picked a luxurious cashmere coat, draping it over his mother. Oh dear, it's far too expensive. Zhou, please put it down. Lu Shui protested vehemently, but her eyes betrayed her. Lu Xingzhou disregarded her objections, turning to the sales assistant with determination. This one, wrap it up. The transaction was swift and seamless. He then pulled his father into a mobile phone store. Dad, your old phone belongs in a museum. Let us get you the latest model. Big screen, larger text, and incredibly smooth, though Lu Jiangguo was not well versed in these matters. He could not suppress his smile as he watched his son deftly make payments and patiently instruct him on using WeChat video. All the desires they had suppressed in their past lives due to financial constraints, Lu Xingzhou was determined to fulfill one by one today. At noon, they found themselves at the opulent Tianxiang Pavilion. In their private dining room, the trio relished a rare moment of leisure. The rich aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall and the crisp scent of roasted pigeon mingled tantalizingly, igniting their appetites. Lu Shui glanced at the sumptuous spread before them, and then at the empty seat beside her, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Is it a bit inappropriate for us to indulge while Xiaoyu is at school, working hard in class? She joked, though her playful grin revealed a motherly affection that was anything but superficial. Lu Xingzhou returned her playful smirk, serving her the tenderest fish with a wink. Not to worry, Mom. I have VIP dining vouchers for this restaurant. Later, I'll pack up some of her favorites and slip her a few vouchers so she can enjoy a meal with her classmates. I guarantee she'll be over the moon. Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, then switched to her classic maternal advisory tone, smiling as she cautioned, be sure to spend wisely. Don't be too extravagant. When you grow up, you'll need to save some for your future wife. Future wife? Lu Xingzhou chuckled softly, his gaze turning tender yet resolute. Mom, rest assured. He looked out at the bustling cityscape, silently contemplating. As for the choice of a partner, that decision has already been made. And regarding finances, have no fear. I will earn even more in the future, enough to allow our family to live the life we desire. Bathed in the warm light, the three of them raised their teacups. A gentle chime resonated, their smiles reflected in the clear tea, crystallizing into the most blissful family portrait. The following day, under a perfect sun, the campus of Jiangxing No. 1 High School buzzed with announcements over the loudspeaker, urging students participating in the Wangxing Cup to promptly submit their entries to the grade director's office. However, the office remained eerily quiet. The desk was immaculate, devoid of any submissions. The topic, elucidating the path of a gentleman, had evidently bewildered many. Despite a generous 3 days for preparation, not a single entry had been submitted thus far. Alas, what a challenge, sighed the middle-aged grade director, who oversaw the first-year curriculum and possessed a discerning eye due to his background in Chinese literature. Sipping tea, he surveyed the barren desk. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Lu Xingzhou, holding a manuscript, his demeanor calm. Director, I'm here to submit my work. Oh, you must be Lu Xingzhou from Class 10, the director remarked, adjusting his glasses as he recognized a student who had recently garnered much attention at the school. He had read Lu Xingzhou's piece, A Night Stroll on the Basketball Court, and acknowledged its brilliance. However, he knew that while creativity was commendable, it might not suffice for a topic as profound as the path of a gentleman, which required substantial depth. Look, he pointed to the file folder, explaining to the awaiting Lu Xingzhou, the competition standards are exceptionally high. All submissions will be collected by designated personnel and airlifted overnight to the provincial capital for a unified evaluation to ensure absolute fairness and efficiency. Airlifted? Truly, this is a grand affair, Lu Xingzhou mused, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow at the formality. Chapter 22. The astonished grade director in this parallel world. Although the culture had diverged into another branch, devoid of the classic works of his previous life, the creative atmosphere thrived and the entertainment industry flourished, ushering in a cultural renaissance. Not only that, but literary projects were also recognized at the Olympics. The nation not only dominated in technology, but also attracted numerous foreigners to learn the Chinese language and literature. Before sealing Lu Xingzhou's manuscript, the director called out to him, a warm smile gracing his face, reminiscent of an elder gentleman at a park sharing wisdom. Xingzhou, he began leisurely. I understand this topic is challenging and the time constraints are pressing, which must weigh heavily on you. Would you like me to take a look at your submission before you hand it in? Perhaps I could offer some insightful suggestions? With a sense of pride, he puffed out his chest, adding, despite my current dealings with lesson plans and reports, I assure you, my foundation in Chinese literature is on par with that of your homeroom teacher, Jiang Han. The meaning of this statement is quite apparent. Young man, do not be afraid. You are the first to submit your work. I must take you under my wing. Upon hearing the word guidance, a subtle, slightly mischievous grin appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face. He deliberately scratched his head, feigning a troubled expression. Well, director, perhaps we should just forget it? I'm afraid my writing might not meet your standards. Internally, however, he was frantically typing. It's not that I look down on you. I fear your ideals might shatter and leave you questioning life itself. What if after reading it, you insist on taking me as your mentor? Should I accept or decline? How awkward that would be. Seeing his bashful demeanor, the director grew even more intrigued, mistaking his shyness for modesty. He waved his hand dismissively and declared in an authoritative tone, no worries, no worries. Young people should boldly showcase their talents. Quickly, present it. Without further ado, he snatched the thin sheet of paper from Lu Xingzhou's hands. Fine. If you insist on reading it, then don't blame me. Lu Xingzhou silently prayed that the director's ideals would not be shattered upon reading. After all, this essay was the original work of Zhou Dunyi, the founding figure of Neo-Confucianism during the Northern Song dynasty. Who could possibly argue against the teachings of the Confucian scholars regarding the gentleman's way? The director adjusted his reading glasses and brought the manuscript closer. At first glance, upon seeing the title on Lotus, he paused momentarily, then quickly realized. Using objects to symbolize people? Quite intriguing, the idea is good, but it risks falling into cliches. Lacking depth, he silently critiqued, already contemplating from which angle to offer his insights. However, as he read the opening line, among the flowers of water and land, those are lovely are numerous, his brow involuntarily lifted. Oh, this beginning is calm and composed, exuding a grand demeanor. Then, when that line, akin to a thunderclap, struck his eyes, emerging from the mud yet untainted, washed by clear ripples yet unadorned, his hand holding the manuscript trembled violently. He felt as though his brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily blank. Breathing gradually halted at that moment. He instantly understood that this essay had transcended the simplistic expounding of principles. It directly constructed the perfect embodiment of gentlemanly character through the most pure, elegant, and concise imagery. What is the gentleman's way? This is the gentleman's way. His lips moved as he continued to tremble while reading. Chapter 23. Shattered Ideals. When he reached the concluding line, "The lotus is indeed the gentleman among flowers," he was utterly stunned. The entire essay flowed seamlessly, like an uncut jade, yet radiating a brilliance surpassing that of diamonds. It avoided all the traps of hollow rhetoric, with lofty intentions, concise prose, and sincere emotions. Could this truly be the work of a high school student written in just 3 days? The director's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a masterful Sichuan opera face-changing performance. From initial confidence to midway astonishment, and now to pale disbelief. Finally, that pallor morphed into a mix of shame, shock, and the exhilaration of discovering a priceless treasure. He opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of guidance, but found his meager literary reserves rendered insignificant in the face of this masterpiece, as trivial as a firefly beside the bright moon. Any superfluous modification would be an affront to this work. Ultimately, he slumped back into his chair, exhaling deeply, murmuring as if half of his soul had been extracted. The youth of today is formidable. After teaching for decades, I truly feel I have wasted my life. Lu Xingzhou observed the director's expression of shattered ideals and existential doubt, wearing an innocent look that seemed to say, "I told you not to read it, but you wouldn't listen." Internally, he was mocking. Guidance? This is Zhou Dunyi's original work. What did you possibly offer? Are you going to draw inspiration from love? The director took a large gulp of the overly sweet tea, forcing himself to calm the tumult within. He stood up again, firmly patting Lu Xingzhou on the shoulder, his gaze devoid of any semblance of seniority, filled only with heartfelt admiration. "Xingzhou, I never expected that in just 3 days, you could produce such a remarkable piece worthy of being passed down through the ages. Truly, heroes emerge from young." On the surface, Lu Xingzhou smiled humbly, yet inside he was laughing wildly. "What do you mean, 3 days? I spent less than 10 minutes. Thank you very much. The remaining 2 days and 23 hours? I was immersed in Dragon Clan." Of course, he dared not voice this thought. He feared that the director's ideals might shatter into a QR code, which, when scanned, would redirect him to a psychological counseling website on reconstructing life perspectives. During evening self-study, the classroom was enveloped in silence. At Lu Xingzhou's back, a somewhat introverted tech enthusiast named Li Mo, wearing thick glasses, was huddled with a fellow fan of Dragon Clan, Wang Hao, secretly reading the latest issue of Jin Shuku. Wang Hao was enthusiastically extolling the wonders of Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Li Mo, a diehard science fiction fan, pointed to an inconspicuous science fiction short story tucked away in a corner of the magazine, lamenting, "Indeed, Dragon Clan is a masterpiece. There is no doubt about that. However, I wish the fantasy era section could feature more appealing science fiction." He adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with yearning. "By the way, have you heard? There's a national sci-fi essay contest for middle school students organized by the Morning Star, and its prestige is on par with that of the classical literature competition. What a pity," he sighed. "I, being just a reader, can only dream about it. If I could write, I would definitely participate and share my ideas about the stars and the vast ocean." This conversation, though spoken in hushed tones, reached Lu Xingzhou's ears, who was pretending to focus on his studies. The Morning Star sci-fi essay contest? Prize money? Lu Xingzhou's pen paused momentarily on the draft paper. His heart suddenly stirred. From the treasure trove of memories from his previous life, that epic work hailed as a milestone in Chinese science fiction literature, along with the classic, poignant quote, "Bestow civilization upon time, rather than time upon civilization," began to awaken in his mind like a slumbering dragon. Although he didn't intend to dive straight into the three-body problem, The previous Lu Xingzhou had been an ardent fan of Lu Cixin. Even before the three-body problem gained widespread acclaim, he had already read it, as well as other works like The Wandering Earth and The Devourer. Chapter 24. With her eyes after evening self-study, the path to the dormitory was bustling with students. Groups of boys were casually draping their arms over one another's shoulders, discussing the recently concluded sports competition or complaining about the cafeteria lady's shaky hands as she served dinner. Lu Xingzhou walked leisurely through the crowd, still reflecting on Li Mo's words. The Morning Star sci-fi contest? His heart raced as he quickened his pace, catching up to the slender figure ahead. Li Montak. Upon hearing his name, the introverted tech enthusiast stiffened and turned around. When he recognized Lu Xingzhou, a look of surprise and nervousness washed over his face. Brother Zhou? After all, Lu Xingzhou currently resembles a young celebrity at school, excelling in classical literature competitions and, though yet to display his martial prowess. The former alone is sufficient to allow him to stroll confidently through his first year of high school. Don't be nervous, Lu Xingzhou chuckled, gently patting his shoulder and adopting a casual tone. I overheard you mention the Morning Star competition. I must admit, I have a keen interest in science fiction. Would you elaborate on it for me? Upon hearing the term science fiction, Li Mo's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. It was a look only those of kindred spirits could comprehend, as if a long-dormant secret society had finally exchanged its coded signals. His previously tense demeanor relaxed, and he eagerly began to speak. Brother Zhou, you've asked the right person. The Morning Star competition is no trivial matter. It is jointly organized by our nation's Space Administration and the National Writers Association. Among the judges, half are the country's leading astrophysicists and engineers, while the other half consists of luminaries from the realm of science fiction. The prestige is off the charts. It could very well be considered the Nobel Prize of Science Fiction for high school students. Wow, that's impressive. Lu Xingzhou interjected at just the right moment to encourage him. Indeed, Li Mo, buoyed by the praise, raised his voice a notch. The rewards are astonishingly generous. The first prize amounts to several thousand yuan. Most importantly, the winning works will be published in a national astronomy magazine. As he spoke, Li Mo's face radiated with longing. Lu Xingzhou nodded and inquired, has this year's topic been announced? Li Mo scratched his head, his expression turning slightly perplexed. Yes, but the competition's topic is particularly abstract and somewhat artistic, bearing little relation to writing science fiction. It's absurd. This year's topic seems to be something about a window. I can't recall the full name, but the notice should be posted on the bulletin board tomorrow. The next day, the school bulletin board was indeed crowded with students. The official poster for the Morning Star competition was prominently displayed. Against a deep blue starry background, a line of white artistic lettering conveyed both romance and philosophical introspection. Give me a window. Take me to see the world. Is this title for real? Someone scoffed. It feels more like a call for submissions for youth pain literature. A window? Am I supposed to write about the crooked tree outside my window? Take me to see the world? Isn't that just a way of saying the world is vast? I want to explore it. Students gathered around the bulletin board voiced their opinions, with complaints ringing out in chorus. Even Xia Wangkeu, passing by and catching sight of the topic, furrowed her brow. This topic is far too challenging. It demands boundless imagination while simultaneously adhering to an exceedingly literary theme. It's akin to dancing with shackles, an endeavor of hellish difficulty. In the teacher's lounge, the physics and language arts instructors found themselves in rare agreement over the notice in the school newspaper. Old Lee, don't you think this topic resembles one your language arts group would produce? Get lost. Our language arts group could never come up with something so pretentious. This ISNT testing knowledge, it's testing genius. The kind of genius that S1 in a million, with a thought process vastly different from the norm. In the library science fiction section, a tranquil battleground distinct from the external clamor, Lu Xingzhou refrained from hastily putting pen to paper. Instead, he retrieved several collections of past winning works from the Morning Star competition. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He flipped through the pages quickly, yet his brow gradually furrowed. While these award-winning pieces were not devoid of stunning imagination, they commonly exhibited several critical flaws. The themes were cliched, often revolving around interstellar fleets blasting away in high-tech battles or alien invasions prompting humanity's resistance, a tired formula. The core was lacking, with entire narratives constructed from cold technical jargon and dazzling settings, yet severely deficient in nuanced emotion and profound humanistic concern. Most importantly, the focus was ambiguous. Soft science fiction lacked sufficient softness to resonate emotionally, while hard science fiction failed to deliver a robust scientific foundation and logical impact. Still too green. Lu Xingzhou closed the book, leaning against the cold bookshelf and letting out a soft sigh. He gazed out at the bright sunlight, and the playful figures beneath the trees. As his mind began to decode and reconstruct that somewhat artistic topic, give me a window does not necessarily imply a physical window. It could represent the eyes, for the eyes are the windows to the soul. Take me to see the world. Just as Lu Xingzhou pondered, a name struck him like lightning piercing through chaos, illuminating his entire universe of inspiration. The story told from the first-person perspective about how I and she saved each other, titled With Her Eyes. A newfound brilliance ignited in Lu Xingzhou's gaze. He could almost foresee that while other contestants were still grappling with spaceships, alien monsters, and time travel, he would introduce concepts like deep Earth explorers, sensory glasses, and the 10,000-meter depths of the mantle, dazzling all the judges. More importantly, he would narrate a poignant yet magnificent tale of devotion and solitude, in which a girl dedicates the last warmth and light of her life to the cause of human exploration. Before this story, all grandiose space operas would pale in comparison. He did not rush back to the classroom to write. Instead, he stepped out of the library, stood beneath the sunlight, and gazed up at the brilliantly blue sky. In his imagination, he could almost see, in the boundless depths of the universe, or perhaps in the searing molten lava beneath our feet, a pair of lonely yet luminous eyes gazing through another pair of eyes at this beautiful blue world she could never return to. This time, he intended to compose a gentle ode to all lonely explorers, transcending time and space. Chapter 25. A first foray into online literature. A 50-year silence package. On Friday afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the west, Lu Xingzhou submitted the manuscript he had meticulously transcribed, handing it to his homeroom teacher, Jiang Han. "Have you already finished it so quickly?" Jiang Han remarked, accepting the freshly printed A4 sheets with a hint of surprise. "Aren't you going to polish it a bit more?" Classical literature and science fiction are two entirely different realms. Lu Xingzhou merely smiled. Inspiration strikes like lightning. It cannot be halted. Jiang Han nodded, refraining from further comments, as the previous articles had thoroughly reshaped his understanding of the term genius. Out of concern and curiosity, Jiang Han decided to read through it before submitting. Returning to his desk, he donned his glasses, his gaze settling on the manuscript's title, With Her Eyes. This title is intriguing. Can eyes really be taken along? However, Jiang Han felt a flicker of doubt regarding the connection between this title and science fiction, yet he patiently continued to read. The story unfolds from the first-person perspective of me, as I, fatigued, prepare to take a 2-day vacation to the grasslands for some respite. Before departing, the director instructs me to bring an extra pair of eyes. The so-called eyes refer to a pair of sensory glasses. When worn, everything you see is transmitted through ultra-high-frequency information waves, allowing another person wearing the same glasses from afar to see exactly what you see. This setup is quite interesting, Jiang Han nodded, finding the opening rather novel. The owner of the eyes is a young woman who has recently graduated. Her voice is soft as a gentle breeze in the cosmos. She harbors an almost morbid yearning for everything upon the prairie. She encourages me to lie on the ground and inhale the fragrance of an unnamed wildflower. She bestows charming names upon each little blossom. She gasps in heavenly wonder at the sensation of the moist breeze brushing against her hand. Through her sensitivity and delicacy, she guides me, who had long since become numb to the joys of life, to rediscover the beauty of this world. At this point, Jiang Han, as a liberal arts student, finds himself deeply captivated by the hard-hitting yet romantic science fiction setting and the intricate emotions woven throughout the text. The story takes a turn when I inadvertently uncover a series of inconsistencies. The girl's spacesuit lacks a radiation protection system, yet boasts an exceptionally advanced thermal insulation system. Her cockpit is devoid of windows. As I delve deeper into the investigation, a heart-stopping truth gradually unfolds. The girl is not in space at all. She is the navigator of the Sunfall No. 6 spacecraft. The Sunfall project is a standard exploratory voyage, with the sole distinction being that the spacecraft does not ascend into the cosmos, but rather plunges deep into the Earth. Boom! A flash of lightning strikes through Jiang Han's mind. An expedition to the Earth's core. This notion is nothing short of revolutionary. When he reads that the spacecraft met with an accident and has been eternally trapped thousands of kilometers beneath the surface, where temperatures soar to 5,000 degrees. He is rendered utterly speechless. He becomes fully immersed in the lonely yet hopeful inner world of the girl in the Earth's core. He can almost sense how she gazes greedily at the springtime prairie, the birds, and the moonlight through his eyes in that stifling control room of barely 10 square meters. Those ordinary vistas become the entirety of the universe for her. Upon reaching the final conclusion that the girl's life force extinguished in solitude deep within the Earth, Yet she calmly bequeathed her eyes to the next explorer and regarded all her collected precious data as a legacy for posterity. Jiang Han can no longer contain his emotions, and his eyes involuntarily well with tears. Marvelous, simply marvelous. He gazes at the name Lu Xingzhou on the manuscript, his mind consumed by a single thought. What a prodigy. This fellow is undoubtedly a genius. On the weekend, upon returning home, Lu Xingzhou was taken aback as he pushed open the door to his bedroom. His once somewhat cramped little desk had mysteriously been replaced by a spacious and brand-new black gaming desk. On it stood a pristine, high-performance computer, its tempered glass side revealing RGB lighting that shimmered with a technological allure. Lu Jiangguo, like a child boasting a new toy, approached proudly and patted the case. Son, take a look at what I've set up for you. The latest CPU, top-tier graphics card. What do you think? Lu Xingzhou settled into the brand-new gaming chair and powered it on. The silky smooth operation and lightning-fast boot speed elevated his spirits immensely. That's enough, Dad, thank you. Just then, the door flew open with a bang. Lu Xiao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. You're all guilty of being bad eggs. Confess, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you shall face the consequences. She cleared her throat. I heard that while I was burning the midnight oil for the nation last week. You three sneaked off for a team-building trip? Lu Xingzhou was prepared. He leisurely pulled out several shimmering VIP vouchers from Tianxiang Pavilion from his drawer, waving them before his sister's eyes. Hush money. Enough for you to treat your best friends. Lu Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. The indignation on her face melted away into a radiant smile in an instant. She snatched the vouchers, tucking them into her pocket, yet her words remained feisty. Humph. At least you know how to be sensible. Just this once. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Lu Xingzhou finally commenced his exploration of the online world. His first task was to research the realm of online literature in this world. He quickly discovered the largest paid reading website in the country, Fantasy Garden. The site was well-designed, and most importantly, its copyright protection system was robust, with prompt payment settlements, further enhancing his favorable impression of this world. He clicked on the bestseller list and scanned through it one by one. Upon doing so, a smile spread across his face. The works on the list, while not entirely devoid of merit, were saturated with a sense of antiquity. Titles like Peerless Divine Doctor, The Cold-Faced Campus Belle's Bodyguard, and Dragon King Warlord in the City filled the list. A blue ocean, Lu Xingzhou murmured to himself. The world of online literature here was still in a raw, untapped state. He patiently clicked into a relatively promising Xingzhou novel titled Sword Inquiry for longevity. Initially, the protagonist was decisive in combat, leveling up against monsters, adhering to the conventional tropes. However, midway through, an infuriating plot twist emerged. In a bid for so-called depth and tragedy, the author subjected the female lead to capture by the final boss, rendering her cultivation null and subjecting her to humiliation before the world. When the protagonist finally arrived after enduring countless trials, he chose to endure disgrace for the greater good. What? Seeing this, Lu Xingzhou nearly spewed blood on his brand-new 4K monitor. He continued scrolling down, eager to see how the author would resolve this. What he encountered left him utterly dumbfounded. After escaping, the protagonist ran to the edge of a cliff, facing the wind, and pulled out a jade flute to begin playing outside the tent to express his inner turmoil. What the heck? Lu Xingzhou could no longer contain his frustration, feeling as though his mind was being ground into the dirt by the author. He immediately opened the comments section, transforming into a keyboard warrior, ready to strike back. Author, are you insane? Since he asked the protagonist, isn't it your prerogative to make him strong? Even if the setting dictates he can't win, you could have him go all out, risking everything and engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the antagonist, even if it leads to mutual destruction. It's better than watching the protagonist as a passive observer while the female lead gets NTRD 1,000 times over. Late-stage literary illness. I suggest electroshock therapy. Stop writing and seek treatment. His comment instantly ignited a storm of reactions. However, before he could engage in a lengthy debate with other readers, a glaring system notification popped up. Due to your extreme remarks, you've been muted by the author Feng Zhongkenyu for 50 years. Lu Xingzhou stared at the 50 years notation in silence for a solid 3 seconds. Then, he broke into a grin, an angered smile. Good, very good. He lightly punched the desk, muttering, You dare to silence me? I would even bother playing your game. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned like a raging wildfire. He resolved not to waste any more breath on such a foolish author. He decided to take immediate action. He would write a novel that would electrify readers, set their hearts racing, He would dive into the fray and produce a work of unparalleled quality to teach the giants of this world what a true online novel should be. So, what should his first work be? The image of a determined youth, proclaiming 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Slowly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 26 uploaded. Winner of the Wangzhen Cup Grand Prize. On tranquil weekend nights, an extraordinary serenity envelopes the atmosphere. Outside the window, the moonlight cascades like water, softening the city's clamor into a gentler hum. In Lu Xingzhou's bedroom, only the brand-new computer case emits a faint yet rhythmic buzzing. Seated in his gaming chair, his fingers dance adeptly across the keyboard. After deciding to embark on a new journey of storytelling, the first task he undertook was to register a fresh author account on the Fantasy Home website. Completely segregating his online literary creations from his traditional submissions under different pseudonyms is a fundamental strategy he honed during his previous life in the web fiction realm. This not only helps to evade unnecessary complications, but also adds an air of mystery. Reflecting on a suitable pen name, he recalled the timeless phrase, "The setting sun and solitary wild goose soar together. The autumn waters blend with the endless sky," which resonated beautifully. Thus, a new pseudonym destined to create monumental waves in the future emerged. Falling Sunset, Solitary Wild Goose. Having settled that, he swiftly created a new book. In the title field, he typed a name that would undoubtedly send shivers down the spines of many seasoned web fiction authors from his past life. Battle Through the Heavens. Immediately after, he uploaded the first 3 chapters, which he had meticulously crafted in his mind, embodying the classic and emotionally charged opening of a marriage annulment narrative. From the frustration of a fallen genius to the humiliation of a marriage withdrawal by Nailan Yanran, the website's rules were straightforward. Once a new book is uploaded, it enters a vast repository of new works, where editors sift through and select promising pieces. If a work demonstrates potential, an editor will extend a signing invitation through an internal message. As Lu Xingzhou gazed at the freshly published page, which displayed 0 clicks, 0 recommendations, and 0 collections, he smiled with confidence. Monday morning dawned bright and sunny. In the office, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. The vice principal was engaged in a discussion with the grade director regarding the upcoming teaching plans. Did our school manage to submit any promising talent for the Wangzhen Cup held last week? The vice principal casually inquired after taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing this topic, the grade director's stern face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Sitting up straighter, pride and joy radiated from him, his voice booming. Indeed, Lu Xingzhou from our first-year class, 10, the same one from Jianghan's class. Lu Xingzhou, the one who pen night tour of the basketball court. The vice principal's interest piqued. I recall this child's writing possesses a certain spirit. However, with so many top students from various schools participating, it may be challenging for him to stand out. Yes, the competition is indeed fierce, the grade director nodded, somewhat wistful. The best result our school has achieved in recent years was merely a 3rd prize. This time, let us hope for a breakthrough. Although he spoke of hoping for a breakthrough, he felt uncertain deep down. Just then, the red direct line telephone in the office suddenly erupted with a series of urgent, piercing rings. The vice principal cast a glance at the caller ID, his expression shifting. It's the city's education bureau, the competition committee's direct line. The grade director's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of tea. The two exchange a glance, both sensing the anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Has there been a result so soon? Typically, grading takes at least a week, unless an extraordinary circumstance had occurred. The vice principal took a deep breath and pressed the speakerphone button. In that moment, the entire office fell silent, so quiet one could almost hear their heartbeats. The grade director silently clenched his fist. Even if it's just a 2nd prize, it would be enough to make a splash during the Monday flag-raising ceremony. Hello, is this Jiangxin No. 1 High School? A calm yet barely contained excited voice emerged from the phone. Yes, we are. The grade director eagerly interjected, his voice quivering. I am from the Wangzhen Cup Organizing Committee, calling to inform your esteemed school. There was a brief pause, as if the caller was steadying their breath. Then, the voice, brimming with uncontainable exhilaration, resounded. Your student Lu Xingzhou from Class 10 has won the special award in this Wangzhen Cup Ancient Literature Competition with his work Ode to the Lotus, achieving unanimous approval. Boom! A special award? Not even 1st prize? They couldn't even secure a 1st prize. The minds of the grade director and vice principal momentarily crashed. This wasn't merely a breakthrough for the school's performance. It was akin to bringing back a mountain of gold. However, what left them even more astounded was yet to come. The voice on the other end continued. Given the exceptional quality and profound themes of this work, following an urgent discussion among the committee, This piece not only stands as the champion of this competition, but will also be promoted as a key work representing our city, leading directly to the national level Zonghua Cup Ancient Literature Competition. The Zonghua Cup. The vice principal and grade director were left speechless with astonishment. An award bearing the name Zonghua undoubtedly possesses immense prestige. The caller continued. The chairperson of the final review committee, the contemporary master of ancient literature, Mr. Wang Jing'an, upon reading this article, personally penned a comment that must be conveyed to this young author. The vice principal and grade director immediately grabbed their notebooks, fearing they might miss even a single word. Once this piece is published, there will be no more lotus to write about in modern times. The way of the gentleman resides within 100 words. Gasp. The phrase "no more lotus" to write about made the signing pen in the vice principal's hand clatter to the floor. What a terrifying evaluation. This signifies that in the realm of depicting lotus flowers and the gentlemanly way, Lu Xingzhou has become an irrefutable monument. The grade director's face trembled with excitement. The vice principal rubbed his hands together, repeatedly murmuring, "This is remarkable. This is the endorsement of a master-level figure, a certificate of honor, a special bonus of 10,000 yuan, and an invitation to the Zonghua Cup will be personally delivered to the school tomorrow. Please ensure that your school is prepared for the reception and promotional activities." The voice on the other end instructed. After hanging up, the grade director and vice principal remained in a state of overwhelming happiness, struggling to regain their composure. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. This is a glorious moment for our school since its establishment in the realm of literary competitions. Indeed, we must celebrate this grandly. Don't rush to announce it. Let's keep this monumental news under wraps for a grand reveal. The vice principal decisively declared, after tomorrow's morning assembly, in front of the thousands of faculty and students. We will present this award to Lu Xingzhou with great fanfare. Let him become a model for all students. In the afternoon, during the computer class, the lab buzzed with the sounds of computer fans and the crisp clicks of mice and keyboards. The teacher droned on about the basics of the office suite, lulling the students into a stupor. Most of the class was distracted, with boys in the back surreptitiously launching the CS client, donning headphones as they engaged in intense virtual battles. Only Lu Xingzhou appeared to be diligently practicing typing on a Word document, while his fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard. He skillfully switched windows, accessing the author backend of Fantasy Home. The internal messages remained empty. The editors had yet to notice his book. He remained unperturbed, a calm smile gracing his lips. With composure, he clandestinely updated the chapter he had long envisioned. Chapter 4. Yunlin's Sect. In his eyes, this was merely a routine operation. Little did he know that the school's upper echelons were orchestrating an extraordinarily grand celebration in his honor, preparing to elevate him to the pedestal of reverence within the institution. Meanwhile, the soon-to-be deified individual was engrossed in his own pursuits, resembling an ordinary youth entranced by the internet, neglecting his studies during computer class while quietly laying the groundwork for another identity, one that would revolutionize the landscape of online literature. Chapter 27. Universal Commendation. Her Promise. The customary flag-raising ceremony concluded amidst the solemn strains of the national anthem. However, just as everyone anticipated dispersing to their classrooms to commence the day's battles, the vice principal, standing at the podium, did not follow the usual protocol of declaring the assembly adjourned. Accompanied by the head of the grade, he approached the microphone with an expression of gravitas. What was the matter? That expression from the principal. Could it be an impromptu inspection of our appearances? Oh no, my hair seems to have exceeded the acceptable limits. This is bad. On the playground, the entire cohort of first-year students erupted into a frenzy of speculation and trepidation. Within the ranks of Class 10, Chen Yang anxiously raked his fingers through his voluminous hair and whispered to Lu Xingzhou, "Brother Zhou, what should we do? With this hairstyle, I might just be singled out by the disciplinary head as a prime example." Contrarily, Wang Hao, the ardent fan of the Dragon Clan, adjusted his glasses and analyzed with a tone reminiscent of Conan. Not likely. Just look at the head of the grade's expression. He's smiling so broadly. He could squash a mosquito with those wrinkles. Surely, there's splendid news to announce. The sci-fi enthusiast Li Mo chimed in softly. I have a feeling this pertains to our class. Xiao Wang, standing at the forefront of the line, cast her curious gaze toward the podium on the verdant field. Her heart fluttered with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, akin to a little rabbit within her chest. In contrast, Lu Xingzhou maintained an air of calm, for he had already surmised the unfolding situation. He even had the leisure to wink at Xiao Wang. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly turned her head, feigning interest in the distant scenery. The vice principal cleared his throat, and an immediate silence enveloped the playground. He grasped the microphone and, with a tone imbued with solemn pride, began, "Good morning, students and teachers. Today, I am here to announce an exhilarating piece of news. Just last week, our province hosted the 15th Wangzhen Cup High School Classical Literature Competition. This prestigious event brought together the finest literary talents selected from hundreds of key high schools across 17 prefecture-level cities. He laid the groundwork, emphasizing the significance of the competition and reiterating its previous highest accolades, successfully piquing everyone's interest. Then he shifted his tone, elevating his voice suddenly as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. And today, our school has shattered history. Our class 10's Lu Xingzhou, with his essay on the love of lotus, emerged victorious among numerous competitors, enchanting all the judges. He has been awarded the grand prize of this competition. The vice principal deliberately elongated his words, savoring the breathless anticipation of the thousands present. Finally, he proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder, the special award. Boom! The playground was initially engulfed in a 3-second silence, akin to the stillness before a storm. Then, it erupted into a cacophony of applause and awe akin to a tidal wave. No way. The special award? Is this real? Who is Lu Xingzhou? How extraordinary. When did our school produce such a prodigy? He's that genius from class 10 with a perfect score on his essay. I've heard. He's the legendary child that others aspire to be. Amidst the thunderous applause, the vice principal dropped another bombshell. Once notifications are received, Lu Xingzhou will represent our province and our school at the capital in the China Cup Classical Literature Competition. This is a national-level event, where he will compete alongside the finest talents from provinces across the nation, bringing honor to our school. Wow! At this moment, the entire faculty and student body erupted into ecstatic fervor. The vice principal shouted into the microphone now. Let's extend the warmest applause to invite Lu Xingzhou to the stage to receive his award. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Lu Xingzhou stepped forth from the crowd, walking with poise and an air of composure as he ascended the elevated flag-raising platform. Sunlight bathed him, as if draping him in a golden cloak of valor. The vice principal personally presented him with an honor certificate adorned with gilded lettering. Following that, the head of the grade presented a red tray, upon which lay a substantial envelope, secured with a red silk ribbon. It was evident to all that it contained the much-coveted cash award. No way. Cash. So much money. How many times has Lu Xingzhou received a prize now? Handsome, academically gifted, and now with accolades. Does this leave any room for us ordinary folks? The visual impact of the cash reward was far more striking than any hollow numeral, igniting a wave of envy among all the students. Ultimately, the grand commendation ceremony concluded amidst the admiration and reverence of the entire school. Meanwhile, in a corner unbeknownst to them, within the classroom of Class 10, as Lu Xingzhou returned to his seat, he was immediately surrounded by Chen Yang, Wang Hao, and others. Brother Zhou, you are my idol. Brother Zhou, please, a signature. This notebook will surely be worth something in the future. After signing, Lu Xingzhou returned to his seat. A small note then slid over quietly from his side. It bore Xiao Wangku's elegant handwriting. There are no superfluous words, only 2 lines. Keep going. Don't pay heed to others' chatter. When the notification arrives, rest assured to participate in the competition. I'll help you catch up on the missed classes when you return. As Lu Xingzhou gazed at the note, a warm wave surged within him. He raised his eyes and met Xiao Wangku's clear, encouraging gaze, shimmering like water. He did not respond with words, but solemnly nodded in her direction. A silent promise exchange between them spoke volumes beyond mere words. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fantasy Homeland website, within the editorial department, an editor sporting stubble and dark circles under his eyes, known by the pseudonym Blowing Snow, was lethargically refreshing the backend of the new book repository. As a seasoned editor, he had the arduous task of sifting through thousands of new books of varying quality daily, akin to a hellish quest for gold. Sigh, another military commander, another son-in-law, another school beauty. Could we not have something different for a change? He lamented while mechanically clicking his mouse. Suddenly, a rather commanding book title caught his attention. Battle Through the Heavens. This title seems intriguing. A newcomer author? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it casually. Chapter 28. A date. Signing the contract for Battle Through the Heavens on a sunny Saturday morning, Lu Xingzhou, under the pretense of gathering materials for the competition, managed to coax Xiao Wangku out. At the Xinhua bookstore in the city center, bustling with people, the air was imbued with the subtle scent of ink and paper. They walked side by side among towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, though their words were few. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor, while Xiao Wanku's silky hair swayed gently in the light, resembling a slow-motion scene from a Japanese film. As they approached the magazine section, the bookstore owner, who was meticulously organizing the shelves, spotted them and enthusiastically welcomed them. "Hello, students. Are you interested in purchasing any magazines?" The proprietor, a man in his 40s, was evidently quite sociable. "Allow me to recommend Ji In Shu Ko. It has been selling like hotcakes lately, almost driving people mad." He pulled a pristine copy off the shelf, animatedly gesturing to the cover adorned with the gilded characters of Dragon Clan. "It's due to this novel titled Dragon Clan inside. Youngsters in our store, whether they come to buy books or work as staff, are all clamoring for it. It's absolutely captivating. Would you like a copy?" Listening to the owner's fervent pitch, Lu Xingzhou and Xia Wangkaiu exchanged amused glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. "Well, think about it." Lu Xingzhou replied with a smile. In the quiet reading area on the second floor of the bookstore, the two found a spot by the window where the warm sunlight enveloped them, inducing a slight drowsiness. Xiao Wankou set down her mathematics tutoring book, hesitated for a moment, and finally posed the question she had been mulling over for quite some time. The last piece on Free Day was truly well written. She began with a compliment before delving into the main topic. Caesar and Chu Zihang were both exceptionally compelling, leaving a strong impression. "However, I have always wondered, why must Lu Mingfei be the protagonist? He seems a bit too timid." "That's an excellent question." Lu Xingzhou chuckled softly, patiently elaborating. "Because most people are neither born rulers like Caesar nor tragic heroes burdened with heavy destinies like Chu Zihang. We resemble Lu Mingfei more closely. We can be cowardly, act foolishly, feel lonely in a crowd, and silently harbor affections for a girl without daring to confess." His perspective resonates more with the majority of readers. Watching his gradual growth feels like witnessing our own journey. This remark plunged Xia Wangkaiu into contemplation. Nodding thoughtfully, she soon raised her sparkling eyes, eagerly inquiring, "So, what have you conceived for the story moving forward?" Lu Xingzhou lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if divulging a closely guarded secret. Since Lu Mingfei is also studying at the Dragon Slaying Academy, how could there be no examinations? Examinations? Xiao Wangkaiu was taken aback momentarily. However, Lu Xingzhou smirked mischievously. "It's not the monotonous written tests we're accustomed to. A very important new character will soon make an appearance." He added with an air of mystery, "Who exactly it is, I shall keep under wraps for now. No spoilers." Upon hearing of a new character and fresh plot developments, Xiao Wangkaiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Saturday evening, after dinner, Lu Xingzhou hurried back to his room, eagerly switching on his computer and logging into the writer's backend of Fantasy Garden. Indeed, he noticed a bright red one illuminating the email icon in the upper right corner. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation, he clicked on that internal message. Sender, Editor Chue Shui. Subject, invitation to sign for Do Pa Song Kaing. The content was succinct and clear, comprising polite commendations, a standard electronic contract, and Editor Chue Shui's QQ contact information. Lu Xingzhou meticulously reviewed the contract terms. The online literature electronic contract in this world was far more favorable than he had anticipated, with clearly delineated shares and benefits, showing considerable care for novice authors. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed his first online literature contract in this world under the pen name Luo Xia Gu Wu. Having completed this task, he promptly opened QQ, searched for Chue Shui's number, and sent a friend request. It was almost instantly approved. The other party's demeanor was exceedingly warm. "Chue Shui, big shot. It's great to finally meet you." The series of exclamation marks vividly conveyed the editor's excitement. "Luo Xia Gu Wu. Hello, Chue Shui. Chue Shui. Just call me Chue Shui. Big shot. Let me tell you, the opening of Do Pa Song Kaing is the best manuscript I've signed recently. No contest. Your book absolutely possesses the aura of a great deity. I swear it. Nothing can stop it." In response to the editor's exuberance, Lu Xingzhou simply replied with a calm thank you. Shortly thereafter, Chue Shui added him to a 500-member author group titled Chue Shui's Harem. The name was quite whimsical. Upon entering the group, he was immediately greeted by various authors sporting eccentric usernames, welcoming the new big shot and requesting guidance, asking if the big shot would be releasing several thousand words today. Glancing briefly at the member list, Lu Xingzhou observed that most were novice authors at levels 1 and 2. While he lurked, he scrutinized the group's dynamics. Although this was supposedly an author group, discussions about writing were scarce. Instead, an abundance of memes about risque content, daily fishing reports, and gaming requests filled the chat. Occasionally, a genuine new author timidly asked, "What should I do if I hit a writer's block?" The responses were uniformly, girls exchange WeChat, boys strengthen themselves. Just play a game. Or we just abandon it and start new. Lu Xingzhou shook his head in disbelief at how unreliable these individuals were. At that moment, he inexplicably clicked on a member list. A strangely familiar ID caught his eye. Feng Zhong Kenyu. This was indeed the author of Jian Wen Changsheng, who had once subjected him to a 50-year ban in the comment section for his criticism of the ethereal flute scene. What a coincidence. Lu Xing's, whose lips involuntarily twitched. To make matters worse, he suddenly recalled that the reader account he used to deliver that scathing critique in Jian Wen Changsheng was also named Luo Xiagu Wu for convenience. And now, his QQ nickname, author pen name, were all Luo Xiagu Wu. This was shaping up to be a colossal social embarrassment. Ding! Just as Lu Xingzhou felt a twinge of awkwardness, the author named Feng Zhong Kenyu suddenly chimed in the group. Upon his arrival, several smaller authors immediately began to fawn over him. Wow, the great Kenyu has appeared. Your Jian Wen Changsheng is incredible. Please guide us. Feng Zhong Kenyu clearly relished the adulation, responding with a leisurely expression of a big shot enjoying tea. Then, seemingly noticing Lu Xingzhou, who had just entered the group, he typed, Feng Zhong Kenyu. The new Luo Xiagu Wu ID seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen somewhere before. Chapter 29. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Faced with Feng Zhong Kenyu's inquiry, Lu Xingzhou opted to remain silent for the moment, avoiding any response. After all, they were both authors under the same editor. There was no need to create discord over such a trivial matter. However, his desire for peace did not deter the other party. A few minutes later, just as the group began discussing risque images again, Feng Zhong Kenyu suddenly shared a high-definition screenshot. The screenshot prominently displayed Lu Xing's fiery retort from the comment section of Jian Wen Changsheng. The few lines of text, deliberately highlighted with a red box, blazed on the screen. Are you out of your mind, author? If he's the protagonist, isn't it your responsibility to write him strong? Even if the narrative dictates a disadvantage, you could have arranged for him to unleash his potential, sacrificing everything to confront the antagonist, even if it leads to mutual destruction. With readers chastising the lack of intellect, it would be 1,000 times more thrilling than witnessing the protagonist, akin to a passive Ninja Turtle, helplessly watching the heroine succumb to NTR. The moment this image surfaced, the once harmonious author group erupted into chaos. Goodness, screenshots are flying everywhere. This is too exhilarating. Wow. So the esteemed individual is indeed the legendary electric shock hero. I'm in stitches. A newcomer suffers social death on the very first day of joining the group. This is a dramatic series in the making. How did Lord Kenyu unearth this ancient grave? How ruthless. Kenyu, unfazed, directly addressed Lu Xingzhou in the group. Care to explain? Is this person you? Critiquing my literary aspirations? I had thought it was some kind of literary giant, only finds a newly signed rookie? Surely, they must be just another keyboard warrior, hiding behind their screen, while their own work is a complete mess. In swift succession, several sycophants who typically fawned over Kenyu leapt to the fore, launching a merciless barrage against the newcomer, Lu Xingzhou. Indeed, what does a rookie know about literary depth? He is probably writing some juvenile nonsense that only appeals to elementary school students. Lu Xingzhou, initially inclined to disregard the screen's vitriol, felt his ire ignite at their aggressive demeanor. He seized his silence, his slender fingers striking the keyboard with precision. 2 words, sharp and succinct, resonated like 2 resounding slaps upon Kenyu's face. It's me. The atmosphere in the group plummeted to an icy stillness. Editor Bing Snow sensed the escalating tension and swiftly intervened to mediate. All right, everyone, let us tone it down. Kenyu, Loxia, we're all on the same side. Let us communicate amicably and preserve harmony. Bing Snow added, Loxia, Kenyu is a veteran on our platform, with accomplishments that speak for themselves. As a newcomer, it would be prudent to exhibit some humility. Although ostensibly a peacemaker, Bing Snow's allegiance was unmistakably towards Kenyu, a seasoned author, while Lu Xingzhou was merely a fledgling writer. Kenyu, buoyed by the editor's support, grew more arrogant. Since Bing Snow has spoken up, I want to make it difficult for you, newcomer. Apologize, and we can consider this matter resolved. Moreover, I shall ask you again, what are your thoughts on my work, Sword-Seeking Longevity? All the lurking authors in the group emerged from their silence, eagerly anticipating Lu Xingzhou's reaction. They believed that with both the editor and a literary giant offering an olive branch, this newcomer, Loxia, would surely back down and apologize. However, Lu Xingzhou's response left everyone utterly astounded. He typed his first line in the group. The early stages are acceptable. Kenyu furrowed his brow upon reading those 4 words. And before he could respond, Lu Xingzhou's second line followed promptly. The midsection is toxic. The group began to stir restlessly. Then came the unrelenting, even heartless. Third line. The latter part is utter rubbish. These 3 sentences landed like heavy blows, each more devastating than the last, leaving Kangyu reeling. The entire author group fell into a suffocating silence. Goodness, this newcomer is incredibly bold. Does he possess no understanding of social grace? This is disastrous. He has unequivocally offended the great Kangyu. The drama is bound to unfold. Kangyu, incensed, nearly smashed his keyboard. He felt a humiliation like never before. Very well. You certainly have guts. As fellow authors, let us not engage in mere verbal sparring. If you have the prowess, let your work speak for you. I'm eager to see what a newly signed rookie like you can produce. Faced with the derision of the group and Kangyu's challenge, Lu Xingzhou calmly typed a phrase that would surely become a classic in the realm of web literature. I concede. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Having uttered this, he disregarded any further messages in the group and promptly closed QQ. The fire of indignation within him blazed like gasoline ignited. All his fury transformed into unparalleled motivation to write. He opened the document for his new book, placing his hands on the keyboard as if he were a general preparing for battle. His fingers danced across the keys, the rhythmic tapping echoing like an exhilarating war anthem. The plot unfolded seamlessly, with exhilarating moments densely packed, leaving readers yearning for more. In one breath, he completed a staggering 10 chapters of fights breaking the sky, including the divorce letter, the annulment, and even the appearance of Yao Lao. In the 7th chapter, the word divorce, he reiterated his earlier proclamation, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. After accomplishing this, Lu Xingzhou exhaled deeply, stretching with a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His audacity stemmed from 2 sources: absolute confidence in a masterpiece fights breaking the sky, and the anonymity of the internet, which ensured that even if conflicts arose, real-world accountability was elusive. Moreover, at only 16, who would dare confront him? Let them try, for he had the law of protecting minors on his side. Meanwhile, in a male student's dormitory at a university, a reader, incensed by the toxic plot of sword-seeking longevity, habitually clicked on the new book rankings, Fights Breaking the Sky. That title piques my interest, he murmured, casually clicking on it. A minute later. Goodness. 10 minutes later. Goodness. 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 When he encountered the 7th chapter and the iconic phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He leapt from his chair, his blood boiling in an instant. Without hesitation, he clicked the follow button for updates. He raced into a hardcore reader group with over 1,000 members, posting a message: brothers, stop wandering aimlessly in the new book rankings. Go search for Fights Breaking the Sky right now. I've discovered a divine book. By chapter 30, it soared, breaking into the top 10 of the new book rankings. On Sunday morning, basked in sunshine, Lu Xingzhou, accompanied by his parents, visited the nearest bank. Under the guidance of the staff, he filled out forms, took photos, and set passwords. After a series of procedures, half an hour later, a brand new, bright red bank card was handed to him. As Lu Xingzhou received the thin card from the staff, an indescribable sense of ritual surged within him. This was not merely a bank card. It felt more like a medal, symbolizing the commencement of his economic independence through his own talent in this brand new world. And he was only 16. On the way home, Lu Shui and Lu Jiangwo did not dictate how their son should manage the substantial sum of money, unlike many other parents. Instead, they offered gentle reminders filled with affection and simple wisdom, akin to the guidance of ordinary parents. Jojo, take good care of your card. Never share your password with anyone. Yes, there are many online scammers nowadays. Regardless of how persuasive they may seem, any request for a money transfer is a scam. Do you understand? Listening to these familiar admonitions, Lu Xingzhou felt a warm tide of affection wash over him instead of impatience. He recognized that behind what seemed like nagging lay profound trust and a sense of freedom from his parents. They had come to realize that their son had matured into a self-assured young adult, capable and no longer in need of their constant oversight. In the afternoon, clutching his freshly minted bank card, Lu Xingzhou headed straight to the digital market in the city center. Without hesitation, he purchased the latest model of a smartphone. His intention was not to indulge in gaming or to show off to his classmates, but rather to serve a more significant strategic purpose. He sought to monitor the real-time data trends of Dou Patsangkaing. For a web novel poised to ignite the market, obtaining first-hand feedback and understanding readers' immediate reactions was crucial for Lu Xingzhou, a newcomer in the field. Before returning to school, as was his routine, he visited the post office to carefully package and send off his freshly completed manuscript for Longzhu. To him, Longzhu represented his most stable and vital source of income, the foundation upon which he established his foothold in this world. Conversely, Dou Patsong was the ace he intended to unleash upon the entire online literature community. Once Dou Pa was released, his earnings would undoubtedly witness an explosive surge. After accomplishing all this, he cautiously concealed his new phone within the compartment of his backpack, successfully smuggling it into the strictly regulated campus. On Sunday night, after the dormitory lights were extinguished outside, the chirping of insects filled the air. Inside, snores echoed. Yet, Lu Xingzhou felt no inclination to sleep. Like a secret agent on a confidential mission, he stealthily climbed into bed, draping the blanket over his head to create a makeshift tent. In the darkness, only the soft glow of the phone screen illuminated his face, which was alight with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he opened the Fantasy Home app. The first thing that caught his eye was the striking new book bestsellers list. His finger, tinged with nervousness, slowly scrolled down. First place, second place, third place. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. A familiar and commanding name appeared prominently in seventh place. In 07, Dou Patsong, author, Luo Xiaoguwu, even with 2 lifetimes behind him. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but curse under his breath. Holy cow, it's already climbed to the new book list. It's only been 2 or 3 days. A brand new author's work, without any recommendations, had somehow surged into the top 10 of a list that could only be described as a battleground of titans, propelled solely by the organic fermentation of word of mouth. He clicked on the works page, and the astonishing statistics sent his heart racing. Collections, 9875, comments, 654, rewards, Silver Alliance X1, Alliance Leader X5, Master Certification X11, nearly 10,000 collections. The comments section was ablaze. Update faster. Author please. 10 chapters a day are nowhere near enough. This is amazing. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. This line gives me goosebumps. I've donated. Please, author. And more updates. We of you will. My heart aches for Xiao Yan. Nailing Yan Ran is such a villain. Looking forward to 3 years from now, when Xiao Yan goes to Yunlin sect to slap her face. Reading these genuine and fervent reader responses, the corners of Lu Xingzhou's mouth could not suppress a smile. After the overwhelming surprise, he opened the author group, the Harem of Chixu. As anticipated, the discussions within the group revolved almost entirely around his confrontation with Feng Zhong, Qin Yu, and the unexpected emergence of Dou Patsong. The group had already splintered into distinct factions due to his presence. Neutral onlookers, holy cow. Everyone, go check the new book list. That newcomer Luo Xiaoguwu is incredible. Dou Pa has shot into the top 10. I just checked, and the data is rocketing. It'll definitely reach the top within a week. Is this what they mean by letting the work speak for itself? So impressive. I love it. Feng Zhong can use fan club. Seeing Dou Pa's stats. They still refuse to back down, clinging to their pride. Isn't it just the heat from the argument with Qin Yu? It's all superficial. There's no technical merit whatsoever. Exactly. Such mindless juvenile literature may shine for a moment, but cannot endure. Once this wave of popularity passes, let us see if anyone still reads it. Once our can use new book drops, it'll crush him in an instant. Indeed, the heart of the storm. Feng Zhong, Qin Yu himself, had not uttered a single word in the group, enveloped in a strange silence. Clearly, he too was quietly monitoring the data for Dou Pa, rendered speechless by its meteoric rise. Editor Chixu occasionally chimed in, sharing a few calming memes, evidently keeping a close eye on the unfolding situation. Lu Xingzhou observed the conversation in the group, a smile playing on his lips. Superficial? Juvenile literature? Trash? He powered down his phone, reclined against his pillow, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Who said juvenile literature lacked depth? With the pressures of life so burdensome, seeking a bit of entertainment online is not a crime. To be able to entertain the masses is the greatest depth of all. Even great figures have proclaimed the importance of creating works that resonate with the public. Besides, his own work exuded youthful fervor, devoid of inappropriate content or politics, and was far superior to some of the trashy novels on the list. Wasn't it? At that moment, ding, the phone screen suddenly illuminated. A private message from a QQ friend appeared. The sender was none other than editor Chixu. Chapter 31. The Palace of Memories in the dormitory. The lights had long been turned off. In the darkness, only Chen Yang's rhythmic snoring could be heard, accompanied by the occasional chirp of insects from outside. Lu Xingzhou, with the blanket pulled over his head, illuminated his secret hideaway by turning on his phone screen. The faint light reflected on his calm face. The QQ message notification had been flashing for some time. It was from editor Chixu. He opened the chat window, and the editor's message popped up exuberant as if greeting an old friend after many years. Xingzhou, holy cow. Big shot. Your data has skyrocketed. 7th place on the new book list. And it's only been a few days. In all my years as an editor, I've never seen a newcomer as formidable as you. Xingzhou, honestly, when I first saw your book, I knew it would be a hit. But I never anticipated it would take off this quickly and so absurdly. You are truly born for this. Observing the dramatic shift in attitude of Xingzhou, Lu Xingzhou merely smiled with indifference. He distinctly recalled that just 2 days prior, upon entering the group, this editor had urged him to be humble and to show respect towards the esteemed wind in the moonlight. Yet now, the text was rife with unabashed flattery and attempts to curry favor. Indeed, the adage holds true. When one possesses value, the world greets them with warmth and kindness. Xingzhou, esteemed author, our book is currently riding a wave of momentum. We must ensure the updates remain consistent. 2 updates daily are essential, and if we could manage 3, I would humbly present myself to the chief editor to secure the best recommendation spot for you. A prominent banner on the website's homepage. I would ensure your placement without hesitation. Lu Xingzhou gazed at the earnest words on the screen, his fingers tapping a few deliberate characters. Understood. Economical with words, yet light as a breeze. He closed the chat box, feeling a twinge of reflection. Such is the reality of society. When one lacks value, they are met with indifference. Once they demonstrate significant worth, others flock to them like eager hounds, treating them with deference. He bore no ill will towards this truth. Instead, he found this rule of discerning one's value rather fair. To earn respect, one must showcase their capabilities. Simple and direct. Next, he opened a friend request list on QQ. One application lay quietly there. The avatar bore the logo of Xingzhou. Nickname, Bayang. Lu Xingzhou accepted the request. Almost the instant he pressed the confirmation button, a chime echoed, and a message appeared with astonishing speed, as though the sender had been vigilantly refreshing their screen. Bayang, esteemed Nan phone. You have finally deigned to add me. I am Bayang. I have awaited your response with bated breath. This demeanor was even more subservient than Xingzhou's. Sinking almost to the ground, filled with a devotion akin to that of a pilgrim, Lu Xingzhou felt a chuckle rise within him and replied, Greetings, Editor Bayang. Bayang, no. Please, esteemed author, do not be so formal. Just call me Xiao Bai. It has been my regret not to speak with you directly last time. I learned from your mother that you are still studying. It is simply astonishing. Bayang, esteemed author, may I inquire if you are free this weekend? I would be honored to invite you to a meal, hoping to learn from you in person. Would this be a possibility? The phrase learned from you nearly made Lu Xingzhou laugh aloud. This fellow certainly possessed a way with words, surpassing even Xingzhou. He did not directly address the dinner invitation, but skillfully sidestepped the topic, maintaining control of the conversation. We can discuss the meal later. Regarding Dragon Tribe, I have new plans. Upon reading this, Bayang straightened in his seat, his breathing quickening with anticipation. New plans. What you currently see is merely the first installment of the Dragon Tribe series, Morning of Fire. In my vision, this story will be grand in scope. In the later stages, there will be at least 3 to 4 more lengthy developments. Boom! This statement detonated in Bayang's mind like an atomic bomb. He was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought Dragon Tribe was merely a stunning short work. But to his astonishment, the other party had already conceived plans for the 2nd and 3rd installments. Bayang trembled with excitement. At this moment, he harbored but one thought. He must at all costs bind this esteemed creator to the chariot of Xingzhou. Bayang, rest assured, esteemed author, we at Xingzhou will absolutely offer our utmost sincerity to form a deep partnership with you. The subsequent remuneration and royalty shares will only become more generous. Everything is negotiable. He added, Bayang, esteemed author, I understand you're still in school and may not be fully aware. There are many unreliable companies out there eager to buy out IP rights. Please do not be deceived. For all matters concerning copyright, feel free to consult me first. We at Xingzhou will provide you with the most professional advice and the most favorable conditions. Seeing Bayang's unwavering loyalty, Lu Xingzhou smiled contentedly. After concluding his interactions with the 2 editors, he turned off his phone, lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes. His consciousness did not plunge into slumber. Instead, it entered a magnificent and unimaginable mental realm, an endless library. Above him, the vast expanse of the starry sky. Beneath his feet, shelves that seemed to stretch infinitely. Here lay the greatest secret and reliance of his 2 lifetimes, the palace of memory. Ever since he could remember, his memory had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to retain information with remarkable clarity. In his past life, to excel in cultural media, he had engaged in extensive reading, viewing, and memorizing countless classic works. Poetry, Prose, renowned literary masterpieces, online novels, classic films, and chart-topping music. All were meticulously categorized, as if managed by the most professional librarian, stored neatly within this palace of his mind. Each category represented an expansive treasure trove. At this moment, his consciousness traversed this palace, ultimately pausing in the section dedicated to fantasy literature. He reached out and retrieved a book from the shelf. The cover depicted a black-robed youth wielding a heavy ruler, his gaze resolute as he stared into the distance. The title was none other than Do Patsong Kaing. As he turned the pages, every word, every plot point, unfolded in his mind with the clarity of the sharpest 4D projection. From the 3-year agreement with Yunlin's sect to the fall of the Canaan Academy, everything was vividly recalled. Chapter 32. The campus Belle's big white bunny exiting the palace of memory. Lu Xingzhou picked up his phone again and opened the writing feature in the author backend. The scenes he had just mentally traversed flowed effortlessly through his fingertips, transforming into lines of exhilarating text. He no longer needed to labor over creative thoughts. He simply replicated the classics that existed in his mind, word for word. The essence of online literature lies in satisfaction and speed. The volume of updates is the lifeblood. As for minor typographical errors, they pale in comparison to the vast updates and thrilling narratives. Naturally, there was no need to trouble Xiao Wangku for proofreading. Thinking of that proud and aloof academic classmate, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Xingzhou's lips. Before long, Lu Xingzhou, satisfied with the chapter he had just drafted, yawned and prepared to sleep. Coupled with the draft from yesterday, he had enough updates to see him through the week. Tomorrow, when a new chapter was released, what waves would it stir in the realm of fantasy and within that author group? And how would the long silent wind in the moonlight react upon witnessing the soaring data for Do Patsong Kaing? Lu Xingzhou did not know, nor did he care. At this moment, he had navigated a fulfilling week and felt only a desire for slumber. On Monday morning, the sunlight was just right. In the self-study classroom, the only sound was the soft rustling of pen tips gliding across paper. Lu Xingzhou was engrossed in his thoughts. His head bowed as he meticulously crafted the outline for the sequel to Dragon Tribe, unraveling the classic plots buried deep within his memory. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand reached out from beside him, gently pushing a large white rabbit milk candy along with a folded note towards him. As Lu Xingzhou lifted his gaze, he met the clear, sparkling eyes of Xiao Wangku. She quickly retracted her hand, feigning intense concentration on the mathematics problem before her. Unfazed, Lu Xingzhou unfolded the note, revealing Xiao Wangku's elegant handwriting. "This is delicious. I hope you enjoy it." He picked up the large white rabbit milk candy, unwrapped it, and allowed the soft, sweet confection to dissolve in his mouth. The rich, milky flavor burst forth on his palate. Truly delightful. In the afternoon, during the computer class, a subject considered by most students merely a weekly opportunity for a legal escape from studies, Lu Xingzhou adeptly accessed the writer's backend of Fantasy Paradise. He first uploaded the new manuscript he had already prepared on his phone to the draft box, a precaution for future needs. Then, he simultaneously published the chapters 14, 15, and 16 that he had prepared the day before, completing a significant update. With a glimmer of anticipation, he refreshed the new book rankings page. In the next moment, his breath momentarily caught. Just a day had passed, and the rankings had undergone a dramatic upheaval. That familiar name had skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch, soaring from 7th place to a dizzying 4th. 4th place for Battle Through the Heavens, just a step away from the top 3, which symbolized the elite ranks of authors. The data on the works page had experienced an explosion. The number of favorites had doubled, surpassing 20,000. The comments section was inundated with a tidal wave of messages, an overwhelming flood that seemed endless. He clicked into the familiar author group, Those Behind the Snow. As expected, the group was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 33, Opponent Breached. This time, the tide had completely turned. The authors who had previously maintained a neutral stance, merely spectators, had now transformed into fervent fans of Battle Through the Heavens, passionately discussing the plot. "Wow, have you all read the latest chapter? It's incredible. Absolutely, I nearly cried out in my dorm." The segment with the old man in the ring was written so well. The mystery and prestige were off the charts. The old man in the ring is such an interesting concept. Why didn't I think of that? I can't take it anymore. I officially declare myself a fan. When is the great author Lu Xiaoqiao going to publish? I'm ready to subscribe fully. This book is addictive. After reading the update, I feel invigorated. I want to go run 3 kilometers right now. At that moment, an author shared a screenshot of the latest new book rankings in the group. The glaring 4th place struck like a deafening slap across the face of the previously smug critics. Those who had boasted about the transient nature of popularity and dismissed the lowbrow genre were rendered utterly speechless. They vanished from the group, like ducks with their necks gripped tightly, too afraid to utter even a punctuation mark. Meanwhile, on the computer desk, bang! A mouse adorned with an anime girl design was slammed down onto the desk. Feng Zhongcan's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the data for battle through the heavens with a chest heaving in agitation, resembling an enraged bull. The steadily rising statistics and the one-sided discussions in the author group had unbalanced his mental state. And just now, the last straw had appeared. In his most core and loyal VIP reader group, several familiar diehard fans were quietly discussing Battle Through the Heavens. Guys, can I ask you something? Have you read Battle Through the Heavens? Yes. It's so thrilling. Some even directly addressed him in the group. When are you going to write a book as exhilarating as Battle Through the Heavens, Master Can? Sword inquiry on longevity has been a bit frustrating lately. He was breached. At that moment, Feng Zhongcan's meager self-esteem as a grand author was utterly shattered. Overwhelmed by the stimulus, he let anger cloud his judgment and hastily logged into the writer's backend to post an urgent announcement for his old book, Sword Inquiry on Longevity. The title read, "To certain newcomers who only know how to draw attention." The content dripped with bitterness, exuding an air of impotent rage. Recently, certain books on the new book rankings have seen a rapid rise in data, and many have asked for my opinion. My opinion is, what is there to be proud of about a book that relies solely on gimmicks? Such so-called light novels lack both literary merit and depth, merely attracting attention with vulgar thrills, which is truly degrading the entire standard of our online literature. What I, Feng Zhongcan, write emphasizes integrity and literary depth. Unlike certain individuals who only write trash that caters to the basest desires of readers. Different paths, no collaboration. Lu Xingzhou, upon glancing at this announcement while in a corner of the cafeteria, merely smiled faintly and tucked his phone back into his pocket. He couldn't be bothered to respond, for he knew this frantic, undignified display of impotent rage only served to prove one thing. Feng Zhongcan had been thoroughly eclipsed by the data of his own book. Chapter 34. What does winning first prize mean? The bell for evening self-study rang, reminiscent of a tightening spell, once again imprisoning the restless souls at their desks. Jiang Han appeared like a ghost at the back door of Class 10, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room before finally locking onto Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, step outside for a moment. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Lu Xingzhou. What's going on? Could it be that my recent focus on rapidly updating Battle Through the Heavens has caught old Jiang's attention regarding my studies? That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Wangko had copied my work, and I had submitted my assignments on time. I shouldn't have raised any suspicions, with a hint of trepidation. Lu Xingzhou followed Jiang Han to the empty office. The office was brightly lit. Jiang Han remained silent, leisurely making his way to his desk, where he unscrewed a thermos filled with goji berries and red dates, sipping slowly. The whole scene felt like the calm before a storm. Setting the cup down, Jiang Han addressed him. Lu Xingzhou. Yes. Lu Xingzhou instinctively straightened his posture. You, Jiang Han, elongated his tone, then excitedly announced, "You've won another award." Guess what place this time? Lu Xingzhou exhaled in relief. It turned out to be about the recent morning Star Science Fiction competition. Thus, he smiled nonchalantly, responding in an extremely casual tone. Well, it should probably be first prize. After all, the highest award this time is just first prize, no special award. Puffed. Jiang Han nearly spewed his scalding goji water. Coughing repeatedly, he exclaimed, "How can you be so confident? Do you not regard the other competitors at all?" Lu Xingzhou merely shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. Jiang Han looked at his nonchalant expression, both amused and exasperated. At last, he could no longer contain himself. The excitement that had been pent up for so long erupted like a volcano, fully unleashed. He stepped forward and gave Lu Xingzhou a hearty pat on the shoulder, his voice trembling with exhilaration. "There's no way. You truly guessed it right. That piece, Taking Her Eyes, has won the first prize. The competition committee just called, and they gave it an exceedingly high evaluation. They said this work," he cleared his throat, mimicking the tone of the committee leader, "is a rare gem in the realm of science fiction in recent years." In the face of such high honor, Lu Xingzhou's reaction remained excessively calm. He merely nodded, as if merely hearing that tonight's dinner in the cafeteria included an extra chicken leg. The more composed he was, the more incredulous Jiang Han felt. "First place. Must you be so nonchalant? You're currently bearing the weight of the Zonghua Cup competition. The pressure is considerable. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to seek me out. I will also speak to the other subject teachers to ensure they treat your situation with special consideration, reducing your burdens so you can focus on preparation. This, indeed, is the royal privilege granted by the homeroom teacher." Lu Xingzhou's eyes lit up, and he immediately seized the opportunity. With a playful grin, he saluted and boisterously exclaimed, "All right, Tang Yu, Han Ye." Without waiting for Jiang Han to respond, he dashed back to the classroom. Watching Lu Xingzhou's retreating figure, Jiang Han felt a mix of pride and sentimentality. He recalled Lu Xingzhou's several articles, which could be deemed masterpieces. Whether it was the carefree nature of Night Tour of the basketball court, the noble spirit of On the Lotus, or the romance and tragedy of Taking Her Eyes, all showcased an astonishing talent that transcended his years. Soon, the news of Lu Xingzhou winning the first prize in the science fiction competition spread like wildfire throughout Class 10. This time, Lu Xingzhou was described in one phrase by his classmates: a celestial being, especially the seasoned sci-fi enthusiast Li Mo, who was so excited that he became incoherent. Revering Lu Xingzhou as a deity, he clung to Lu Xingzhou's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for an autograph, claiming he would treasure it as a family heirloom. Chapter 35. Lu Xingzhou's lack of bargaining. On Wednesday evening, at Lu Xingzhou's home, returning from work, Lu Jiangwo was, as usual, eating dinner while watching the evening news on television, when the news reported a brief piece about the National Space Administration encouraging youth to engage in creative writing. The anchor pronounced clearly, among them, a science fiction work titled Taking Her Eyes, with its novel theme and sincere emotions, has received unanimous praise from the judging committee of this Star of Enlightenment competition. It is known that the author of this award-winning piece is a middle school student named Lu Xingzhou. The soup in Lu Jiangwo's mouth nearly spewed onto the television screen. He abruptly set down his utensils. Staring in disbelief at the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen, award-winning author, Lu Xingzhou, rendered speechless by shock. "Old lady, quick look. Could this be our Zhou's work?" Lu Shuai leaned in to take a look, equally stunned. It's hard to believe, right? He has always written classical literature. When did he also start writing science fiction? This requires scientific knowledge. When he returns, we must ask him if this is true. It would bring immense pride to us as parents. By the weekend, when Lu Xingzhou returned home, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Faced with his parents' anxious yet expectant gazes, he simply nodded calmly, acknowledging the matter. The next moment, the house erupted into a cheer even more fervent than when the last manuscript payment arrived. Lu Jiangwo excitedly embraced his son, grinning from ear to ear. Good lad. Good lad. Truly, you have brought glory to your father." Lu Shuai, overwhelmed with joy, cried tears of happiness, never having imagined her eldest son's work would make it to the news. This was a matter of great pride for ordinary folks. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Xiao rushed over. After learning the details, she clung to her brother's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, she couldn't resist teasing him. Well, Lu Xingzhou, sneaking around accomplishing such great feats without telling me. So, have you figured out how to treat me to a meal? Just as the family basked in this joyful moment, Lu Xingzhou's phone buzzed. It was a QQ message. The sender was Baiyang, an editor from Xingzhou. "Baiyang, dear Nan Feng, happy weekend. The weather has turned cooler. Do remember to dress warmly. Salute, Baiyang. As it happens, our chief editor places great importance on your Dragon Clan and would like to discuss future collaboration with you in person. Are you available this weekend? You can choose the time and place for a casual meal. We will certainly show the utmost sincerity." Starry eyes, Lu Xingzhou glanced at the message, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this was not just an ordinary meal. It was a pivotal negotiation regarding the future direction of the Dragon Clan Super IP. After pondering for a moment, his slender fingers tapped on the screen. Without any pleasantries or small talk, he replied with 4 succinct words. "See you at Tianxiang Pavilion." On the weekend, at Tianxiang Pavilion, in the opulent private room, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air and the aroma of tea filled the space. Lu Xingzhou arrived 10 minutes early. He did not rush to order, but leisurely leaned back in a mahogany chair, savoring the exquisite de Hong Pao freshly brewed by the waiter, embodying the true essence of a luxurious suite. Today, he wore a clean and well-fitting casual outfit, although he still bore a hint of youthfulness. His deep and tranquil gaze exuded a maturity that belied his years. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open. The editor Baiyang appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing Lu Xingzhou, he immediately bowed and smiled ingratiatingly. "Nan Feng, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Truly, I am at fault." Behind him stood a woman of striking beauty, exuding a competent air, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a well-tailored black professional suit, her makeup was impeccable, her gaze sharp, radiating an aura of a formidable woman not to be trifled with. "Nan Feng," Baiyang enthusiastically introduced. "Allow me to present to you our deputy editor of Xingzhou, Ms. Zhang Han." Upon seeing Lu Xingzhou's true form, Zhang Han's sharp eyes flickered with a moment of incredulity. So young? He appears to be no older than 16 or 17. She had anticipated a genius, yet never imagined it would be a boy who looked so youthful. However, she quickly regained her professional smile, extending her hand and warmly complimenting. Mr. Nanfeng, I have long admired your name. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Immediately, a faint smile crept across her heart. So, it is a little brother. It seems today I can fully take charge. Zhang Han was prepared to secure the maximum benefits for the publishing house, believing that such a young individual could hardly comprehend the market or engage in bargaining. Yet, Lu Xingzhou's subsequent reaction caught her slightly off guard. He did not rise in astonished reverence like other newcomers, but merely nodded slightly, extended his hand for a brief handshake, and withdrew it immediately. Then, he gestured for them to take a seat, silently asserting his dominance in this negotiation. The smile in Zhang Han's eyes dimmed slightly. Intriguing. Chapter 36 Negotiation. The banquet of Tianxiang Pavilion. A sumptuous array of delicacies was presented in a continuous flow. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Deputy Editor Zhang Han finally unveiled her sharp fangs. She began by lavishly praising the literary merit and astonishing commercial potential of Dragon Clan, then shifted the conversation, proposing a collaboration she deemed immensely sincere. Teacher Nanfeng, our magazine has thoughtfully deliberated and decided to engage in a profound partnership with you. Firstly, regarding manuscript fees, we can elevate your physical book's royalty standard directly to an industry-leading 15. Bai Yang, listening nearby, felt a surge of excitement. This division of profits was a privilege reserved for the titans of the online literary world. Zhang Han continued, secondly, we hope to sign an exclusive 5-year, full, copyright agency contract with you. During these 5 years, the magazine will gain all derivative rights for Dragon Clan, including but not limited to priority development and agency rights for comics, animations, and films. We pledge to secure the most favorable conditions for you. All you need to do is wait for your share of the profits. You will receive 60 of all derivative income. With that, she raised her teacup, confidently gazing at Lu Xingzhou. In her view, this proposal was nothing short of perfect. For a novice author, it was an exorbitant contract, one that could make any newcomer kneel and proclaim their admiration. Bai Yang, beside her, was even more anxious, his palms sweating at the thought that this young man might not comprehend the value of such an offer and might reject this golden opportunity. However, Lu Xingzhou's response once again surprised everyone. He calmly listened, elegantly placed his chopsticks down, and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Then, with a smile, he shook his head in the gaze of Zhang Han and Bai Yang, who were filled with anticipation. Editor Zhang, your proposal sounds enticing. However, if I may be so bold, the scope appears somewhat limited. The smile on Zhang Han's face froze. First, Lu Xingzhou raised one finger, speaking deliberately. 5 years is too long. The market is ever-changing. I prefer a more flexible collaboration. Let us sign based on Part 1. First, we conclude the first volume of The Dawn of Fire, and once we gauge the market's reaction, we can discuss the second volume's partnership. Secondly, he raised a second finger. I can accept the 15 royalty. However, my thoughts regarding derivative rights may differ from your magazine's. He looked into Zhang Han's eyes, filled with confusion, and proposed an unheard-of business concept. I do not wish to sell the agency rights. Rather, I aspire to co-develop. Zhang Han and Bai Yang were utterly bewildered. Dragon Clan is not merely a novel. In my vision, it will evolve into a colossal, sustainably developed flagship IP. Lu Xingzhou's voice, though soft, resonated with a compelling strength. I wish to establish an independent Dragon Clan IP project team. Your magazine would provide resources, channels, and promotional efforts. I, on the other hand, would serve as the creative director of this project, retaining veto power over all derivative works, including script adaptations, character design, and world building. He paused, then stated the figure that made Zhang Han's complexion pale. 70 of the net profits from all derivatives. This is impossible. Zhang Han could no longer maintain her composure, exclaiming. She felt her worldview teetering on the brink of upheaval by this 16-year-old boy. Co-development? An IP universe? Creative director? These terms, emerging from the lips of a high school student, seemed utterly fantastical. For the first time, she realized that the individual before her was not just a moderately talented student, but rather a commercial mogul endowed with a terrifying business acumen and a far-reaching strategic vision. However, Zhang Han quickly regained her composure, her mind racing. She had to concede that although Lu Xingzhou's proposal diminished the magazine's initial profit margins, it bound both parties deeply together, forming an unbreakable community of shared interests. If Dragon Clan could indeed transform into a super IP, The long-term benefits of this model would far exceed those of a one-time buyout. Yet, this was also an unprecedented and highly risky collaboration model. She could not make such a decision unilaterally. Observing Zhang Han's internal struggle, Lu Xingzhou refrained from pressing further. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, delivering his final ultimatum in a casual tone. Ms. Zhang, editor by Yang, I have expressed my sincerity. I understand this proposal requires time for consideration. I am in no rush. He paused, feigning nonchalance as he added, however, I do hope your magazine can provide a prompt response. After all, there are other publishing houses and animation companies reaching out to me as well. In the latter half of the meal, Zhang Han and Bai Yang lost their earlier enthusiasm. Instead, they resembled two eager students seeking knowledge, continuously inquiring about Lu Xingzhou's perspectives on IP operations and fan economies. Lu Xingzhou, in turn, effortlessly shared the mature business models that had already proven successful in the market, leaving the two publishing elites astonished and greatly enlightened. As the meal concluded, Lu Xingzhou departed with a sense of grace. He was confident that Zhang Han would acquiesce, for he had presented the sole correct answer to maximize the value of the Dragon Clan IP. On the way back to school, Lu Xingzhou took out his phone and opened the Fantasy Paradise app. Observing the rapidly rising statistics for Battle Through the Heavens and the eager comments from readers, he smiled. The empire of physical publishing was laying a solid foundation, while the online realm was on the verge of welcoming its true king. Chapter 37, The Expedition. The Chinese Cup Competition. On Monday morning, in the principal's office, the atmosphere was as solemn as if an important diplomatic meeting were taking place. The invitation bearing the golden embossed words Chinese Cup Classical Literature Competition was solemnly delivered to the school by a dedicated individual. The vice principal and the grade director rushed into the principal's office with this momentous decree. The usually stern and scholarly principal, upon reading it, was so thrilled that he nearly leapt from his chair. He slammed his hand on the table and proclaimed in a booming voice, at all costs, ensure the logistical support is impeccable. This not only concerns the personal honor of student Lu Xingzhou, but also reflects the educational reputation of our school and our entire city. Immediately, an urgent meeting convened to discuss how best to support Lu Xingzhou's participation in the competition. The decisions made were as follows. First, to appoint the strongest escort team. The grade director and class teacher, Jiang Han, would accompany Lu Xingzhou to the capital throughout the journey. Second, funding must be fully secured. The school would not only reimburse all travel expenses, including round-trip airfare and five-star hotel accommodations, but also allocate a considerable additional stipend to ensure the three of them enjoyed excellent meals, beverages, and rest during their time in the capital. Third, a special educational amnesty order was issued. The principal personally decreed that during the preparation and competition phases, all assignments, quizzes, and even the forthcoming midterm examinations for Lu Xingzhou would be entirely exempted. The utmost priority was to maintain a positive mindset and strive for glory for the school. In the afternoon, the vice principal, the grade director, and Jiang Han made a grand entrance at the classroom door. Amidst the envious and awed gazes of the entire class, they publicly conveyed all arrangements for this occasion to Lu Xingzhou, the usually stern vice principal, who commanded such authority that students dared not even breathe loudly. Now resembled a kindly neighbor, his face adorned with an affable smile. He gently patted Lu Xingzhou on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, Xingzhou, consider this trip to the capital as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. The outcome is inconsequential. What truly matters is the journey. Do not feel pressured. Remember, the school is your unwavering support. Meanwhile, the grade director and Jiang Han flanked Lu Xingzhou on either side, creating a rather amusing scene. The grade director took charge of detailing the itinerary. Xingzhou, I have already booked your flights and accommodations, and I've reached out to several old friends in the capital to ensure you have a comfortable stay. Jiang Han, with maternal care, inquired, by the way, do you prefer a soft or hard bed? Is there anything you need to avoid eating? The teachers have noted everything down for you. This treatment, akin to that of a national treasure, rendered the entire class speechless, especially when they witnessed the two formidable figures, known to instill fear across the entire school, now acting like devoted guardians, tending to Lu Xingzhou with utmost care. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Soon, this news swept through the campus like a Category 12 hurricane. Wow, Brother Zhou is incredible. This spectacle is simply overwhelming, Chen Yang exclaimed, clinging to Lu Xingzhou's arm, his excitement palpable. I admit I'm envious. Or pulling our hair out over midterms, he is off on a funded trip, free from classes. The most outrageous part is that old Jiang and the grade director have become his bodyguards. This privilege is unparalleled, Even the principal's son doesn't enjoy such treatment. On the day of departure, amidst the cacophony of farewells and well wishes, Xiao Wangko discreetly squeezed through the crowd and slipped an exquisite gift bag into Lu Xingzhou's hands. "Open it when you get there," she said, quickly retreating back into the throng. Lu Xingzhou boarded the school's designated vehicle, which slowly departed the campus. Gazing at the familiar scenery retreating outside the window and the classmates waving goodbye, a surge of ambition welled up within him. He opened a small gift bag. Inside lay a brand-new, handcrafted deep blue scarf, soft and warm to the touch, while the scarf itself was unremarkable. What was remarkable was the faint fragrance that seemed uniquely hers. Perhaps it was due to her close contact with it. Alongside, it was a beautifully packaged throat lozenge. At the bottom, a pale pink card bore Xiao Wangku's elegant handwriting. "The weather in the capital is cool. Remember to keep warm. Take care of your throat. We await your triumphant return. Best of luck." Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the capital, the inauguration ceremony for the Chinese Cup Classical Literature Competition was underway. This competition is often referred to as the National Classical Literature Contest. The host was the renowned beauty from CCTV, Dong Qing. The chair of the competition committee was none other than the esteemed scholar, Professor Wang Jing'an, who had praised love for the lotus without reservation. With vigor and a resonant voice, the elderly gentleman addressed dozens of media reporters from across the nation, introducing the highlights of this competition. "Moreover, we have an exceptionally unique contestant this year." He paused for effect, successfully piquing the curiosity of every reporter present. Not only did he secure the grand prize of the Wangzhen Cup with his essay Love for the Lotus, but he also recently triumphed in the National High School Science Fiction Competition with his piece With Her Eyes, earning first prize once again. The announcement sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. Is this for real? The same person? He has won the highest accolades in both classical literature and science fiction. Two seemingly disparate genres? What an extraordinary talent. Quick, look up information on this Lu Xingzhou. Now, immediately. The reporters below erupted in a flurry of excitement, sensing the emergence of a groundbreaking news story, an extraordinary genius straddling the realms of both literature and science with peak accomplishments. This was undoubtedly the hottest topic in the education sector this year. Lu Xingzhou's plane gradually descended at the capital's international airport. Clad in the scarf imbued with a gentle fragrance, he felt a wave of warmth and determination coursing through him. A monumental battle, poised to astonish the entire nation, awaited his arrival. Simultaneously, his other identity as the online literature deity, Luo Xiaogu, was bolstered by the continuous surge in popularity and updates of Dou Pitsong Kai, propelling him into the ranks of emerging writers in the realm of fantasy. As for the next 2 days of competition, he had already prepared his manuscripts in advance. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could publish them at any moment. All of this appeared to be a flurry of activity, yet he managed it with impeccable organization, seamlessly balancing writing for the competition and his ongoing work. On the eve of the competition, the banquet hall of a five-star hotel in the capital gleamed with opulence, filled with the clinking of glasses and laughter. A networking dinner specifically for contestants was taking place. Talented individuals from across the provinces gathered in one place. The air was thick with an invisible tension, the kind that precedes a showdown among experts. Lu Xingzhou, holding a glass of orange juice, quietly sat in a corner, observing his future opponents. Truly, they were top-tier geniuses who had emerged victorious from fierce competitions across the provinces. Some feigned depth, clutching ancient texts as if in isolation. Others were animated and sociable, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, a young man clad in a tailored Zhongshan suit, seemingly refined yet with a hint of arrogance in his gaze, approached Lu Xingzhou, glass in hand. "You're the one who wrote Love for the Lotus, aren't you?" he asked, his tone laced with scrutiny. "It is I," Lu Xingzhou replied, lifting his gaze to meet him calmly. "My name is Wei Xiong," the young man introduced himself, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I hail from Su province, and I was awarded second place last year." He swirled the red wine in his glass, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder advising a junior. "I've read your Love for the Lotus. Your prose is commendable, fresh, and unpretentious." However, he shifted his tone. Comparing himself to the lotus flower, the scope still seemed somewhat petty. A true piece of writing should encompass the grandeur of mountains and rivers, embodying the spirit of the world. This pretentiousness was clearly a veiled attempt to test and undermine him. Lu Xingzhou merely smiled lightly, raising his glass of orange juice to clink with his, and replied, "Literature is an eternal matter. One's gains and losses are known only to oneself." With that, he turned away, resuming his enjoyment of the orange juice. Wei Xiang s'asmide faltered momentarily. He felt as though his well-prepared punch had landed softly on cotton. lacking any impact. Before me stands a youth, calm and serene, akin to an unfathomable ancient well, rendering him entirely inscrutable. The following day, in the grand venue of the television station's primary studio, the ambience is solemn and reverent. Millions of viewers across the nation are attentively engaged through television and online broadcasts. Focused on this annual literary gala, under the spotlight, the host, Dong Qing, speaks in a soft and melodious voice. Now, let us welcome the esteemed chairman of this competition's judging panel, the contemporary master of classical literature, Professor Wang Jing'an, to unveil the topic of this year's Chinese Cup classical literature competition. Amidst the eager gaze of the audience, the venerable Mr. Wang strides onto the stage with vigor. He retrieves a sealed envelope from an official and, with great solemnity, presents a card to all viewers and contestants through the high-definition lens. The card bears only two robustly written characters in calligraphy: Palace. At the moment the topic is announced, gasps of astonishment ripple through the venue and the live stream. On the judging panel, a renowned literary critic begins an official interpretation. The topic of Palace is both grand and exceedingly intricate. Firstly, it easily entices contestants to indulge in mere depictions of palace architecture, laden with ornate language, ultimately resulting in a soulless architectural manual. Secondly, for our contemporary students, palace represents a distant and unfamiliar concept, making genuine emotional resonance quite challenging. A careless pen might lead to a piece that is nothing more than a forced lamentation cloaked in new terms. The crux of the challenge lies in how to elevate a topic centered on architecture to profound reflections on history, nationhood, and humanity. This distinction is pivotal in separating the exceptional from the mediocre and represents the true test of this competition. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Jiang Han and the grade director sit upright, resembling anxious parents awaiting their child's examination results, their eyes fixed on the television screen. When Professor Wang announces the topic of Palace, the air in the room seems to freeze instantaneously. Gasp! The grade director inhales sharply, his face betraying a grave expression. He instinctively adjusts his glasses and mutters, "This topic is overly harsh." Jiang Han, in a flurry of anxiety, rises from the sofa, clenching his fists, pacing before the television, continuously murmuring, "Palace? This concept is so distant from the students' lives. How can they write about it? Should they describe the architectural structure of the Forbidden City? That would merely become a tour guide script, or the joys and sorrows of emperors and ministers. What depth of historical knowledge can a high school student possess?" The more he contemplates, the more he perceives this topic as a deadlock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This subject demands profound thought and life experience, which is undeniably unfair for a student of Xingzhou's age. What are we to do? The grade director, relatively composed, takes a deep breath and responds earnestly, "Do not panic. Trust in Xingzhou. This child has a knack for creating miracles. All we can do now is believe in him." Despite his words, the hand gripping the remote control betrays his intense anxiety. Outside, the capital is illuminated with countless lights, while within the room, the hearts of the two educators remain suspended over the young man in the examination hall. On the other side, in the school auditorium, the principal has specially authorized a gathering of all faculty and students to rally for Lu Xingzhou, collectively watching the nationwide broadcast of the competition on a grand projection screen. The auditorium is filled to capacity, the atmosphere more fervent than during the New Year celebrations. As the host, Dong Qing, elegantly ascends the stage, applause erupts from the audience. However, when the topic of Palace is projected onto the large screen, an immediate silence falls over the hall, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Subsequently, whispers surge like a tide. Palace? What on earth is this topic? Is this for an essay or an archaeological study? It's over. It feels like Brother Zhou is in trouble. This topic is far too obscure. Indeed, I need to ponder for ages just to remember how to write the character for Palace. How can one possibly craft an essay from this? Chun Yang, distraught, claws at his hair, incessantly nudging his friend, the devoted fan Wang Hao. Hey. What do we do? Brother Zhou won't freeze up, will he? This topic is simply unmanageable. Wang Hao, his brow furrowed in concern, replies, "It's difficult, exceedingly difficult. This topic tests knowledge reserves. Although Brother Zhou is impressive, he's still only in his first year of high school." In contrast, Xiao Wangku, seated quietly among the crowd, clasps her hands nervously before her. Her usually serene and cool eyes brim with worry. She comprehends the weight of this topic better than anyone. It requires the author to possess a grand vision and profound insight that surpasses their peers. She fixes her gaze on the tranquil figure on the screen, silently praying for him. "Lu Xingzhou, you can do it." The principal, seated in the front row, has long lost his smile. He turns to the vice principal beside him and quietly remarks, "This topic is indeed testing the students. It seems we must prepare ourselves for the possibility of not placing this time." The vice principal, equally grave, nods in agreement, remaining silent. The entire leadership of the school is enveloped in a heavy pall. Chapter 39. The Ode to Epang Palace. The camera sweeps over the array of talented contestants below. Some furrow their brows, others ponder deeply, while some wear expressions of bewilderment. Even Wei Ziyong, who appeared so spirited just yesterday, now bears an exceedingly serious countenance. Yet, while the rest feel overwhelmed, Lu Xingzhou remains tranquil, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness plunges into the vast palace of memories within his mind. He enters the section filled with classical literature and poetry, his awareness swiftly gliding through it. Countless timeless masterpieces related to palatial structures flash before him like frames of a film. Many writings about palaces exist, such as Chao Zhi's Ode to the Bronze Sparrow Tower, which, while splendid, lacks grandeur, or Wang Bo's preface to the Tengwang Pavilion, a timeless classic that, strictly speaking, pertains to a pavilion and slightly diverges from the imperial essence of a palace, and includes names like Du Shun, Yu Wangzhen, Meng Sushi, and General Wang, which are quite challenging to incorporate. There are also record of the Yueyang Tower, record of the Drunken Old Man's Pavilion, and other canonical works. Yet, they always seem to lack a certain flavor. Ultimately, Lu Xing's whose gaze alights upon a particular piece. Its author is the talented Du Mu from the late Tang dynasty. Renowned alongside Li Shangyan as one of the Little Li, and Du its title is as resounding as thunder, the Ode to Epang Palace. This is it. Lu Xing's whose heart swells with immense joy. He knows that this work is practically tailor-made for the topic of palace, a veritable ace in the hole. In terms of breathtaking imagery, it proclaims, the grandeur stretches over 300 li, isolating the sun and moon. Every 5 steps a tower, every 10 steps a pavilion. The corridors twist and turn. These sharply rise. The opening employs an extravagant romanticism to depict the magnificence of Epang Palace, reaching unparalleled heights that perfectly align with the essence of palace. As for the profound connection between the physical and the human experience, the essay does not merely linger on the depiction of architecture, but swiftly shifts its focus to the elites of Yin, Zhao, Han, Wei, Qi, and Chu, and to the people of the world, who dare not speak, yet harbor indignation. It presents a stark and harrowing contrast between the opulence of the palace and the sufferings of the common folk. On the pinnacle of elevated intent, that earth-shattering phrase encapsulating the rise and fall of dynasties resounds throughout the ages. Alas, the one who extinguished the 6 states was the 6 states themselves, not Qin. The one who annihilated Qin was Qin itself, not the world. This statement directly transcends the theme of the article, elevating it to a profound reflection and philosophical summation on the patterns of historical rise and decline. The concluding remark, later generations lament it yet fail to learn from it, thus causing subsequent generations to lament once more, resonates like the evening drum and morning bell, endowing the entire piece with an eternal value and contemporary significance that transcends time itself. Form, spirit, meaning, and principle are all present in abundance. The literary artistry, momentum, and intellectual depth are unparalleled. This transcends mere examination writing. It is an epic that has echoed through millennia. It represents the most profound insight into the laws of history. To employ such a masterpiece in a competition for high school students is akin to piloting a J-20 fighter jet in a primary school model airplane contest. It is an utterly devastating dimensional reduction strike. Emerging from the palace of memory, Lu Xingzhou gradually opened his eyes. In his gaze, there was no trace of confusion, only a serene certainty and unwavering confidence, poised to conquer. Under the high-definition cameras broadcasting nationwide, as other contestants wrestled with their thoughts in desperation, Lu Xingzhou calmly prepared his ink and picked up his brush, unfurling the pristine rice paper before him. The tip of his brush lightly touched the surface of the paper. The 6 kings have fallen, the 4 seas united. These mere 6 characters served as a powerful prelude, instantly establishing a grand tone of unification for the entire essay. A spectacle was about to unfold that would astound the literary world of Huaxia, delivering a merciless blow to all contemporary literary geniuses. The atmosphere at the site of the Chinese Cup was solemn and grave. The live cameras captured every detail within the examination hall. A close-up focused on Lu Xingzhou. His writing process resembled not a tense competition fraught with anxiety, but rather a fluid and exhilarating artistic creation. His brush danced across the paper with unbroken momentum. From the majestic grandeur of covering more than 300 miles, isolating heaven and earth, to the lavish imagery of cauldrons clanging with jade and gold, precious stones scattered like pebbles, and onto the profound contemplation of a single heart reflects the hearts of millions. Every character seemed imbued with immense power, radiating an aesthetic delight. The billions of viewers before their televisions, though unable to discern the specifics of his writing, found enjoyment merely in his composed demeanor and the grace of his calligraphy. The competition allowed 3 hours, yet Lu Xingzhou completed his work in less than 30 minutes. As he set down his brush and gently blew dry the final stroke of ink, the majority of examiners had yet to even conceive the overarching structure of their essays. In the thick silence of the hall, Lu Xingzhou calmly raised his hand. This simple gesture immediately drew the attention of all proctors and the broadcast director. The director reacted swiftly, locking the main camera onto Lu Xingzhou. The host, Dong Qing, spoke into the microphone, barely concealing his astonishment, broadcasting to the entire studio and into countless households. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that Lu Xingzhou from XX province seems to have completed his work. He is signaling to submit his paper early. In examination halls, there is often a psychological phenomenon. When the first person submits their paper, the mindset of all remaining participants is inevitably influenced to some extent, particularly when this individual submits under the scrutiny of nationwide live broadcast. The other talented competitors, unable to contain themselves, raise their heads in disbelief, their expressions filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of panic. So soon? What a joke. How long has it been? Has he finished? Or has he simply given up? Not far from Lu Xingzhou, Wei Xiong was preparing to compose a magnificent essay about Viang Palace, aiming for victory, yet this unexpected turn of events completely disrupted his rhythm. He gazed at the figure rising from his seat, ready to exit, and his mind became a whirlwind of chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one write a substantial essay on such a grand topic in just 1 hour? He must have faltered. Yes, he must have lost hope and decided to abandon the competition. Wei Xiong desperately reassured himself, yet the hand gripping the brush began to tremble slightly. At that moment, Lu Xingzhou, guided by the proctor, submitted his paper and exited the hall. As he passed by Wei Xiong's seat, his steps did not falter, yet his peripheral glance casually fell upon Wei Xiong. That look, tranquil yet laced with subtle mockery, seemed to convey, "I've finished. You may do as you wish." His gaze was sharp, akin to a blade, instantly shattering the already fragile psychological defense of Wei Xiong. Meanwhile, within the grand auditorium of the school, the hearts of thousands of teachers and students were tightly knotted. When a live camera captured Lu Xingzhou calmly raising his hand to indicate his intention to submit early, the entire auditorium fell into a profound silence, only to erupt like a pot boiling over with cold water splashed on a hot oil. What is happening? Why did Brother Zhou submit early? A gasp shattered the stillness. It's over. Surely the topic was too difficult. He couldn't write anything. This is an abandonment. Feelings of disappointment, regret, and disbelief spread rapidly through the crowd. The previously fervent atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. Chen Yang was left stunned, grasping Wang Hao's arm, his voice trembling. It can't be. Brother Zhou wouldn't just give up like this. He is not that kind of person. Xiao Wankin still believed in Lu Xingzhou, though her lips were pressed tightly together. The principal and vice principal in the front row had long lost their smiles, replaced by solemnity and shock. The vice principal shut his eyes in anguish, murmuring, "Still too young. The psychological pressure is too great." In a hotel room in the capital, the atmosphere was even more stifling. Snap! The remote control in the hands of the grade director slipped from his grasp and fell onto the carpet. He slumped onto the sofa, his vitality seemingly drained, his complexion pale. Jiang Han leapt up from the sofa like an ant on a hot pan, pacing before the television, repeatedly muttering, "It's all over. I knew this topic was too difficult for him. I shouldn't have put him under such pressure. It's all my fault." The faces of the two teachers were etched with self-reproach and profound disappointment. They seemed to foresee their school's rising star dimming on the most brilliant stage. Soon, Lu Xingzhou's work was solemnly collected by staff wearing white gloves. According to the competition rules, to ensure absolute fairness, all papers must remain sealed until the conclusion of the competition. So the chief examiner, Professor Wang Jingyan, had yet to see the content of the essay. However, he observed every movement of Lu Xingzhou through the monitor from beginning to end. He witnessed the boy's composure, noted his confidence, and admired his spirited demeanor as he completed his tasks with seamless grace. Just as Lu Xingzhou was about to exit the examination hall, Professor Wang Jingyan suddenly seized a microphone and called out to him, "Lu Xingzhou, please hold on." The attention of the entire assembly was once again riveted upon Lu Xingzhou. Mr. Wang adjusted his reading glasses and, with a tone brimming with appreciation and curiosity, inquired, "Though I have yet to peruse your great work, your demeanor suggests that you possess profound insights." He paused for effect, and then, articulating each word deliberately, he asked, "Not a word altered?" This question was astutely posed. It appeared to inquire about the essay, yet in reality, it was a test of the author's confidence and fortitude. Lu Xingzhou slowly turned around. Facing all the cameras and gazes, a confident and radiant smile illuminated his face. In response to the professor, "Though I am rather inexperienced, I have exerted my utmost effort." Not a word altered. At that moment, the emotions of all the faculty and students in the grand auditorium soared as if they were on a colossal roller coaster. Upon hearing Lu Xingzhou's remarkably confident declaration of "not a word altered," everyone instantly comprehended the significance. This was not surrender. This was an overwhelming demonstration of absolute prowess. The next second, the entire auditorium erupted into a round of applause and cheers tenfold more fervent than before. "Incredible! Brother Zhou is amazing!" Chen Yang exclaimed, leaping onto his chair, fists pumping in the air as he shouted with exuberance. Xiao Wang also finally exhaled a breath of relief. Watching the confident and composed figure on the screen, her lips involuntarily curled upwards, revealing an immensely proud smile. "This fool made me worry for nothing." In the hotel room, Jiang Han and the grade director experienced a rapid ascent from despair to elation. When they saw Lu Xingzhou submit his paper early, they nearly rushed out to buy emergency heart medication. But upon hearing the words, "not a word altered," they exchanged excited glances and exchanged a hearty high five. "This kid is ridiculously impressive. I like it," Jiang Han shouted with excitement. Lu Xingzhou sauntered out of the examination hall, leaving behind a thought-provoking silhouette. At this moment, he was solely focused on returning to update several chapters of Battle Through the Heavens. Outside the door, a black business vehicle had long been waiting quietly by the roadside. Jiang Han and the grade director, like two ants on a hot pan, were restless, craning their necks to peer into the entrance. When Lu Xingzhou's familiar figure finally emerged from the doorway, their faces instantly brightened, and they rushed forward in 3 steps combined into 2. "Xingzhou, how is it? How do you feel?" Jiang Han grasped Lu Xingzhou's arm, scanning him up and down, his eyes brimming with anxiety and concern. Fearing that this national treasure of a student bore some psychological burden, the grade director also approached, solemnly asking, "Was the topic too difficult?" "Don't worry, don't feel pressured. Participation is what matters. We've already done wonderfully." Observing their anxious expressions, Lu Xingzhou revealed an utterly relaxed smile, tilted his head slightly, and exclaimed a perfectly colloquial English phrase, "So easy." Jiang Han and the grade director were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing that the two teachers did not comprehend, Lu Xingzhou cheerfully supplemented with a popular advertising slogan of the time, "Mom no longer has to worry about my studies." At that moment, both teachers could no longer maintain their composure. All their worries transformed into a mix of amusement and pride. Jiang Han playfully punched Lu Xingzhou on the arm. "You rascal. At a time like this, you still have the energy to joke around." The grade director chuckled, shaking his head with a sense of admiration. "With this mindset, we can rest easy. Come on, let's get in the car and head back to the hotel for a good rest." Back in the hotel suite, the vast space was empty and tranquil. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the wall clock and addressed his teachers. "Teacher Jiang, director, our flight tickets are for tomorrow, right?" "Yes. Tomorrow afternoon's flight, plenty of time," the grade director affirmed with a nod. It was still before 2 in the afternoon, and with a smile, Lu Xingzhou suggested, "I do like to go out for a bit, buy some things to bring back for my family and classmates." Jiang Han and the grade director exchanged glances, finding mutual satisfaction in each other's eyes. "All right, that sounds good. Let us accompany you." On the bustling commercial streets of the capital, where vehicles flowed like water and crowds thronged like a tide, Lu Xingzhou's first stop was a quaint, time-honored pastry shop, Deoxyonkin. He entered the store and, considering his parents' tastes, selected an ample assortment of jingba pieces and beef tongue cakes, filling 2 large boxes to the brim. "Young man, buying for your parents? How filial," the cheerful cashier remarked. Lu Xingzhou nodded with a smile. Following that, he visited a trendy toy store in Wangfujing. In front of the dazzling shelves, he immediately spotted the limited edition figurine of Cardcaptor Sakura, which Lu Xiaowu had long coveted but had refrained from purchasing due to its high price. "Boss, I'll take this one," he declared, swiping his card without hesitation. He could almost envision Lu Xiao's astonished and delighted expression upon receiving this gift. Her instinct to scream, tempered by the need to feign composure, Gifts for his close friends were more grounded. He led his teachers into a shop specializing in travel souvenirs, where they each selected a white t-shirt emblazoned with a large dove of peace design, epitomizing a quirky yet endearing style. Will they actually wear this? Jiang Han's lips twitched. Don't worry, teacher, Lu Xingzhou responded confidently. They'll definitely complain about it being tacky, but their bodies will surely betray them and wear it. After purchasing these items, he headed to a specialty store, acquiring a plethora of Beijing delicacies, including Peking duck, rolled donkey meat, and fulling cakes. Jiang Han and the gray director trailed behind, laden with bags, resembling dutiful bodyguards and porters. They watched Lu Xingzhou proceed with methodical ease, their hearts filled with pride. This child, though extraordinarily talented, retained within him a pure and invaluable kindness and sincerity. He consistently held his family and friends close to his heart. This depth of loyalty and affection far surpassed any dazzling accolades. Chapter 41. Celestial Duels and Peking duck. In the presidential suite of a five-star hotel in the capital, Lu Xingzhou, accompanied by his dutiful teachers, returned triumphantly with an array of bags. Jiang Han and the gray director surveyed the carefully chosen gifts for family and friends, particularly the quirky dove-printed t-shirt, and simultaneously wore expressions that oscillated between amusement and disbelief. Here, Brother Han, let me gift you one, Lu Xingzhou said, holding up the t-shirt and glancing at the gray director, who waved his hand dismissively. Is this really for me? Jiang Han exclaimed, lifting the t-shirt with a face full of exasperation. Of course, Brother Han, Lu Xingzhou replied with a sincere grin. This is called retro chic. Fashion is cyclical. Give it a few years, and you'll be the trendsetter. The gray director beside him displayed a keen interest in the latest card captor Sakura figurine, picking up the box and examining it from various angles. The craftsmanship of modern dolls is truly exquisite, far superior to the clay dolls of our time. The room was filled with an atmosphere of joy and exuberance. Just then, Lu Xingzhou's brand new phone chimed with a notification. Dear student Lu Xingzhou, greetings. To facilitate communication among participants, the organizers have established an official QQ group. Please apply to join using your name and province. Group number XXXXXXXXX. Zonghua Cup Organizing Committee. Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, adeptly opened QQ, searched and applied. His request was approved almost instantaneously. A group chat named Zonghua Cup Classical Literature Competition Contestants Group appeared in his list. Upon entering the chat, Lu Xingzhou discovered it contained only about 30 individuals, all champions from various provinces across the nation, each adorned with the prestigious titles of top talent or literary star from their respective regions. The atmosphere in the group was quite nuanced. On the surface, everyone exchanged pleasantries and expressed their admiration, creating an air of harmony. Yet beneath the surface, there was an undercurrent of subtle probing and competition. At that moment, a familiar ID took the initiative to speak. Wei Ziyong from Su Province. It is indeed a great fortune for Ziyong to compete alongside all of you in the capital. The magnitude of this topic is vast. I wonder what insights each of you may have. Allow me to present a humble contribution. Following this, he shared a couplet he had just conceived. First line, 3,000 palaces return to dust. Only the Han dynasty's sun and moon still shine upon Vying. Second line, 800 miles of Qin rivers leave only regret. Alone the overlord's mournful song echoes in the Chu tents. This couplet, adorned with literary flair and impeccable symmetry, skillfully intertwined the themes of palaces and the rise and fall of history, elevating the discourse to a remarkable level. Wow, no wonder he was last year's runner-up. His literary foundation is incredibly solid. Brother Wei is truly talented. This couplet has illuminated us all. The Vying Palace is a splendid entry point. Several contestants immediately jumped into echo, praise, transforming the group chat into an unseen literary symposium. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this akin to the fixed ritual preceding an ancient literary gathering? First, mutual flattery, followed by the true contest of poetry. Sure enough, spurred on by Wei Ziyong, champions from other provinces began to contribute. Kong Xiangdong from Lu Province. Brother Wei has set the bar high. I too have a small verse to share with everyone. Recalling the Qin, the west wind howls, the setting sun bleeds like blood, the palace walls lean. Lu from Zhejiang Province. This humble girl, though lacking, has a line as well. The green moss before the steps remains ever verdant, but the scent of rouge from the sleeves is nowhere to be seen. The entire group chat had morphed into a battleground of divine beings. Each participant subtly showcased their talents and depth, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Amidst this celestial clash, everyone's attention turned to the muted ID, Lu Xingzhou, whose avatar appeared dim. After all, he was the first to submit his paper. That bold move had, to be frank, shattered many people's morale. Just as they were eager to engage Lu Xingzhou, he remained silent. Eventually, Wei Xiong could no longer restrain himself and directly addressed him in the group. Wei Xiong from Su Province. Lu Xingzhou, your on the Lotus is refreshingly unique. You must have your own insights on the palaces as well. Why not share a few, so that we may learn from you? This maneuver was quite clever, displaying his magnanimity while putting Lu Xingzhou on the spot. If he spoke poorly, he would lose face. If he remained silent, he would seem timid and lacking in skill. All eyes in the group instantly converged on Lu Xingzhou, eagerly awaiting how this dual champion of science fiction and classical literature would respond. In the hotel room, Lu Xingzhou regarded Wei Xiong's message with a calm smile. He found this group of prodigies somewhat endearing. Even at this juncture, they were still indulging in roleplay. Wouldn't it be more delightful to savor a good meal and enjoy a restful sleep? He did not attempt to conjure up any stunning verses in rebuttal. Instead, he opted for a more direct, simpler, yet far more impactful approach. He picked up his phone, aimed it at the still-steaming Beijing roast duck he had just brought back, found the perfect angle, and snapped a photo. In the image, the golden, crispy skin of the duck, sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, was artfully arranged on a plate, glistening enticingly under the warm hotel lights. Beside it lay vibrant green scallions, cucumber strips, and a small dish of soul-satisfying sweet bean sauce. It was indeed the epitome of midnight indulgence. He refrained from adding any text. Instead, he simply sent the image into the pretentious group chat. Then, he leisurely added a single line. Just bought this? Has everyone eaten? The moment this image and message were shared, the entire celestial group plunged into an eerie silence. Just a second ago, the literary geniuses were quoting classics and wielding their eloquence. Now, they seemed collectively silenced as if a spell had been cast upon them, unable to produce even a punctuation mark. On the other side of the screen, they stared at the lustrous roast duck, their collective silence palpable. What on earth is happening? While we are here striving and competing in intellect, you are indulging in Beijing roast duck. They quickly comprehended Lu Xingzhou's implication. While they exhausted themselves over a competition that had already concluded, he had entered a state of enlightenment, pondering what to have for dinner. What kind of mindset is this? It reflects an utter disregard for their efforts, an absolute confidence that only a top-tier champion possesses. This was no longer a literary contest. It was a blow to their very mentality. Wei Xiong's avatar quickly faded to gray after a brief silence. He logged off, gazing at the tantalizing roast duck. He felt that his meticulously prepared online literary duel had become a grand joke. The resolve he had built up on the examination battlefield was utterly shattered in this moment. Crushed by a mere plate of Beijing roast duck, many contestants swallowed hard, suddenly feeling hungry. Lu Xingzhou, observing the gradually silencing group, chuckled as he picked up a slice of roast duck and savored it. Chapter 42. All rise. The judging scene, in a television station building. Within a highly confidential grading room, the atmosphere was solemn and austere. To ensure the authority and fairness of the competition, the organizers had invited several luminaries from the literary, historical, and educational fields, forming what could be deemed the strongest judging panel in history. At the forefront was Professor Wang Jing'an, a contemporary master of classical literature who held a special favor for Lu Xingzhou. At this moment, the esteemed professor and several experts sat upright, their expressions serious. Before them lay neatly arranged dozens of papers recently collected from the competition site, each embodying the finest literary efforts of the nation's most talented youth. Each submission represented the pinnacle of provincial excellence. Let's begin. Professor Wang adjusted his reading glasses and spoke in a deep voice. The grading commenced. This paper, numbered 017, is quite commendable. A history professor from Yanjing University picked up the first manuscript for review and nodded thoughtfully. This article begins with a focus on the Daming Palace, skillfully employing allusions to vividly portray the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty's flourishing era. The prose is masterful, and the use of references is remarkably adept, although it may lack a certain depth of thought. The quality of writing and the breadth of knowledge displayed are sufficient to overshadow the majority of peers. For clarification, the three main palaces of the Tang capital Chang'an, the Daming Palace, Taiji Palace, and Xingqing Palace, are all significant, with the Daming Palace being the largest. Not to be confused with the palace of the Ming Dynasty. I bestow a score of 92. Immediately following, another esteemed literary critic picked up a neatly written and well-presented paper. This piece, numbered 009, titled The Lament of Changzhen Palace, takes a rather ingenious angle. Rather than emphasizing the grandeur of the palace, it adopts the perspective of a palace maid, contrasting the cold moss on the palace walls and the lonely lights within the long corridors to reflect the emotional detachment of the imperial family and the melancholy of humanity. Through small details, it captures profound themes with delicate emotion and elegant prose, reminiscent of the refined style of Lu Xingzhou. I award a score of 93. As the judges reviewed the submissions, they exchanged opinions. These gifted individuals from across the nation were certainly no ordinary contenders. Their works, in terms of style, structure, and thematic depth, demonstrated a level of sophistication that far exceeded that of their contemporaries. In any competition, they would undoubtedly vie for the top 3 positions. At that moment, one judge picked up a paper with sharp handwriting and a distinctive style, and his eyes brightened with excitement. Come look at this piece. Reflections on Vying Palace. What a grand ambition. Attracted by the exclamation, the others gathered around. This essay was indeed the pride of Wei Ziyang from Su province. It opens with a reference to the bright moon during the Qin, swiftly immersing readers in the valiant and strategic era of the Han dynasty. The narrative unfolds around Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, detailing the magnificent Vying Palace, which has witnessed countless historical upheavals, capturing both the fervor of martial glory and the sorrow of decline. The understanding of history and the evaluation of figures exhibit an exceptionally high standard. Excellent, truly remarkable, exclaimed one judge, unable to contain his enthusiasm, noting that the article possesses an essence akin to that of Sima Qian. This piece is surely a contender for the championship of this competition. I concur. This reflections on Vying Palace, in terms of scope, momentum, and intellectual depth, surpasses the previous works by more than one tier. I grant a score of 97. The judges praised it unanimously, nearly declaring Reflections on Vying Palace as the champion work of this session. Even Professor Wang Jingyan, who has reviewed countless papers, stroked his beard and revealed a smile of approval. Indeed, these young talents have not disappointed us. At last, after assessing the majority of the submissions, only one paper remained. The examination lasted 3 hours, yet Lu Xingzhou submitted it in less than 30 minutes, a full 2.5 hours ahead of schedule. A feat referred to as one coup in time. All the judges instinctively held their breath, filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of skepticism. Was this bold youth a true genius with thunderous insights, or merely a show-off with empty rhetoric? Professor Wang Jingyan personally retrieved the still-scented paper. He did not rush to read its content, but first admired the calligraphy. The strokes were sharp, bold, and exuded an air of unrestrained confidence. "What beautiful handwriting!" he exclaimed involuntarily. Adjusting his reading glasses, he focused on the opening lines. The first sentence, "When the 6 kings fell, the world was united," comprised merely 6 characters, yet struck the judges' hearts like a thunderclap, instantly electrifying the atmosphere of the review room. The expressions of all judges transformed from scrutiny to disbelief and astonishment. "What audacity!" one judge exclaimed. The opening does not mention the palace, the gates, or even the Qin, but succinctly encapsulates an expansive era of tumult and a newly unified dynasty within 6 words. The scope and artistry are truly astonishing. Professor Wang's hands trembled slightly. He suppressed his excitement and continued reading. Covering over 300 miles, isolating the sun and moon. Every 5 paces, a tower. Every 10, a pavilion. The corridors twist and turn. The eaves jut high. Each structure embraces the terrain, scheming and contending. A collective gasp echoed as these lines, rich in extravagant imagery and unparalleled romanticism, were articulated by Professor Wang. Every judge felt a shiver run down their spine. They could almost visualize the towering, sun-blocking Efeng Palace rising majestically before their eyes, using cauldrons as pots, jade as stones, gold as dust, and pearls as gravel. What a pinnacle of extravagance! And what a biting satire! Some judges could no longer contain themselves and gasped in awe. They had completely forgotten this was a competition, utterly immersed in the opulent, tragic world conjured by the text. When Professor Wang reached the philosophically profound line, "The heart of one is the heart of thousands," all the judges fell silent. They realized this essay transcended mere scenic description or object praise. It delved into the intricacies of human nature, history, and the world. Finally, when Professor Wang, with a slightly trembling voice, recited the earth-shattering and resonant lines, alas, the one who extinguished the 6 states was the 6 states themselves, not Qin. The one who destroyed Qin was Qin itself, not the world. Those who mourn for the past without learning from it only ensure that future generations will mourn as well. A thud echoed as an elderly history professor, overwhelmed with emotion, dropped his teacup, which shattered upon the floor with a crisp sound. Yet, no one paid any heed. All the judges, including Professor Wang Jingyan, slowly rose to their feet. They gazed at the meticulously crafted, powerful prose, their faces reflecting unparalleled shock and reverence. This was no mere essay. It was a monumental work destined to be enshrined in history. After a long pause, Professor Wang Jingyan exhaled deeply. He stood up slowly, adopting a tone almost akin to proclamation, and declared in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, no further evaluations are necessary." He lifted the paper as if it were a priceless treasure, addressing all present. This essay has transcended the boundaries of competition. If his previous work, On the Lotus, signified that there was no longer a lotus to write about in modern times, then this Efang Palace Ode is a culmination. Chapter 43, The Final Stage. Professor Wang paused, articulating his final and highest praise. This work eclipses nearly a century's worth of compositions regarding palatial grandeur. As his words echoed through the review room, all judges stood in unison. They paid the highest tribute to the birth of a timeless classic. At the awards ceremony, the night of the Capitol was adorned with a myriad of neon lights, creating a dazzling dreamscape. Lu Xingzhou had just finished his meal and was reclining in bed, engrossed in his mobile phone. Suddenly, the long-quiet QQ group, contestants of the Chinese Cup Classical Literature Competition, chimed with an official notification for all members. Organizer staff, dear students, please assemble backstage at Studio 1 of the television station at 7:30 p.m. tonight for the award ceremony. Formal attire is mandatory. This message instantly stirred a tempest of emotions. The previously harmonious group, once filled with camaraderie, sprang back to life, though this time, no one dared to compose poetry or engage in frivolity. Zhejiang Province, Lu Yi. Are they revealing the results so soon? I'm so nervous. Sisters, my palms are sweating. I can't take it anymore. My heart is racing. Shaking in fear, Shandong Province, Kongxiangdong. Stay calm. Remain composed. We have all become heroes by reaching this stage. Winning is delightful, but losing can also be a joy. Sichuan Province, Zhang Zihao. Kong brother from Shandong. Spare us the calmness. I just dreamt of winning an award on stage. It was only an excellence award, and I almost woke up in frustration. Xiang Province, Li Sisi. Me too. I felt I performed decently, but thinking about that early submitter, sigh, I'd be grateful for third prize. Subsequently, Li Sisi retracted her message. Lu Xingzhou, huh? Have you considered that the early submitter might be lurking around? The atmosphere in the group was charged with the tension, anxiety, and complex emotions surrounding the impending competition. After reading the messages, Lu Xingzhou calmly turned off his phone and retrieved the impeccably tailored formal school uniform prepared for him from his suitcase. The crisp white shirt and deep blue blazer were flawlessly pressed, devoid of wrinkles. He addressed the nearby Jiang Han and the grade director, saying, "Teachers, I'm heading over." Wait, Jiang Han and the grade director, more anxious than he was, immediately surrounded him. One adjusted his collar, while the other brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders. Don't be nervous. Channel the confidence you had while submitting your paper. Jiang Han feigned calmness, yet his fidgeting hands betrayed his inner excitement and uncertainty. The grade director repeatedly reminded him, "Yes, regardless of the outcome, you are our school's greatest pride. Remember to enjoy the stage and showcase our spirit." Observing his teacher's anxious demeanor, Lu Xingzhou chuckled and nodded. "Rest assured, I'm not nervous. It's not like I'm heading to the gallows." With that, he turned away and, under the eager gazes of his teachers, strode out of the room with a nonchalant air, resembling a lone hero about to save the world. Meanwhile, at Lu Xingzhou's home, his parents, Lu Jiangguo and Lu Shui, returned from work without even changing clothes or eating dinner, eagerly stationed in front of the television, tuned to the live broadcast of the award ceremony. The screen displayed monotonous health product advertisements, their repetitive melodies causing irritation. Lu Shui fidgeted anxiously, wringing her hands as she chanted, "May the Buddha bless. May the Jade Emperor bless. May all deities bless us. Let our Zhou secure a good ranking. I beg you." She alternated between standing and pacing, unable to settle, as if the sofa were covered in nails. Lu Jiangguo, attempting to appear composed, sat on the couch, intently watching the screen, yet his trembling legs and the remote control he gripped tightly betrayed his inner turmoil. At that moment, the door swung open with a bang. Returning home from school, Lu Zio dashed in like a gust of wind, dropping her heavy backpack and rushing to the television. Seeing the advertisements still playing, she pouted in discontent. Why hasn't tea started yet? It's infuriating. I don't want to watch ads. Though her demeanor still reflected that of a spoiled little princess, witnessing her parents' exam-like anxiety prompted her to shake her small fist and huff. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. With my brother's cocky attitude, he is bound to be fine." Simultaneously, in the school auditorium, the lights were bright, illuminating the space like daylight. The principal and vice principal occupied the front row, their expressions serious, hearts racing. Through the enormous projection screen, the entire faculty and student body awaited the final results. The atmosphere in the auditorium was charged with fervor and tension. Chen Yang sat in his seat, restless. This is bad. I'm even more nervous than Brother Zhou. It feels like my heart might leap out. Wang Hao and Liu Mo were similarly tense, their gazes fixed on the screen, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang Kaiyu, seemingly tranquil in the front row, was actually brimming with excitement and anticipation, her eyes shimmering like rippling autumn waters. At the national television station, Studio 1, backstage. Upon Lu Xingzhou's arrival, all contestants had gathered. He quickly spotted Wei Ziong among the crowd. Clad in a sharp Zhongshan suit, he appeared presentable. Yet his expression was conflicted, and his gaze evasive, lacking the arrogance of the previous day. This time, no one dared to provoke him. In the eyes of the others, Lu Xingzhou was met with a blend of respect, apprehension, and uncontainable curiosity. After all, to submit 1's paper 2.5 hours early, and to boldly declare it unchanged, was the mark of either a true madman or a genuine genius. Whichever it was, neither was someone they could afford to contend with. Just then, the sound of crisp high heels echoed, and the host, Dong Qing, appeared backstage. With a warm and intellectual smile, her composed and elegant demeanor immediately eased the tense atmosphere. She smiled at all the contestants and said, "Students, are you ready? Your moment of glory is about to arrive." As stirring and grand background music swelled, the heavy door leading to the stage slowly opened with the staff's assistance. Brilliant lights poured in through the crack, illuminating every youthful and anxious face in the backstage area. The final showdown was about to commence. The stage of glory lay ahead. Chapter 44. Did he fail to make the list? In Studio 1 of the television station, the lights blazed brilliantly, and every seat was filled. As the rousing opening music faded, the awards ceremony officially commenced. Under the dazzling lights, host Dong Qing graced the stage in an elegant light blue gown. Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, countless families and pairs of eyes were eagerly waiting for this annual gala of the literary world. Now, let us first unveil the names of the students who have won the Excellence Award in this Chinese Cup classical literature competition. Her voice paused, and the screen began to roll with the list of awardees. Excellence Award, Liaoning Province Wang Zihin, Guangdong Province Yi Yuxuan at Lu Xingzhou's home. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if water could be squeezed from it. It has begun. Dear, look quickly, they started announcing names. The dinner dishes still lay on the table, as Lu Jiangwo, having returned from work, paid them no mind. He stood vigil before the television. Like a boy watching his first World Cup final, eyes glued to the screen, heart pounding wildly. Lu Shui was even more restless, gripping her husband's rough hand tightly. Her palms slick with sweat, with her lips incessantly murmuring. Zhou is only in his first year of high school. Participating in such a nationwide competition for the very first time, it is already a great privilege for him to visit the capital and broaden his horizons. Her inner tension and anticipation became increasingly palpable. After all, it was a national stage. To claim that she did not yearn for her son to stand upon that podium would be a falsehood. Meanwhile, in the grand auditorium of the school, the atmosphere was equally tense. The principal turned to the vice principal, who wore a similarly grave expression, and murmured, "This stage imposes an immense pressure on a 16-year-old child. He is up against the finest students in their second and third years from across the nation, with experience and mindset far more mature than his. We must brace ourselves for the worst and prepare for the necessary reassurance." The vice principal nodded in agreement, saying little more, but his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Xiao Wangku, sitting upright, clenched her slender fingers slightly. She understood better than anyone that literary creation requires not only talent, but also profound experience and a calm demeanor. A formidable challenge for a newcomer. Lu Xingzhou, give it your all, she prayed with her hands clasped. In a hotel room in the capital, Jiang Han and the head of grade sat motionless like statues before the television, even their breaths muted. The head of grade murmured, seemingly to Jiang Han and yet also to himself, "This child, Xingzhou, has journeyed here with remarkable determination. To reach this point is nothing short of a miracle for our school." He was mentally preparing himself and Jiang Han for what lay ahead. The list of awardees for the Excellence Prize had been fully announced, yet among the names, Lu Xingzhou was absent. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Shui before the television. Her taut nerves easing slightly. She patted her chest, a proud smile gracing her features. It's fine. This only means our Zhou has performed even better. Indeed, this child must surely be in the top 3. Lu Jiangwo concurred. In the auditorium, Chen Yang excitedly pumped his fist and exclaimed to Wang Hao and Liu Mo, "I told you, how could Brother Zhou merely receive an Excellence Prize? That's just an appetizer. In the hotel, Jiang Han and the head of grade exchanged optimistic glances, believing everything was unfolding as anticipated. On stage, the host, Dong Qing, with her gentle and refined voice, announced, "Next, we shall reveal the recipients of the third prize." Every heart raced anew. Third prize, Lu Yi, Zhejiang Province, Zhangzhou, Sichuan Province. At last, the names for the third prize were read out. Now, let us welcome the winners of the second prize to the stage with the warmest applause. Dong Qing's voice resonated once more, akin to a final judgment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The large screen began to play a VCR of the second prize recipients. The first name was not his. The second name still was not his. Finally, when the last winner's image appeared on the screen, second prize, Wei Xiang, Su Province, at that moment, host Dong Qing beamed with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the second, third, and excellence prizes have all been awarded. However, she paused, surveying the audience before declaring, "Our award ceremony has not yet concluded. Now, let us give a warm welcome to the esteemed chairman of the judging panel, Professor Wang Jing'an, a contemporary master of classical literature, to unveil the sole and most prestigious first prize." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, for everyone yearned to discover the magnificent work that would claim the championship and the remarkable young hero behind it. In the school auditorium, thousands of teachers and students instantly widened their eyes, fixated on the screen. In the hotel room, Jiang Han and the head of grade sprang up from the sofa, leaning closer to the television. Amidst the spotlight, the venerable Professor Wang Jing'an ascended the stage with a vibrant spirit. Rather than immediately announcing the winner's name, he accepted a splendidly framed manuscript from the host. Gazing at the document, his eyes shimmered with admiration, excitement, and even reverence. Addressing the camera, with an impassioned and fervent tone, he began his impassioned recitation. "Before I reveal the ultimate champion, allow me to elucidate for the nationwide audience the masterpiece that has left both myself and our entire judging panel utterly astounded. Its opening, with a mere 6 characters, 6 kingdoms perish, the world unites, sets a magnificent tone for an era of grandiosity. The elegance of its prose and the enormity of its spirit are nothing short of breathtaking. The vivid imagery it conjures, suffocating over 300 miles, isolating the sun. In a pavilion every 5 steps, a tower every 10, employs exaggerated romanticism to construct an ethereal palace that exists solely in imagination. Its intent transcends all peers, even surpassing us so-called experts." Professor Wang grew increasingly fervent, his voice trembling with excitement. He raised the manuscript high, resonantly proclaiming the timeless verses that would be etched into history. Alas, the annihilator of the 6 kingdoms is not Qin, but the 6 kingdoms themselves. Those who besiege Qin are not the world, but Qin itself. Future generations lament this, but do not learn, thus dooming themselves to lament. How profound, how awakening. This is no mere examination essay. It is a timeless masterpiece destined to resonate through the ages, a historical elegy echoing for millennia. Professor Wang's impassioned commentary reverberated throughout the entire live broadcast. In the school auditorium, every student felt their blood surge with fervor. Wow, this is extraordinarily impressive. Indeed, just hearing those lines gives me goosebumps. In the hotel room, Jiang Han and the head of grade exchanged a glance, both reflecting unparalleled excitement in each other's eyes. The style of this piece, its audacious spirit, it truly deserves to be first, it truly deserves to be the champion. Chapter 45, Champion, the Ode to the Epang Palace. Finally, after keeping everyone in suspense and elevating expectations to a fever pitch, Professor Wang raised the glimmering honor certificate high, his gaze intense, and with a voice resonating like thunder. He officially announced to the nation, "I declare that the winner of the first prize in this year's Chinese Cup Classical Literature Competition is Lu Xingzhou from Jiang Province. Winning work, the Ode to the Epang Palace." Boom! As Lu Xingzhou's name was enunciated with crystal clarity from Professor Wang's lips, the entire world seemed to erupt in fervor at that very moment. In Lu Xingzhou's home, Lu Shui and Lu Jiangguo could no longer contain their elation, leaping from the sofa to embrace each other in tears. Joyful tears streamed down their cheeks unabashedly. "Old Lu, our son is the national champion. Did you hear that? Our son is the national champion." Lu Xiao was so exhilarated that she jumped up and down on the sofa, her voice piercing through the air as she screamed, "Hooray, hooray, my brother is the champion. It's simply marvelous. I knew he would never fail." She waved her tiny fists with exuberance, as if the earlier sentiment of dismissing the significance of a champion was not her own. Inside the school's grand auditorium, after a brief silence, An eruption of applause and cheers, tenfold in intensity, filled the air. Wow, amazing! Chun Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, hurled his textbook into the air. Almost every student rose from their seats at that moment, fervently applauding and shouting, offering their most heartfelt congratulations to the newly crowned national champion from their school. Xiao Wangkaiu also stood up, her gaze fixed on the screen where the composed young man ascended the stage. Her eyes moistened, yet her lips curled into a radiant and proud smile. In a hotel room, Jiang Han and the grade director were as animated as two exuberant children, leaping into the air and exchanging a hearty high five. The sheer force of their excitement left their palms tingling, but they paid no heed, only bursting into laughter, nearly brought to tears. This trip to the capital had proven to be invaluable. Amidst the throng of spectators, amidst the cacophony of cheers and shouts, Lu Xingzhou calmly approached the highest stage reserved for champions. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, on an invisible battlefield, the new book rankings of the Fantasia Home app, a familiar name had quietly ascended to the pinnacle, symbolizing the new king of authors. New book rankings in 01. Author of Do Pat Song Kaing, Luo Xiagu Wu. The spotlight illuminated the stage with a brilliance akin to daylight, rendering every detail visible. In the air lingered the resonant echoes of the ancient prose from the A Fong Palace Fu. Lu Xingzhou solemnly accepted the heavy crystal trophy and the gilded certificate from Mr. Wang Jing'an. The trophy's facets reflected dazzling light, casting ripples across his tranquil, deep-set eyes. Under the high-definition lens of a live broadcast, the young man stood tall and straight as a pine, his youthful visage still bearing traces of innocence, yet radiating an undeniable charisma, born from a composure beyond his years. Nearby, the second-place winners, including Wei Xiong, became his perfect backdrop. The expressions on their faces were a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, and resentment, yet ultimately transformed into genuine admiration. After all, in the face of a timeless masterpiece like a Fong Palace Fu, any dissent seemed trivial and absurd. The host, Dong Qing, extended the microphone toward him, her countenance adorned with a gentle, intellectual smile, her eyes brimming with curiosity and appreciation for the young man before her. Lu Xingzhou, congratulations once again. Standing on this national stage, facing the teachers, classmates, and viewers across the country, do you have anything to say? This was a rather conventional and formal question. Everyone anticipated that he would follow in the footsteps of previous winners, delivering a standardized speech of gratitude to his parents for their nurturing, to his teachers for their guidance, and to CCTV, MTV, Channel V, concluding with a humble promise to continue striving. However, Lu Xingzhou's subsequent remarks caught everyone off guard. He grasped the microphone. Feeling its cool surface, the venue fell silent, allowing the heartbeat of the audience to resonate. He did not speak immediately, but instead cast a penetrating gaze over the sea of lights and faces before him. Then, in a voice that, though youthful, carried a profound strength, he began to speak slowly. Today, standing here, I represent not just myself. I embody our generation, born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, labeled in various ways. Some have claimed we are a lost generation, addicted to the virtual world, shallow in thought. But I wish to assert, his voice suddenly surged, becoming powerful and resonant, akin to thunder on a clear day, imbued with vigor and strength. When the youth are wise, the nation thrives. When the youth are prosperous, the nation flourishes. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are independent, the nation stands independent. When the youth are free, the nation is free. When the youth progress, the nation progresses. These profound and forceful declarations reverberated across the vast expanse of the land. Whether among the seasoned judges and audience at the venue, or the millions of families watching the live broadcast at home, all were profoundly moved upon hearing these words, imbued with boundless hope and strength emanating from the youth. In the front row, Mr. Wang Jing'an was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He clapped his thighs enthusiastically, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Well said. This is the essence of our youth in China." In a modest apartment in Jiangcheng, Bai Yang sat agape, utterly astonished, oblivious to the noodles slipping from his mouth. He gazed at the glowing young man on the television, suddenly realizing that the individual he had signed could be more than just a prodigious writer. He might very well become a spiritual icon capable of influencing an entire era. On stage, Lu Xingzhou continued his acceptance speech. As the red sun rises, its path is illuminated. The river surges forth, flowing boundlessly. The hidden dragon soars from the depths, scales and claws unfurling. The roaring tiger echoes through the valley, sending tremors through the beasts. At Lu Xingzhou's home, The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Lu Shui and Lu Jiangwo listened intently to their son's resonant words, their emotions rendering them speechless. They embraced tightly, their eyes brimming with tears of pride. That was the purest and most profound joy of parenthood. Lu Xiao leaped from the sofa, waving her tiny fists, her face flushed as she shrieked, her voice slightly hoarse. "Ah, my brother is incredible. He is the most amazing brother in the world. No arguments accepted." Chapter 46, Magnificent. My youthful China. The school auditorium had transformed into a jubilant sea of joy. In that moment, all the students were ignited by Lu Xingzhou's words, their inner fervor awakened. They no longer cheered solely for Lu Xingzhou. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of honor and pride for themselves and their shared youthful identity. Chen Yang, in a fit of excitement, removed his school uniform jacket and waved it overhead like a commanding general leading a charge, shouting, Brother Zhou, you are my idol." In the hotel room, Jiang Han and the grade director also found their eyes moistening. They watched the radiant student on the screen, feeling an overwhelming pride and emotion as educators, reaching a pinnacle in that moment. On stage, Lu Xingzhou concluded with an even more powerful proclamation. The atmosphere surged to its zenith. Though there are millennia of history and boundless horizons, the future is as vast as the sea, with days ahead aplenty. Beautiful is my youthful China, eternal as the heavens. Magnificent are our youth in China, unbound as the nation. As his words fell, the applause erupted like thunder, akin to a tsunami, resonating endlessly, as if to lift the very roof of the broadcast studio. The final frame of the live broadcast was captured on the youthful, confident, and hopeful visage of Lu Xingzhou. Behind him, the dazzling lights and fluttering streamers created a vibrant backdrop, while his eyes reflected the future stars of the entire Huaxia. The return flight glided smoothly through the sea of clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the window, fluffy clouds resembling cotton candy floated beneath a crystal-clear sky. Lu Xingzhou, wrapped in a deep blue scarf that exuded a subtle fragrance, leaned against the cabin window, gazing at the scenery outside. Though his thoughts had already soared back to Jiangxing, he wondered how the proud school beauty, his desk mate, would react upon seeing his triumphant return. He also pondered the data from Battle Through the Heavens, which, after 2 days of fermentation, had likely reached new heights. At Jiangxing International Airport, T2 terminal exit, as Lu Xingzhou and his companions stepped through the gate, they were momentarily stunned by the grand spectacle before them. The vice principal personally led the welcoming party, accompanied by several teachers from the school's publicity department, while 2 neat rows of student representatives in uniforms stood on either side. Several girls held up LED-lit support signs, flashing in vibrant colors, proclaiming, "Xingzhou, fly with confidence. Alumni will always accompany you." And a warm welcome to student Lu Xingzhou, returning in glory. The scene resembled a celebrity's arrival, instantly capturing the attention of all travelers in the airport. Many began to whisper excitedly, Look, that handsome guy in a school uniform must be Lu Xingzhou, the one from the television. It's him, in the flesh, even more handsome than on TV." A few brave young ladies even approached, blushing and requesting autographs. Jiang Han and the grade director stood proudly on either side of Lu Xingzhou, beaming with a sense of honor, resembling 2 dedicated bodyguards. In that moment, they felt as though their lives had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. In the principal's office, the usually stern and scholarly principal appeared as warm and welcoming as a friendly neighbor, personally preparing a cup of exquisite Longjing tea for Lu Xingzhou. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, soothing and delightful. The principal carefully placed the official document from the Provincial Education Department, adorned with a bright red seal, alongside a heavy crystal trophy in the most prominent position on his desk, as if admiring a rare treasure. His gaze towards the unassuming yet confident young man was filled with admiration, nearly overflowing. "Lu Xingzhou, on behalf of the school, I extend my most heartfelt congratulations once again. Your speech on stage was outstanding. It resonated powerfully, setting a remarkable example for all contemporary youth." In response to the principal's highest accolades, Lu Xingzhou simply smiled humbly. "Principal, you flatter me. I merely spoke from the heart." What a heartfelt sentiment. The principal exclaimed, laughing heartily, before announcing a stunning decision that took Lu Xingzhou by surprise. To provide you with a better creative environment, the school has decided, after careful consideration, to establish a personal studio for you, breaking all norms. It will be located in the largest office of the literary club. The computers, desks, and air conditioning will all be upgraded to the latest and finest. Everything is to ensure you can focus on your creative endeavors. Furthermore, the exemption from your midterm examinations remains in effect. Attend classes whenever you wish, if you prefer. You may create in your studio. The school grants you the utmost freedom. Gasp! Jiang Han and the gray director, standing nearby, couldn't help but inhale sharply. This treatment could hardly be described as national treasure level. It was akin to royal treatment, as if Lu Xingzhou were being revered as the school's prized asset. That afternoon, in the self-study class of Class 10, the moment Lu Xingzhou's figure appeared at the classroom door, the entire class fell into a stunned silence. This was soon followed by an eruption of cheers akin to a tidal wave. Wow, Brother Zhou is back. Chen Yang was the first to leap from his seat, akin to an excited monkey, rushing over to give Lu Xingzhou a big bear hug. Brother Zhou is amazing. Under his lead, the entire class, boys and girls alike, erupted in unison, shouting, Brother Zhou is amazing. Brother Zhou is mighty. Brother Zhou, you are my idol. The atmosphere resembled that of a grand fan meeting. Countless students rushed forward with notebooks and pens, surrounding Lu Xingzhou for autographs. Brother Zhou, please sign for me. I want to put my idol's name on my bedside. Brother Zhou, let's take a picture. I want to post it on my social media. I've even thought of a title. Me and my champion classmate. Lu Xingzhou, overwhelmed by this fervor, could only laugh in exasperation as he diligently fulfilled the requests of his enthusiastic young fans. Chapter 47. Is someone picking peaches? As the final bell of the day rang, signaling the conclusion of classes, the bustling teaching building gradually quieted down. Lu Xingzhou did not rush back to his dormitory or to his studio. Instead, he shouldered his backpack and strolled leisurely to the familiar playground beneath the middle school teaching building. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before a petite figure with twin ponytails and a pink backpack scampered out of the building, chattering with a few female classmates. It was none other than his sister, Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu, Lu Xingzhou called out, leaning against a tree. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaowu looked up to see her older brother, her initial excitement giving way to a mock expression of disdain as she wrinkled her nose. However, she ultimately ran over, leaving her friends behind. What is it? The great champion has summoned this little girl. For what purpose? She said, crossing her arms and tilting her chin up. Though she was small in stature, her demeanor radiated an aura of someone much taller. Lu Xingzhou did not engage in banter. Instead, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a beautifully packaged box, placing it in her arms. Here, this is for you. Upon seeing the logo of Cardcaptor Sakura and the limited edition inscription on the box, Lu Xiaowu's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, she clutched the box tightly, fearful that her brother might change his mind. Wow, it's really the limited edition. Brother, you are my true brother. She nearly lunged at Lu Xingzhou for a hug, but restrained herself at the last moment, instead holding the precious box and haughtily huffing, Humph, this is more like it. I'll temporarily forgive you for sneaking off to eat a lavish meal while I was at school. Seeing her feigned indifference, Lu Xingzhou chuckled and shook his head. Yet, despite her words, the sparkling brightness in her eyes and the uncontrollable smile on her lips betrayed her inner joy. With her cherished treasure in hand, she dashed back to flaunt it to her friends, leaving Lu Xingzhou with a blissful smile in the aftermath. On Friday, at Lu Xingzhou's desk, a familiar note quietly slid over. The neatly penned words bore the signature of Xia Wangku. Congratulations, you've won the national championship. To reward you, I'd like to treat you to a movie on Saturday night, all right? The word all right was punctuated with an unyielding period, leaving no room for refusal. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the note and looked up, meeting Xia Wangku's clear eyes, which sparkled with a hint of anticipation. He did not respond to the note, merely smiling and nodding in her direction. After school, Lu Xingzhou arrived at his brand new personal studio. Indeed, as the principal had mentioned, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. A state-of-the-art high-spec computer, a comfortable ergonomic gaming chair, and even a small refrigerator brimming with various snacks and beverages stood nearby. Oh dear, what decadence! I hardly dare to admit this refrigerator belongs to me, lest someone from the Anti-Corruption Bureau opens it and questions me. Lu Xingzhou mused contentedly, settling comfortably into his throne and booting up the computer. Just as he was about to launch the Fantasy Home app to check the latest developments in Battle Through the Heavens, his phone buzzed urgently in his pocket. The caller ID read, Ji In Shu Kobayang. He answered the call, and in the next moment, Bayang's frantic voice blared through the receiver, resembling a rapid-fire machine gun. Nanfan, Lu Shun, you finally powered on. I was about to lose my mind. Something big has happened. A monumental issue. Are you free right now? I'll come find you immediately. Lu Xingzhou furrowed his brow, sensing an impending storm. Nearby, at a newly opened cafe, soft jazz floated through the air as sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Bayang sat across from Lu Xingzhou, Yet his demeanor was starkly incongruent with the leisurely ambience. His eyes were darkened, lips chapped, and his once meticulously styled hair appeared somewhat disheveled. He looked like a creature that had just emerged from a fierce battle, exuding weariness and agitation. Lu Shun, he began, his voice raspy as if scraped by sandpaper. Please take a look at this. He slid a tablet across the table to Lu Xingzhou. On the screen lay a draft of a contract in electronic form. Lu Xingzhou glanced at it and smiled. This contract was a veritable textbook case of draconian terms. Not only did it reduce the manuscript fee royalties to an absurdly low figure, but it also demanded that the author relinquish exclusive agency rights to all derivative copyrights of Dragon Clan for the next 20 years, leaving the author with a meager 30 of the profits. This was no partnership, it was outright robbery. What is this all about? Lu Xingzhou mused, lifting his glass of lemonade to take a sip, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Upon seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Bai Yang felt a slight easing of the tension in his chest. He took a deep breath and began recounting the corporate power struggle that had been unfolding within his company for days. Lu Shun, you may not be aware, but our magazine has recently appointed a new deputy editor-in-chief, surnamed Li. A flicker of resentment crossed Bai Yang's eyes. This individual was pushed forward by another faction within the company, specifically to undermine both me and deputy editor Zhang Han. Undermine you? Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes. Bai Yang nodded vigorously. Because the Dragon Clan project is one we discovered and have been pursuing. The better it performs, the greater our contribution appears. That Deputy Li's purpose is to claim all the credit for the Dragon Clan project. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou understood. This was nothing but the all-too-familiar and loathsome act of plucking fruit from the tree of labor in the workplace. Bai Yang continued. He deliberately bypassed us and contacted your parents directly to create the illusion that we had managed to handle the problematic family members, rather than relying on luck. If he succeeds, both Zhang and I will be marginalized for our incompetence and possibly even expelled from the project. He pointed at the tablet, indignation simmering in his voice. This tyrannical contract is not just designed to ensnare you. It's a colossal pitfall for both Zhang and me. He anticipated that you and your family would never sign such a contract. Once you refuse, he can immediately report to the higher-ups that Bai Yang and Zhang Han failed to instill confidence in the Author S family in our company. Now the project is at a standstill, and it was I who was called upon to stabilize the situation. Bai Yang's side, you see, regardless of whether the final negotiations succeed or fail, the credit will be his, and we will bear the blame. We are now in a predicament. If we oppose vigorously, we will be labeled as obstructing the greater good and hindering the company's progress. If we remain silent, all our prior efforts will be for naught. Chapter 48. With Lu Xingzhou, defeat is not an option. As Bai Yang narrated all of this, his eyes brimmed with anger and defiance. In that moment, he was no longer merely an editor representing Xingzhou, but rather a victim cornered by the ruthless machinations of corporate politics. Lu Xingzhou listened intently, not a hint of panic crossing his features, instead cutting straight to the heart of the matter. So, the issue at hand is not that Xingzhou seeks to ensnare me, but rather that someone within your company wishes to exploit the opportunity to ensnare you as well. Bai Yang was taken aback, then nodded gravely. Editor Bai Yang, Lu Xingzhou set down his cup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing. You are no longer merely working for Xingzhou. You are fighting for your own future. With that in mind, let us consider a different mode of collaboration. What kind of collaboration? Bai Yang's breath quickened. Lu Xingzhou's lips curled into a confident smile as he spoke slowly. From this moment forward, you will no longer be just my editor. You will become my exclusive business partner under the Nanfan brand in the publishing industry. What? Bai Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Our shared objective is to maximize the value of the Dragon Clan IP. Lu Xingzhou's voice was soft, yet imbued with a compelling strength. You will help me fend off external threats while I will assist you in solidifying your position within the company and even elevate it further. Once we achieve our goals, 5 of all copyright earnings will be your commission. 5%. This was a figure that would make any industry editor go wild with excitement. Bai Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. He gazed at the youth before him, whose serene eyes seemed to harbor an unfathomable ocean of stars. He understood this might be the most crucial gamble of his career. Winning would propel him to greatness. Losing, no. With this young man by his side, he would not falter. Lu Shun, boss. Bai Yang inhaled deeply, his resolve crystallizing. What do you need me to do? Quite simple, follow my plan. Lu Xingzhou's fingers tapped lightly on the table like a strategist orchestrating a game. First, reassure my parents. This is to prevent Deputy Li from finding any leverage to attack you. Just tell him that my parents need time to consider. Second, and this is crucial, You must immediately reach out to other publishing houses. Switching jobs? Bai Yang gasped. No, Lu Xingzhou shook his head. This is not a job switch. This is about creating leverage. You need to take the current data for Dragon Clan and approach competitors of Jianshu Ku, such as Fantasy Times and Jiangzhou Windcloud. You must demonstrate just how sought-after Dragon Clan is in the market, compelling them to offer terms far superior to Deputy Li's tyrannical contract. Moreover, ensure you have written evidence of these offers. I understand. The eyes of Bai Yang gleamed with increasing brilliance. Thirdly, the final showdown. A glimmer of cold sharpness flashed through Lu Xingzhu's eyes. Ultimately, you must take all the earnest contractual offers from various publishers directly to the highest echelons of your company. Bypass that vice presidently. You need to convey to them that you possess the capability to secure the most favorable conditions for the company. Make it abundantly clear to them how Vice President Li's foolish actions nearly led to monumental losses for the company. Ensure they understand who is truly capable of creating value for the organization. The intricately linked plan was vividly outlined by Lu Xingzhou. Bai Yang listened utterly astounded, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He realized that Lu Xingzhou had not only provided him with a flawless solution, but also paved a path to a higher position, a veritable highway to success. In that moment, his work for Lu Xingzhou transcended mere editorial duties. It became a battle for his own future and ambitions. Boss, I understand. Bai Yang nodded vigorously, his entire demeanor reinvigorated. I shall set forth to do it at once. Chapter 49. The Human Typing Machine. The Earthquake in the Editorial Department. With the matters concerning Dragon Clan having reached a conclusion, Lu Xingzhou had already informed his parents. Lu Jiangguo and Lu Shui were no fools. All relevant rights remained firmly in Lu Xingzhu's hands. As for the notion of breaking away from the publisher, establishing a company to operate independently was currently beyond Lu Xingzhu's reach. Even the great figures of his past life had established their companies only after amassing sufficient capital. And some of their older works' copyrights still resided in the hands of investors. This led to a dilemma where adaptations of those works, whether for film or television, resulted in varying degrees of success, some being rather disappointing. On the other side, the literary society and personal studios had become Lu Xingzhu's secret base and second home. After resolving the workplace intrigue with Bai Yang, Lu Xingzhou felt a sense of relief. He knew that with Bai Yang's abilities and execution, coupled with the unparalleled leverage of Dragon Clan, the scheming vice president Li would soon find himself out of the game. Thus, Lu Xingzhou devoted all his energy to an even grander and more exhilarating endeavor. Explosive updates. Right now, immediately, without delay. Frenziedly updating Do Put Song Kaiying. In the following week, aside from attending classes and occasionally exchanging notes with the haughty genius classmate Xia Wanko, he diligently disappeared from everyone's sight during every recess, lunch break, and study period. He immersed himself in his personal studio, initiating a full-throttle writing mode. The crisp and rhythmic sound of his fingers dancing over the keyboard echoed through the quiet office like the most exhilarating drum beats on a battlefield. His fingers created blurred afterimages on the keyboard, moving at a dizzying pace. Thanks to the Memory Palace, a capability akin to a game-breaking bug, Lu Xingzhou did not need to agonize over subsequent plot developments or character dialogues like other authors. All he needed to do was replicate the classic original texts that were deeply etched in his mind from his previous life, which had been validated countless times. Whether it was Xiao Yin refining strange flames or heading to Yunlin's sect for the 3-year agreement, each electrifying scene flowed effortlessly through his fingertips, transforming into lines of enchanting text. This was no mere typing. It was akin to a human printing machine. Lu Xingzhu's almost frenzied updates sent shockwaves through the entire reader community of the Fantasy Garden website. Whoa, everyone come look. Lord Loxia has updated 5 chapters today. That's right, 5 chapters. 5 chapters? What is that? I just counted. Yesterday there were 6. The day before also had 5. Is this even humanly possible? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do this. Lord Loxia, are you locked in a dark room, whipped by editors to churn out words? If you're being held captive, just blink once. This is incredible. I've never followed a serialized story this thrilling. It feels like reading a completed novel. There are new chapters every day. I'm so blissful I could cry. The comment section transformed into a grand sight of fervent pleas for updates. Countless readers, akin to Columbus discovering a new continent, spread the word, recommending this bountifully updated and gripping novel to everyone around them. The data for Do Put Song Kaiying skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, ascending at a speed that left everyone astounded. Over 50,000 collections, over 100,000 recommendation votes. The top position on the new book list was secured with unwavering stability, leaving the second-place contender far behind, unable even to catch a glimpse of its taillights. As for the new book by the renowned author Feng Zhongqianyu, it had long been forgotten. In the Fantasy Garden website's editorial department, the editor-in-chief, Chu Shui, observed the continuously surging data and the astonishingly consistent daily updates exceeding 10,000 words, rendering him utterly dazed. He lifted a cup of coffee that had long gone cold, taking a sip in an attempt to calm his wildly racing heart. But to no avail. Having served as an editor for so many years and signed new works numbering no less than 8,000, some of which later blossomed into great successes, he had never encountered anything like Do Pa Tsang Kaing, such an outrageous and extraordinary phenomenon. This astonishing data, this terrifying writing speed, this textbook-level mastery of thrilling points. Chu Shui began to wildly speculate on the true identity of Luxia Guo. This could not possibly be a newcomer. Such a terrifying speed and rhythm must belong to a prominent figure in the traditional publishing world, weary of conventional literature, who had descended into the web literature realm to dominate. Or perhaps it was a long-established author operating under a secret identity. He positioned Luxia Guo as a mysterious and reclusive top-tier industry mogul, entirely failing to consider that it might be a mere 16-year-old high school student. After all, that was just too inhumane. As Chu Shui's mind raced with speculation, the office's chief editor, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, ambled over with a thermos in hand. Chu Shui, you signed Do Pa Tsang Kaing, didn't you? Yes, editor-in-chief. Chu Shui quickly stood up. The editor-in-chief placed the thermos on his desk with a resounding thud, his expression grave as he issued a stern command. Whoever this person is, whatever their identity, they must be retained at all costs. Whatever recommendations they seek, grant them unreservedly. All resources of the website must be directed towards them. Understood. Chu Shui nodded repeatedly, and the editor-in-chief lowered his voice. Find a way to probe their background. Anyone capable of writing such a book is undoubtedly extraordinary. We must swiftly clarify their true identity and, ideally, secure a long-term contract to bind them to our website. With the editor-in-chief's military orders ringing in his ears, Chu Shui trembled as he clicked on the QQ avatar he now dared not directly confront. He meticulously composed a private message to Lu Xingzhou, exercising utmost caution. Blowing snow. Ahem, esteemed sir, are you there? I hope to disturb you for a moment. Falling sunset lone crane. A mere question mark. Yet it instilled an inexplicable pressure within Blowing Snow. Blowing Snow. It is thus, esteemed sir, in light of the extraordinary data and overwhelming popularity of your book, our chief editor has granted special approval to allow you to launch early at the end of this month, specifically next Friday. Blowing Snow, moreover, on the day of the launch, the website will arrange top-tier recommendations across all channels for you. This includes a grand display on the homepage's app opening screen, a banner advertisement on the PC side. In short, the utmost specifications. Bowing, upon reading the message, Lu Xingzhou calmly replied with two simple words. All right. Seizing the moment, Blowing Snow hastened to probe further. Blowing Snow. Esteemed sir, may I audaciously inquire? Your writing speed is truly astonishing. Would you be so kind as to disclose whether you are a new pseudonymous deity or a renowned physical author? This way, we can better coordinate our promotional efforts for you. Falling sunset lone crane. Just a student, busy with assignments, no time. With that, Lu Xingzhou as avatar dimmed, leaving Blowing Snow alone, contemplating the response about being a student, engrossed in profound thought. A student? He shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be the twisted humor of a top-tier figure. Yes, he must be jesting with me. Lu Xingzhou had reached such a level that his truthful statements would be deemed too outrageous to be believed by others. However, this suited him perfectly. In the author group, the harem of Blowing Snow, the previous sharp exchanges and sarcasm had long since dissipated. The entire group had devolved into a large discussion forum for Battle Through the Heavens and a relentless urging for updates on Falling Sunset Lone Crane. Those once loyal followers had transformed into fervent fans of Battle Through the Heavens, bombarding the group with excitement daily. Strange Fire is finally making its appearance. How exhilarating. Xiao Suner and the little doctor felt that Xiao Yan's romantic interests were multiplying. Who would he ultimately end up with? Meanwhile, the character Wind among the remaining moon, having been thoroughly embarrassed last time, had not spoken a word in the group since. Yet, he secretly lurked in the group under his reader pseudonym, observing daily, and subscribed at the very first moment of the Battle Through the Heavens update, faster than anyone else. His lips said no, but his heart was undeniably honest. Chapter 50, the night before the launch. Nationwide anticipation. Time, like a fleeting horse, sped by. And soon it was the eve of Battle Through the Heavens' launch. Thursday night, in the brightly lit personal studio of the Literary Society, Lu Xingzhou sat upon his throne, not engaging in his usual frantic keyboard clattering. Instead, he opened a blank document, his expression focused, as if contemplating something of great significance. He was crafting a special launch note. In his previous life, such notes were an indispensable segment of every online literary work. They served as a summary of the serialized chapter from the past, while also offering a glimpse into the forthcoming paid chapters, embodying the most direct and sincere emotional exchange between the author and the readers. A well-crafted launch note could significantly stir readers' emotions, igniting fervor for the subscription results on launch day. Naturally, Lu Xingzhou would not let this opportunity slip away. Yet, he had no desire to resort to the tired tropes of self-pity and hardship. Instead, he aimed to articulate something more genuine and profoundly touching. Taking a deep breath, his fingers began to gently dance upon the keyboard. The title read, in tribute to all the indomitable young writers before the launch. Falling Sunset Lone Crane. The intention behind writing this book is quite simple. I wish to portray an imperfect protagonist. He was once a favored child of heaven, only to plummet down, subjected to ridicule and disdain. He will experience confusion and anger, yet he will never surrender. I believe many of us can see reflections of ourselves within him. Though we may lack fighting spirit or strange fire, we too live in a world fraught with challenges. We encounter failures in examinations, endure emotional setbacks, face misunderstandings, and are ruthlessly oppressed by reality. Like Xiao Yin, we may find ourselves in the depths of night, clenching our fists in defiance. In our hearts, we remind ourselves that 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. I wish to convey, through this book, a message of strength. Life may bully you, but you must not concede. The heart of youth should be as steadfast as rock, unwavering in the face of adversity, as fervent as fire, never extinguished. With this book, I salute every indomitable youth within us. Upon completing this heartfelt passage, Lu Xingzhou felt a surge of passion. He then added at the end of his note, lastly, I extend my gratitude for your unwavering support. Tomorrow at noon, this book will officially launch. At that time, guaranteeing a 10-chapter explosive update. I seek your initial subscriptions, monthly votes, and all forms of support. Every subscription from you is a fist raised against fate. Thank you. After finalizing everything, he clicked publish. The moment this launch note was released, it incited an unprecedented storm across the entire Fantasy Garden website. Countless readers, still engrossed in their late-night readings, went into a frenzy upon encountering this note. Damn, I'm a grown man and I cried. The heart of youth should be as steadfast as rock. Beautifully written. Folks, who understands? I just bombed my midterm exams and was hiding under the covers crying. Reading this instantly filled me with strength. 10 chapters exploding tomorrow. 10 chapters. What kind of divine author is this? I'm in love. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Vote for monthly tickets and recommendations with all your might. Tomorrow at noon is the moment we, the fans of Battle Through the Heavens, make history. I've already put all my allowance for tomorrow into it. Not for anything else. Just for that line, do not underestimate the youth as poverty. Tomorrow, I must give something to the esteemed falling sunset. The enthusiasm of the readers ignited like dry kindling, blazing fiercely. They spontaneously shared screenshots of this launch note in various reader groups, forums, and discussion boards, multiplying the excitement tenfold. Within less than an hour, the news about Battle Through the Heavens launching with a guarantee of 10 explosive chapters had spread throughout the entire online literature community. A historical launch storm was brewing at an alarming pace. Unbeknownst to Lu Xingzhou, two significant figures unwittingly contributed to this momentum. The homeroom teacher and Chinese language instructor, Jiang Han, during a break, habitually opened the Fantasy Garden app to check if the esteemed falling sunset had been slacking off. To his surprise, he immediately spotted the freshly published launch note. After reading it, this young man in his 20s felt an exhilarating rush, almost bouncing off his bed. Excellent. Masterfully written. He remained completely unaware that the author of this passage was none other than Lu Xingzhou, the student who had been called upon in class earlier that day to answer questions. As an educator, he was simply moved by the uplifting words contained within the text. Instantly, he opened his personal blog, inspiration flooding through him, and he passionately composed a brand new post. The title read, "A web novel worthy of every confused youth, Battle Through the Heavens." In the article, he extolled the unwavering spirit of perseverance that this novel conveyed. In fact, at the conclusion of his piece, he lamented, "It is a pity that there are so few young talents today like the author of Battle Through the Heavens, who possessed both exceptional ability and a noble spirit infused with positive energy. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, an editor at Xingzhou, was diligently following Lu Xingzhou's directives, feverishly promoting the novel across various online literature forums and media channels. He enlisted several well-known book reviewers, instructing them to release insider information that would create the illusion of an exclusive web serialization of Dragon Tribe about to commence, thereby instigating pressure on other publishing houses and applying considerable stress to the deputy general manager, surnamed Li, at Xingzhou. Soon, he keenly observed the meteoric rise of Battle Through the Heavens, this sudden phenomenon. Though unfamiliar with the author, Luo Xiaogomo, he regarded Battle Through the Heavens purely from a competitive business perspective, viewing it as a most formidable hypothetical adversary to Dragon Tribe in the realm of web literature. Thus, to accentuate the uniqueness and impending supremacy of Dragon Tribe, he advised the collaborating reviewers to mention, while recommending Battle Through the Heavens, that although it was commendable, it was ultimately a newcomer with a shallow foundation. The true king would be Dragon Tribe, which was set to launch its web serialization soon. According to insider information, the literary giant Nan Feng from the physical publishing world was about to make his online debut. At that moment, all emerging kings would be eclipsed. Bai Yang's intention was to utilize Battle Through the Heavens as a stepping stone to generate maximum buzz for Dragon Tribe's online premiere. However, by a stroke of serendipity, he inadvertently attracted more core web literature readers and immense traffic to Battle Through the Heavens. Countless readers, previously oblivious to Battle Through the Heavens, felt compelled to investigate this book that could be compared to Dragon Tribe, eager to discover just how remarkable it truly was. As a result, once they entered its page, they found themselves utterly captivated. Friday, 11:59 a.m. Literature Society, Personal Studio. Lu Xingzhou sat calmly before his computer, gazing at the unprecedentedly soaring data in the backend, which was nothing short of historic. With a gentle motion of his mouse, he slowly pressed the long-awaited button labeled Publish VIP Chapter. The first order for Chapter 51 exceeded 10,000. The editorial department was in a frenzy. With a soft click, 10 chapters were instantly released into the vast ocean of readers on the website. The eager readers, who had been waiting impatiently on Battle Through the Heavens page, surged toward the newly opened VIP channel with fervor. In the author's backend, the subscription data, which had previously been at 0, began to surge at a visibly rapid pace. 117, 542, 1368, 3791, 5220, the numbers, glowing in a vivid red, shot up like an uncontrollable heart rate monitor. Lu Xingzhou hardly glanced at it, calmly closing the page, locking the studio door, and turning towards the bustling cafeteria. The first class of the afternoon was a drowsy geography lesson. The teacher lectured on the formation of karst landforms. While most students below appeared to be in a state of daydreaming, Lu Xingzhou sat in the back row by the window, discreetly pulling out his phone under the guise of his book and opened the Fantasy Home app. Just an hour had passed since the launch. He refreshed the backend, and when the latest data appeared before him, even with his extensive experiences, his heart skipped a beat in disbelief. The author's backend displayed 24-hour first orders, 10,145. Average subscriptions, 10,145. High subscriptions, 10,145. Over 10,000 first orders. Furthermore, this number continued to grow at a terrifying rate of hundreds per minute. He was astonished by this figure. He had anticipated Battle Through the Heavens would be popular, but not to this outrageous extent. In his previous life within the web literature sphere, a debut author's 24-hour first orders exceeding 3,000 was already a cause for celebration. Achieving over 10,000 so quickly was not merely exceptional. It was an opening that would evoke envy among seasoned authors. It seemed that the readers of this world had been starved for too long by those pretentious, self-indulgent literary authors. The moment a genuinely exhilarating book emerged, the energy they unleashed was astounding. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Fantasy Home, the editorial department was in complete chaos. Editor Chue Shui had been fixated on the backend data of Battle Through the Heavens since noon. He watched the astonishingly erratic growth curve, and his emotions shifted from initial shock to ecstatic joy and ultimately to a sense of numbness. He felt as though he were in a dream, so unreal, so utterly surreal. This data surge was not the result of a mere novel. It felt akin to a money-printing machine, gulping down a large mouthful of his long cold coffee. He attempted to ground himself in reality with its bitter taste, but it was to no avail. He sensed he was not merely observing data, he was witnessing history. At that moment, the office door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. The Mediterranean-haired chief editor, unable to knock, stormed in like a bull in heat, clutching a thermos. Though his hairstyle remained composed, His expression was flushed with excitement. Chui Shui. The data. I've seen the data. He grabbed Chui Shui's shoulders, shaking him fervently. It surpassed 10,000. The first orders have hit 10,000 so quickly. Yes, yes, Chief Editor, Chui Shui replied, feeling as though his bones might shatter from the force of the shaking. The Chief Editor released him, pacing excitedly around the office, before finally stopping to issue a series of urgent commands to the entire editorial team. What are you all waiting for? Get moving. Technical department. Immediately, go to the backend and expand the servers. Ensure the reading channel for Battle Through the Heavens remains absolutely seamless. If there is even a hint of lag, you can forget about your bonuses this month. Operations department. All the best recommendation spots on the website. Switch them to Battle Through the Heavens immediately. The homepage app splash screen. Super banner ads on the PC version. Arrange for a 24-hour rotation. Don't worry about spending money. Public relations department. Contact every media channel we can reach. The emergence of a new literary titan has sent shockwaves through the web fiction realm, with a staggering first-day subscription surpassing 10,000, thereby etching its name in the annals of literary history. I am determined to ensure that every aficionado of novels is made aware of the existence of Battle Through the Heavens today. The entire editorial department, as if invigorated by an electrifying surge, sprang into frenetic activity. The cacophony of ringing phones, the clattering of keyboards, and animated discussions enveloped the office as everyone fervently rallied around this singular masterpiece. Amidst the delightful chaos akin to that of a bustling stock exchange, Lu Xingzhou, the architect of this phenomenon, remained remarkably composed, as though nothing extraordinary had transpired. After attending his afternoon class and enjoying a meal in the cafeteria, he even found the leisure to leisurely draft another chapter of his manuscript. It was only during the intermission of the evening study session that he nonchalantly logged into the QQ account, nearly drowning in a flood of notifications. As soon as he came online, the avatar of Blowing Snow began to flicker with frenetic urgency. Blowing Snow, almighty ancestor, you have finally graced us with your presence. Kneeling GIF, Blowing Snow. Did you see? The first-day subscriptions have shattered the 10,000 mark. You have set a record for our website and indeed the entire web fiction realm. You are no mere mortal. You are a deity. Upon reading the screen filled with fervent adulation and a barrage of exuberant emojis, Lu Xingzhou calmly replied with 4 succinct words. Understood, standard procedure. The other end of the screen, Blowing Snow, was left utterly flabbergasted. Standard procedure? Brother. Ancestor. Is this truly what you term standard procedure? Are you aiming for the heavens? He felt as though he and this titan of the literary world existed in entirely different dimensions. Just as Blowing Snow grappled with his existential crisis, Lu Xingzhou sent another message. Blowing Snow, please assist me in contacting the head of game rights and anime adaptations at your site. I have some new ideas I would like to discuss with them. Blowing Snow stared at this message, once again rendered speechless, while others were reveling in the initial subscription data or fretting over subsequent performance. You have already begun strategizing for full IP rights management. Blowing Snow felt his mind teetering on the brink of overload. For the first time, he realized that the book he had secured was not merely a remarkable tale, but rather the nascent form of a commercial empire poised to revolutionize the entire industry. Chapter 52. An invitation from a rival. The news of Battle Through the Heavens breaking the 10,000 mark in initial subscriptions detonated like a bombshell, not only shaking the entire website, but also obliterating the author group known as Blowing Snow's harem. If there had been any lingering doubts, jealousy, or spectatorship regarding the ID Falling Sunset and Lonely Crane, such sentiments had now evaporated entirely. In their stead arose a chorus of worship and pilgrimage. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the great author Falling Sunset is my kin, albeit by different mothers. Those who oppose shall face my wrath. A deity. A true deity. No rebuttals accepted. Just yesterday, I boasted to my wife about being in the same group as the great Falling Sunset, and she dismissed me, claiming I was merely a frog yearning for swan. Brothers, I have set aside my own book to prepare for a new one, mimicking the style of Battle Through the Heavens. At that time, I shall beseech the great author for a chapter recommendation. I just calculated that the earnings from the great Falling Sunset success would be several thousand a day. In a month, my word, I dare not even contemplate it. It feels as though I'm not writing words, but rather loneliness. The group had transformed entirely into a forum for extolling Falling Sunset, with an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. Those once sarcastic sycophants now transformed into opportunistic flatterers, as if the ones who had ridiculed Lu Xingzhou had never been them at all. Amidst this harmonious exchange of commercial flattery, the long-silent ID, Moonlight in the Wind, suddenly resurfaced. He refrained from sarcasm or harsh words, opting instead to address Lu Xingzhou directly in the group. Moonlight in the Wind. Great author Falling Sunset, I sincerely apologize for my prior ignorance and offense. The implication being that I failed to recognize a true titan. And the jester was none other than myself. As this message emerged, the group fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt in fervor moments later. Almost immediately, a private message arrived in Lu Xingzhou's QQ inbox. Moonlight in the Wind. Great author, this is Moonlight in the Wind. Are you there? Lu Xingzhou regarded the private message with a hint of amusement curving his lips. He was curious to see what this once mighty author, now humbled, had to say. He replied with a simple question mark. The response was almost instantaneous, delivering a lengthy missive brimming with sincere and humble apologies. Moonlight in the Wind. My esteemed author. First and foremost, I must extend my most heartfelt apologies for my prior immaturity and offense. I should not have provoked you in the group, nor should I have implied anything about your chapters. I was too young and too impetuous. I am but a novice. I bow before you. Bang, bang, bang. Moonlight in the Wind. Your work battle through the heavens has captivated me, and I have read it no less than 10 times in recent days. It is truly magnificent. The exhilarating sensation it imparts and your masterful control over thrilling moments are nothing short of textbook excellence. Compared to you, my own work Sword Inquiry on Longevity pales in comparison, a mere heap of dog excrement. This sudden and extravagant flattery left Lu Xingzhou thoroughly entertained. He maintained his composure, merely responding with, "Let us get to the point. Moonlight in the Wind. Straightforward as always. Here's the thing." Having received Lu Xingzhou's initial response, Moonlight in the Wind finally unveiled his true intentions, launching into the heart of the matter. He spoke in a tone befitting a conversation between titans, revealing the existence of a well-known yet shadowy industrial chain within the world of web literature. Moonlight in the Wind. Great author, I must speak candidly. Your update frequency is astonishing. With daily updates exceeding 10,000 words while maintaining such high quality, surely one person cannot manage all this alone? To be frank, many of the top authors in our circle are not working solo. Oh, Lu Xing's, whose interest was piqued. Moonlight in the Wind. Behind them, they all have the support of studios. He proceeded to elaborate on how these studios operate efficiently. The authors merely need to provide the core storyline, key character designs, and crucial thrilling segments. As for the laborious tasks of filling in details, environmental descriptions, and padding word count, those are entirely delegated to the hired hands within the studio. This process resembles a well-oiled assembly line, with the author as the chief designer and the ghostwriters as the diligent workers. This allows for the industrialized mass production of daily updates in the tens of thousands, achieving remarkable efficiency. Moonlight in the Wind. Great author, to be candid. I manage a small studio myself. While it may not compare to the teams of top-tier authors, the few ghostwriters I have are quite obedient and produce words at a decent pace. Moonlight in the Wind. Would you be interested in collaborating with us? Moonlight in the Wind. A 70-30 split. You need to do nothing but engage your intellect to provide the outline and thrilling moments for the continuation. All the laborious tasks will be handled by our studio. We guarantee you can relax and earn money effortlessly. Finally, the true intentions of the other party were laid bare. This is hardly an apology. It is evidently a calculated move to seize a share of the lucrative cash cow that is Do Put Song Kind. Faced with this alluring proposal of effortless profit, Lu Xingzhou did not even hesitate. Calmly, he typed out a few lines on the keyboard. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I prefer to write by myself. Every word I pen must originate from my own hand. This is the most fundamental respect I owe to my work and to my readers. These sentences were serene, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Through the cold data line, they reached the screen of Feng Zhong, Can You with clarity. Feng Zhong Can You stared at the words in silence. He had assumed no one could resist the temptation of fame and fortune, yet he was taken aback by the other's unequivocal and idealistic refusal. It dawned on him that he and this enigmatic newcomer on the other side of the screen were fundamentally different. He pursued maximized profits, traffic, and wealth, while the other seemed to chase after something purer, albeit more naive. After a long pause, he sent a final message, feeling somewhat dejected. Feng Zhong Can You? Understood. Esteemed one, I apologize for my presumptuousness. Wishing you great success with your new book. Luo Xiagu Wu. Thank you. Thus, the conversation came to a close. Lu Xingzhou recognized that from this moment forth, he and Feng Zhong Can You would part ways completely, embarking on two distinctly divergent paths of creation. This brief online exchange, although leaving Lu Xingzhou somewhat displeased, granted him a deeper understanding of the web literature realm. It appeared that the gray industry of ghostwriting in studios also thrived here. He began to ponder. Perhaps in the future, when he possessed sufficient capital and energy, he would need to assemble a team of his own. Yet, it would unequivocally not be a factory for ghostwriting and hackery, but rather an entertainment empire capable of fully developing the classic IPs residing in his mind into comics, animations, and films. This notion quietly planted a seed within his heart. Chapter 53. Watching a movie with the campus Belle. The concept of 5 centimeters per second. On Saturday evening, at the largest IMAX cinema in the city center, the vibrant neon lights adorned the night sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. While the aroma of popcorn wafted through the air, a steady stream of young couples strolled in pairs. Lu Xingzhou and Xiao Wangke walked side by side amidst the bustling crowd, like two streams seamlessly merging into the ocean, natural and harmonious. Today, Xiao Wangkaiu had donned a creamy white dress instead of the usual blue and white school uniform. The hem of her dress swayed gently with each step, reminiscent of a lily quietly blooming in the night breeze, pure and beautiful, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lu Xingzhou purchased 2 cups of cola and a large bucket of popcorn. They entered the theater and found an excellent viewing position near the middle and back in the dimly lit screening room. The film was the most popular youth romance movie of the moment. To be honest, the plot was somewhat cliched, revolving around a top student male lead and a struggling female lead, tangled in a melodramatic tale of misunderstandings, missed opportunities, and reunions. In his past life, Lu Xingzhou could have predicted the ending within 10 minutes. Yet, the director's skill in cinematography and the enchanting score, combined with the presence of a girl as remarkable as Xia Wangko beside him, made the experience captivating. Although their verbal exchanges were few, every time Lu Xingzhou reached for popcorn, his fingertips would inadvertently brush against Xia Wangkaiu's cool hand. Each touch felt electrifying, causing Xia Wangkaiu to shiver slightly before quickly retracting her hand, feigning nonchalance as she focused on the silver screen. Yet, the blush that crept across her cheeks in the dim light was strikingly enchanting. As the film reached its climax, with the male and female leads parting ways in a torrential downpour, the theater resonated with a symphony of suppressed sobs. Turning his head, Lu Xingzhou caught a glimpse of Xiao Wangku, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She bit her lower lip, valiantly striving to suppress her emotions, her determined expression adorably heart-wrenching. Lu Xingzhou remained silent, merely retrieving a clean tissue from his pocket and quietly offering it to her. Xiao Wangkaiu paused in surprise, accepted the tissue, and lightly dabbed at the corners of her eyes, her voice muffled with a hint of nasal congestion as she murmured, "Thank you." As the film concluded, the two walked side by side on their way home. The streetlights elongated their shadows, occasionally intertwining. Suddenly, Xiao Wangko halted and turned to face him earnestly. Lu Xingzhou also came to a stop. Still reflecting on the film's narrative, Xiao Wangkaiu asked, somewhat melancholic, "Why do you think lovers always end up drifting apart?" She appeared to be deeply immersed in the film's emotional aftermath. Lu Xingzhou gazed into her enchanting eyes, illuminated by the night, and felt a stirring within. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Then, looking into her eyes earnestly, he said, "Because distance and time are the cruelest forces in the world. I happen to be conceiving a story that explores this very question." "What story?" Xiao Wangkaiu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Xingzhou softly replied, "Do you know? The speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. 5 centimeters per second?" Xiao Wangkaiu repeated softly, seeming to savor the weight of his words. Lu Xingzhou, gazing into the distant night sky, recounted the narrative of the classic animation 5 centimeters per second. The story's male and female leads met when they entered the same elementary school, becoming each other's best friends. Ultimately, however, due to a relocation, they were forced to part ways. In an era devoid of smartphones, they could only maintain their connection through letters, each waiting day for a reply stretching on like a century. Eventually, on a snowy winter night, the male lead boarded a train to meet the female lead. Yet the train was delayed repeatedly due to the storm, each passing minute a torment for him. As he watched the snowstorm outside, despair filled his heart. By the time he finally arrived at their agreed-upon station, it was already late at night, and he feared the girl had long since left. Even the carefully penned letter he had prepared for her was whisked away by the frigid winds, leaving him despondent amidst the snow. However, when he opened the waiting room door, he discovered the girl still curled up by the heater, waiting for him. In that moment, all the waiting became meaningful. Lu Xingzhu's voice was low and gentle as he recounted this tale of waiting, reunion, and missed opportunities. Xiao Wangko listened intently, as though she were that girl waiting in the snow. And then, she could not help but ask, did they end up together? Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. That's a secret for now. Xiao Wang Kaiyu fell silent. An indescribable ache and sense of regret began to unfurl within her heart. She seemed to anticipate the tragic trajectory of the story, yet it was evident that Lu Xingzhou intended to alter its course. After all, in this narrative, the age at which the male and female protagonists exchanged their first kiss was one that could lead to censorship. If revisions were to be made, why not craft a more uplifting ending? If the cherry blossoms fell at a rate of 5 centimeters per second, Lu Xingzhou gazed at her and softly inquired, how long would it take for two hearts to draw near? This was the essence of the tale he wished to narrate, aptly titled 5 centimeters per second. Xiao Wangku's eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars as she lifted her gaze to the exceptionally talented youth before her. It sounded beautiful, yet profoundly melancholic. She gently remarked, you must show it to me first when you finish writing. Lu Xingzhou smiled and nodded. A promise is a promise? A promise is a promise. They sealed their pact, their pinkies entwined beneath the glow of the street lamp. After escorting Xiao Wangku home, Lu Xingzhou strolled alone along the path back. The night breeze cool, yet unable to extinguish the fervor within his heart. As he walked, he mentally organized the achievements he had amassed since arriving in this world. First, there were several distinguished literary works published under his real name, Lu Xingzhou. In the realm of classical literature, Night Tour of the Basketball Court served as his stepping stone. On the Love of Lotus became his renowned masterpiece, while the Ode to the Epang Palace marked the pinnacle of his literary prowess. In science fiction, his work with Her Eyes garnered the Morningstar Award, affirming his potential in the genre. These accomplishments established him as a prodigious talent and a rising star in science fiction, earning him accolades from his school and a stellar reputation. Next, under the pseudonym Nan Feng, he crafted the physical novel Dragon Clan. The first installment, The Dawn of Fire, was nearing its conclusion, serving as the cornerstone of his venture into the realm of physical publishing and the creation of an intellectual property empire. Lastly, under the pseudonym Luo Xiaogu Wu, he stirred the online literary scene with Fights Breaks Fear, a true literary behemoth boasting over 5 million words. Even the legendary potato god of his previous life took more than 2 years to complete his serialized work from April 2009 to July 2011. Over 5 million words. Lu Xingzhou murmured. Chapter 54 of Dragon Clan I, The Dawn of Fire had concluded. For an ordinary author, even with a ready outline, the sheer act of writing could be exhausting. But he was different. He possessed the extraordinary ability of a memory palace, allowing him to recall with ease. He did not need to grapple with writer's block like others. His sole task was to write fervently, becoming a machine devoid of emotion. Yet, diligence is a talent in itself. In his previous life, Lu Xingzhou had also ascended to a prestigious university through a combination of hard work and innate ability. Given his current pace of daily writing 10,000 words, coupled with weekend bursts of creativity, Lu Xingzhou calculated silently. 1 year, at most within a year, he hoped to conclude this monumental work of over 5 million words in this world. Completing in 1 year what others took over 2 to achieve would undoubtedly send ripples through the online literary domain. With this thought, a confident smile graced Lu Xingzhou's lips. After watching a film, he would write Dragon Clan. On a Sunday afternoon, in that familiar cafe, the sun remained warm and the jazz played softly. However, this time, Baiyang, seated opposite Lu Xingzhou, radiated a newfound confidence, shedding his previous despondency. Clad in a crisp new suit, his hair impeccably styled and a hint of cologne gracing his presence, he exuded an aura of triumph. Lu God, I have not failed you, he proclaimed, reverently placing a thick envelope before Lu Xingzhou. Here are the results you requested. Lu Xingzhou opened the envelope to find several contracts with astounding offers from top-tier domestic publishers. Each one presented jaw-dropping terms. 2 companies, in a display of sincerity, even proposed to pay a substantial advance of 1 million, eager to secure the publication rights to Dragon Clan. Well done, Lu Xingzhou acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction, not withholding his praise. Baiyang chuckled, his face alight with excitement as he recounted his recent accomplishments. Lu God, your strategy was nothing short of brilliant. I casually revealed these offers in front of the company executives, and you won't believe the reaction. The board members were nearly apoplectic at the thought of missing out on such a super IP. Vice President Li, who aimed to seize it, was berated by the chairman for a solid half hour. He looked as pale as a wilted eggplant. Baiyang laughed heartily, reveling in the sweet taste of vengeance. Ultimately, the board decided to remove Vice President Li from the Dragon Clan project, relegating him to a logistics role. And Baiyang pointed to himself, pride evident on his face, for he had heroically safeguarded the company's core asset, earning an extraordinary promotion to the newly established Dragon Clan IP project head. He would oversee all interactions with Lu Xingzhou, reporting directly to the chairman. This meant that henceforth, all matters concerning Dragon Clan would be dictated solely by Lu Xingzhou and by Yang, who would listen to Lu Xingzhou's every word. No one could undermine their authority again. Lu Xingzhou nodded, satisfied with the outcome. In this profit-driven commercial realm, only absolute strength and acumen could grant one genuine authority. Yang took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and then solemnly retrieved another pristine contract from his briefcase, presenting it to Lu Xingzhou. Lu God, this is the new contract our company drafted overnight. Fully aligned with the joint development model you proposed. Maximum royalties and an independent project team. You will serve as the creative director with a veto power. Moreover, Yang paused, his voice trembling slightly. You will receive 80 of the net profits from all derivatives. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented and lucrative agreement. A testament to Xingzhou's utmost sincerity in retaining such a luminary, representing an unparalleled concession in the publishing industry. Lu Xingzhou perused the contract meticulously, finding no pitfalls. Every clause impeccably safeguarded his rights. He took up the pen and inscribed his name, Lu Xingzhou, on the document that symbolized immense wealth and a promising future. After signing, he closed the contract and handed it back to Yang. Pleasure to collaborate. Pleasure to collaborate. Yang exclaimed, shaking Lu Xingzhou's hand with palpable excitement, his palms slightly damp with sweat. Just as Yang believed their meeting was concluding, Lu Xingzhou called out to him. Wait a moment. He extracted a thick, brown paper file from his backpack. Now that the contract has been signed, we can truly consider ourselves a family, Lu Xingzhou calmly stated as he pushed the file towards Yang. This is Dragon Tribe, Dawn of Fire, which contains all the remaining manuscripts of the first volume. The climax of this grand finale is the heart-wrenching scene where Lu Mingfei, with tears in his eyes, slays Old Tang, a moment that is undeniably poignant. Take it. Yang was momentarily stunned. He gazed blankly at the file, then at the composed Lu Xingzhou. Is it really finished already? He asked incredulously. After all, how long has it been since the last submission? Less than a month, right? Moreover, during this time, this esteemed individual had to attend school, participate in the classical literature competition, and go to the capital to receive awards. How on earth did he find time to write such a high-quality conclusion of several 100,000 words? Inspiration flows like a torrent. It cannot be contained. Lu Xingzhou shrugged, offering an irrefutable explanation. With trembling hands, Yang opened the file and skimmed through the contents. The handwriting was neat, the plot coherent, evoking a thrilling yet subtly melancholic essence. In fact, it was even more captivating than the previous chapters. He lifted his gaze, and the look in his eyes when he regarded Lu Xingzhou had completely transformed. It was a gaze reserved for a deity. Lu God, Yang swallowed hard, genuinely exclaiming, in my years as an editor, I have encountered many prodigies. However, none compare to your speed and quality. Those who write faster than you are leagues behind in quality. And those who write better than you? Regrettably, none exist at the moment. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou merely smiled nonchalantly. This is just the beginning. If you knew that I am simultaneously working on another novel exceeding 5 million words online, and am currently updating it at a staggering pace of 10,000 words per day, you might just kneel and call me daddy on the spot. Chapter 55, The Thief of the South Wind. Masena Blade. The editorial department of Zion Bookstore made a decision that defied its forebears. Under the vigorous advocacy of Yang, the newly appointed head of the Dragon Tribe Project Group, and in tandem with the impending grand finale of Dragon Tribe Dawn of Fire, the magazine decided to consecutively publish 2 special editions this month. They would release all the remaining content of Dragon Tribe at once, allowing readers to indulge fully. Upon the announcement, the entire readership community erupted. Boss, 2 copies of Zion Bookstore, please. I want the latest special edition. Wow, why is this issue so thick? It's like a brick. More quantity at no extra cost. What a conscientious industry. I love you, Great South Wind. Bookstores and newsstands across the nation were instantly inundated with students who, waving their pocket money like ravenous wolves, swept away every hefty magazine in sight. On a Saturday afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk. Dragon Tribe superfan Wang Hao eagerly tore open the plastic wrapping of the new book. The intoxicating scent of ink wafted towards him, prompting him to take a deep, satisfied breath. Finally, the grand finale is upon us. Lu Mingfei, here I come. With excitement coursing through him, he turned to the first page. However, to his utter disbelief, what awaited him was not the anticipated exhilarating conclusion, but rather a blade wrapped in sweetness, yet keenly sharp. The plot unfolded swiftly. Lu Mingfei and Nyo headed to Bronze City to plant explosives, but were ambushed. their lives hanging by a thread. The very online friend who had always accompanied Lu Mingfei in their interstellar adventures, exchanging banter and humor, turned out to be Old Tang, the king of bronze and fire among the four great monarchs. Wang Hao's heart jolted. No, it can't be. Trembling, he continued to flip through the pages. The true tragedy struck at the last moment. In a bid to save Niu, Lu Mingfei summoned Lu Ming's, sacrificing a quarter of his life to thrust the 7 deadly sins lust into King Norton. However, Norton did not perish completely. Ultimately, the divine spirit of wine, Ma-yi, delivered the final blow, completing the kill. Lu Mingfei emerged victorious. He saved Niu and transformed into a true dragon slayer. Yet, he also irrevocably lost a friend who used to game with him late into the night. Plop. A single tear fell heavily onto the page, spreading a dark blot of ink. Wang Hao stared blankly at the illustration in the book. It depicted Lu Mingfei sitting alone at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the distant sunset, his silhouette so desolate it tugged at the heartstrings. Why? Why write it this way? Wang Hao felt as though his heart had been violently twisted, leaving him breathless with pain. Just moments ago, Old Tang had been boasting to Lu Mingfei about treating him to a grand meal in the future. How had it come to this, with Old Tang now a cold, lifeless corpse? And worse yet, killed by Lu Mingfei's own hand? This was not an exhilarating tale. It was a brutal act against the heart. And on the final page of the book, a line of bold black text stood out like a final verdict. Dragon Tribe I, Dawn of Fire, the end. Beneath it, another line of smaller text seemed to dangle a sliver of hope for the despairing readers. Stay tuned for Dragon Tribe II, The Eyes of the Mourner. On this day, countless youths across the nation, like Wang Hao, traversed the same emotional journey after reading this edition of Zine Bookstore. From anticipation to shock, and finally to tears, online forums, message boards, and reader groups erupted in chaos. Countless readers transformed into keyboard warriors, launching an unprecedented tirade against the author, South Wind. You heartless thief. Even if you have a heart, it's blackened. Wah, bring back Old Tang. He was so good. Why did you kill Old Tang? I thought I was reading an exhilarating tale, only to end up sobbing uncontrollably. Foreshadowing. It was all foreshadowing. Now, upon rereading the first chapter, the moment Lu Mingfei and Old Tang battled in the stars was like a dagger. Do not use Old Tang's blade to kill. South Wind, I curse you to buy instant noodles without seasoning packets. Lu Mingfei's fate is so tragic. Is this the price of growth? I do not wish for such growth. Amidst the cries and curses, a title filled with respect yet tinged with endless resentment was born and swiftly echoed throughout the entire internet. South Wind, the thief. Love runs deep. Hatred runs deeper. They loathe South Wind for tearing apart the beautiful things before their eyes. Yet they loved this story, rich with life and compelling depth, that they found utterly irresistible. While cursing the thief, they frantically inquired at every bookstore. Hey, when will the second volume be released? Huh, none. Bookstores shall be smashed. Such is the allure of Dragon Tribe. Meanwhile, as the architect of it all, our South Wind, Lu Xingzhou, leisurely sat in the Literary Society's personal studio, sipping on a cold cola, chuckling at the online comments of those wishing to send him blades, blissfully unconcerned. Tisk, tisk, these young people's psychological resilience is still too fragile. Is this all they can handle? As I awaited the second installment, The Eyes of the Mourner, I anticipated the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Xiaomi and Chu Ziheng. When the third volume, The Tide of the Black Moon, finally arrived, I found myself enamored with Eri E, who, like Sakura, seemed to embody the essence of our inner monsters. Must you all emulate Meng Jiangnu, who wept until the Great Wall crumbled? Lu Xingzhou shook his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Just then, a series of knocks resonated at the studio door. Come in, he called. The door swung open to reveal a face, somewhat wan from profound sorrow. It was Lin Wan, the former vice president of the Literature Club, clutching the latest edition of the Literary Friends. Her eyes were rimmed with red. President, she sniffed a picture grievance. Have you finished reading it too? Lu Xingzhou feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Yes. Lin Wan nodded, her gaze heavy with unspoken feelings. President, have you read Dragon Tribe? Of course, I am its, devoted fan, Lu Xingzhou replied, maintaining his composure. Why does the president seem unaffected? Lin Wan murmured, her eyes cast downward. I could never have anticipated Old Tang's fate. Nan Feng, no, that scoundrel Nan Feng, is simply vile. If I knew who he was, I'd certainly send him a box of razor blades. Coughing slightly, Lu Xingzhou awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. I think the author had no choice but to write it this way. Had no choice, you say? Nonsense. Lin Wan retorted hotly. He must be a psychological deviant. An uncle who revels in the suffering of others. Deviant uncle? I'm only 16, you know. In my prime. Lu Xingzhou protested. Ahem, miss. Let's discuss literary aesthetics another time. He hastily redirected the conversation, fearing that if he lingered any longer, his identity as the notorious Ninfeng would be revealed. By the way, how is the layout for next week's club publication coming along? Although Lin Wan still bore a hint of dissatisfaction, she obediently shifted her focus. All right, President, the layout is nearly complete. However, the theme of this issue has sparked much discussion. Perhaps we should dedicate it to Old Tang? Lu Xing's lips twitched slightly. That seems a bit too grand, doesn't it? Yet, upon seeing Lin Wan's expression that seemed to suggest she might cry if he disagreed, he resignedly waved his hand. Fine, fine, if it makes you happy. Let us commemorate him. After all, Old Tang truly had a tragic end, as the one who had inadvertently delivered Old Tang's fate. Lu Xingzhou felt an odd flicker of guilt, albeit a fleeting one. After all, a far more cruel and tear-inducing blade awaited in the outline of the second installment, eagerly sharpening its edge. The following morning, a subtle air of melancholy enveloped the classroom of Class 10. The usual clamor was conspicuously absent. Wang Hao, a fervent fan of Dragon Tribe, drifted into the room like a specter, his eyes ringed with dark circles larger than a panda's. Clutching the well-thumbed, the literary friends, he shouted, Nanfeng, you scoundrel, return Old Tang to us. Why ya? He rushed to the desk of Chen Yang, the sports committee member, tears streaming down his face. Yangge, have you finished? Old Tang is dead. The one who accompanied Lu Mingfei through interstellar battles, who cracked jokes and hustled for bounties, is gone. Chen Yang, in the midst of copying homework, trembled, his pen leaving a long ink streak across his paper. No way. He really died? Though he had heard whispers of a heart-wrenching conclusion, he had never dared to confirm it. Upon hearing the truth, even his tall frame bore a look of sorrow. Damn it, I'm not reading this book anymore, he exclaimed, angrily shoving the unopened magazine into his desk. It's too cruel. This isn't a passionate novel. It's torture for the readers. Is that Nanfeng a psychopath? Despite declaring he would stop reading, his actions betrayed him as he cautiously tucked the book away, fearful of wrinkling the cover, a classic case of saying one thing while doing another. In a corner, Li Imo, a hardcore sci-fi enthusiast, adjusted his thick glasses, displaying the calm demeanor typical of a scientific mind. Though emotionally challenging to accept, he began, flipping through the pages from a narrative logic and fatalistic perspective. Old Tang's demise is an inevitable tragedy. As the king of bronze and fire, he was destined to stand opposed to humanity. Such a compulsory death, laden with fate, elevates the work to a profound level. Nanfeng's approach is indeed masterful. The aesthetics of tragedy often resonate far more deeply than a happy ending. Liamo, you scoundrel. Wang Hao could no longer contain himself, his eyes reddening as he shouted. Do you have no heart? That was Old Tang, a living friend, and you're still analyzing logic? Liamo shrugged. I'm merely stating facts. Furthermore, I believe the real torment may just be beginning. Wang Hao completely broke down, collapsing onto his desk in tears. Throughout the day, Lu Xingzhou felt an incessant discomfort. Every time he heard someone in class vehemently cursing the scoundrel Nanfeng, he couldn't help but feel a sneeze brewing. To conceal his identity, he feigned a demeanor of shared grief, joining in the collective denunciation of that scoundrel. Indeed, yes, he's utterly wicked. I too wish to send him razor blades. He is truly inhuman. When it came to criticizing himself, he showed no restraint. Finally, the school bell rang, and the once boisterous classroom gradually quieted as students departed in small groups. Lu Xingzhou packed his bag, preparing to slip away to the studio to continue his prolific writing endeavors. Suddenly, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve. He turned to find Xia Wangku, who, unlike her usual hurried self, sat quietly at her desk, cradling the well-read, the literary friends. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating her serene profile, creating a captivating image. Yet, her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sorrow. What is the matter? Lu Xingzhou, feigning ignorance, felt a pang of unease within. Xiao Wangkai lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, her voice quavering slightly. Why did you have to kill Old Tang? A chill ran through Lu Xingzhou's heart. He forced himself to appear composed, responding innocently. Perhaps it was for the sake of the plot? Stop pretending. Xiao Wangkai sniffed, recalling their last visit to the bookstore, where he had hinted at the introduction of significant new characters. Besides you, no one could dissect Lu Mingfei's thoughts so thoroughly. So, she paused, confidently asserting, these blades were clearly conceived by you long ago. Lu Xingzhou fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, with a resigned sigh, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. In front of this astute and intelligent classmate, it was evident that nothing could remain concealed. All right, I confess, he raised both hands in surrender. I had indeed planned it all along. Upon receiving the confirmation, Xiao Wangkai's eyes darkened with even more sorrow. Then why did you have to kill him? They were so happily battling through the stars just moments before. How could you be so heartless? Seeing her on the verge of tears tugged at Lu Xingzhou's heartstrings. Softening his resolve, he retracted his playful demeanor, approached her, and half-squatted down to meet her gaze at eye level. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "It is only through experiencing loss that Lu Mingfei can truly mature. The cost of growth is often intertwined with suffering. If the world were to remain perpetually as enchanting as a fairy tale, Lu Mingfei would forever be the forlorn child huddled beneath his blanket, dreaming of a savior. I do not wish for him to remain a pitiful child forever. I hope he can rise, even if it means kneeling in tears, yet holding fast to the knife in his hand. This is the story I long to tell. Sometimes, growth is a matter of life and death." Chapter 57. The Campus Beauty, So It Was For Me. Xiao Wangku fell silent as she absorbed his words. In Lu Xingzhou's eyes, she discerned a depth and maturity that transcended his years, a side of him she had never witnessed before. After a lengthy pause, she let out a soft sigh, as if she had come to terms with this harsh explanation. Yet, it still hurt, she murmured softly. Pain is indeed the right response. Lu Xingzhou chuckled without pain. How could one truly remember? Xiao Wangku shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "That's a fallacy." Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she inquired, "But why the rush this time? Weren't we supposed to take our time with the serialization? How could it suddenly conclude with 2 additional chapters?" This was a question that piqued the curiosity of readers across the internet. Had Nan Feng taken a wrong turn? Had he morphed into a human typing machine? In response to Xiao Wangku's probing, Lu Xingzhou offered no answer. Instead, he leaned in closer, their distance narrowing to the point where their breaths could be felt. Xiao Wangku instinctively wished to retreat, yet Lu Xingzhou's gaze held her captive. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Because I want to finish writing the first part of the story sooner. This way, I can free up time to concentrate on the story I promised you that night in the cinema." Xiao Wangku froze entirely. Her heart felt as if it had skipped a beat. 5 centimeters per second? The tale of cherry blossoms, of waiting, of how 2 hearts draw near. It turned out that the infamous Nan Feng, who had reduced countless readers to tears with his heart-wrenching conclusion, was driven by nothing more than a promise to her. A wave of indescribable sweetness surged from within her heart. This was no mere bloodthirsty Nan Feng. He was, in fact, the most charming rogue in all the world. At this moment, the blades within the story seemed to transform into sweet candies. Xiao Wangku stammered for a while, before finally lowering her head to ask, "There won't be any knives this time, will there?" Lu Xingzhou, observing her bashful and adorable demeanor, felt a surge of joy. He stood up, effortlessly slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "No, this time there truly won't be. Trust me, the speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second, and I will complete it swiftly. Until we meet again, Xia classmate." Meanwhile, on the internet, the conclusion of Dragon Tribe ignited a cataclysmic reaction among the student body. This fervor swiftly transcended the confines of the campus, spreading like wildfire across the broader digital landscape. Major social media platforms, forums, and even trending topics on Weibo were dominated by discussions surrounding Dragon Tribe. Dragon Tribe concludes, heartbroken for Old Tang. Nan Feng has no heart. These entries blaze bright, accompanied by attention-grabbing exclamations. Countless university students, newly minted professionals, and even middle-aged readers who typically indulge in serious literature were drawn into the whirlwind of discourse. What on earth does this book called Dragon Tribe possess that has everyone buzzing online? I heard it's written by a newcomer named Nan Feng. I just finished reading it and cried buckets. It's absolutely phenomenal. The concept of word spirit is simply brilliant. I want an S-class bloodline too, especially the sense of solitude expressed through the blood of the fallen king. It resonates deeply, as if it were narrating my own life. Renowned critics and prominent figures in the literary community eagerly joined the fray, crafting lengthy reviews that dissected everything from world building to the philosophy of character fates. Culminating in an analysis of the unique aura of the pitiful child, Nan Feng, with his exquisitely ornate prose, crafted a realm of Dragon Tribe filled with the aesthetics of tragedy. He wrote not merely of dragon slaying, but of the self-redemption of every solitary soul. This book bore all the hallmarks of becoming a national bestseller. It could be said that Dragon Tribe had transcended its origins as a serialized novel in a youth magazine. It had evolved into a cultural phenomenon. Within the confines of the school's literature club and personal studios, Lu Xingzhou sat before his computer, gazing at the two starkly contrasting battlegrounds displayed on the screen. On the left was the writer's back into the fantasy realm. The data for Do Pa Song Kaiying continued its terrifying ascent, holding the first place on the new book list with an unassailable grip. The frenzied pace of 10,000 words daily had readers clamoring for more, leaving fellow authors in the web fiction community in awe. The name Xiao Yan had become synonymous with passion and triumph over adversity. The climactic storyline of the Yunlin sect lay dormant in his drafts, poised for release. On the right, however, were the various planning proposals sent by Yang regarding the publication of Dragon Tribe I's standalone volume. Lu Xingzhou picked up his phone and answered Bai Yang's call. Lu God, have you seen the proposal I sent you? Bai Yang's voice brimmed with excitement. The kind of tremor that came from overwhelming enthusiasm, palpable even through the screen. Given the current fervor online, our publishing house's higher-ups convened an overnight meeting and made an extraordinarily bold decision. He took a deep breath and announced a figure. We have decided to print a first run of Dragon Tribe, Dawn of Fire, at 2 million copies. No more of those trivial tests. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this number. 2 million copies for a first print. In an era when physical books had not yet declined, this was an astronomical figure. Many established authors would consider a first print of over 100,000 copies a significant achievement. Yet, for a debut work by a newcomer to dare to print 2 million copies, this was nothing short of a gamble. It seemed the publishing house was truly investing heavily, filled with unwavering confidence in Dragon Tribe. Lu God, rest assured, we are confident that 2 million copies will be far from sufficient. Bai Yang assured him fervently. Then, he cautiously broached the most crucial question. Lu God, to complement this unprecedented first print, the company is extremely eager to hold a signing event. Would you be willing to make an appearance? Even if it's just with a mask on, just your presence would undoubtedly double the excitement. Lu Xingzhou smiled. Chapter 58. The localization of 5 centimeters per second. Lu Xingzhou smiled. He leaned back in a chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. His tone calm, yet resolute. Bai Yang, I have made it clear, showing my face is out of the question. I am merely a high school student and have no desire to complicate my life due to this fleeting fame. He paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Maintaining an air of enigma is the greatest commercial value of my pseudonym, Nanfeng. Only when no one knows my true identity will they focus more intently on the work itself, allowing their imaginations to flourish regarding this mysterious author. The moment I reveal myself and become just another ordinary boy from the neighboring class, the allure dissipates. Bai Yang fell silent for a moment, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Lu Shun's words. However, he was simultaneously troubled. But if we don't hold a book signing event, it feels like we're missing some explosive element. Who says we can't create a sensation without a signing event? Lu Xingzhou interjected with confidence. Bai Yang, least then, if we are to do this, let us do something extraordinary. Rather than having me sit there like a mascot signing autographs, why not create a limited edition immersive merchandise collection? Limited edition merchandise? Bai Yang was taken aback. Yes. Lu Xingzhou's eyes sparkled as he began to outline the commercial vision that had long taken shape in his mind. First, we will enlist the finest illustrators to design a set of exquisite postcards featuring characters from Dragon Clan. Each character, Lu Mingfei, Nono, Chu Ziheng, Caesar, will have their own unique spell effects and iconic lines. We can package them in blind boxes and include them with the books. Want to collect the whole set? Then buy more copies. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. It was a brilliant idea. Second, we will produce a batch of metallic dragon-slaying bookmarks designed to resemble the 7 deadly sins. You see, we can craft the swords of the 7 deadly sins into bookmark shapes, perfectly fitting. Moreover, they will only be given away, not sold, as a special bonus for the first edition pre-sale. Third, and most importantly, Lu Xingzhou raised his voice slightly. We will design an admission letter from Castle Academy that is so realistic it will astound, using the finest paper and the best gold stamping techniques. We will print the school motto in ancient Latin. Additionally, we will include a welcome letter personally signed by Principal Ange. Every reader who receives the book will feel as though they have truly been summoned by Castle Academy, genuinely becoming a part of that half-blood world. Now, that is what we call a true immersive experience. On the other end of the line, there was a profound silence. After a full half-minute, Bai Yang's trembling voice finally broke through, overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, Lu Shun, you are an absolute commercial genius. These ideas are simply extraordinary, truly extraordinary. This is no mere giveaway. This is a dream-making machine for all those suffering from middle school syndrome. No, for every young soul harboring dragon-slaying dreams. I can guarantee that once this merchandise is released, not only will we surpass 200,000 copies, but 500,000 is also within reach. Whether students or adults, they will fight tooth and nail for this admission letter. This is 1,000 times more impressive than any signing event. Ending the call, Lu Xingzhou stretched languidly. The groundwork for the physical book had been laid, and with the solid reputation established by Dragon Clan, I coupled with this blockbuster marketing strategy. The name Nanfeng was destined to become a dazzling legend in the publishing world this year. Meanwhile, Dragon Clan 2, the eyes of the deceased, was already vividly present in his mind palace. On the other side, the plot of Battle Through the Heavens was also on the cusp of reaching another climactic peak. The 3-year agreement had come to an end, and the battle for the downfall of Yunlin's sect was about to commence. Was that old rascal Yunshan ready to face Xiaoyan's wrath? Nanfeng and Luo Xia were harvesting fame and fortune in their respective domains, advancing on dual fronts of physical and digital realms. And when, one day in the future, these two identities standing at the pinnacle of their fields merge into one, what kind of earth-shattering storm will they unleash upon this world? Lu Xingzhou gazed out at the night sky, murmuring to himself, the path lies ahead, everything is just beginning. In his personal studio, the night had deepened outside. The data for Battle Through the Heavens on Fantasy Home continued to exhibit a despairingly exponential growth, selling over 10,000 copies daily, a mythical existence within the web fiction realm. Meanwhile, the physical sales of Dragon Clan Iwara steadily climbing amidst the criticisms of the old rogue Nanfeng, with Baiyang reporting good news every day. Yet at this moment, Lu Xingzhou was neither drafting the manuscript for Battle Through the Heavens nor contemplating the next volume of Dragon Clan. His fingers hovered hesitantly above the keyboard, seemingly in a state of indecision. In his mind, the memory of that night at the cinema, where Xia Wanko's red eyes and her question, why do those who love each other always end up parting, haunted him persistently. Sighing softly, Lu Xingzhou smiled as he rubbed his temples. I owe you this. After all, you did treat me to that movie. For the sake of that promise, for the sake of that expectant gaze, he resolved to temporarily set aside the lucrative and exhilarating world of fantasy to fulfill the commitment meant for two. He opened a new document and solemnly typed out 5 words on the blank page, 5 centimeters per second. In a previous life, this animated masterpiece, directed by Makoto Shinkai, with its stunning visuals that could serve as wallpaper for each frame, and the profound regret of love thwarted by distance and time, had stolen the tears of countless young hearts. When the melody of One More Time, One More Chance played, how many had wept uncontrollably before the screen? However, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of replicating the original work. The reason was simple: cultural barriers. The place names in the original, Tokyo, Takagi, Kagoshima, felt too distant and lacked relatability for domestic readers in this world. To genuinely touch hearts, a thorough localization was essential. First, the names. Lu Xingzhou's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. The male protagonist, Takeki Tono, with his somewhat melancholic and fragile demeanor, would be named Chengshu. Simple, memorable, and imbued with a touch of youthful literary charm. The female lead, Akari Shinohara, gentle yet resilient, exuding an air of wistfulness, would be Lin Xiao. This name evokes the image of first love seated beside you, with a ponytail and a bright, infectious smile. As for the heart-wrenching secondary female character, Hanni Tachibana, she would be renamed Tian Xiaomiao, her name suggesting a bold, passionate sports girl unafraid to love or hate. With the names settled, the next step was the more crucial geographical relocation. Chapter 59, The First Moment of 5 Centimeters, The Letter of Snow. The first chapter of the original unfolded in an elementary school in Tokyo. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xingzhou decided to set the backdrop in Jiangsheng at the end of the 1990s. It would feature old alleyways lined with phoenix trees, the enticing aroma of fried snacks from roadside stalls after school, and the incessant chirping of cicadas in the summer. This was a childhood memory unique to a generation in China. The insurmountable chasm that caused their separation would no longer be from Tokyo to Takagi, from Jiangsheng to the distant northern ice city of Harbin. In an era where high-speed trains were yet to be realized and green trains were the primary means of transportation, this journey spanned thousands of kilometers, traversing much of China. It was not merely a geographical distance. Rather, it represented a profound psychological chasm, a despairing gulf. Setting the scene, Lu Xingzhou came to a halt, leaning back in his chair as he ignited a cigarette and took a sip of icy cola. He closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate the most crucial conclusion. The original ending was both beautiful and cruel. Years later, the male protagonist, now a weary corporate drone, and the female protagonist, who had become a married woman, would pass each other at a railway crossing filled with memories. As the train sped by, their sights would clear. Yet they would find themselves utterly alone. That poignant aesthetic of mutual care, being overshadowed by a sense of abandonment, is undeniably sophisticated and highbrow. However, Lu Xingzhou abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of rebellious defiance gleaming within. To hell with that aesthetic. He was now a web novelist. What is the essence of web literature? Simply put, it is one word: exhilaration. Moreover, recalling the sorrowful expression on Xia Wangkaiu's face when she read Dragon Tribe softened his heart instantly. If he penned such a melancholic ending, would that silly girl not weep uncontrollably? What if she chose to ignore him afterward? That would be a tremendous loss. No, it must be changed. The conclusion must be open-ended. Life is already rife with hardship. Surely, within the narrative, there should be a glimmer of hope for those in love. Lu Xingzhou resolved firmly. This time, when that train, which divided time, passed by, the girl must still be there. He would ensure that they transcended 13 years of time and distance, truly embracing one another. This is what it means to say, even if the cherry blossoms fall a rate of 5 centimeters per second, I shall exert every effort to reach you. With this steadfast thought in mind, Lu Xingzhou returned his hands to the keyboard. The title of the first chapter, previously somewhat reminiscent of Japanese style, Sakura Copy, was transformed into a name more fitting for the local context, imbued with poetic resonance. Chapter 1, Letter of Snow. Thus, the story commenced. That year, the sycamore leaves in Jiangqing blanketed the entire alley. The first line of the document exuded a strong sense of nostalgia. The tale began at an experimental elementary school in Jiangqing. Due to frail health, transfer student Cheng Shu and the introverted Lin Xiao were perpetually excluded from the lively playground. They shared a hidden sanctuary, the farthest corner of the school library. Here, instead of the bento boxes from the original Japanese text, they exchanged a single large white rabbit candy after school and crunched on a packet of crispy noodles together. It was also during this time that the first edition of the Fantastic Baron circulated, cherished by all. Two lonely souls quietly drew closer in this small corner. Beneath the autumn sycamore trees, they made a tender yet resolute promise to attend the same prestigious middle school, vowing to remain together forever. At that moment, they believed that forever was merely tomorrow, the day after, an attainable future. Little did they know that fate's train was about to steer them in entirely divergent directions. In the year they advanced to 6th grade, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Xiao's parents, due to a job transfer, were to relocate the entire family to the distant north, Harbin. Communication at that time was not as advanced as it is today. QQ was still a novelty, and mobile phones were a luxury reserved for adults. For two elementary students, moving often meant losing touch. On the day of their parting, there were no heart-wrenching cries. Lin Xiao, with reddened eyes, placed her most cherished copy of the Fantastic Baron into Cheng Shu's hands. Our friendship is everlasting. You and I, the best in the world. She penned in her childish handwriting on the title page. Then, she boarded the moving truck, gradually disappearing around the corner of the alley, fading from Cheng Shu's blurred vision. From that moment on, their connection dwindled to a series of letters that traversed thousands of kilometers. Lu Xing's, whose delicate prose vividly captured the uniquely slow-paced romance of that era. It was the palpable disappointment felt after rushing home from school, only to find the green mailbox empty. It was the euphoric thrill when an envelope bearing the Harbin postmark lay inside, causing his heart to skip a beat. It was the clandestine reading of mundane details under the covers, illuminated by a flashlight. The snow here is heavy. I have no friends at the new school. I long for Jiangqing's roasted sweet potatoes, evoking a bittersweet smile mixed with teary eyes. Waiting for a letter took half a month, and replying required another half. Their time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Every minute and second became an agonizing eternity steeped in longing. Until the second year of junior high, when Cheng Shu's father was also assigned a job transfer. This time, it was to a place even farther than Harbin, at the southwestern frontier. Cheng Shu stared at the two distant red dots on the map. A wave of profound panic surged within him. He realized that if he did not seek her out now, perhaps they would truly miss each other for a lifetime. Thus, he made a reckless decision. Utilizing the winter vacation before transferring, he boarded that green train bound for Harbin, determined to meet her, to see the girl he had longed for day and night. They agreed to meet at 7 o'clock in the evening at the waiting room of Harbin train station. For this, he spent an entire week poring over the train schedule, mapping out transfer routes and memorizing the stop durations. He even used his long-saved pocket money to buy Lin Xiao a red scarf and pen a lengthy letter, stretching to 5 pages, filled with all his thoughts and feelings over the past 2 years, including the confession he had long hesitated to voice. He tucked the letter carefully into his pocket, close to his heart, as if it contained all his courage. Wait for me. He wrote in his final letter to Lin Xiao. No matter how late it is, you must wait for me. Chapter 60. A confession lost in the wind, however. Reality often proves to be more brutal than fiction. Or perhaps it is merely a greater test of character. On that day, an unprecedented blizzard struck. The green train trudged like a weary old ox, laboriously making its way across the vast snowy expanse. Lu Xing's whose words grew heavy with a sense of oppression. The announcements echoing through the carriages, declaring that the train had halted due to the snow blocking the tracks, resonated like daggers piercing Xingzhou's heart with each stop. When he glanced at his watch, realizing it was well past the agreed-upon 7 o'clock while the train remained stranded in the desolate wilderness, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed him. It was at the moment he purchased a boxed meal on the platform that a sudden gust of wind swept through, snatching away the letter he cherished like a treasure, instantly engulfing it in the swirling snowstorm. In a frenzy, he chased after it, yet could only watch helplessly as it vanished into the abyss of darkness, leaving him in utter despair. The letter was lost. Time was running out. He felt as though the entire world had forsaken him. Slumped on the cold, hard seat, he gazed out at the demonic dance of the snowstorm, tears streaming silently down his face. She must have left long ago. On such a frigid night, what could he possibly say without the letter? Everything was over. No matter how hard Xingzhou tried to hold back, tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Finally, after a delay of a full 4 hours, the green train, laden with fatigue and despair, slowly pulled into Harbin Station at 11 o'clock at night. Xingzhou, like a soulless puppet, mechanically disembarked and trudged toward the now desolate waiting room. He merely wished to catch a glimpse of that promised place. Just a fleeting glance to put his heart at ease. Yet, as he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a wave of warm air, tinged with the distinct scent of the coal stove, enveloped him. In the quiet, almost deserted corner of the waiting room, a figure clad in a thick down jacket, wrapped in a scarf, curled up beside the glowing coal stove, resembling a sleeping kitten. In that instant, Xingzhou felt his heart cease to beat. Tears burst forth once again. He approached gently, softly calling out, "Lin Xiao." The girl jolted awake, lifting her head. Even after 2 years, even in the dim light, he recognized those familiar eyes, brimming with surprise and tears at once. "Xingzhou, you came." She sprang to her feet, rushing over to envelop him in a warm embrace. No blame, no complaints, just a tearful exclamation. "I knew you would come." In that moment, all the snow, all the waiting, all the despair suddenly found meaning. They exited the waiting room, standing beneath an ancient, snow-covered tree. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, 2 teenagers, awkward and cautious, exchanged the most significant moments of their lives. As Lu Xingzhou penned this segment, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Although the scene had been criticized in a past life as an early romance, it stood as the purest and most beautiful moment in the entire narrative. In an era of sluggish information flow, these were 2 youthful hearts fiercely resisting the constraints of time and distance. Upon completing the first chapter, The Letter in the Snow, Lu Xingzhou did not pause. His thoughts, flowing with the passage of time and the story, transported him to several years later in a coastal city of the South. If the first chapter depicted the pure, mutual pursuit of youth, the second chapter would delve into the bittersweet anguish of unrequited love. Lu Xingzhou hesitated, for the character Tian Xiaomiao evoked profound sympathy. In a past life, many had shed tears for this sunflower girl striving to reach for the sun. Yet, he knew he must write it, for only through such regrets would the eventual reunion be rendered all the more precious. He typed the title of the second chapter, The Summer Blown by the Wind. The perspective shifted to a girl named Tian Xiaomiao. It was a summer day, so bright it was almost blinding. The transfer student Xingzhou, bearing the lingering chill of the north and an air of melancholy that repelled others, burst into the classroom of this coastal high school, simultaneously invading the heart of the athletic committee member, Tian Xiaomiao. Xiaomiao was a quintessential southern girl, her skin kissed by the sea breeze into a healthy wheat tone, her smile radiant like the sun. She adored surfing and loved racing along the coastal roads on her little red scooter. However, ever since Xingzhou's arrival, her world had gained an additional pursuit. To exchange a few words with him, she feigned visits to the convenience store at the school gate every day, crafting serendipitous encounters. In a bid to draw closer to the boy who always gazed at the sky while clutching a science fiction novel, she, despite her struggles in science, stubbornly tackled those obscure physics problems, hoping that fate would allow them to be in the same class when the time came. Lu Xingzhou depicted this unrequited affection with tender, yet bittersweet strokes. Each day after school, she deliberately pushed her still-functioning bicycle alongside Xingzhou, traversing the long coastal road, merely to steal glances at his profile. It was when she attempted to buy the very iced coffee he frequented at the convenience store, only to find the last 2 bottles had been purchased by him, and he handed one to her, that her heart raced like a frantic deer. Yet, it was also in those countless moments when she mustered the courage to confess, only to lift her gaze and find Xingzhou's gentle eyes looking through her, always directed at the distant horizon, towards an existence that was not of this realm, toward a shadow named Lin Xiao. That was a world she could never penetrate. He was so gentle, yet he did not see me. This was what Tian Xiaomiao inscribed in her diary, a sentiment echoed by countless unrequited lovers. On the eve of their high school graduation, in the bustling airport terminal, the announcements urged boarding. Xiaomiao had come to bid farewell to Xingzhou, who had been accepted into Tsinghua University, the best in Beijing, while she, despite her utmost efforts, had only secured a place at a local sports school. The disparity loomed large. At the moment of parting, Xiaomiao gazed at the back of the boy she had pursued for 3 long years. The words of affection that had almost escaped her lips transformed into a radiant yet heart-wrenching smile. Xingzhou, the boy turned. You must be happy. She did not say, I like you, nor did she utter, don't forget me. With her final act of defiance, she afforded this story the most dignified farewell. The airplane ascended into the clouds, leaving behind 2 white trails. Xiaomiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, tears streaming down her face, yet she continued to smile. Though I may not be the one, I hope you find her. As he typed this line, Lu Xingzhou felt a twinge of cruelty. Yet he understood that such missed opportunities were lessons one must endure in life. Just as a song from a past life sang, later, in tears, I finally understood that some people, once missed, are gone forever. But are they truly gone? Lu Xing's, whose gaze suddenly sharpened. No, he internally rejected that notion. Reality was already filled with regrets. Why should he relive that sorrow in his narrative? Xiao Miao's letting go was an act of fulfillment, fulfilling the souls destined to be intertwined for a lifetime, beginning from that snow-laden train station. He took a deep breath, his fingers poised to descend once more. The final chapter, that conclusion pilloried by countless critics, which had prompted many to wish to send blades to Makoto Shinkai. Today, he would rewrite it beneath his quill, transforming it into an open-ended finale, bestowing hope upon those who truly love one another. Chapter 3. 5 centimeters per second. The narrative did not conclude with Xiao Miao's farewell. Time, akin to grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, flowed silently by. After graduation, Xingzhou seamlessly joined a Fortune 500 corporation, emerging as a technical linchpin within his department. Each day, he donned a monotonous checkered shirt and bore the weight of a cumbersome laptop bag, squeezing into the suffocating subway during the morning rush, swept along with the crowd. Like sardines crammed into the canister known as life. Working late into the night, he would stare blankly at the cold codes flickering on the screen. Returning to an empty rented room, he dined on takeout that had long since turned cold. In the original text, the protagonist engaged in 3 romantic relationships. Some purists even deemed him somewhat unfaithful. In the first romance, he was betrayed. His girlfriend justified her infidelity by claiming she could not find love with him and had sought solace in another's embrace. It remains unclear whether this was merely an excuse or if he truly harbored feelings for the female lead. The second relationship was even more melodramatic, featuring a girlfriend plagued by health issues, entangled in an ambiguous affair with a married university lecturer, leading to their separation as well. In the third romance, he seemed to engage with a bespectacled colleague, which lasted longer but ultimately ended in parting. Lu Xingzhou initially intended to eliminate these 3 romances, crafting Xingzhou and Lin Xiao into a pure love story, where both were experiencing their first love. However, given that the original work was firmly rooted in realism, even Lu Xingzhou's desire to shift to an open-ended conclusion could not transform realism into sheer romanticism. Nevertheless, slight modifications were feasible. After all, even the original director, Makoto Shinkai, later tempered his narratives. Both Your Name and Weathering With You offered stories tinged with a hint of romance, lest the blades at home become insurmountable. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Xingzhou resolved to write it this way. Xingzhou had indeed loved and attempted to love others. His former girlfriend was a wonderful girl, gentle, considerate, bringing him an umbrella on rainy days and cooking porridge when he suffered from stomach pains. Yet they still parted ways. On the night of their breakup, she did not weep but calmly gazed at him, posing a question. Xingzhou, your body is here, but where is your heart? Xingzhou found himself unable to respond. In that instant, he sorrowfully recognized that even with another person lying beside him, deep within his soul resided a figure that seemed distant even in dreams. They had exchanged 1,000 text messages, yet the distance between their hearts had not closed even by a single centimeter. He deleted the message he had composed in the dialogue box for what felt like an eternity, yet had never sent. He understood he was ill, consumed by longing, with no remedy in sight. Days passed monotonously, akin to the blank sheets ejected from a photocopier, pale and indistinguishable, until that spring. On that afternoon in April, when the willow catkins danced through the air, making the entire city feel as though it were enveloped in a warm snowfall, Xingzhou sat in his air-conditioned office, gazing out at the flurry of fluff outside, suddenly seized by a sense of suffocation. It felt as if he were trapped deep within the earth, yearning for a glimmer of light. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he closed his laptop, disregarding the project manager's bewildered gaze, and took leave. With no destination, no direction, he merely wished to wander. In this vast and indifferent city, he sought even the slightest evidence of life. Before he knew it, he found himself in an old district. Here, weathered red brick walls stood alongside ivy-clad buildings, and the remnants of alleyways marked for demolition lingered. The air was thick with a musty, yet familiar scent. Ahead, a railway crossing emerged, a sight imbued with nostalgia. The red and white striped barriers, rusted tracks, appeared particularly serene under the spring sunlight. Xingzhou, hands in pockets, head bowed, habitually counted the tiles beneath his feet as he stepped onto the crossing. Just then, a figure approached. It was a woman clad in a beige trench coat, carrying a simple canvas bag. Her long hair was tousled by the breeze, revealing a profile that, though somewhat blurred, felt hauntingly familiar. The two brushed past one another in that fleeting moment. There were no forewarnings, no words exchanged. Yet in that instant of passing, a tremor from the depths of his soul coursed through Xingzhou's long-numbed heart like an electric current. It was the warmth he had once tightly embraced in a snow-laden waiting room. It was the breath he had yearned for during countless sleepless nights. It was an instinct etched into his very bones. Xingzhou's steps abruptly halted. His pupils constricted, and his breath ceased at that moment. The sound of his heartbeat thundered in his ears. Trembling, infused with both fear and hope, he slowly turned around. On the other side of the tracks, the woman had also stopped. She turned slowly, their gazes crossing over a span of more than 10 meters, as if they were bridging the gap of 13 long years. About to converge once more. However, just at that moment, the jarring alarm blared, shattering the tranquility without warning. A green train, like a torrent of fate, roared toward them. Chapter 62, 5 centimeters per second, final draft. The shrill alarm rang out, disrupting the serene atmosphere. The red signal light flashed frantically, and the black and yellow striped barrier descended heavily, forming an insurmountable chasm between them. A green train, akin to the relentless currents of destiny, hurtled forward, its massive, weighty body, accompanied by a cacophony of wind and noise, instantaneously severed their line of sight. One carriage, 2 carriages, 3 carriages, each sped past, completely obscuring the figure. Lu Xingzhou's fingers hovered above the keyboard, lingering without dissent. According to the original text, this was meant to be the most heart-wrenching scene. As the train passed, the opposite side lay empty, the protagonist revealing a resigned smile before turning away. Both the original ending and a grand reunion felt inadequate in his eyes. The original was an all-too-certain tragedy, steeped in despair, while a grand reunion seemed an absurd comedy, cheap and unreal. Life is rarely black or white. True literature should leave space for interpretation, offering readers boundless opportunities for imagination, or perhaps hope. He recalled Xia Wangku's poignant question: why do those in love always end up apart? Perhaps the answer is irrelevant. Thus, he typed the final passage. The train continued to roar, as if it would never cease. Xingzhou stood on this side of the barrier, not revealing the resigned smile that the original text depicted. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the opposite side, on the direction from which that figure had vanished. His heart continued to race. He remained uncertain whether the woman would depart, or if she was indeed Lin Xiao from his memories. Yet, he was aware that if she were the girl who had waited for him for 4 hours on that snowy night, then time might alter appearances, and distance could perhaps dilute connections. However, some sentiments are eternally indelible. The train finally passed the last carriage, the barrier slowly lifted, and the dust settled. His vision regained clarity. Xingzhou raised his head and glanced across, bravely advancing towards her. At the conclusion of the document, Lu Xingzhou typed the final, poignant line: the speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. After 13 years, I have finally arrived before you. The end on the screen. The cursor continued to blink. Lu Xingzhou let out a long breath, leaning back against his chair. This ending lacked a concrete image, but he believed that every reader reaching this point would harbor their own answers. For the pessimists, it might signify a perpetual missed opportunity. Yet for the optimists, particularly those like Xiao Wang, whose hearts remained tender and still believed in love, the conclusion of the tale might evoke two figures reuniting or perhaps an embrace that transcended mountains and rivers. There's no need for answers, for the answers have already been inscribed in each backward glance of these 13 years. Wang, I trust you will find this ending to your liking. Lu Xingzhou gazed out at the dawn sky, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle arc. During the morning recess on Monday, sunlight poured through the windows, unabashedly illuminating the faces of students, bathing class 10 of the first year in a warm glow. As Lu Xingzhou entered the classroom, he spotted Wang Hao, an ardent fan of the Dragon Clan series, slumped over his desk without any semblance of decorum, clutching a somewhat dog-eared copy of the Book of Friends. With a few suspicious water stains on the cover, let us not misunderstand, those were tears. He wore a mournful expression akin to that of a spurned lover after 300 days of heartache. Sniffling, he pulled the nearby tech-savvy Liamo, who was engrossed in problem-solving, reciting the book's lines for the umpteenth time. Old Tang, how did you end up like this? Lu Mingfei felt a surge of sadness as he struggled for words. Look, you aren't even wearing a shirt. Upon finishing this segment, Wang Hao lifted his head, dark circles under his eyes, and addressed Liamo. Liamo, how can Anfone have such a brilliant mind? This passage is simply exquisite. The absurd yet authentic sense of sorrow is utterly remarkable. Once we stayed up all night playing StarCraft, exchanging banter and grievances, and now we must fight to the death for different factions. Oh, how it pierces my heart. Then, after Old Tang's demise, Lu Mingfei's bewilderment, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Liamo adjusted his thick glasses and, with a look of disillusionment, patted Wang Hao's shoulder, rationally advising, all right, stop reciting. It's just a novel, all fabricated by the author, fictitious. All a fabrication. Hearing the word novel, Wang Hao's previously despondent expression abruptly froze, replaced by a lecherous grin. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with mischief, he fixated on Liamo. Speaking of novels, haha, Liamo, I heard the physical copy of Dragon Clan is to be released in a limited edition. They're even making it into blind boxes. How about, considering our years of father-son, brotherly affection, you gift me one? Just a single copy, and I won't be sad anymore. Liamo warily recoiled. A copy? Whose do you want? A postcard or a bookmark? Those are too mundane. Wang Hao puffed out his chest, audaciously declaring, I want Caesar S. A figurine? I'll think about it, Liamo replied. No, I want the Bugatti Veyron he usually drives. Get lost. Liamo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and slammed the thick 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulated tests on a Wang Hao's face. A Bugatti Veyron? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? You can dream of anything in your sleep. Now hurry up and go to bed. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, the sports class monitor, who had been spinning a basketball in the back row, leaned in upon hearing the commotion and joined the conversation. Seriously, don't you think that with Dragon Clan being so popular, a manga adaptation is a foregone conclusion? I've seen many talented artists online creating character designs. That Nyo-Nyo's illustrations are simply my dream girl. What I say manga? Wang Hao pushed aside his workbook, his face alight with anticipation. I was wondering. Such a fantastic IP. Could it lead to an anime adaptation? Or even a live-action series or film? If they really make a live-action version, I'd definitely sign up to be an extra. Even if it means being a passerby who gets bitten by Dragon Knight, I'd be willing. If they really made a live-action version, I'd definitely sign up to be an extra. Even if it means being a passerby who gets bitten by Dragon Knight, I'd be willing. A live-action version? Liamo scoffed, rolling his eyes and activating his tech-savvy mode. You're thinking too much. There's no way they'd make a live-action version. He began counting on his fingers. Think about the sound effects in the book. How much special effects budget would that require? With our domestic special effects level, it's impossible to achieve. Even Hollywood blockbusters could only manage to recreate about 70 to 80%. If they forced it, it would be shoddy effects that would ruin the original work. By then, Nanfone would definitely receive knives in the mail and be utterly despondent. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the exorbitant costs involved. Just then, Lu Xingzhou, who had just arrived in class, ambled over leisurely. Hearing their discussion, he paused and casually interjected. Actually, it's not certain. The group's attention immediately focused on him. Wang Hao, with eager anticipation, asked, Brother Zhou, what profound insight do you have? Do you have inside information? Leaning against the desk, Lu Xingzhou deliberately elongated his tone, adopting a serious demeanor. The reason Dragon Clan hasn't been adapted into a live-action version is not solely due to technical constraints. I believe the primary reason is, he paused, pointing to his own strikingly handsome face, letting out an exaggerated sigh. It's mainly because I'm too busy. I have to study and write. I simply don't have the time to portray, choose a hang. The air instantly thickened for 3 seconds. TCH. In the next moment, Chen Yang, Li Mo, and Wang Hao collectively emitted a long, synchronized boo and raised their middle fingers at Lu Xingzhou. Come on, Brother Zhou. While I admit you're somewhat handsome, that is a rather shameless thing to say. Exactly. Choose a hang is a stoic. You're just thick-skinned. You want to play choose a hang? I could say I don't have time to play Caesar. Chen Yang, you want to play Caesar? I think you'd be better suited to the useless dog Fingal. Amidst the laughter and banter, Xiao Wang, who had been diligently memorizing vocabulary at the front, suddenly began to shake violently. She lifted her head, her face already adorned with an irresistible smile. Clearly, she had been thoroughly amused by the amusingly juvenile banter among the boys moments ago. Observing the smile gracing Xia Wang Kaiu's lips, Lu Xingzhou felt an unusual lightness in his heart. After teasing his close friends and bringing joy to the school bell, he seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to carefully extract a particular item from the compartment of his backpack. It was a manuscript, meticulously printed on A4 paper and thoughtfully bound into a book. Though it consisted merely of plain black text on white pages, every detail reflected great care to prevent the pages from coming loose. He had even taken the extra step of securing the sides with a stapler and covered them with a layer of transparent tape for protection. On the cover, he had inscribed, in sharp and powerful strokes with a fountain pen under the glow of his desk lamp, the 4 words, dedicated to Wang Kit. Without any superfluous words, he placed the manuscript gently on Xiao Wang Kaiu's tidy desk. The giggling Xiao Wang Kaiu froze momentarily. Her gaze immediately fell upon the 4 characters on the cover. Her heart skipped a beat. Was this the story they had agreed upon last time? Could it be that it was ready so soon? A wave of inexplicable sweetness, mingled with a hint of nervousness, surged within her. She glanced around in a slight panic. Fortunately, the other students were engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to the happenings in this corner. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously opened the simple white cover. The title on the first page came into view. Chapter 1, The Letter of Snow. The break was lengthy, lasting a full 30 minutes. The classroom buzzed with noise. Some were frolicking, others gossiping, while a few dozed off. Yet for Xiao Wang Kaiu, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Only the thin pages before her remained, along with the tale of parting, reunion, correspondence, and the story of 2 young souls. Cradling the manuscript, she immersed herself in its narrative. As she delved deeper into the reading, her emotions were completely captivated by the story of Cheng Shu and Lin Xiao. Upon reading about their promise beneath the parasol tree, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Upon encountering their unavoidable separation due to moving, her brow furrowed slightly. And when she reached the scene of Cheng Shu's profound despair and helplessness on a delayed train during a snowstorm, she couldn't help but grip her pen tightly, as if sharing in his anxiety. Finally, she reached the last chapter. The train passes. Xiao Wang Kaiu held her breath, her heart racing in her throat. She was frightened to witness the cruel conclusion of solitude, frightened that all the waiting and sacrifices would ultimately dissolve into mere illusions. However, in the next moment, the words revealed to her, the speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. After 13 years, I have finally arrived before you. Gazing at the unspoken yet hopeful and warm conclusion, Xiao Wangku was momentarily stunned. A wave of immense joy washed over her, sweeping away all traces of bitterness in her heart. She lifted her gaze, her eyes, still glimmering with tears, sparkling as they met Lu Xingzhou's. Then, she broke into a radiant smile, as bright as the melting snow of early spring. Thank you, her voice, tinged with emotion, brimmed with boundless delight. Thank you for not letting them miss each other. Lu Xingzhou, watching her tear-streaked yet beaming face, felt a gentle tug at the softest part of his heart, as if something had lightly brushed against it. A slight smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "Silly girl, no need to thank me. If a girl can sit in a cold waiting room for 4 hours just to wait for someone on a snowy night, then she surely won't leave. Just like," he looked into her eyes earnestly, "I won't leave either." Their gazes intertwined in the air, igniting invisible sparks that crackled and flared. The atmosphere was just right. Their hands, shielded by the edge of the desk, subtly and tentatively inched closer to each other. At that moment, bang, the front door was abruptly flung open. "Zhouge, Zhouge." Great news. Chun Yang's loud voice echoed like a broken gong, causing Lu Xingzhou to feel as if the pink bubbles of the moment had been burst. "The school newspaper reporters have arrived. They want to interview you, the newly crowned national champion. Hurry up and greet them. Welcome them." Both Lu Xingzhou and Xia Wangkai recoiled as if electrocuted, hastily retracting their hands. Xia Wangkai buried her face in her arms. Damn it! Lu Xingzhou inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he glared at the exuberant Chen Yang at the doorway. His mind was already concocting ways to banish this oblivious third wheel. Yet he feigned a smile and said, all right. Chapter 64. I truly said this. Having failed to hold Xia Wangkai's hand during the break, Lu Xingzhou felt a tinge of resentment in his heart. He shot an annoyed glance at Chen Yang, who stood at the classroom door grinning like a fool. Silently, he noted in his little notebook, Chen Yang, utterly despicable. All the blades sent by readers in the future will be for you. Reluctantly, he rose from his seat. As he passed by Xia Wangkai, he noticed she was sprawled on her desk, burying her face in her arms as if pretending to sleep, yet her little ears, peeking out, were like radar, attuned to the slightest sound. A smirk tugged at Lu Xingzhu's lips as he suppressed the urge to pinch her rosy earlobes and turned to exit the classroom. In the principal's office, it had been arranged as a makeshift interview venue. 2 cameras were set up on either side of the room, even accompanied by professional lighting panels. Besides the somewhat nervous junior reporter from the school newspaper, there were also 2 formal reporters sporting badges from the Jiangxing Education News. It seemed the school was determined to leverage Lu Xingzhu's recent success for some substantial publicity. All eyes, along with cameras, were trained on Lu Xingzhou, who sat squarely in the center of the sofa. Having lived 2 lives, he found this situation to be a piece of cake. Dressed in a clean school uniform, he sat upright, wearing a textbook smile that exuded both humility and confidence. First of all, congratulations on winning first place in the National Ancient Literature Competition. The junior reporter adjusted her glasses, her cheeks flushing slightly as she gazed at the sun-kissed, handsome senior. May I ask where your creative inspiration usually comes from? Especially for that stunning piece, the Epang Palace Ode. How did you conceive it? This was a rather official inquiry, and Lu Xingzhou delivered a correspondingly official response. My inspiration stems from my regular reading and accumulation of knowledge. Regarding the Epang Palace Ode, I have always been fascinated by that era in history. My intention in writing this piece was not only to depict the rise and fall of a palace, but also to convey the idea that history serves as a mirror for understanding the cycles of prosperity and decline. As stated in the text, the Qin people lament their fate, and later generations mourn them. If later generations mourn but do not learn from it, they will only cause future generations to mourn them as well. In our pursuit of history, we must draw lessons from the past, allowing us to better navigate away from erroneous paths and stride toward a brighter future. This sentiment is articulated with impeccable precision and profound depth. The principal, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, his admiration nearly overflowing. Truly, he is the shining face of our school. Such awareness and eloquence are unparalleled. Shortly thereafter, a reporter from the Education News posed a classic inquiry. Lu, we are aware of your profound mastery in classical literature and your exceptional prowess in writing science fiction. Furthermore, your academic performance remains outstanding. How do you manage to balance the weighty demands of your studies with your literary creations? Do you possess any secrets of study that you could share with the city's high school students? Upon hearing this, Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What secrets do I have? The school beauty tutors me, and I learn swiftly if time is scarce. She simply lets me copy her work. Naturally, such thoughts cannot be voiced. Thus, he assumed a contemplative demeanor and promptly delivered a piece of sagacious wisdom. It is quite simple. Just dedicate the time others spend drinking coffee to studying. Lu Sun, I truly said this. The 2 reporters were momentarily taken aback by this statement, imbued with both philosophical depth and motivational fervor as they hurriedly jotted it down, as if capturing the ultimate secret to gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. The hour-long interview concluded in a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. The following day, this feature article graced the front page of the school newspaper as well as the educational section of the Jiang City Education News. With explosive headlines, The Dual Life of a Genius Youth, Classical Literature in one hand, Science Fiction in the other, and Transforming Coffee Breaks into Study Sessions. Step into the striving world of genius Lu Xingzhou. As a result, Lu Xingzhou not only became a sensation within the school, but also garnered widespread recognition among parents throughout Jiang City, becoming the epitome of that other person's child in their conversations. Within the school, the most significant impact was felt during mealtime. He no longer had to worry about the cafeteria lady's shaky hands, as she would smile warmly and add an extra scoop of braised pork, kindly advising him, eat more. Using your brain is physically taxing. This left Lu Xingzhou pleasantly astonished. Then, during the Monday flag-raising ceremony, The principal personally awarded Lu Xingzhou a specially crafted outstanding student medal in front of thousands of faculty and students. Amidst thunderous applause, Lu Xingzhou firmly established his status as the school's top achiever, prompting his friend Qinyang to walk with his head held high, as if he were declaring to the world, "See, Lu Xingzhou, my brother." Having navigated the school's affairs, Lu Xingzhou dove back into the Hope Literary Society, which had transformed into his creative sanctuary. Regardless of the external clamor, this was where his spirit truly soared. He adeptly powered on his computer and logged into the author's backend of Fantasy Garden. The data for Do Putsong Kaiying continued to surge at a terrifying speed. New book ranking. First, clicks ranking. First, recommendations ranking. First 3 rankings at the top. This dominant position compelled other, slightly formidable authors to temporarily retreat, postponing their plans to release new works. Who would dare publish a book at this time? That would simply be courting discomfort. Competing with Dopa? That would be pure self-infliction. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the latest chapter's comment section. My heavens! Xiaoyan's 8 Extremes Collapse move is simply stunning. It effortlessly obliterates a 9-star fighter. Absolutely exhilarating. The little medical fairy is back. That cursed body is too pitiable. She must be rescued. Author, please deliver 10 more chapters. I've already gifted you all my pocket money for this month. Seeing these eager readers, Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but smile. Patience. The grand reveal is yet to come. His fingers danced across the keyboard, crafting lines of text. Just as he became engrossed in the tumultuous battles of the Doqi continent, a knock at the door shattered his concentration. Guomin. The door swung open, revealing his homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, holding a red invitation letter, his expression somewhat complex. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Care for cola? Lu Xingzhou gestured towards the small refrigerator nearby. Not today, you should cut back on that. It's too sugary. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively and placed the invitation on the desk. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 65, Wings of Morning. Prequel to the Dragon Tribe. This is a newly issued document from the Ministry of Education regarding the 9th Annual Polaris Middle School Poetry Conference. Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow as he picked up the invitation. The words Poetry Conference in gilded lettering shimmered under the light. It's like this. This competition holds significant prestige. Our city has been allocated 3 recommendation slots, and one of them has been directly given to our school. The principal and I believe you would be an excellent candidate for this opportunity. Jiang Han regarded Lu Xingzhou, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation. Of course. We understand you're quite busy at the moment. If you feel overwhelmed, you may decline, and we could select someone from the 2nd or 3rd year instead. After all, with Lu Xingzhou already holding a national championship title, adding one more or removing one is inconsequential. The school does not wish to pressure you unduly. However, as Lu Xingzhou gazed at the 4 gilded characters, a spark flickered in his eyes. Overwhelmed? How could he be? Within the grand hall of his memory palace lay the luminous poetry and songs of 5,000 years of Chinese history. There was Li Bai's Do You Not See the Yellow River's Waters Come from the Sky? There was Su Shi's The Yangtze River Flows East, washing away the heroes. There was Xian Kiji's Drunken, I Light My Sword by Lantern. These cultural treasures, which had once tugged at his soul and brought him to tears in a previous life, were now absent in this parallel world. A profound loss for one who cherished classical poetry. This was the very opportunity he had long awaited, a rightful chance to rekindle these brilliant civilizations in this realm, not only to bring glory to his school, but also to fulfill a lifelong aspiration, to allow the people of this world to experience the romance and grandeur that transcends millennia. The poetry conference, you say? Lu Xing's, whose fingers gently caressed the cover of the invitation. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Han, a smile gracing his face. All right, Brother Han, please help me register. Jiang Han, elated, patted Lu Xing's shoulder. Good lad. I knew you would agree. It's settled then. Watching Jiang Han depart, Lu Xingzhou leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Deep within his mind, the vast memory palace contained a long-sealed door, now slowly creaking open. Behind it lay the bright moon of the flourishing Tang dynasty, the misty rains of the Song dynasty, and the melodies of the Yuan dynasty, all awaiting their moment to bask in the light once more. Chapter 63. The printing press is smoldering. The concept for the prequel. On the weekend, at Tianxiang Pavilion, this had become the designated meeting place for Lu Xingzhou and Baiyang. When Baiyang pushed the door open, the smile on his face radiated even brighter than the midday sun outside. He tightly clutched a sales report in his hand, his excitement making his steps somewhat buoyant. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. He plopped down onto the chair, barely pausing to sip water, and eagerly slapped the document onto the desk. It exploded. It has completely exploded. Dragon Clan I. The Dawn of Fire, the standalone edition. It has barely been on the market for a month. The initial print run of 2 million copies. He took a deep breath, his voice becoming slightly shrill from overwhelming excitement. The inventory has been entirely cleared. The printing press is now running 24 hours a day. All other book orders have been halted to print our Dragon Clan. Even so, the demand exceeds supply. The factory manager just called me, crying and shouting that the machines are almost smoking. Lu Xingzhou paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup, faltering slightly. Although he had anticipated the success of Dragon Clan, combined with the explosive marketing strategy, the fact that they had cleared 2 million copies in just 1 month was still somewhat astonishing. This was no longer merely a bestseller. It was akin to a narcotic in an era of literary drought. Bai Yang took a large gulp of ice water to calm his racing heart and continued, his enthusiasm unabated. Your strategy regarding the admission letters and limited edition blind box merchandise is simply brilliant. Now, everywhere online, students are showcasing their admission letters. Even those who don't read are willing to spend money on the book just for that letter printed in ancient Latin, sealed with Principal Anger's wax stamp. And those character cards, do you know? A single hidden version of the golden card featuring Lu Mingfei is now being sold for over 10 times its original price. Over 300 yuan for one. Some individuals have even bought 10 sets of books just to collect a complete set of the 7 deadly sins metal bookmarks. 10 sets. This isn't just selling books. It's practically printing money. As he spoke, Bai Yang mentally bowed to Lu Xingzhou countless times. He had always believed that publishing was about winning through content alone. However, Lu Xingzhou had demonstrated with unwavering facts that while content is indeed king in this era, marketing and fan economy are the accelerators that transform royal power into absolute dominance. Lu Xingzhou remained composed. He skimmed through the sales report and noted the colossal revenue figure calculated according to the new contract. Yet he merely smiled and closed the report. To him, money was now just a tool that bolstered his confidence in realizing his dreams. Since the first installment has performed so well, we must seize the moment to maintain this momentum, he stated, lifting his teacup with a calm demeanor. Bai Yang immediately sat up straight, pulling out his notepad, ready to receive his superior's directives. Mr. Lu, does that mean we will immediately publish Dragon Clan 2? No. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. Dragon Clan 2, The Morning Eye, which encompasses the story arc of Xiaomi, is still being refined. This work carries a heavier tragic tone than the first, and I require a bit more time. Bai Yang was not disheartened. He recognized the wisdom in taking time for quality. However, Lu Xingzhou's next statement detonated like a new bomb, igniting his excitement once more. But to maintain the heat and lay the groundwork for the second installment, I plan to write a prequel. A prequel? Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, Lu Xingzhou nodded. As an Easter egg following the conclusion of Dragon Clan I, it will be serialized in a magazine. It will likely require 2 issues. But I need enough space for a slightly longer novella. I have already decided on the title, Wings of Morning. It narrates the story of Principal Anger in his youth, along with Minette Castle and Lu Shanyan, who is Lu Mingfei's great-grandfather. Chapter 66, Postpartum Care for Sows. Are you signing that too? Bai Yang exclaimed, instantly recognizing this as another significant bombshell. The fans of Dragon Clan were utterly enthralled by that old man Anger. Revealing his past would undoubtedly spark a new wave of fervent discussion. Great, that's wonderful. Bai Yang nodded vigorously. This Wings of Morning will surely whet the reader's appetites to the fullest. Yet, he soon glanced at Lu Xingzhou with a hint of concern. But Mr. Lu, you have school, writing, and now a prequel to manage. Will your health hold up? Please don't overexert yourself. His worry for this lucrative talent's health was genuine. If he were to exhaust himself, it would not only be a loss for the publishing house, but for the entire publishing industry. Rest assured, Lu Xingzhou waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. I'm fine. This level of intensity won't wear me out. There's no joke about it. With the ability of a memory palace at my disposal, I even save time on conceptualization. The only limitation is the speed at which I can type. However, Lu Xingzhou's tone shifted. That said, I do need a bit more time for this Wings of Morning, as I have just completed a new short story. Bai Yang was about to take a sip of water when he heard this. His hand trembled, nearly spilling it. A new short story? He widened his eyes in disbelief. You've written another one. Yes, Lu Xingzhou nodded, pulling out a stack of printed A4 papers from his bag. It is also a piece of youth literature, but stylistically, it may differ from Dragon Clan. The title is 5 centimeters per second. A story dedicated to all the young men and women who believe in love, but succumb to distance. Bai Yang stared at the thick manuscript on the table, utterly dumbfounded. Is this what they call a genius? A typical author would toil for a year and a half to produce a book, often lamenting about writer's block. Yet here, he was juggling a massive IP like Dragon Clan in one hand and a dual-genre champion in ancient literature and science fiction in the other. while effortlessly churning out a brand new short story in between. Not even a production team's donkey could manage such output. Mr. Lu, Bai Yang swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring, "How do you plan to handle this book?" Lu Xingzhou chuckled at Bai Yang's naive expression. "What else could I do? Of course, I'll publish it. I envision a beautifully crafted, full-color illustrated standalone edition. Are you interested?" "Absolutely," Bai Yang replied emphatically, not even glancing at the content. "As long as it's your work. The great info, I must secure it, regardless of the subject matter. Even if you wrote postpartum care for sows, I would definitely want to sign it. I believe in your drawing power. It's akin to how, even if Apple were to release a brick, as long as it bore the Bitten Apple logo, people would line up to buy it. That is the power of branding." In his eyes, Lu Xingzhou had become the largest IP in existence. As long as the cover bore the words written by Nan Feng, it was a guaranteed bestseller, a ticket to literary success. Lu Xingzhou was amused by his analogy. "Let us skip the postpartum care for sows for now." He pushed the stack of manuscripts toward Bai Yang, his expression turning serious. "However, I recommend that you take a look at the content first before we proceed. This book diverges significantly from the conventional youth literature you might envision. It lacks the grandiose fantasies of Dragon Clan and refrains from excessive violence. It possesses a serene quality, tranquil as a gently falling cherry blossom." Bai Yang observed Lu Xing's earnest expression, and the playful thoughts within him gradually subsided. He inhaled deeply and grasped the first page of the manuscript. The speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. This beautifully poetic opening struck him instantly. The entire room fell silent, save for the soft rustling of Bai Yang turning pages and the occasional chirping of birds outside. In the private room of Tianxiang Pavilion, the atmosphere was so still that only the sound of paper being turned could be heard. Holding the thick stack of A4 photocopied pages, Bai Yang initially approached it with a blind commercial mindset, convinced that even if Nan Feng's writing was sheer drivel, he would still package it as golden drivel to sell. However, as he delved deeper into the reading, his expression began to transform gradually. In the first chapter, Letter of Snow, he glimpsed the innocent childhood spent beneath the phoenix trees of Jiangsheng in the 1990s. He recalled the letters that traversed thousands of kilometers, penned with the innocence of youth, expressing a desire for roasted sweet potatoes amidst the heavy snow. As a 30-year-old corporate worker, seasoned in the trials of life and with a heart grown slick and jaded, Bai Yang believed he had long since developed immunity to such naive schoolboy romances. Yet, upon reading about the boy named Shu, on a delayed green train amidst a snowstorm, gazed forlornly out the window, yearning to weep, his heart was unexpectedly seized with a pang of empathy. "This feeling," Bai Yang murmured, "a long-forgotten sensation, once buried deep within my memories, surged forth anew. Was this not the very essence of a youthful self who had not yet succumbed to the burdens of life, who stood for an entire night beneath the goddess's dormitory, merely to catch a glimpse of the illuminated window? That youthful audacity, willing to risk everything for another, even when faced with mountains of knives and seas of flames, had long been dulled by the weight of life's responsibilities, such as mortgages and car loans. Yet now, this novel acted as a gentle scalpel, precisely carving open the most tender recesses of his heart, resurrecting the boy he thought had perished long ago." As he continued reading, the sensation intensified. In the second chapter, The Summer Blown by the Wind, he encountered Tian Xiaomiao, who perpetually rode a red moped, concocting fortuitous encounters. The image of her, bidding farewell at the airport with tears held back, yet smiling, urging him to find happiness, resonated deeply. Was this not the poignant narrative of unrequited love that exists within every individual's youth, where silent sacrifices culminate in becoming mere passers-by? And in the final chapter, 5 centimeters per second, upon reading the line, "We exchanged 1,000 messages, yet the distance between our hearts remains unchanged by even a centimeter," Bai Yang, a towering man of 6 feet tall, found his eyes brimming with moisture. He was reminded of his first love, a girl with a ponytail and 2 charming little canine teeth who once believed that graduation would lead to marriage. That distance was inconsequential. Yet ultimately, they two could not withstand the relentless passage of time. It dawned on him that all those missed opportunities had been premeditated. Time is the greatest thief in the world. It steals not only our youth, but also those we once believed would remain by our side forever. Chapter 67. The Education Bureau Official After a Long Pause. Bai Yang closed the final page of the manuscript and exhaled deeply. He removed his glasses and rubbed his slightly reddened eyes, raising his gaze to meet the tranquil expression of youth across from him, his own eyes a mixture of complexity. Lu Xing's whose voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a hint of emotion. "I retract my earlier statement. This is no mere product of commercial assembly line. This book, even without the name Nan Feng attached, could stand as a true masterpiece within the realm of youth literature. It is beautiful. It is heart-wrenching. It possesses a healing quality wrapped in a sugar-coated blade. You truly understand how to grasp the hearts of readers. This will undoubtedly devastate the sensitive souls of youth. Lu Xingzhou smiled, raising his teacup to take a delicate sip, his demeanor suggesting he had anticipated this moment all along. Bai Yang clutched the manuscript tightly, as if fearing it might be snatched away, his excitement rendering him incoherent. This book, 5 centimeters per second, I shall ensure it reaches its utmost potential. This work will serve as Nan Feng's pioneering foray into the realm of pure love and healing literature, beyond the hardcore fantasy of Dragon Clan. I will employ the finest paper, seek the best illustrators. I intend to transform it into a beautifully bound, full-color edition, where every page could be torn off and used as wallpaper. I want everyone who reads it to cry out for a sequel. Lu Xingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Very well, this task is entrusted to you. However, I have specific requirements for the illustrator. They must embody a realistic and beautiful style, with excellent light and shadow effects, capable of rendering every tear crystal clear. Rest assured, Bai Yang assured him, thumping his chest, I will reach out to the most elite illustration team in the country. Even if I have to summon the contemporary masters of painting, I will capture that feeling. With the new book's publication plan established, Lu Xingzhou's spirits soared. After all, this represented both monetary gain and prestige. On one side was the exhilarating success of Battle Through the Heavens, and on the other, the grand and tragic Dragon Clan. Now, a third work, a beautifully poignant tale designed to evoke tears, 5 centimeters per second, was added to the mix. These 3 distinct styles of work functioned like a triumvirate, propelling his entertainment empire forward at an astonishing pace. As the date of the poetry competition approached, the long-dormant masterpieces of year began to resurface within his memory palace. Tang poetry, song lyrics, yuan tunes. Lu Xingzhou gazed out at the newly risen moon, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In this life, I shall show the world what it truly means to utter a few words, and it is akin to half of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy director of the Education Bureau on the 3rd floor, Lin Hai sat behind a rosewood desk, intently listening to a subordinate's report. As deputy director, Lin Hai held a genuine deputy-level position, comparable to that of a deputy county magistrate. A large calligraphic piece reading Cultural Powerhouse adorned the wall behind him. In this parallel world, the trajectory of the nation's fate diverged sharply from that of the past. Since the technological revolution, China has stood atop the world. Its hard technological strengths unmatched. Aerospace, artificial intelligence, and 5-nanometer chips, fields that were once the stuff of dreams, have now become commonplace in China. However, the higher-ups soon recognized a pressing issue. Technology is blood, the economy is flesh. A nation's strength begins with its foundation, but without cultural roots, it remains merely a bloated giant. And these roots, my friends, are culture. Only through cultural prosperity can the Chinese nation truly stand tall among the world's peoples. Enduring through the ages. 10 years ago, the nation's upper echelons issued the paramount strategic directive of cultural renaissance. This initiative aimed to vigorously promote cultural export, encouraging the entire world to speak Chinese, learn Chinese characters, and appreciate the resplendent civilization spanning 5,000 years. The education system stands as the front line in executing this strategy. After listening to the report, Vice Director Lin Hai, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood before the window, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Behind him, Li Weiguo, the head of the Publicity and Moral Education Department, held a small notebook, appearing eager for instructions. Old Li, Lin Hai turned around, speaking earnestly. In recent years, our nation's technological advancements have been nothing short of meteoric, positioning us prominently on the global stage. Whether it be aerospace technology or artificial intelligence, we have ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Li Weiguo nodded vigorously, a proud expression gracing his face. Indeed, we stand tall. However, Lin Hai becoming grave, the directive for cultural renaissance and cultural export has been issued from above. This is a strategic priority for our nation as future. He approached his desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers, especially with the impending 9th Polaris Middle School Poetry Conference. This is not merely an ordinary competition. I hear that a foreign cultural ambassadorial delegation will be present to observe. Our Jiangcheng, a city steeped in historical and cultural significance, cannot afford to tarnish its reputation. I would be utterly humiliated. Li Weiguo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Director Lin, our publicity department will spare no effort. Merely chanting slogans is insufficient, Lin Hai interrupted, his tone firm. The crux lies in whether we have capable talent to present. Li Weiguo hesitated. I have reviewed the list submitted by various schools. There are a few promising candidates, yet to claim they can outshine the competition would be an overstatement. With a swift motion, Lin Hai tossed a file folder onto the desk. Take a look at this. Li Weiguo, puzzled, picked up the folder and extracted its contents. The first page revealed an identification photograph of a youthful boy, his features handsome and his bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. The name inscribed read Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou? Li Weiguo scratched his head, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Isn't he the one who made headlines a few days ago? Not just headlines. Lin Hai pointed at the file. His excitement palpable. He won the grand prize at the 15th Wangzhen Cup Ancient Literature Competition. First prize at the 17th Morning Star Sci-Fi Competition. Champion of the Zonghua Cup Ancient Literature Competition, the National Ancient Literature Contest. Especially that Pisefeng Palace Fu. Lin Hai inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with admiration. Even the esteemed Professor Wang Jingyan personally endorsed it, calling it a work of monumental significance, a timeless masterpiece, stating that in modernity, no palatial structures remain to be described. Is this truly a high school student? He is nothing short of a literary star descended upon Jiangsheng. Upon hearing the weighty endorsements of Professor Wang Jingyan and the mention of a timeless masterpiece, Li Weiguo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had only known that a student had won an award, but had not realized the magnitude of it. It seemed that his busy schedule filled with meetings had indeed left him out of the loop. Director Lin, do you mean? Focus on him. We must ensure he presents truly exceptional work in the originality segment of this poetry conference. Lin Hai commanded decisively. Oldly, you must personally follow up with him. Point to point. Whatever reasonable requests he has, our bureau will offer full support. Yes, I will ensure the task is accomplished. Li Weiguo snapped his notebook shut with a decisive clap, saluted, and hurried out. At Jiangsheng No. 1 High School, the school day had just ended, and the entrance bustled with students. The aroma of instant noodles wafted from the snack shop, and a long line formed at the pancake stand, with students chatting and laughing in groups. Li Weiguo parked the black government vehicle prominently at the entrance. He rolled down the window, lighting a cigarette, but only took a single puff before extinguishing it, wary of leaving an unfavorable impression on the literary prodigy. As the head of the Education Bureau's publicity department, he often visited schools. Typically, it would be the principal or a director greeting visitors at the entrance. However, this time, to demonstrate the utmost importance placed on cultural talent, he decided to personally welcome the student. After all, Director Lin had spoken. This was an act of humility towards the gifted. It was not disgraceful. Lu Xingzhou had just exited the school gate, with a clear target in mind, the grilled sausages from Grandpa Wang's stall. As a young man with several 100,000 in savings, his joys remained delightfully simple. Boss, I'll have 2 grilled sausages. Less chili, more cumin. Coming right up. Just as he happily received the 2 steaming, glistening sausages, a middle-aged man in a smart jacket, beaming with friendliness and carrying a briefcase, approached and stood before him. Ahem, may I ask if you're Lu Xingzhou? Li Weiguo observed the boy holding a sausage, his mouth smeared with grease, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was the genius who penned Defang Palace Fu and was fit to engage in cultural export. Why did he resemble the neighboring fool in his eating mannerisms? Yet, one must not judge a book by its cover. Recalling Director Lin's serious expression and Professor Wang Jingyan's accolades, he quickly suppressed his doubts, donning an amiable smile. Lu Xingzhou was taken aback. Instinctively, he hid the sausage behind his back, eyeing the middle-aged man cautiously. That's me. Are you my homeroom teacher? Are you here to catch me for misconduct or early romance? I haven't done anything. Li Weiwu smila faltarad momentarily. No, I am Li Weiguo, the head of the Publicity and Moral Education Department at the Municipal Education Bureau. You could just call me Li. He hastily produced his identification, showing it to Lu Xingzhou, anxious to avoid being mistaken for an undercover officer or fraudster. The Education Bureau? Lu Xingzhou blinked in surprise. That is a higher authority. What do you want with me? Have they discovered my web writing? Are they going to censor me? That shouldn't be the case. I only write positive content. I haven't even dared to depict anything below the neck. Besides that segment with Xiao Yin and the dying snake. Although his heart raced with apprehension, Lu Xingzhou maintained a facade of calm, biting into the sausage to steady his nerves, and muttered, "Oh, Director Li, do you need something from me?" Observing his composed demeanor, though clearly distracted by the allure of the sausage, Li Weiguo felt an increased respect for him. No wonder he is well-versed in the world. He remains unflappable even before authority. Such is the spirit of a literary soul. Here's the thing. Li Weiguo rubbed his hands together. striving to appear as a warm-hearted community figure rather than a stern official. On behalf of our Deputy Director Lin, I would like to discuss the upcoming poetry conference with you in depth. I wonder if you have time. Shall we find a quieter place? He glanced around at the noisy surroundings, realizing it was hardly a suitable venue for discussing matters of national significance. Lu Xingzhou looked at the sausage in his hand, then at the expectant face of Director Li. All right. He quickly devoured the remaining sausage, wiped his hands, and declared, "I'm hungry. Director Li, it's on you." The two then got into the car. 5 minutes later, they arrived at an elegantly decorated tea house nearby, where the aroma of tea wafted gently, soothing the spirit. Li Weiguo personally poured a cup of exquisite Longjing tea for Lu Xingzhou. Such treatment, if witnessed by the school principal, would surely leave him wide-eyed in astonishment. "Ah, Lu, my dear student," Li Weiguo cleared his throat, initiating his persuasive discourse, or rather his mobilization effort. "This poetry competition is unlike any other." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, gesturing mysteriously at the ceiling. "It is a project that garners significant attention from the provincial authorities, even the higher-ups. You know well that our nation excels in technology. Yet in terms of cultural soft power, we still have room for improvement. Thus, the upper echelons take this competition very seriously. There will even be foreign cultural ambassadors attending the finals to observe. To put it plainly, this is a cultural war without gunpowder, a chance to showcase the allure of our Chinese poetry to the world." Listening to Li Weiguo elevate the stakes to a matter of national honor, Lu Xingzhou felt not an ounce of pressure. Rather, he was elated. So that is the level of importance assigned to cultural output strategies in this world. How fortuitous that it aligns perfectly with his comfort zone. His memory palace housed a treasure trove of Tang poetry, song lyrics, Yuan dramas, and Han essays. The names of Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, and Xian Qiji were akin to nuclear weapons, capable of shouldering an entire era. Just a few of their verses, and not only would foreigners be impressed, even celestial beings would be compelled to kneel and sing their praises. Indeed, Director Li, you speak the truth. A flourishing culture is a shared responsibility of each citizen. Lu Xingzhou's earnest demeanor nearly moved Li Weiguo to bestow upon him an award for being one of the most inspiring figures in Jiangxing. Excellent. You have a sense of duty. This poetry competition is not merely a contest. It is a deliberate effort by the state to select inheritors of Chinese poetry. The authorities are highly invested. As a cultural hub, Jiangxing must not only win awards, but also present something of genuine substance. At this juncture, Li Weiguo's expression turned ingratiating. "I have heard that your proficiency in classical Chinese is remarkable, even to the point that Professor Wang Jing'an has praised you profusely." "Luck, merely luck," Lu Xingzhou humbly replied. "Oh, no need for modesty." Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "In total, our city has only 3 slots for this competition, besides you. The other 2 candidates are top students from number 3 middle school and the affiliated high school of Normal University. However," he paused, lowering his voice according to our sources, "the topics for this provincial competition will be exceedingly challenging." "Enlighten me," Lu Xingzhou said, sipping his tea while savoring a soup dumpling. "It will require not only original ancient poetry, but also a variety of styles." Director Li's expression turned serious. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingzhou maintained a calm facade, though internally he was a whirlwind of excitement. Original ancient poetry? Diverse styles? Would you prefer the romanticism of Li Bai, the realism of Du Fu, the boldness of Su Shi and Xian Qiji, or the subtlety of Li Qingzhou? Even if you sought the floral style, I could channel Wen Tingyun and conjure up several original pieces for you. Yet he feigned difficulty and remarked, originality may be within reach, but the varying styles could prove troublesome. Generally, one tends to have a singular literary voice. Li Weiguo slapped his thigh, sensing the moment was ripe to unveil his ace in the hole. "Indeed, it is quite challenging. However, the director has stated that if you can secure the championship this time, it will bring glory to our mayor. The city has decided to grant you a monthly cultural stipend until your university graduation. Though it may not be a substantial amount, 3 to 5,000 a month, it represents honor and the city's acknowledgement. 3 to 5,000 a month? For nothing?" While this amount was trivial for him as an internet literature maestro, it was officially sanctioned money. It would lend him credibility when boasting in the future, the kind that would earn nods of approval from relatives during family gatherings, declaring, "This child has made it," securing an iron rice bowl. Yet, an even grander offer lay ahead. Li Weiguo extended a finger. "Lastly, the Municipal Education Bureau has decided that if you can present sufficiently outstanding original works during the competition, we will include these pieces in next year's revised anthology. essential poetry and prose for middle and primary school students in Jiangxing. This is an officially designated reading material, uniformly ordered for all primary and secondary schools in the city. The value of this should be self-evident, yes? Although it may not yet be a nationally recognized textbook. It is a significant first step. With positive feedback, inclusion in provincial and national textbooks could become a reality. Boom. This proclamation struck Lu Mingfei's soul like a bolt of lightning. A city-level essential reading material, every student in Jiangxing and surrounding areas would possess a copy. What did this imply? It meant that all students would be reciting his poetry, analyzing his central themes in reading comprehension, and stealthily reading his novels Do, Pa, Song Kaiying, and Long Zhu under the covers while being compelled to memorize his classical verses in class. This was an all-encompassing, unassailable spiritual conquest. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou recalled one of the ultimate romantic pursuits of ancient literati, the desire to establish a legacy through words. All right, Director Li, I am willing to contribute my humble efforts for our city. Excellent. Lu, you are truly remarkable. Quick wit and forthright. Such talent emerges in youth. Director Li, I have one more favor to ask. Speak. Please help me pack another box of pastries. Director Li adjusted his glasses. Very well. Upon returning home and opening the door, Lu Xingzhou, carrying the elegant box of pastries generously sponsored by Director Li, was poised to surprise his family. However, the moment he stepped inside, he was met with a sight so bewildering it could win a prize for the most perplexing human behavior. He found Lu Xiao seated cross-legged on the sofa, eyes tightly shut, her expression solemn, hands forming a bizarre gesture in front of her chest. Most absurdly, atop her head precariously balanced 3 textbooks, Chinese, mathematics, and English. Lu Mingfei's mouth twitched, nearly prompting him to throw a slipper at her. Lu Xiao, what madness are you up to? Are you practicing for Shaolin performance? Preparing to busk on the streets? Or are you conjuring something for some deity? Hearing her brother's voice, Lu Xiao did not leap forward as usual. Instead, she cautiously opened one left eye, maintaining her precarious pose, and in a serious tone, whispered, "Shh, brother, do not disturb me. I am conducting a great scientific experiment." A scientific experiment? Lu Xingzhou, having changed into his indoor shoes, approached and poked at the wobbling books. What kind of scientific experiment? The inverse effect of gravity on intelligence? Oh no, don't move. Lu Xiao exclaimed anxiously, hastily stabilizing the books. Her expression, one of you don't understand science. She proclaimed, brother, you truly lack culture. Our biology teacher mentioned that substances diffuse from areas of high concentration to low concentration. This is called the diffusion phenomenon, understand? Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. And so, Lu Xiao pointed to the books on her head, then to her own noggin, confidently explaining, so, these books contain a highly concentrated wealth of knowledge. Meanwhile, my brain is temporarily in a relatively, low concentration zone. As long as I endure them long enough, according to the principle of diffusion, knowledge will automatically and ceaselessly flow into my mind. This is the law of nature. What a flawless logic. Lu Xingzhou listened, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, is this what you call science? At that moment, your IQ even surpassed that of Einstein. Lu Xingzhou rolled his eyes, mercilessly shattering her delusions. This is not science. By your reasoning, one wouldn't need to memorize vocabulary. Just clutch a dictionary while sleeping, and one could ace the IELTS and TOEFL, right? Oof. You simply don't understand. Faith can work wonders. Lu Xiao stubbornly retorted. Lu Xingzhou, disinterested in debating with this master of metaphysics, shook the bag of snacks in his hand, and the enticing aroma wafted out instantly. Fine, fine, continue your cultivation. I had intended to treat you to these fragrant delicacies, which include durian pastries and crab roe buns. Lu Xiao's throat involuntarily moved. In the next moment, all notions of science, cultivation, and the concepts of high and low concentrations were cast aside. With a loud thud, several thick textbooks tumbled down from above. Like a cat spotting a fish, Lu Xiao pounced forward, snatching the box of snacks. Wow, it's really durian pastries. You're truly my dear brother. I love you the most. She clutched one in each hand, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster, devouring them with sheer delight. Chapter 70. Class Group Chat. Lu Xingzhou watched his sister's carefree demeanor, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over him. He sat beside her and picked up a mathematics book that Lu Xiao had discarded, flipping through its pages. Goodness. Aside from the cover, filled with various anime characters, the pages inside were pristine. Lu Xiao, I'm serious. With exams approaching, how can your book look as new as this? Lu Xingzhou tossed the book back, earnestly stating, can't you just focus and review for a few days? Relying on just propping up books? Aren't you afraid of straining your neck? At the mention of studying, Lu Xiao's previously joyful expression instantly soured. We have you woe, she lamented, setting down the half-eaten egg yolk pastry and began to whine. Brother, do you think I want to delve into metaphysics? I'm left with no choice. Look at this math and then at this physics. They're practically written in an alien language. I truly don't understand. When others review, they identify their weaknesses and fill in the gaps. My reviewing, she gestured towards the pile of brand new textbooks, despair evident in her voice, is akin to Nuwa repairing the sky. The gaps are far too vast for me to mend. The colorful stones are simply insufficient. Do you understand? Lu Xingzhou nearly spat out the sip of water he had just taken. Nuwa repairing the sky? That metaphor is rather vivid. How can you say that? Lu Xingzhou chuckled, shaking his head. Were you during class? Were you sneaking peeks at comics again? Lu Xiao's gaze became somewhat evasive. I was trying my best. But this knowledge just one stick in my brain. What can I do? So you've taken to practicing immortality? Lu Xingzhou pointed at her earlier meditative posture. Do you think you're the magical girl from Cardcaptor Sakura? Do you think merely propping up books will allow you to absorb knowledge automatically? If you don't believe it, so be it. Lu Xiao rebutted, puffing up her cheeks. How do you know my secret practice isn't effective? I'll tell you. During exams, when I encounter those multiple choice questions I absolutely can't answer, I simply calculate with my fingers and wield my magic. Oh, and how's the accuracy? Pretty decent, I suppose. Last time, I randomly guessed 5 math questions correctly. Lu Xiao declared proudly, as if guessing 5 questions was a remarkable achievement. Lu Xingzhou was thoroughly amused by this quirky sister of his. He reached out, affectionately ruffling her silky hair until it resembled a bird's nest. While doing so, he remarked, "Well done, Lu Xiao. With exams looming, you choose to practice magic instead of studying? I must commend your audacity. You're just looking for trouble." Lu Xingzhou retorted. Lu Xiao, resisting playfully, raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "As long as one's spirit remains unyielding, there are always more solutions than difficulties." The siblings bantered and frolicked in the living room, their warm laughter filling the entire house. At that moment, buzzing Lu Xingzhou's phone, which he had placed on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. It was a notification from QQ. He picked it up and discovered he had been added to a newly created group chat. The group was named Class 10, Grade 1, Group Chat. The group admin was none other than their homeroom teacher, Jiang Han. Jiang Han invites you to join the group chat. Yi's Haiku, Xiaowang, has joined the group chat. Woxin Xian Jiang, Chen Yang, has joined the group chat. Nanfan Lazai, Kuai Zhengzin, Wang Hao has joined the group chat. Phenolphthalein turns red in base, Li Mo, has joined the group chat. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people flooded into the group, bustling like a marketplace. Chen Yang, wow. Finally, we have a class group. Teacher Jiang is magnificent. Wang Hao, didn't he the homeroom teacher oppose creating a group the most? He said he was afraid we'd de-chat instead of studying. Has the sun risen from the west today? Li Mo, based on my analysis, it's likely to facilitate notifications for upcoming exams. Jiang Han, everyone quiet down. Upon entering the group, change your nicknames to your real names. No discussions unrelated to studying, and refrain from posting irrelevant links. Violators will be kicked out. Jiang Han exhibited his usual authority as a homeroom teacher. He then sent a lengthy group announcement. Notice, from next Wednesday to Friday, the 3rd exam of this semester will take place. All students must take it seriously. Additionally, during the exam period, strict adherence to examination rules is required, and cheating is strictly prohibited. Any violators will be reported to the entire school. Special reminder, the results from this exam will directly affect subsequent class adjustments and parent-teacher meetings. Please take note. The mention of the parent-teacher meeting caused an immediate outcry in the group. It's over. It's really another exam? And a parent-teacher meeting too? My doomsday has arrived. We of you will. Just built the group, and already this ominous news. Is Brother Zhou here? Brother Zhou, say something. Are you going to dominate the rankings in this essay again? Lu Xingzhou surveyed the messages in the group, the corners of his mouth curling up. He changed his nickname to Lu Xingzhou and sent a sticker of a cat calmly sipping tea. He didn't say anything, but the aura of sophistication was instantly elevated. Meanwhile, beside him, Lu Xiao, still grappling with her egg yolk pastry, leaned over to take a look. When she saw the words 3rd exam, the snack in her hand suddenly lost its allure. Brother, she looked up, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. Will we have a similar parent-teacher meeting after our middle school exams? Lu Xingzhou, observing her guilty expression, smirked and replied, "Don't worry, Yuan Ti." Lu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, Lu Xingzhou added ominously, "But I've heard that the difficulty of your middle school exams will be hellish. And if you perform poorly, Mom and Dad might consider enrolling you in a tutoring class." What? Lu Xiao let out a heart-wrenching cry. Once again throwing herself onto the sofa, clutching the 3 textbooks and pressing them desperately against her head. Forget it, forget it. Hurry up and flow in. My mind. This low-concentration depression desperately needs the irrigation of high-concentration knowledge. Observing his sister's comical, last-minute effort, akin to a desperate grasp at a lifeline. Lu Xingzhou laughed until his stomach ached. All right, quickly go study. I'll tutor you. Consider a rescue mission. Chapter 71. The Tier Harvesting Plan on Monday morning. In the Chinese Language Research Group's office, Jiang Han had just finished his first class and returned to his desk. His current state could only be described in 4 words, a scene of mental fragmentation. To his left lay a copy of Zion Shook, its corners dog-eared from frequent flipping. The cover featuring Lu Mingfei's solitary silhouette. To his right, the screen of his phone illuminated the reading interface of the Fantasia Home app. With the exhilarating prose of Do Put Song, Kaiying seemed to pulsate. Sighing, Jiang Han picked up Zion Shook and revisited the moment when Old Tang perished on the waters of the 3 Gorges. Despite having read it several times, the weighty sorrow still bore down on his chest like a boulder, causing his eyes to redden once more. How tragic, truly tragic. How could this unfortunate boy, Lu Mingfei, be so cursed? He sniffled, feeling as though he were on the verge of succumbing to despair. To alleviate the drowning sorrow, he hastily set the magazine aside and opened the latest chapter of Do Put Song Kai. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Whoa, amazing, that move. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus is absolutely explosive. Xiao Yin is incredible. Go blow that old dog Yin Shan to smithereens. Jiang Han's expression transformed from that of a mournful character into an exuberantly invigorated warrior. He was so excited he nearly slammed his palm onto the desk. A passing mathematics teacher glanced at him as if he were mad, shaking his head, wondering if teacher Jiang had been overwhelmed by lesson preparation stress. Oscillating between tears and laughter. After finishing the latest chapter, Jiang Han let out a long sigh of relief, feeling revitalized. However, he soon fell into a deep conflict. On one side lay the heart-wrenching narrative of South Wind, and on the other, the exhilarating tales of the master storyteller, Luo Xiaogu. Was this a case of mental fragmentation? Yet, on second thought, it would be splendid if these 2 authors could find a middle ground. One should refrain from such torment, while the other should, tone down the adolescent angst. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification from a particularly followed Weibo account. Zion Shook official Weibo. Healing Youth Literature is on the way. Following Dragon Clan, the esteemed author Southwind presents a brand new work, 5 centimeters per second. Coming soon. Stay tuned. A new work? Jiang Han's eyes sparkled. 5 centimeters per second? The title sounds artistic and beautifully poetic. Yedingzhou? He seized upon this keyword. Could it be that the author Southwind has finally had a change of heart and is preparing to write a sweet romance to compensate us, the wounded readers? Yes, it must be so. Jiang Han immediately retweeted the post, adding a comment. Looking forward to it. I hope it can truly heal my heart, which has been deeply hurt by Dragon Clan. Southwind, I believe in you. After posting, he felt elated, thinking, it seems my spiritual sustenance is about to increase. Unbeknownst to him, the concept of healing might have another interpretation, one that leads to despair. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Zion Shook Publishing House, Bai Yang stood before the projector, confidently leading the publishing planning meeting for the new book 5 centimeters per second. Flanking the conference table were the high-ranking officials of the publishing house. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest masterpiece from the esteemed author Southwind, 5 centimeters per second. Bai Yang gestured toward the screen, displaying exquisite sample illustrations, his tone brimming with assurance. The style of this book is entirely distinct from Dragon Clan. It is more delicate, more aesthetically pleasing, and infinitely more poignant. We are adopting a full-color illustrated format, having enlisted the most elite team of illustrators in the country, striving for each illustration to reach wallpaper-level quality. A balding deputy editor adjusted his glasses and hesitantly inquired, Bai Yang, I've perused the content of this book, and it seems somewhat lacking. ISNT the conclusion a tad too. Ambiguous? Will readers embrace it? Indeed, compared to the grand worldview of Dragon Clan, this pure love short story poses a greater commercial risk. However, Bai Yang merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He simply stated, ladies and gentlemen, please look at the author's name. On the screen, 2 gilded characters appeared, Southwind. With just these 2 characters, Bai Yang surveyed the room, his voice resolute. Even if it contained merely photographs of daily life, as long as the cover bears these characters, I would guarantee a first print run of 500,000 copies. And it would sell out. The room fell silent, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. Indeed, this is the formidable allure of a top-tier author's intellectual property. In this era, where popularity reigned supreme, merely associating with Southwind's name guarantees absolute sales. All right, it's settled then. The general manager declared on the spot. A first print run of 500,000 copies. Maximize promotional resources. Let us make this book the National Youth Read of the Year. The printing machines roared to life once more. A new plan for harvesting tears was quietly brewing. On the other side, in the principal's office, the principal sat in a spacious leather swivel chair, holding the freshly printed Jiangchang Daily, his eyes crinkling into slits from smiling. The front page prominently featured a large photograph of Lu Xingzhou in an exclusive interview. Excellent, excellent. The principal set the newspaper down, looking at Lu Xingzhou standing before his desk, his face nearly blooming into a flower from delight. Xingzhou, you've really brought our school into the limelight this time. Now, when I attend a meeting in the city, I can feel the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of other school principals. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingzhou chuckled modestly. It's all thanks to your cultivation, principal. Ah, no need for modesty. The principal waved his hand, suddenly recalling, by the way, I heard that Section Chief Li from the Education Bureau sought you out privately over the weekend? Lu Xingzhou nodded yes. Section Chief Li mainly discussed the poetry competition with me. Oh. The principal lifted his teacup, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, what was Section Chief Li's attitude like? Being part of the education system, he was well aware of the renowned temperament of that section chief, known for his lofty standards, often looking down on even the average principals. His attitude was quite good, Lu Xingzhou recalled. He even treated me to a meal and tea. Oh, and he specifically poured me a cup of tea to help me focus on preparing for the competition. The tea the principal had just sipped was instantly spewed out. Chapter 72. Apart from being handsome, there's nothing special about him. He didn't even have time to wipe the water stains off the desk. His eyes wide with disbelief. Why, you said what? Section Chief Li poured you tea. Yes, Lu Xingzhou replied innocently. I told him it was a tea necessary, but he insisted. So I had to accept. The corners of the principal's mouth twitched violently. He gazed at the serene student before him, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. After all, this was a figure of great authority from the Education Bureau's publicity department. To think he would serve tea to a high school student. This was not merely a display of goodwill. It was an unparalleled act of deference. He was once again reminded that the potential embodied by this young man was likely far greater than he had ever imagined. Very well. The principal inhaled deeply, striving to quell his astonishment, his tone now taking on a more solemn gravity. Given the Education Bureau's significant emphasis, our school must not falter. Xingzhou, regarding the poetry competition, do not hesitate to express your needs. If you require materials, I shall provide them. If you seek guidance, it shall be given. Even if you desire stars from the heavens, I shall find a way to pluck one for you. Lu Xingzhou smiled. Principal, let's not go that far at the stars. I only seek one thing. What is it? A vacation. Lu Xingzhou blinked, inquiring if attendance could be somewhat relaxed during the preparation period. The principal waved his hand grandly. Granted, from this moment until the conclusion of the competition, your attendance is entirely excused. With this decree, Lu Xingzhou felt utterly liberated. Exiting the principal's office, holding the special leave slip, he sensed the air around him had become sweeter. Now, whether for preparation or writing, time was amply available. In the days that followed, aside from occasionally guiding activities in the literary club, which was essentially just him fervently typing away at dope, most of Lu Xingzhou's energy was dedicated to the upcoming poetry competition. This time, he not only aimed to win, he sought to win resoundingly. He wished to enthrall everyone in this parallel world with the charm of Chinese poetry. The day before the poetry competition, the classroom of Class 10 in the first year was bustling with students, the sound of their studies resonating throughout. Although Lu Xingzhou was exempt from attendance, he still decided to visit the school. One reason was to collect his official competition certificate from the homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, and the other, rather naturally, was to see someone before his departure. In the corridor, just as he tucked the competition certificate into his pocket, a notebook filled with delicate handwriting was gently pressed into his embrace. Here, take this. Xiao Wangku did not look at him, feigning an interest in organizing her pencil case. Yet the faint blush on her ears betrayed her. This contains my notes from the past few days, summarizing common exam points from previous poetry competitions and some obscure poetry analyses. Although I know you are quite capable and may not need it, one can never be too prepared for unexpected questions. Lu Xingzhou picked up the notebook and flipped through it. The pages were densely filled with notes, highlighted in various colors, and adorned with charming doodles to aid memory. Each page radiated the unique care and diligence of the young girl. A warmth spread through Lu Xingzhou's heart. He closed the notebook, not teasing as usual, but earnestly meeting Xia Wangku's gaze. Thank you, he said softly. Then, pointing to his head, he added, "However, I have this. Even if the poet Li Bai were here, I might falter in drinking, but my poetic talent will not be overshadowed. After all, the Li Bai and Du Fu of this parallel world still exist, but their works have entirely transformed." With a chuckle, Xiao Wangku was amused by his bravado. Rolling her eyes at him, her expression reminiscent of a water lily shyly retreating from the cool breeze. Bragging, as if you could match Li Bai. "It would be impressive enough if you managed to recite all the required ancient poems correctly. Focus on your studies and don't embarrass yourself." She raised her hand, intending to adjust his collar, but halfway through, she seemed to realize they were still at school and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Ultimately, it transformed into a gentle admonition. "Come back early." Lu Xingzhou nodded, promising, "Upon my return, I shall treat you to something delicious." "Who cares?" Xiao Wangku turned her head away, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift in a smile. In Zhang Han's office, Lu Xingzhou presented his leave slip. Zhang Han glanced at it briefly before signing his name in an elegant flourish. "Off you go. Have a great competition." He patted Lu Xingzhou on the shoulder, pride and expectation evident in his gaze. "This trip to the provincial level is a grand affair. You are not just representing yourself. You carry the face of our school and our entire city. Do not feel pressured. Just perform as you normally would. When you return with a prize, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Order whatever you desire." Zhang Han proclaimed with great enthusiasm, entirely unaware that, in reality, this student before him was not in need of his generosity, but rather the source of his intellectual nourishment. If he were to discover that the likes of Nanfeng Lao Zhe and Luo Xiaogu Wu were present before him, this banquet would likely transform into a feast of intrigue. Lu Xingzhou smiled. "Then I thank you in advance, Brother Han. I want to eat the most expensive Buddha jumps over the wall at Tianxiang Pavilion." "Don't you dare. Are you trying to bankrupt me?" At the school gate. Although this farewell was less ostentatious than a banner, the principal and the grade director stood there personally, braving the cold wind to see Lu Xingzhou off as he boarded a taxi to the high-speed train station. Their gazes were filled with the weight of the hopes of an entire village. As the taxi slowly pulled away, Lu Xingzhou glanced back at the receding campus, inhaling deeply. "The poetry competition, here I come." At the Jiangxing high-speed railway station, in the waiting hall, throngs of people bustled about, the announcements echoing in waves. Lu Xingzhou, carrying a simple backpack and clutching his second-class ticket to the provincial capital, sought out his seat. As soon as he sat down, he keenly sensed two subtly scrutinizing gazes directed his way. Facing him sat a pair of young students, a boy and a girl. The boy sported black-framed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of arrogant academic superiority. The girl wore an elegant hanfu, holding a folding fan, radiating an aura of cultured grace. From the competition badges hanging on their chests, Lu Xingzhou instantly recognized them as the other two representatives from Jiangxing mentioned by section chiefly. Zhang Heiren, the scholar from City No. 3 High School, and Su Wanner, the talented girl from the Normal University affiliated high school. The two evidently recognized Lu Xingzhou as well. Su Wanner glanced at his somewhat casual attire and lightly waved her fan, whispering to Zhang Heiren, "Is this the high school junior famous for writing the Fang Palace Ode? Aside from being somewhat handsome, doesn't he seem particularly remarkable?" Zhang Heiren adjusted his glasses. "Just because he writes well, doesn't he mean his foundation in ancient poetry is profound? Moreover, he is only a first-year student. His accumulation of knowledge is likely less than half of ours. Although we are on the same team, we will ultimately be rivals in the finals. After all, even on the same team, only one can emerge victorious." Their comments reflected both the competition's rules and a subtle sense of scholarly rivalry. Lu Xingzhou, however, did not take offense. He did not even raise an eyebrow. Instead, he calmly retrieved a book from his bag, certainly not a poetry anthology, but rather a casually picked volume of advanced mathematics. Don't ask why a high school student is reading college-level calculus. It's simply for show. As he flipped through the pages, he silently shook his head. A frog in a well? How can one fathom the vastness of the sky and the earth? You will never know that the person sitting across from you is not filled with hundreds of poems. Instead, it is the most resplendent half of the vast landscape of Chinese literary stars. Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi by Zhu Yi, Wang Wei, Xian Qiji, Li Qingzhou, these great souls that illuminated the ages in their past lives, now quietly repose within the palace of his memories, awaiting the moment of awakening to unleash a brilliance that will astonish the world. To compare poetry with these luminaries? I'm afraid that would be an affront to their legacy. The train surged forth like a colossal white dragon, racing out of Jiangxing towards the provincial capital hundreds of kilometers away. The scenery outside whizzed by, with fields, forests, and villages blurring into a verdant haze. Lu Xingzhou closed his book, gazing out the window, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Provincial capital, here I come. Is the poetry conference ready to face the dimensional onslaught from another world? A mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, his phone, nestled in his bag, vibrated suddenly. It was a text from Director Li. Xingzhou, have you boarded? Remember, regardless of how the preliminaries go, you must remain steady during the original composition segment of the finals. That will be the key to our victory. You must present a work that commands the stage. The entire Jiangxing community is watching you. Reading the text laden with official emphasis, Lu Xingzhou's fingers deftly responded with 2 words, rest assured. In the provincial capital, at the Cultural and Arts Center, beneath the vast dome, the lights sparkled brilliantly. To complement the hosting of the Polaris Poetry Conference, the entire stage was designed to embody an aura of ancient charm. The ground was paved with bluestone, surrounded by artificial hills and flowing water, while staff clad in flowing hanfu flitted about, as if transporting one back to an era of poetic revelry. In the center of the stage, a massive LED screen displayed the live streaming footage, with comments cascading like a torrent. The atmosphere was electric. This was a heavyweight event following the nation's vigorous promotion of cultural revival, with the entire venue broadcasting live. It has begun. I heard there are many scholars this time. So exciting. Jiangxing has sent a high school freshman? Is that true? Sounds a bit precarious. As a live camera panned across, hundreds of poetry elites from across the province sat neatly in the contestant seats. Some were meditating, while others nervously recited lines, and an invisible tension permeated the air. The auspicious hour had arrived. The host, clad in an elegant kipayo, gracefully stepped onto the stage. Distinguished contestants and esteemed audience, welcome to the 9th Polaris Poetry Conference. This year, in order to better select true inheritors of Chinese poetry, we have boldly innovated the competition format. The host surveyed the audience and declared emphatically, in the first round of preliminaries, we shall not adhere to the traditional flying flowers or poetry chain. Instead, we will employ themed role drawing for creation. A resounding uproar erupted throughout the venue. The commentary in the live chat exploded instantaneously. What? This is monumental. Role-playing themed writing? Are we testing cosplay or poetic talent? The difficulty is off the charts. Not only must one be adept at writing poetry, but one must also possess profound empathy and a sense of historical immersion. This is going to be thrilling. The host continued to elucidate the rules. Each contestant will draw an ancient identity at random via electronic selection. It could be a fisherman, a palace maid, a general, a beggar, or a noble. Then, they must compose a poem from the perspective of that identity, centered around this competition's unified theme. Behind her, the large screen slowly revealed 2 ink characters, tinged with melancholy, worry. Lu Xingzhou gazed at these characters, silently acknowledging the brilliance of the prompt. Ancient poets either expressed ambition or conveyed emotions, and worry was one of the most beloved themes among literati. From the sorrow of white hair stretching 3,000 feet to the lament of how splendid the autumn is, countless masterpieces echoed through time. This topic, seemingly simple, was in fact all-encompassing and would rigorously test the contestants' foundations. The drawing commenced. At the host's command, the contestants sequentially pressed the fateful red button. The wheel on the big screen spun feverishly. The first to step up was Zhang Heiren from Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Ding! The wheel halted, the pointer landing on an icon of an armored figure. Identity, border soldier. Oh my, what fortune! Zhang Heiren exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. This identity was simply perfect. What could the worry of a border soldier be but homesickness, the turmoil of war, or longing for a beloved mother or wife? This theme had been long explored by ancients. With a few images of the bright moon, yellow sands, and lonely cities, a poem both tragic and tender would easily emerge. He beamed with delight, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Xingzhou in the corner, as if to say, "Brother, watch me shine." Next, the talented Su Wan from the Normal University-affiliated high school pressed her button. Identity, the resentful woman of the inner chamber. She gently fanned herself with a folding fan, a confident smile gracing her lips. This was within her comfort zone, the sorrow of a secluded woman, yearning for a distant husband or lamenting the fleeting nature of youth. This delicate style was her forte. Without hesitation, several lines reminiscent of Li Qingzhou's style sprang to her mind. Contestants from other cities also pressed their buttons. Finally, it was Lu Xingzhou's turn. As the most talked-about dark horse of the competition, the young prodigy who penned the Fang Palace Ode. At the moment he stood, all cameras and eyes converged upon him. The live chat began to flood the screen. Here he comes, the one who submitted early. Can he draw a tough one? I want to see the genius stumble. A beggar would be entertaining. Let us see how he writes that. Lu Xingzhou remained unfazed as he approached the drawing table. Without hesitation, he pressed the red button. The wheel on the big screen began to whirl violently. Fisherman, merchant, woodcutter, chain player. Identities flashed by in rapid succession. The entire venue held its breath. At last, after a thrilling deceleration, the wheel gradually came to a stop on a golden icon. It depicted a crowned figure, symbolizing supreme power. Two gilded characters emerged. Identity, Emperor. Gasp! Upon seeing these characters, the entire auditorium felt as though the air had been sucked out, plunging into a profound silence. Then, a roar erupted, louder than any before, a collective intake of breath. What the? An emperor? What in the world is this luck? This is a hellish difficulty. The live chat exploded, comments flooding the screen. It's over. Lu Xingzhou is doomed. What sorrow could an emperor possibly harbor? With dominion over the realm, adorned in silks and satins, and surrounded by a harem of 3,000 beauties. If I were an emperor, I would awaken each day with laughter, free from worry. Indeed, the tribulations of ordinary folk revolve around lack of money, housing, and companionship, while the emperor's concerns might be whether today's bird's nest is sweet enough, or which concubines favor to court without hesitation. This topic is far too easy to dismiss. To write about a fallen nation would be excessively heavy. To delve into the grandeur of a dynasty would be overly grandiose. How could a mere high school student possibly encapsulate the intricate machinations of imperial politics or the profound sense of desolation? Ha ha! This contestant is rather unfortunate. It appears this round may not bode well for them. In the contestants' area, Zhang Heron and Su Wanner exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a sigh. Truly, the luck of this junior is rather dismal. It seems the glory of Jiangsheng shall rest upon our shoulders alone. In the realm of poetry, verses penned by emperors are notoriously challenging. A poorly crafted piece comes across as pretentious and hollow, while an overly sentimental one loses the regal gravitas. To expect a high schooler's pen to evoke the elevated sorrows of sovereign, such a task is practically insurmountable. They could already envision Lu Xingzhou on stage, scratching his head, ultimately producing an embarrassing piece titled, "Where is My Beloved Concubine?" In the center of the stage, bathed in the spotlight, Lu Xingzhou gazed at the two resplendent characters for emperor displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, if this were anyone else, drawing this lot would likely spell disaster. For in the collective consciousness, emperors are perceived as the most fortunate beings in existence. They indulge in whatever they desire, free to pursue their whims. Their sorrows? Could they possibly be fathomed by the common man? He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to once more plunge into the vast palace of memories. He strolled through the annals of history, seeking the figure that resonated most profoundly. A sage ruler of a flourishing era, the likes of Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, were the progenitors of the Tang and Song dynasties. A ruler of a fallen kingdom. Visions of tragic emperors flitted through Lu Xingzhou's mind. Chongzhen, a woeful fate indeed. Song Huitsong, his artistic refinement was evident. Yet his sorrows were overshadowed by the humiliation and terror of captivity, lacking a grander perspective. Suddenly, a poignant figure emerged, piercing through the mists of history. Born within the confines of a palace, nurtured by the hands of women, destined to be a charming talent, yet tragically born into the imperial family. The one who possessed the misty landscapes of Jiangnan, lost in the ephemeral beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons, yet ultimately reduced to a prisoner. Penning the anguish of a fallen nation with blood and tears. The last ruler of the southern Tang, the immortal lyricist Li Yu. Boom! At the mention of this name, an indescribable surge of emotion swelled within Lu Xingzhou. It was he. If one were to articulate the sorrows of an emperor throughout history, who could possibly convey such depth, such beauty, and such heart-wrenching pain as this poet king, whose misfortunes were matched only by his lyrical prowess? His grief transcended the mere loss of a kingdom. It ascended to a lamentation for the impermanence of life, for the past that dissipates like smoke, for the inevitable fading of all that is beautiful, a fate from which none can escape. This is the epitome of sorrow. Lu Xingzhou abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, his gaze became profoundly deep, as if he had traversed a millennium, witnessing a solitary tower imprisoned in the northern chill of night. He beheld a forlorn monarch, leaning against the railing, weeping as he gazed toward the direction of his homeland. He could even feel the bone-deep cold and despair. This time, he would channel the voice of a man imprisoned 1,000 years ago, to convey to the world Be you a commoner or the sovereign, there exists a sorrow that flows like a river through the ages, eternal and unending. With a flourish of his pen, he would stir the winds and rain, crafting verses that would move even the spirits. A transcendent masterpiece was on the verge of manifestation. Chapter 75. Have you ever been an emperor? Then right, contestants from across the province gradually drew their identities. Yet, all eyes remained fixated on the red frame, inscribed with the word emperor, unable to look away. With but a minute remaining before the official commencement, the rules dictated that all participants must write simultaneously, with no one allowed to jump the gun or submit their work early. This was to prevent any eager beavers from disrupting the integrity of the examination hall. Lu Xingzhou, seated among the contestants, chuckled inwardly as he listened to the host's recitation of the rules. Submit early? Is this not aimed squarely at me? He mused. Very well. Since the organizers are so considerate, fearing I might intimidate others with my swiftness, I shall be the last to write, allowing them a few extra moments to catch their breath. He closed his eyes, deciding to savor the verses of Yu Myron once more in his mind, seeking the melancholic essence of a fallen monarch. Meanwhile, in the online streaming room, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, so densely packed that the host's face was nearly obscured. Have you ever been an emperor? Just right. If you haven't been an emperor, what could you possibly know of imperial sorrow? Ha ha ha. The wheel of fate turns, and heaven spares no one. Let this lad who basked in glory last time draw the worst lot this time. Infernal difficulty. This is undoubtedly hellish difficulty. I wager 50 cents, Lu the genius will surely falter this time. To be frank, this topic is utterly bizarre. We are all ordinary folk. Who among us has ever been an emperor? Exactly. Forcing a narrative will only yield the farcical imagery of the Eastern Palace lady making pancakes, while the Western Palace lady peels scallions. Waiting to see Lu Xingzhou make a fool of himself. Some even, relishing the chaos, initiated a betting feature in the live stream. Secure your bets. Press 1 if you think Lu Xingzhou will falter. Press 2 if you believe he will triumph against the odds. A deluge of ones filled the screen, interspersed with a few stubborn twos. Alas, with the identity of Emperor revealed, the audience erupted in fervor, the scent of scandal wafting through the air even before the new year. The director of the studio, savvy to the allure of viewership, swiftly transitioned to the expert commentary segment. An elderly professor, bespectacled and exuding an air of elegance, addressed the camera with a serious demeanor. Esteemed viewers, do not think the netizens exaggerate. This topic indeed belongs to a high-risk category in the realm of ancient poetry. The challenge lies in striking the right balance. If your writing is too straightforward, it comes off as unrefined, akin to a nouveau riche. Conversely, if it is too subtle, it loses the imperial grandeur, devolving into petty lamentation. One must embody both majesty and sorrow, while also conveying a sense of inexorable fate. The professor shook his head, ultimately concluding, this task is nearly insurmountable for a teenager, not only on the internet, but also within Lu Xingzhou's home. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the space. Lu Shui clutched Lu Jiangwo's hand tightly, her palm slick with sweat, her breath quickening with anxiety. She stared at the television screen, her voice trembling. Old Lu, what are we to do? The Emperor's sorrow? Our boy, Zhou, can hardly be bothered to take on the role of a group leader. How could he possibly comprehend the sorrow of an emperor? Isn't this question deliberately designed to perplex her child? It is utterly unjust. Lu Jiangwo, too, wore a frown, remaining silent. Although he lacked knowledge of poetry, he recognized that such themes, steeped in opulence and complexity, were decidedly unfriendly to children from ordinary working-class backgrounds. It was akin to asking someone who had never tasted pork to write 100 methods for preparing braised pork and to imbue it with soul. Is that not absurd? Sigh. We can only do our best. Just do our best. He could only weakly pat his wife's hand in a gesture of consolation. Lu Xiao, rarely causing mischief, clutched her seal plush toy, biting her lip as she gazed at her brother's serene face on the television, silently praying. Lu Xingzhou, you must hold on. I am counting on you to triumph and treat me to a feast. In the school's principal's office, the old principal continually wiped his brow with a handkerchief, feeling as though he were in a sauna despite the strong winds outside. Oh, what a stroke of misfortune. The vice principal wore a grave expression, sighing. It seems that Director Li has placed a rather audacious bet this time. This topic is exceedingly challenging. I hope Xingzhou can maintain his composure and write as much as he can. At the Education Bureau of Jiangsheng, on the 3rd floor, the atmosphere in the vice director's office was even more stifling. Vice Director Lin Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fixated on a large screen on the wall, remaining utterly silent. His formidable presence made Director Li feel like an ant on a hot pan. Cold sweat dripped from Li's forehead like pearls strung on a broken thread. He felt a profound sense of dread. He had even begun mentally preparing an explanation for how he would write a self-critique to the director later. Director Lin. I never anticipated this, he thought. Enough. Lin Hai waved his hand, speaking in a low voice. Let us watch the competition. I have faith in this child. Since he can compose the ode to Epang Palace, he must possess considerable knowledge. Indeed, the director is wise. On the competition stage, the camera panned across the contestants' seats. Zhang Heron and Su Wan'er, seated beside Lu Xingzhou, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Yet beneath the surface, there lay a glimmer of glee. Zhang Heron could hardly suppress a smirk. An opportunity has arisen. If Lu Xingzhou falters this round, even if he merely scores poorly, my chances of surpassing him will greatly increase. Su Wan'er gently fanned herself, inwardly reasoning. Indeed, luck is a form of strength. It seems the burden of Jiangsheng will fall upon us this time. Though they were all representing Jiangsheng, they yearned to prove themselves superior to this junior. The director also cleverly directed the main camera's focus onto Lu Xingzhou. On the large screen, the youth's countenance was as serene as still water. His eyes were gently closed, hands casually resting on his knees, his breathing steady and prolonged. The corners of his mouth even bore the faintest hint of a smile. Such a demeanor. How could one believe he was facing a challenge of hellish difficulty? He appeared as though he were lounging in his own garden, basking in the sun while enjoying sunflower seeds. Is he smiling? He is actually smiling. How can he still find joy at a time like this? This close-up shot instantly left the entire audience, as well as the hundreds of thousands of viewers online, in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the host's crisp and vibrant voice resonated throughout the venue. The countdown has concluded. The 9th Polaris Poetry Conference officially begins. Contestants, please take up your pens. With a flurry of motion, all the contestants nearly simultaneously grasped their brushes. Chapter 76. The beautiful lady emerges from obscurity. Some contestants, overwhelmed with nerves, inadvertently splattered ink even before their brush tips could touch the paper. The entire venue was instantly filled with the tense sounds of frantic writing. Yet, the youth seated in the center, bearing the weight of countless discussions and gazes, remained with his eyes closed, utterly unmoving. If we cannot submit early, let them write first. I shall feign contemplation. The atmosphere in the competition hall suddenly grew taut. Time ticked away, second by second. 5 minutes, then 10 minutes passed. Most contestants had completed their brainstorming and had entered the fray. Some scratched their heads in frustration, brows furrowed as though the brush weighed 1,000 pounds. Others wrote swiftly, yet upon dissatisfaction, crumpled their work and tossed it aside, starting anew. Even some murmured as they wrote, uncertain whether they sought rhymes or offered prayers to the muse. Yet Lu Xingzhou remained, his eyes still slightly closed, sitting as steady as a mountain. What is happening? Why has he yet to put pen to paper? Could it be that he has fallen asleep? Has he given up entirely? The audience began to murmur, and the old experts on the judging panel displayed expressions of concern. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. Wake up. This is a competition, not a place for slumber. I think he has completely dazed. He doesn't know how to write, so he is pretending to be asleep. Haha, this is hilarious. Is this what they call responding to change with steadfastness? Oh no, Jiangsheng is going to suffer embarrassment this time. Such a good opportunity, and he is not even trying to seize it. At the contestants' bench, Zhang Heron, fervently writing, stole a glance at Lu Xingzhou beside him. Seeing his meditative state, his heart swelled with delight. Just as I thought, Junior Lu is indeed stumped by this question. It seems the first place is mine to secure. Su Wan'er also lightly fanned herself, inwardly lamenting. I thought he was a champion. But it turns out he is merely average. Bad luck is unavoidable. Time reached the final 5 minutes of the countdown, specifically the 25th minute. Just when everyone presumed that Lu Xingzhou would continue to remain in this state until the end of the competition, the still youth suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, the camera precisely captured his gaze. No longer was it the previous languor and indifference, but rather an expression that seemed to transcend a millennium, imbued with the weight of experience and profound depth. That gaze even sent a shiver through the audience across the screen. Lu Xingzhou slowly lifted his hand. Without a hint of hesitation or any unnecessary movement, he ground the ink, took up his brush, and dipped it in ink. His actions flowed gracefully, akin to an artistic performance. Then the brush tip descended. Swish, swish, swish. Unlike the other contestants who scratched and revised, each stroke from his hand seemed as though it had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, or even deep within his soul. There was no pause, no contemplación. It was a seamless execution. The brush danced like a dragon. Each character, imbued with sorrow and reluctance, took shape swiftly beneath his hand, leaping to life upon the page. In a mere 2 minutes. Truly only 2 minutes. Has he finished writing? What an international joke this is. While others pondered how to rhyme the next line, he had already completed his piece. The audience was left in astonishment. All the judges, every member of the audience, including those watching the live broadcast, were utterly flabbergasted. The speed was utterly outrageous. So swift it made one question the very essence of life. The live chat was inundated with an array of neatly arranged question marks and exclamation points. Goodness, a 2-minute man? Hey, don't steer off course. But this speed is indeed somewhat unscientific. Could be hastily written, stuck on the first part, and rushed to finish the rest. Amidst the sea of skepticism and shock, the competition time finally elapsed. The host took to the stage, his eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. Yet he maintained his professional demeanor and announced, "All right, the competition is over. Contestants, please put down your pens. We shall now enter the presentation phase." To create suspense and pave the way for the grand finale, the organizers followed tradition and showcased each contestant's work in order. Naturally, the first to present was Zhang Heiren, who had drawn the fortuitous lot of the frontier soldiers. The big screen illuminated with his poem, Autumn at the Frontier. Yellow sands sweep over 100 mountains. Iron armor glistens, sleepless through the night. In dreams, where's my homeland? Only the Chong flute sounds in the cold heavens. To be fair, as a high school student, this poem was indeed commendable, though the imagery was somewhat stacked. Phrases like iron armor glistens and Chong flute sounds in the cold heavens effectively conveyed the harshness of the frontier and the longing for home. A few experts in the judges' panel nodded slightly. It was conventional, the meter was precise, and the emotional expression was adequate, scoring 88 points. Upon seeing this score, Zhang Heiren puffed out his chest, feeling that he had performed relatively steadily. Next was Su Wanner with her poem Spring Chamber Lament. By the western painted tower, leaning on the tall building, gazing far into the horizon, thoughts never cease. In dreams, my beloved returns, as flowers bloom and wither in an endless cycle. The judges unanimously agreed that this poem was remarkably well written. The imagery of the painted tower, the tall building, and the distant horizon combined to create a poignant picture of a woman in a secluded chamber, yearning for her distant husband. Especially the final line, flowers bloom and wither in an endless cycle, encapsulated the helplessness of fleeting youth and unending longing with a touch reminiscent of the poet Ian. Indeed, the emotions were sincere, the meter was precise, and it bore the elegance of the lyrical school. For a high school girl to achieve such a level of artistry was truly rare. Ultimately, Su Wanner received an impressive score of 90 points. The emotions were genuine, though a little deeper reflection would have been even better, remarked one female judge. As the works from contestants of other cities were showcased, although a few masterpieces emerged, they ultimately felt somewhat lacking. The kind of stunning brilliance that would make one gasp in admiration or even touch the soul was conspicuously absent. Many scored over 80 points, while very few reached the 90s, with the highest score merely 95. Everyone's anticipation was heightened. They were all waiting to see what kind of answer the young man, who had drawn the emperor's identity but left them anxious, would present. Chapter 77. Something's gone wrong. Could he have truly been an emperor? At last, amid the collective gaze of the audience, the screen transitioned to the perplexing contestant. Number 001, Lu Xingzhou. The host took a deep breath, his voice involuntarily tinged with a quiver. Now, let us see what Lu Xingzhou, who drew the most challenging topic of emperor in this competition, will present to us. As his words fell, the ink-scented rice paper was scanned in high definition, instantaneously magnified and projected onto the enormous LED screen. What first caught the eye was not the content of this poem, but rather the strikingly beautiful calligraphy that radiated a profound sense of melancholy. Just this handwriting alone had already garnered nods of approval from several judges. Following this, Lu Xingzhou's work slowly unfurled across the screen from right to left. The first column displayed the title of the poem, Yu Myron. Wow, he actually chose to write lyrics. A venerable old professor among the judges brightened at this revelation and could not help but exclaim. It is known that in previous poetry competitions, contestants often opted for stability, selecting simpler, more easily constructed ancient poems. Few dare to write lyrics, as it is a challenging endeavor. A slight misstep could lead to nonsensical results. Lu Xingzhou had the audacity to choose lyrics, and such an obscure piece as Yu Myron. The audience was also taken aback, their initial skepticism now heightened. This lad wouldn't be risking everything just to show off, would he? Merely seeking attention. Zhang Heiren smirked inwardly, thinking, given how difficult Yu Myron is, let us see what he can come up with. However, in the next moment, the host picked up the microphone and, with a voice imbued with deep emotion, slowly recited the first line. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon come to an end? How much do we know of the past? Boom! This line struck like a sigh that transcended a millennium, reverberating throughout the entire venue. The murmurs of those who had come prepared to witness a farce, to question, and to whisper among themselves were suddenly silenced, as if someone had abruptly cut the sound. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the room. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon come to an end? How much do we know of the past? This line resonated like a sigh, echoing through the ages. It lacked ornate language, devoid of deliberate embellishment. It was akin to an utterly commonplace greeting, a drunken lament. Yet, within this striking simplicity lay a profound sense of desolation and the passage of time. The commotion of the audience came to a sudden halt at that moment. On the judges' panel, those who had previously worried about Lu Xingzhou's potential underperformance straightened their backs, their expressions filled with disbelief. The grace of that opening line, the esteemed elder, a national treasure among poets, felt his hand tremble slightly as he pressed the scoring button, his lips moving. What a poignant when will it end? What a profound how much do we know of the past? The sorrows of ordinary people arise from the struggle to create new verses. Yet this line reflects a deep resignation to the relentless passage of time after witnessing the rise and fall of splendor. It evokes the feeling of an elderly soul, having seen the world's grandeur, now standing alone beneath a solitary moon at midnight, confronting the essence of existence. Following this, the second line slowly appeared on the screen. Last night, the gentle spring wind blew again through the small tower. How can one bear to recall the homeland in the bright moonlight? The host's heartfelt voice resonated through the top-notch sound system, echoing in everyone's ears. Last night, the gentle spring wind returned to the small tower. This should be a season of rebirth, yet for the one imprisoned in the northern solitary tower. This tender spring breeze felt like the sharpest of knives. Under the moonlight, he looked back, seeing only the homeland he could never return to. The theme was established. Lu Xingzhou's poem indeed unfolded from the perspective of an emperor. The imagery was incredibly vivid. In everyone's mind, an evocative image seems to materialize. A deposed monarch, clad in tattered garments, leans alone against the railing of a high tower, allowing the frigid winds to tousle his hair. He gazes southward, and in his eyes, which once beheld the misty reign of Jiangnan, there now resides only an abyss of despair and longing. The anguish of losing a kingdom, the deep-seated yearning for his homeland, is vividly etched in these lines, rendered with exquisite precision. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily halts, then erupts once more in fervent excitement. What the hell? Is this really written by a high school student? The line about the homeland that cannot bear to be recalled under the moonlight is too heart-wrenching. I actually cried. This is not merely poetry. It is a testament to life itself. I thought he was here to amuse us, yet he has come to make me weep. However, the climax is just beginning. On the screen, the third line boldly appears. The carved railings and jade steps should still remain. Yet only the rosy visage has changed. Boom! If the first two lines depicted scenery and the past, this line elevates the sorrow to a philosophical contemplation of the transience of life and the inexorable passage of time. Those once meticulously crafted railings, those steps composed of exquisite jade, ought to still be there, yet the youthful and beautiful owners of those objects have long since vanished. The rivers and mountains remain. The sunsets continue to glow. The poignant realization of the inevitable decay of beauty and the profound insight into the capriciousness of fate move many judges and viewers. Now, in their middle years, to the brink of tears. Such exquisite writing. A female judge wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye, her voice trembling. This poem, while lamenting the woes of an emperor, reflects the shadows of every individual, whose life does not contain a few moonlit nights they wish to forget, whose memories do not harbor a few homelands they can never return to. Though it speaks of emperors, it resonates deeply with the common folk, just as everyone's emotions reached a crescendo with tears welling in their eyes. Lu Xingzhou penned the final stroke, that line, which will indelibly mark the annals of literature. I ask you, how much sorrow can one possess? It is like a river of spring waters flowing eastward. Bang! At that moment, the entire venue fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Even the background music ceased in that instant. Every breath, every heartbeat seemed to freeze in the wake of that final line. Sorrow, once an ethereal and intangible emotion, transformed under Lu Xingzhou's pen into a mighty river, relentless and eternal, flowing forth like an unending spring. It comes from the west, heading to the East China Sea, stretching for miles, boundless and infinite. It carries the blood and tears of a fallen kingdom, the melancholy of parted lovers, and all the frustrations and helplessness against fate, fiercely washing over each soul's dam. The sensory bombardment, the spiritual shock, defies description. After what felt like an eternity, akin to the aftershocks of an earthquake, the comments in the live stream finally resumed their flow. Yet this time, they were not mere short exclamations but a flood of comments. Oh no, it's written so beautifully. Could it be he really once ruled as an emperor? Chapter 78, for Saijiang Han. I am on my knees. I truly am. I ask you, how much sorrow can one possess? It is like a river of spring waters flowing eastward. That line is simply extraordinary. Bawling, this is too emotional. Lu Xingzhou, you owe me my tears. Is this what an emperor's sorrow is? I always thought emperors only lamented over food and drink, yet they too have such tragedies. With this poem, those who write about sorrow in secluded chambers are utterly overshadowed. This is a dimensional strike, a blatant dimensional strike. In the venue, someone initiated it. Thunderous applause erupted, akin to a roaring thunderstorm. Not the polite clapping, but a heartfelt, fervent applause that reddened hands and persisted endlessly. On the judges' panel, a venerable master of poetry rose unsteadily. Gazing at the poem on the screen, he expressed his deep sentiments. Though it speaks of emperors, it encapsulates the sorrows of all humanity. The artistic conception is profound, the language hauntingly beautiful, deeply moving. This is the emperor among poems, a timeless masterpiece. With this esteemed figure's endorsement, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. All the judges uniformly awarded scores. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Apart from a single point deducted symbolically to prevent him from becoming arrogant, this poem achieved an unprecedented height. Total score, 99 points. Undisputed first place. Compared to Lu Xingzhou's Yumiren, Zhang Heron's self-satisfied Bian, Psych Chiu instantly paled in comparison. As for Su Wanner's Chun Gue Yuan, it was equally unattainable. This was a genuine dimensional strike. Zhang Heron and Su Wanner, seated among the contestants, gazed at the spotlighted youth, their eyes filled with defeat. How could he craft such magnificent verses in just the final moments? Impossible, this cannot be. They gradually realized that the gap between them and Lu Xingzhou was not merely a matter of accumulating a few books. This junior had not been unable to write. Rather, he had deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for them, the mediocre lot. In the competition hall, the host announced a break, hinting at even more thrilling contests ahead. As the first round concluded, Lu Xingzhou descended the stage amidst a sea of admiration and awe, returning to the resting area with composure. He opened a bottle of cola and took a hearty swig. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, invigorating his senses. Ah, refreshing. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with confidence. The initial battle had been victorious, yet this was merely the beginning. In the restroom of the resting area, Lu Xingzhou splashed cold water on his face, droplets cascading down his slightly slender chin, revitalizing his spirit. He exhaled deeply, dried his face with a tissue, and returned to the sofa in the resting area. No sooner had he sat down, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate with the intensity of a high-powered motor. Buzzing, buzzing. Lu Xingzhou's brow twitched as he pulled out his phone. Good heavens! The little red dots on the WeChat and QQ icons had escalated to a staggering 99. Unread messages, 99. Missed calls, Dad, 3, Mom, 3, Teacher Jiang, 2, Section Chiefly, 2. Good heavens! Lu Xingzhou chuckled wryly and shook his head. He picked up his phone, preparing to sift through the deluge of notifications. He first opened the pinned group chat titled Loving Family. The latest message was a 60-second voice note from his father, Lu Jiangwo. Lu Xingzhou clicked to open the message, and the enthusiastic yet slightly strained voice of Lu Jiangwo instantly resonated in the tranquil lounge area, startling a nearby competitor who nearly spewed water. Son, well done. You've truly brought glory to your father. When your A River of Spring was unveiled, both your mother and I were utterly astounded. Although I have never been an emperor and cannot fathom the anguish of losing a kingdom, I do understand sorrow. It feels akin to receiving a meager bonus this month. I've spent sleepless nights mulling over it. Lu Xingzhou rubbed his forehead, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That metaphor is quite something. Equating the pain of a fallen kingdom to a reduced bonus? In a certain sense, it's rather enlightening. Next came the voice message from his sister, Lu Xiao. Her tone bright and slightly smug. Brother, you're incredible. Just now, our homeroom teacher praised you in the group chat. You've become the idol of all the girls in our class. I sold the unused draft paper you tossed aside and made a tidy sum. Oh, and I just calculated with my fingers and cast a spell for your blessing. You'll definitely be first in the next round. So, when you return, you must treat me to a family bucket. The largest one, with double chicken legs. Lu Xingzhou chuckled and swiftly replied with 2 words. Foodie. Lu Xiaowu immediately responded with a gif of a "you're doomed" expression. After addressing his family's messages, he turned to his moments. Goodness. It was like a grand display of Versailles. The first post was from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Han. He shared a selfie of himself watching the live broadcast in his office, with Lu Xingzhou as close-up on the television screen, passionately writing. Jiang Han, thanks for the invitation. I'm at school, just watch the live stream. Jiang Han, this student, who has penned a timeless masterpiece, is indeed one I have taught. There's nothing to boast about. I merely had him memorize a couple of poems and offered a bit of guidance. Not really, crossed out. The comment section was overflowing with humorous jabs from fellow educators. Teacher Wang from the neighboring class. Old Jiang, have some dignity, will you? I see your smile is practically reaching your back head. Director of Education, Teacher Jiang. Please maintain the image of a role model. Don't smile so lecherously. Grade Director. All right, we know he is your student. Don't forget to treat us later. Scrolling further down, even Director Li from the Education Bureau was excessively enthusiastic. Director Li from the Education Bureau. Xingzhou, you were phenomenal. Director Li, I was with Deputy Director Lin watching the live stream, completely mesmerized. The director just praised me for having an eye for talent in front of the whole office. You've truly brought me honor this time. Director Li, rest assured, all previous commitments stand. When you return, a celebratory feast is a must. And, the director said he wants to personally serve you tea. What a leap in status. From having the section chief serve tea to the bureau head doing so. If he continued to win, would the mayor be pouring him tea next? Coughing, Lu Xingzhou dared not imagine further. After reading the elders' messages, Lu Xingzhou opened the class group chat for Class 10 of Year 1. It was already ablaze with excitement, the messages scrolling at a pace too swift to comprehend. Chen brother Lu Xingzhou, you are my god. May I ask if your knees need any charms? I can play basketball and help you with screens. Wang Hao, so cool, brother. That poem you Myron was simply outstanding. May I transcribe it? I wish to quote it in my next language composition to show off. Liam O, brother Lu Xingzhou, I'd like to request permission to use that line, "A river of spring flows east," as my signature. It's so classy. Onlooker, I was in tears in front of the screen. How does brother manage to be both handsome and talented? Did Noah spend extra money when she was crafting him? Onlooker B, to the previous comment, is it possible that we are merely the mud figurines Noah casually tossed aside? Observing the lively banter from his classmates, a genuine smile spread across Lu Xingzhou's face. The feeling of being surrounded by admiration and recognition was indeed delightful. Amidst the clamor of messages, his finger eventually rested on a pinned chat window. The avatar depicted a maple leaf drifting in the autumn breeze. The note read, "A leaf knows autumn. Xiao Wang Kaiyu." There were no lengthy accolades or exuberant voice messages, just a simple image. It was a snapshot of her language notes, meticulously transcribing the freshly birthed poem Myron in elegant, neat handwriting. Each character was penned with utmost care, as if treating the poem as a precious treasure. Beneath the image, a small line read, "You performed splendidly. I've transcribed your work. Remember to take a break and hydrate. Don't tire yourself out. Keep it up." While everyone else was focused on how high he could soar, only Xiao Wang Kaiyu quietly cared about whether he was weary. This silent companionship was far more precious than any applause. Lu Xingzhou's lips curled upward as he typed. How did I perform? They initially thought I wouldn't be able to write and were waiting for my misfortune. Less than a second after sending the message, the screen displayed that the other party was typing. Soon after, a cute emoji appeared. Little cat rolling eyes JPG. Then came a haughty reply. You did well. Just don't scare me on purpose next time. Lu Xingzhou could almost visualize Xiao Wang Kaiyu on the other end, puffing her cheeks, both irritated and slightly concerned. He replied with a grin. Understood. Next time, I'll be swift and decisive. After perusing these warm and humorous messages, the fatigue that had enveloped Lu Xingzhou dissipated in an instant. He inhaled deeply and turned off his phone screen, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. The ensuing competitions would undoubtedly be more challenging and exhilarating, but he felt no fear. For behind him stood family, friends, teachers, and that girl who silently transcribed poetry for him. Round 2. Let the battle commence. As the break concluded, a melodious classical tune filled the air, and all competitors returned to the stage. The host, now clad in a vibrant modernized hanfu, wore a smile imbued with a hint of mystery. Distinguished contestants and esteemed audience. The first round was a heartfelt exploration of sorrow, during which we witnessed the birth of a timeless masterpiece. However, with a swift change of tone, Her demeanor brightened. Our poetry conference aims not only to preserve tradition, but also to innovate. The upcoming second round will defy all expectations. On the big screen, the antiquated backdrop abruptly transformed, replaced by a familiar interface reminiscent of a social media app's Moments UI. Bold characters proclaimed, dialogue across ages. What if ancients had moments? What on earth is this? A poetry competition can be played this way? This is simply too trendy. The audience on site and the viewers in the live streaming room were instantly ablaze with excitement. They had anticipated that this round might involve the flying flower order, couplets, or even transforming poetry into rap, such as the celebratory wine has been poured for you. However, no one could have foreseen that the production team would unleash their creativity by literally bringing social media onto the stage. The host cheerfully explained the rules. This round would not only test the contestants' original skills in classical poetry, but also their understanding of the poet's characters, lives, and their ability to imitate the diverse styles of different poets. The rules were as follows. The production team would present a specific modern scenario and designate an ancient poet. Contestants would need to embody this poet's persona and craft a modern social media post. The stipulation was that the post must include the contestant's original classical poetry, and the style must perfectly align with the characteristics of the designated poet. Most importantly, the host pointed to the continuously fluctuating digital ticker on the big screen. Once completed, the content would be uploaded in real time to the internet, where not only professional judges would score it, but the voting portal would also be open to the public. This meant that netizens across the nation could use their likes to determine the contestants' fates. The contestant Zhang Heiren, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared visibly distressed. Not only did he have to write poetry, but it also had to adhere to a specific style, and he had to compete for likes. For someone like him, a traditional scholar who merely memorized textbooks and practiced problem sets, this was akin to a merciless blow. He rarely touched his phone and seldom posted on social media. So how could he possibly understand the nuances of online engagement? Sue Warner, fanning herself gently, frowned deeply. Isn't this a tad frivolous? Poetry is an elegant art. How can it be trivialized alongside social media? Upon hearing the rules, Lu Xingzhou displayed no signs of anxiety. In fact, he felt a twinge of amusement. He mused, social media? Memes? This is my territory. As a reincarnated individual, he had been a prominent self-media influencer in his past life, steeped in internet culture. Compared to the rigid, exam-focused compositions, this playful challenge was precisely his forte. He silently applauded the production team's brilliant planning. What a genius. I rate this endeavor a perfect score. As the audience awaited with bated breath, the first round's topic was finally unveiled. The big screen revealed a figure clad in white, a wine flask at his waist, and long hair flowing gracefully, a silhouette everyone recognized. The embodiment of the flourishing Tang dynasty, the poet immortal Li Bai. The initial scenario presented by the host was a wildly imaginative hypothesis. As is well known, Li Bai never participated in the imperial examinations, a notable historical regret. Thus, contestants were invited to imagine what would transpire if our poetic immortal, Li Bai, did indeed take the exams and, unfortunately, failed. Faced with such a setback, what kind of social media post would he create to vent his frustrations? The time limit was set at 15 minutes. Begin embodying your roles. Upon the announcement, the audience erupted in chatter. Li Bai failing? What intriguing premise. If he were to fail, surely he would unleash a torrent of invective upon the examiners, right? Or perhaps he would drown his sorrows in a sea of wine. The viewers in the live stream were as animated as rabbits in a field, eagerly flooding the comment section. On the contestant panel, Zhang Heiren quickly regained his composure after a momentary daze. Ultimately, a failure to succeed merely signifies unrecognized talent, right? I can handle this. He waved his hand dramatically and began to fervently write on his tablet. Before long, his work was ready for display. The big screen showcased his entry first. User, Li Bai, avatar, a somewhat melancholic ancient-style handsome figure. Post, 10 years of cold windows and no one asks. Yet I strive for fame to be known throughout the world. It is all a deception. Even with a mind filled with knowledge, encountering a worthy mentor is difficult. Today I have failed my heart like a knife. Only through wine can I drown my sorrows, alone with a solitary lamp. Original poetry, 10 years in vain. I toil in despair, my name absent from the list, my robes wet with tears. Ask the heavens, why is it so cruel? In this life, I possess only my pride. Upon posting, the audience's reaction was tepid. A judge specializing in Li Bai's works shook his head in dismay, lamenting, this is not Li Bai. He resembles Fanjin from the scholars. Too bitter, too poignant. Who is Li Bai? The immortal of wine. Even in failure, he would never bemoan like a widow, lamenting over wet robes. This contestant has merely grasped the surface of failure, entirely missing the essence of Li Bai's indomitable spirit. The online feedback was equally blunt and unforgiving. The likes on the ticker crawled sluggishly to just over 300. The comment section was rife with derision. What on earth? Li Bai has been reduced to a grieving widow? The essence of failing an official exam and preparing to return to farming is palpable. This lacks the flair. Isn't Li Bai supposed to be proud? 1 star. Li Bai would probably rise from his grave to take issue with this. Zhang Heron's face flushed with embarrassment as he surveyed the dismal statistics and the barrage of negative comments, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Following closely, Su Wanner's entry was also uploaded, although she attempted to adopt a more carefree tone, accompanied by an image of herself drinking. Her post read, "Oh well, fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds." Yet, the underlying air of pettiness was unmistakable. Her likes, while slightly higher than Zhang Heron's, barely surpassed 500. The viewers remarked, "Somewhat interesting, but it feels like Li Xingzhou is merely whining. It lacks the boldness." A series of contestants faltered, either being overly serious and producing aimless lamentations or failing to capture Li Bai's spirit altogether. An awkward silence descended over the competition venue. Viewers in the live stream began to lose their patience. Is this all? Just this? It seems this batch of contestants is lacking. Not a single one understands Li Bai. Let us watch Lu Xingzhou. I wonder if he can pull this off. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, that familiar name graced the big screen once more. Lu Xingzhou. He had submitted his entry. The screen transitioned, revealing an entirely fresh social media interface. The first thing that caught the eye was an audacious avatar, a depiction of Li Bai laughing heartily, holding a massive wine jug, with a gaze that seemed to disdain the world. Just the avatar alone exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. Next came a post. No lamentations, no complaints, nor any hint of the bitterness of unrecognized talent. Just a single, straightforward sentence, radiating an electrifying arrogance. User, Li Bai V certified, the poet immortal of the Tang dynasty. The immortal of wine, master of swordsmanship. Post, glancing at the list, my name is absent? I can only say that the standards of this examination are far too meager. I am a madman of Chu, singing my song in defiance of Confucius. I shan't take this exam. Whoever desires to be an official may do so. I am off. Born with innate talent, I must be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return again. Upon encountering this original verse, the judges on site widened their eyes in astonishment. Born with innate talent, I must be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return again. An elderly expert excitedly thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a splendid line about squandering a fortune only to see it return. This is truly Li Bai. This is the madman, the transcendent poet without bounds." In the face of failure, he did not wallow in self-pity but maintained his unwavering belief in himself, exuding a bold and carefree spirit. This essence of pride, this flair of audacity, is simply remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of the moment. The most astonishing aspect lay in the location and caption beneath this social media post. Chapter 81. The whole internet bursts into laughter. Li Bai go to disco? The location section boldly proclaimed 3 grand characters. Location, Peach Blossom Pool. And the caption was even more direct, addressing a singular individual. Brother Wang Luan, is the wine prepared? Let the music play on and the dance continue. The waters of Peach Blossom Pool are 1,000 feet deep. Yet they cannot compare to the affection Wang Luan has shown me. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by Master Wang. Once this was posted, the entire auditorium erupted into an uproarious laughter. All the audience members, including those stern-faced judges, were thoroughly entertained by this stroke of genius. Peach Blossom Pool, Wang Luan. The use of these 2 references was simply impeccable. This Wang Luan is none other than Li Bai's most devoted admirer and benefactor. What to do after failing? Naturally, seek out the top brother for a sumptuous feast and drinks. All expenses will be covered by Master Wang. Let the music play on and the dance continue. This was no downtrodden examinee. This was clearly a dashing libertine, a top-tier playboy reveling in the nightlife. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded at this moment. If data had a sound, the surge of likes would resemble a stampede of galloping horses. The likes for Lu Xingzhou's work skyrocketed on the screen, surging like a shot of adrenaline. 5,000, 10, 000, 50, 000, 100,000 in a mere minute. It breached the 100,000 mark, and it continued to soar at a rate of thousands per second. The comments were filled with synchronized, ha ha ha. I can't breathe. The line about squandering a fortune only to see it return is too elevated. I'm truly in awe. Let the music play on and the dance continue. Is this a call to go disco? What a brilliant statement. All expenses covered by Master Wang. Wang Luan, if he knew, would likely flee with a train overnight. What a refreshing and unconventional excuse. Such a narrow-minded perspective cannot contain me. This is the kind of dialogue a poetic immortal ought to have. Peach Blossom Pool location gets full marks. This detail is impeccable. This is indeed that proud poetic immortal, Li Bai. What does failure matter? Let the music play on and the dance continue. On the judging panel, though some experts were laughing uproariously, their evaluations were exceedingly high. This young talent truly comprehends. He not only understands Li Bai's poetry, but also the essence of Li Bai himself. Li Bai's life epitomizes this. Wild in success, even wilder in adversity. He never regards worldly fame and fortune with any importance. Employing modern references like disco and seeking out Wang Luan to alleviate the weight of failure not only preserved Li Bai's image, but enlivened his transcendent persona, making it more relatable and grounded. This is the dialogue we seek between the ancient and the contemporary. This is the most culturally innovative expression resonating with the internet. Ultimately, as the first round of voting concluded, Lu Xingzhou's work amassed an astonishing 500,000 likes, effortlessly dominating the competition. This was a staggering 400,000 more than the second-place contender's 100,000. This was a dimensional blow. This was the key to viral success. Observing the explosive data on the big screen, Lu Xingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew that Li Bai at the disco was merely the beginning. In the upcoming 2 rounds, he aimed to breathe life into these ancient figures within this modern social media realm. The host could not help but exclaim, "Lu Xingzhou, your imagination is simply extraordinary." Well then, the joyful revelry of the first round has concluded. She took a deep breath, her smile dimming slightly, and her tone shifted to one of gravity. In the first round, we witnessed exuberance. In the second round, however, we shall examine a keyword that is both weightier and more admirable: saint. As the big screen shifted, the gaunt figure, perpetually furrowed in thought, appeared, the saint of poetry. Du Fu. This time, the scenario presented would tighten the hearts of the audience, who had only just been laughing. Scenario: torrential rain pours down, the roof leaks. Children are crying, and the elderly are coughing. In the face of such a situation, if Du Fu were to post on social media, what would he say? The venue fell silent. This topic was far too heavy. Heavy enough to make one reluctant to even visualize such a scene. The viewers, who had just been laughing, now flooded the comments with, "Please don't. This topic is too cruel." Du Fu's latter life was filled with suffering. Spare him. How can this be written? This is utterly impossible. Indeed, when suffering genuinely befalls a person, any form of expression seems merciless. This question no longer tested the competitor's sense of humor, but instead challenged their ability to unearth the profound compassion that has supported Chinese literati for millennia amidst adversity. The competition had entered truly deep waters. The 15 minutes of creative time elapsed in an oppressive atmosphere. Finally, the first batch of works was submitted. The first to present was a contestant from a neighboring city. User: Du Fu. Avatar: a self-portrait filled with concern for the nation and its people. Caption: can this dilapidated house still shelter anyone? The roof has been blown away, and my family is drenched. Who could give me 50 for a KFC Crazy Thursday? Or is there a renovation company willing to sponsor me? I promise a great reward for repairing the roof. Original verse: the cold wind pierces the window, and I am soaked through with tears. Who can spare a measure of rice? At this moment, my heart is as parched as firewood. Upon the release of this social media post, the judges furrowed their brows, and instead of awarding high scores, several pressed the red button. Chapter 82. Do you even deserve to be compared with Lu Xingzhou? As soon as this social media post emerged, the previously affable old professor on the judging panel was infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. This is absurd. Is this truly a portrayal of Du Fu? This is merely depicting a homeless wanderer devoid of dignity, reduced to beggary. Though Du Fu was impoverished, he possessed integrity. He is the saint of poetry. His sorrow stemmed from a concern for the world, not from an inability to afford KFC. Not only was the poetry devoid of any rhythmic structure, but the fundamental spirit of the character was also grossly misunderstood. 0 points. The judge pressed the red button decisively. The subsequent contestants, while not as outrageous, remained confined within the narrow framework of I am miserable, I am cold, I am poor, ultimately failing to touch upon that admirable spirit. There is no way around it. In the earlier part of his life, Du Fu was spirited and vigorous, having once ascended Mount Tai to survey the myriad peaks below. However, in the latter half of his life, amidst the turmoil of dynastic upheaval, he faced severe hardships for various reasons, leading to a life of destitution, his style becoming somber and poignant, capturing the essence of such a life experience and creative style, characterized by stark contrasts, presents a considerable challenge. The audience shook their heads in dismay, and the comments in the live stream echoed their sentiments. Alas, the contestants of this generation are still too young. They have not endured hardship and cannot comprehend that realm. Indeed, Du Fu is revered as the sage of poetry precisely because, even in his most miserable moments, he held the plight of the entire world in his heart. This subject is too challenging. It seems no one can encapsulate that essence. Just as disappointment began to settle over the crowd, the host announced the next contestant. Number 001, Lu Xingzhou. The host's voice ignited a spark of anticipation among all present. The screen flashed, and in that instant, silence enveloped the venue. The first image that captured the eye was a striking and poignant silhouette. It was not the commonly seen melancholic portrait of Du Fu, but rather a frail figure from behind, clad in a thin, tattered long gown. He was trembling as he climbed onto the roof, attempting to patch the leaks with a few dry grasses against the biting wind. The storm raged fiercely. His form appeared precarious, so diminutive and helpless, yet his spine stood resolutely straight, like a bamboo that bends under the weight of snow but never breaks. This single image conjured an atmosphere of both desolation and resilience, evoking a lump in the throat. Next came the text below. There was no dramatic lamentation, nor any cry of despair, not even a hint of complaint about his circumstances. Instead, it was a straightforward account, each word resonating with ironclad honesty. User, Du Fu verified, sage of poetry of the Tang dynasty, recluse of the cottage. Text, today the wind is fierce, and it has swept away 3 layers of thatch from my roof. The rain is heavy, and there's not a single dry spot by my bedside. My youngest son is crying because the blanket is too cold, and he has kicked it apart. But I do not seek anyone's pity, nor do I ask for 50 coins to indulge in some extravagant Thursday feast. I only ponder how many others, like myself, learned scholars and common folk, are shivering in this cold wind and rain. If suffering must be endured, let me alone perish from cold. As long as the cold scholars of the world can find warmth in grand houses, even if I freeze to death in this dilapidated home, I would still do so with a smile. The words were brief and unembellished. Yet, when this passage appeared on the big screen, the entire auditorium fell into a profound silence. Many in the audience felt their eyes welling up with tears. The elderly professor among the judges even removed his glasses, gently wiping the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. This was a realm of profound depth. This was true grandeur, while others lamented their own coldness and misfortune. Lu Xingzhou expressed a sentiment of concern for the nation and its people. This self-sacrificing, compassionate love is precisely why Du Fu earned the title of Sage of Poetry. However, the climax had yet to unfold. Beneath the text lay an original poem capable of echoing through the ages. Inscribed into the cultural DNA of the Chinese nation, Song of the Thatched Cottage Torn by the Autumn Wind. In August the autumn winds rage, sweeping away 3 layers of thatch from my roof. The opening lines burst forth with the fury of the wind, evoking vivid imagery. By my bedside, the roof leaks with no dry place. The rain falls like hemp, unceasing. The stark realities of hardship and disarray were depicted with striking clarity. Finally, the resounding lines, powerful and resonant, pierced through the gloom of the auditorium like a golden lightning bolt. How I wish for vast houses, millions of them, to shelter all the cold scholars under one roof, unmoved by wind and rain, solid as a mountain. Alas, when will I suddenly see this house before me? My humble abode is alone broken. Freezing to death would be enough. Boom! As the host recited the final line, my humble abode is alone broken. Freezing to death would be enough. The audience erupted in tears. In the live stream, the previously jovial comments vanished instantaneously, replaced by a flood of tears. A salute! This is the sage of poetry. This embodies the true spirit of a scholar. The line about wishing for vast houses is beautifully penned. It struck deep into my heart. The spirit of sacrifice and freezing to death in my humble abode is boundless love. I am truly moved to tears. Lu Xingzhou is incredible. How did he compose this? His ideological realm is astonishingly high. In a venue, the judges could no longer remain seated, rising one by one. Excellent. What a splendid wish for the cold scholars of the world to rejoice. The elderly professor, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, This poem not only articulates suffering, but blooms a flower of compassion and profound love amidst adversity. It elevates the poem's intent from personal sorrow to the heights of national and communal concern. A timeless masterpiece. This is undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece. There was no suspense. It garnered a full score. They even hesitated to deduct a symbolic point as they had previously, fearing it might inflate his pride. Coupled with the overwhelming performance in the piece by Lu Xingzhou's total score soared ahead, securing his position in the next round with an almost invincible stance. Meanwhile, other contestants like Zhang Heron and Su Wan'er could only watch Lu Xingzhou's retreating figure, their hearts filled with a profound sense of disparity. Zhang Heron sighed deeply. Why must there be a Zhuge Liang when there is a Zhou Yu? Other contestants cast scornful glances, muttering disparagingly. Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu were at least contemporaries, known as the brightest stars of their time. Yu and Lu Xingzhou are leagues apart. Zhang Heron had no retort. Su Wan'er quickly concealed her face with a fan, hastily distancing herself from Zhang Heron, fearing recognition of their camaraderie. Chapter 83. Ascending the throne atop the corpses of the gods. Simultaneously, at the Jiangsheng Education Bureau. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The usually composed Deputy Director Lin Hai excitedly struck his thigh 3 times. He pointed at the tall youth on the screen and said to the accompanying section chiefly, "This is not merely poetry. This is the most hardcore advertisement for the cultural heritage of our Jiangsheng." Section chiefly beamed with pride, his face aglow. "Director Lin, I told you this lad was exceptional. Look at his awareness. How I wish for vast houses. His vision is truly expansive." Meanwhile, in Class 10 of the first year, during a self-study session, the homeroom teacher Jiang Han specially activated multimedia equipment to watch the live stream. When the moment of the full score arrived, the class erupted in jubilation. "Wow, incredible." Chen Yang was exceptionally animated. Though Xiaowang Kaiyu wasn't as exuberant, her face radiated joy. She solemnly copied Lu Xingzhou's freshly minted poem, Song of the Thatched Cottage Torn by the Autumn Wind, into her notebook adorned with Yumirin. The homeroom teacher Jiang Han, cradling a thermos, grinned like a simpleton from a wealthy family. He sent a message in the teachers group. Another full score, totaling 199. It's nothing to boast about. I often tell this lad not to be arrogant. Basic skills, don't be flashy. The scene was instantly inundated with a barrage of memes, such as "You're the most arrogant one," and "Just look at you." The atmosphere in Lu Xingzhou's home reached a fever pitch. Lu Jiangwo, gazing at the perfect score, suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "What a remarkable boy. A perfect score. If I had possessed such talent back in my day, I would have surely been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University." Lu Shui shot him a glance, her eyes still glistening with tears of joy, yet her words were sharp. "You? The only reason you could have gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been through your son's brilliance." Lu Xiaowu, perched on the sofa, mischievously picking at her fair toes, wore a devilish grin. "Brother, I'm going to turn your childhood photos in split-crotch pants into postcards and sell your used draft papers by the sheet. Hey, hey, hey. I've even thought of a title. The authentic work of the poetry champion. May it bless you with high scores. I'm sure to make a fortune." She laughed like a wicked sorceress. On the competition stage, the host's voice resonated once more, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the performance. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou, who scored an impressive 199, ranking first among all participants. His total score is currently the highest of all contestants. Let us extend our applause to Lu Xingzhou. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. However, this did not imply that Lu Xingzhou could rest easy. The camera panned to a contestant who had not been introduced much earlier, but had quietly held the second spot on the leaderboard. He was a boy clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a calm and somewhat mature demeanor. His name was Gu Changfeng. It was said that his father was the vice president of the Provincial Poetry Association. Growing up in a scholarly family, he had been immersed in ancient texts since childhood, memorizing poetry even during meals and sleep, amassing an astonishing repertoire. In the previous 2 rounds, although his original works did not shine as brilliantly as Lu Xingzhou's, he had still secured a high score of 188 through his profound foundation and seasoned writing style. At that moment, Gu Changfeng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze scanning the crowd with keen interest as he observed Lu Xingzhou. In his eyes, there was no timidity, only excitement and a fighting spirit upon encountering a formidable opponent. Alongside Gu Changfeng were gifted individuals from major cities across the province, all poised and eager to topple Lu Xingzhou from his near-perfect pedestal in the upcoming rounds. After a brief intermission, the atmosphere in the competition hall reached its zenith. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling moment has finally arrived. After 2 rounds of rigorous elimination, the original 30 contestants have now dwindled to the last 10 elites. They will stand on this stage for the final showdown. To match this climactic battle, our competition format will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. The host dramatically waved a hand, and the background music transformed into a stirring, intense melody, akin to the beating of war drums. On the big screen, red flames blazed, and a bold title emerged: 1v1 Poetry Showdown. The audience collectively gasped. An upgraded version of the Poetry Challenge? A showdown? This was beyond exhilarating. The host continued to announce the rules. This time, it's a genuine contest of poetic prowess. The 10 advancing contestants will take turns serving as the host, while the remaining 9 will launch a barrage of challenges. Each round will present a keyword, such as flower, moon, or wine. The host must endure the relentless challenges from others, with both sides alternating in reciting or composing poetry that incorporates the given word. Each participant has only 10 seconds to ponder, exceed the time limit, recite incorrectly, or repeat, and the host made a slashing motion across his throat. You are immediately eliminated. The victor retains the stage and faces the next challenger, until we determine the final one, who remains standing as the poetry champion. However, that was not all. The spotlight shone solely on Lu Xingzhou. As the top scorer of the previous 2 rounds and the universally acknowledged strongest competitor, Lu Xingzhou, you will automatically become our first host. Your task is to stand on this stage and accept the challenges from the remaining 9 contestants. As long as you can defend your position and conquer all, you shall be the sole poetry champion of the evening. The audience erupted in surprise. This rule was utterly outrageous. Instead of determining the order by drawing lots, the top scorer had to face everyone. This was the privilege of the strong, as well as their destiny. If victorious, one ascends the throne atop the corpses of the defeated. If defeated, one faces the tragic fate of being torn apart by wolves. Moreover, the host presented a tantalizing condition. I have another piece of good news. The ultimate victor of this competition, the poetry champion, will represent our province in the national finals of the Chinese Poetry Conference next month in Beijing. There, you will compete against the poetry elites from across the country. Upon hearing about the national finals, the eyes of all contestants, whether Gu Changfeng, Zhang Heiren, or Su Wanner, turned red with excitement. That was the holy land in the hearts of all poetry enthusiasts. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lu Xingzhou, the physical book market was flourishing as well, showcasing a dual success in both virtual and physical competitions. Works by Nan Feng are guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Following Dragon Clan, another masterwork, the pinnacle of youth literature, a healing masterpiece. The speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second, but what speed must I traverse to meet you? With the overwhelming promotional campaign by the Zion Bookstore, the hardcover, fully illustrated edition of 5 centimeters per second was launched into the physical book market, although it lacked the staggering initial print run of 200,000 copies like Dragon Clan. Its first week sales of over 10,000 copies were still enough to stand tall among competitors, evoking envy and tears from countless contemporaneous youth literature authors. Even more astonishing was its reputation. On Douban, known for its discerning readers and stringent ratings, 5 centimeters per second boasted a dazzling score of 99 points. What does this signify? It equates to virtually 0 negative reviews. The comment section was filled with heartfelt long reviews, each one sincere enough to bring tears to one's eyes. I cried, truly cried. Who hasn't had regrets in their youth? I saw myself in those days. Nan Feng's writing is extraordinary. Every illustration could serve as wallpaper. So beautiful. Even though it has an open ending, I'd rather believe they reunited in the end. No bad endings. No, I lean towards them not ending up together, as that aligns more with reality. The first chapter, Letter in the Snow, had me weeping like a fool under the covers. That snowy night, that lost letter, it was too poignant. I initially bought it for Nan Feng's reputation, but I found that even without the author's name, this is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The book's soaring sales not only solidified Nan Feng's status in the publishing industry, but also elevated his reputation among young readers to unprecedented heights. Yet, the fierce competition of the real world, however, did not pause its relentless march despite the flourishing popularity of books. In the provincial capital, at the venue of the poetry competition, when the intricate rules of the 1v1 poetry duel were relayed back to the school of Lu Xingzhou via the internet, the classroom of Class 10, Grade 1, was enveloped in a sudden chill. The homeroom teacher, Jiang Han, turned pale as he clutched his thermos, which trembled slightly, sending ripples through the goji berry-infused water within. This is disastrous. This format is toxic. He abruptly stood up, pacing anxiously back and forth on the podium. Recitation allowed? Or original compositions? 10 seconds per round? A relay format? This is exceedingly disadvantageous for Xingzhou. It feels like an insurmountable obstacle. The head of the grade rushed in upon hearing the commotion, and upon observing Jiang Han's despondent demeanor, looked perplexed. Old Jiang, what has got you so flustered? That boy Xingzhou is quick-wit, with original composition skills that are the finest in the province. What is there to fear? Oh, director, you don't understand. Jiang Han exclaimed, pounding his thigh in frustration. Strong originality is one thing, but what does this poetry duel assess? It's about depth of knowledge. Other competitors like that Gu Changfeng come from families steeped in poetry. He has likely been reciting the 300 Tang poems since childhood, honing his skills to perfection. He is a veritable walking treasury of Chinese poetry. And what of Xingzhou? Jiang Han grimaced, knowing him all too well. The boy despises rote memorization. He even struggles with mandatory recitations of classical poetry. To pit him against others in a contest of recitation speed? That would be akin to asking Usain Bolt to compete with Michael Phelps in swimming. While originality is impressive, who can guarantee the ability to compose a high-quality poem within a mere 10 seconds? Moreover, he must produce 9 rounds of such work. Even the immortals of poetry could not match that speed. The more Jiang Han contemplated, the deeper his despair grew. Recitation is like everyone wielding machine guns in a barrage. While originality is akin to being the lone figure armed with a small pistol, having to craft bullets on the spot, how can one compete? Hearing this, the grade director began to feel anxious as well. It's the final round. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. If we secure a victory, we can head to the capital. Xingzhou rise to the occasion. In the classroom, the students clearly sensed the gravity of the situation. It's over. It's really over for Brother Zhou, Wang Hao said worriedly. This system clearly favors those who are memorization machines. Brother Zhou, that lazy dog, can't even be bothered to memorize English words. How could he possibly outpace them? Chen Yang raked his fingers through his hair and sighed, alas. 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Even the strongest hero cannot withstand the burden of so much memorization. If only we could allow mathematics in the competition, Brother Zhou would surely vanquish them all. Mathematics? You're overthinking it. Li Mo adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing the situation. But to be fair, Brother Zhou does possess a remarkable memory. He simply refuses to commit those rigid texts to memory. In a corner, Xiao Wangku fell into contemplation as she gazed at the empty seat beside her, her brows furrowed in concern. Her fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her clothing, turning pale at the knuckles. He must see it. That notebook must be seen. She silently prayed. For this competition, she had sacrificed 3 sleepless nights, compiling all the popular poems that had emerged in the past decade of poetry competitions into that notebook. If he could just glance at it, even if only to memorize a few regulated verses or quatrains, perhaps it could help him endure a few more rounds. In that moment, all her care and hope transformed into a silent prayer. Simultaneously, unlike the frantic last-minute cramming of other competitors, clutching their poetry collections in a frenzy, Lu Xingzhou, the reigning champion, reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, perusing reviews of 5 centimeters per second, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Goodness, this current generation of netizens is quite talented. They've managed to analyze the profound theme of the train at the end, symbolizing modern civilization as severance of interpersonal relationships. INT even considered that. ISNT this, just reading comprehension? The author himself might not have realized such depth in his writing. Yet the readers can dissect it meticulously. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingzhou mused that the poetry he would present on stage might one day be included in textbooks. He continued to enjoy the reviews, unfazed by the impending competition. Recitation as a disadvantage? Insufficient reserves? The corners of Lu Xingzhou's mouth curled into a smirk. Absurd. These frogs at the bottom of the well are utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Do they think that merely memorizing a few books of ancient poetry renders them invincible? They have no idea that the youth standing before them harbors not just texts in his mind, but an entire cosmos of 5,000 years of Chinese cultural heritage. Chapter 85. Our goal is to secure victory. Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, Bai Juyi, Wang Wei, Meng Heron, Li Shengyan, Du Mu, Li Qingzhou, Xian Qiji. Lu Yu. Each of these illustrious names, each a soul of extraordinary talent, now stood meticulously arranged within the palace of his memory, ever ready for his summons. Desiring to compare with the moon? Li Bai S. drinking alone under the moon. Su Shi S. Shui, Diaogu 2. Zhang Roxu S. Spring River Flowers Moon Night. Any one of these would be of nuclear weapon caliber. Wishing to compare with flowers? Clouds think of garments, flowers think of beauty. The flowers of spring fade, while the smoky blossoms fall in March to Yangzhou. Desiring to compare with wine? Call the boy to exchange for fine wine. The night-glowing cup holds grape wine. During the day, one must drink freely. It is no exaggeration to say that if time were not restricted, he could stand on that stage until all the judges clocked out, until the sun rose the next day, until the entire audience began to question their own existence. Are you competing against a single individual? No. You are battling against the most resplendent half of the entirety of Chinese civilization. With a deep breath, Lu Xingzhou switched off his phone and slowly rose to his feet. Adjusting his collar, his gaze sharpened and deepened. Though he may not recite the ancient poetry of this parallel world, the verses he could effortlessly articulate would count as original compositions within this realm. Since that is the case, what is there to fear? Steady as a rock. Soon, it was time for the final round, and the atmosphere was as fiery as oil on flames. With the host's signal, the 1v1 poetry duel officially commenced. The spotlight illuminated the slender figure of the boy clad in a school uniform at the center of the stage. Lu Xingzhou stood at the champion's position, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of serene composure, reminiscent of a master unperturbed by the winds of fate. The first round, the host stood before the large screen, waving his hand as a vigorous character in ink gradually materialized on the display. The keyword, moon. Throughout history, no object has captivated the hearts of poets and scholars more than a moon. Yearning for home, longing for others, expressing despair, or reveling in joy, all have inspired poetry about the moon. There are no less than 8,000 verses dedicated to it. This round appears simple, yet it profoundly tests the depth and breadth of poetic knowledge. Who will be the first to challenge? The host inquired. I will. A bespectacled boy from neighboring H city stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, his face betraying a confidence derived from the belief that his extensive memorization justified his stance. In an effort to make a strong impression in the first round, he did not choose any of the well-known classics, but instead launched into a lesser-known poem by a poet from his parallel world. The frost moon hangs on the cold branches. The clear light filters through the verdant gauze. A solitary shadow faces the remaining wine, as plum blossoms fall throughout the night. Though this poem may not be widely recognized, its language is undeniably exquisite, capturing the coldness and solitude of a moonlit night with a certain depth of meaning. The judges nodded slightly, indicating a reluctant approval. Very well. Let the challenger take his turn. All eyes instantly shifted towards Lu Xingzhou. The 10-second countdown commenced. 10, 9. Almost at the very moment the host began a countdown, Lu Xingzhou spoke. He did not pause to contemplate, nor did he even lift his eyelids. Effortlessly uttering, the light before my bed is like frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower to long for my hometown. The audience fell silent. The judges were momentarily taken aback. Why had they never encountered this poem before? Its diction was so simple, akin to plain speech, devoid of any substantial embellishment. Yet upon closer reflection, it resonated with profound depth, striking a chord within the hearts of many. The imagery of a person in a foreign land, looking up at the moon while reminiscing about home, instantly touched every wanderer's soul. The esteemed professor among the judges widened his eyes, seemingly racking his brain for recollection. Meanwhile, the live stream was flooded with comments. This is an original work by Lu Xingzhou. Good heavens, while others recite poems, he is creating one on the spot? How audacious! Original compositions cannot be conjured up as swiftly as recitations. If this continues, won't his inspiration be drained? Before the audience could fully comprehend, the challenger had already launched into the second poem. Under the moon, I play my lute and listen to the flowing water. Lu Xingzhou quickened his pace, nearly completing the opponent's line before effortlessly exclaiming, when will the bright moon appear? I raised my cup to ask the azure sky. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had split the night. This line, what magnificent grandeur! What boldness! The nonchalance of inviting the moon and questioning the heavens instantly rendered the previous, more modest verse to mere dust. Is this possible? The challenger was sweating profusely, stammering as he recited another poem about enjoying flowers under the moon. Lu Xingzhou offered no respite, delivering a staggering blow. The moon sets, crows cry, and frost fills the sky. The river's maple and fishing lights face my troubled sleep. Hiss! At the judge's table, the old professor sprang to his feet, nearly tossing his thermos. All of these are original. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Each line is a timeless masterpiece. The imagery, the vividness. He was a loss for words, completely flabbergasted. If Lu Xingzhou's previous work, Fang Palace Ode, showcased his exceptional talent, what transpired now was akin to wielding divine powers. Does he not require contemplation? Does he not need to ponder? How can such immortal verses flow from his lips so effortlessly. Moreover, each poem was distinct, as if his mind housed the essence of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Ultimately, the nameless contestant was thoroughly defeated and, overwhelmed, raised his hand in surrender. Lu Xingzhou triumphed in his first battle. Witnessing this scene, the class erupted in exclamations of awe. "Go for it, brother Zhou. If we hold our ground, we shall prevail." Indeed, they had secured the first round. Splendid. Jiang Han unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of goji berry water, saying, "Ah, this child has caused me unnecessary worry." The subsequent contestants attempted to exhaust Lu Xingzhou through a relentless barrage. Yet Lu Xingzhou was akin to an unfathomable black hole. No matter what was thrown at him, he was always ready to respond. Moreover, each of his lines surpassed the previous ones in intricacy, depth, and brilliance, provoking astonishment. This was no mere competition. It was a solo performance by Lu Xingzhou. In the blink of an eye, 7 contestants had been eliminated. Only 2 remained. The talented poetess Su Wan'er from Jiangcheng and Gu Changfeng, hailing from a family renowned for poetry. The 8th round's key word was flower. The host announced once more. Su Wan'er took a deep breath and gracefully stepped onto the stage. She understood that Lu Xingzhou was formidable, but she was no weakling either. As a woman, her accomplishments in the delicate style of poetry were not inferior to anyone. Moreover, the word flower was her domain. "I shall begin." Su Wan'er parted her lips, her voice as melodious as an aureole emerging from the valley. The withered red petals fall, and no one speaks, in the slanting wind and fine rain. 2 swallows fly together. This line was poignant, moving, and rich in imagery. The judges nodded in approval, their expressions reflecting admiration. Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly, his gaze softening. Clouds evoke garments, flowers suggest beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, and dew is lush. Boom! Su Wan'er's heart skipped a beat. This verse was exquisite, so resplendent. It was as if the most opulent words had been employed to craft the image of an unparalleled beauty. Gritting her teeth, she refused to concede. Spring rain like silk stains the painted screen. Pear blossoms, drenched in rain, cannot bear their feelings. This was a work by a poetess of the delicate style from a parallel world. Lu Xingzhou remained composed, even taking a step forward, his voice tinged with melancholy. Last year on this day, within this door, the face of a person and the peach blossoms reflected each other in crimson. Su Wan'er was momentarily stunned, unable to resist repeating, "The face of a person and the peach blossoms reflected each other in crimson." What a beautiful image. Alas, the face of a person knows not where it has gone. The peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. Lu Xingzhou completed the latter 2 lines. The sense of nostalgia, the bittersweetness of beauty lost to time, instantly overshadowed Su Wan'er's earlier moment of melancholy. Unwilling to admit defeat, Su Wan'er scoured her mind for every phrase related to flowers, reciting them in succession. They exchanged verses for over 10 rounds. The audience below was left in awe. Were these 2 engaged in a celestial duel? Su Wan'er was incredibly strong, managing to hold on for so long. Yet Lu Xingzhou was even more astonishing. He and T even paused for breath. Furthermore, many of Su Wan'er's poems were recitations. While every line from Lu Xingzhou was original, he did not need to recite. He crafted poetry himself. How impressive! As Su Wan'er continued to struggle, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes still burning with determination, Lu Xingzhou sighed. "Enough," he thought. "I do not wish to prolong this any further. Since you wish to compete with flowers, allow me to show you what true flowers are." His gaze suddenly sharpened, as if transformed into a fallen scholar who had suffered humiliation in the capital. The tenderness and melancholy vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Indeed, it was murderous intent, the kind that arises from the unwillingness to sink into despair after failure, instead aspiring to overturn the old world and shatter the celestial palace. He would no longer wait for Su Wan'er to make her move, but instead step forward. His voice, though not loud, resonated like the sound of metal and stone, echoing throughout the hall. "When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, I shall bloom, and all flowers shall perish." Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in this auditorium. Su Wan'er's folding fan fell to the ground with a thud. Her face turned pale, staring in disbelief at the youth before her, whose aura had shifted dramatically. Is this a poem about chrysanthemums? It seems more like a declaration of rebellion. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the next line from Lu Xingzhou surged forth with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Howling into the air, the fragrant aroma pierces through Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Only the phrase "the entire city adorned in golden armor" reverberated in the air, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present, their souls trembling. As chrysanthemums bloom, all other flowers face annihilation. The fragrance ascends to the heavens. Golden armor fills the city. This is not merely an ode to flowers. It is a lament from a fallen hero, a furious roar against the injustices of the world. Su Wanner was utterly awestruck by this formidable presence. She opened her mouth, eager to retort, to articulate something. Yet, she found that her previous musings about delicate flowers and gentle breezes paled into insignificance before the overwhelming spectacle of golden armor. However, it was not over. Noticing her lips moving, as if she still harbored defiance, Lu Xingzhou recited, "The crisp west wind fills the courtyard. The buds are cold and the fragrance faint. Butterflies find it difficult to come. If in the future I become the Green Emperor, I shall repay the peach blossoms with a shared bloom." At this moment, the audience was left in shock. If in the future I become the Green Emperor, I shall repay the peach blossoms with a shared bloom. This audacious declaration, reminiscent of overturning tables and restarting anew, seemed to shatter the very dome of the auditorium. Reaching the heavens. In that instant, Su Wanner realized she had lost, and utterly so. Faced with this revolutionary and blood-stained counterpoem, any delicate lamentation from the school of subtlety appeared pretentious and laughable. Ultimately, unable to conjure a new poetic line containing the word flower, she had no choice but to concede defeat. Reluctantly, Lu Xingzhou retracted his imposing aura, transforming back into the warm and gentle youth he was. Picking up the folding fan from the ground and handing it to Su Wanner, she accepted the fan, casting a complex glance at him, and finally bowed deeply before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, only the last challenger remained on the stage. To the eyes of all the contestants, he represented the hope of the entire village. Gu Changfeng, born into a family of poets, raised amidst ancient texts. Gu Changfeng, go! Gu Changfeng, cheer him on to defeat the champion. The contestants below began to softly chant his name. They had been thoroughly intimidated by the original genius, Lu Xingzhou. Their only hope now was that Gu Changfeng could suppress Lu Xingzhou with his formidable wealth of knowledge. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Gu Changfeng stepped onto the stage with steady strides. His expression was graver than ever before. He knew this would be the most challenging battle of his life. The host took a deep breath and stepped forward, drawing the final keyword of the competition, the pivotal one. When that word appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted. That word was the very soul of Chinese poetry. It embodied Li Bai, Su Shi, and was the essence that every literati could not do without. Wine. Indeed, it was wine. If flowers and the moon are the skin and flesh of poetry, then wine is its bones, its very soul. Without wine, there is no poetry. Lu Xingzhou gazed at the character for wine, and the light in his eyes burned even more intensely than before. What could be more exhilarating than engaging in a fervent contest of drinking and poetry on this stage? Please. Gu Changfeng gestured politely, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned to its zenith. Please. Lu Xingzhou reciprocated the gesture, a smile increasingly evident at the corners of his mouth. On stage, the spotlight enveloped the two young men. To the left stood Gu Changfeng, the scion of a prestigious family, steeped in profound cultural heritage. To the right was Lu Xingzhou, a prodigious talent who dazzled the audience. Please. Both parties performed a graceful bow, but the sparks igniting from their gazes infused the air with an almost palpable tension. Chapter 87. Why are all scholars so overly dramatic? According to tradition, shouldn't I be dropping some harsh words at this point? Gu Changfeng suddenly interjected dramatically. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a confident smirk played upon his lips, and with an air of innate superiority, he proclaimed, "Junior Lu Xingzhou, while your previous original poems were indeed astonishing, I've been immersed in poetry and literature since childhood, composing verses at 3, crafting lyrics at 5, and by 7. I had already traversed the classics, the ancient texts on poetry in my home tower, higher than a person. In terms of the accumulation and depth of classical poetry, I dare not claim to be the best in the world, but among my peers, I have yet to be defeated. Thus, I advise you to concede early, lest you suffer a humiliating defeat later on." This declaration was nothing short of a display of vanity, with every word emphasizing his lineage and depth. It seemed to mock Lu Xingzhou, the self-made talent, as nothing more than a mere jest in his presence. The audience below, including many judges, nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed, such foundational skills were not something a genius like Lu Xingzhou could easily replicate. Yet, Lu Xingzhou merely smiled faintly. He slowly raised his hand, signaling for a halt. Wait. Classmate Gu, allow me to interrupt. This is the stage of the poetry conference, not your personal dating introduction. I don't care if you were composing poetry or wetting the bed at 3, or writing lyrics or playing them at 5. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, his expression earnest as he stated, "All I know is that I am quite hungry right now and wish to finish this contest quickly so I can eat. So could we skip the chit-chat and get started?" Gu Changfeng's smile instantly froze. He had not anticipated such an unconventional response. His meticulously crafted highbrow introduction was disregarded. How audacious! Gu Changfeng took a deep breath, opting for brevity. "Let's proceed." Internally, Lu Xingzhou mused. Can we not be so overly dramatic? Competing? Does your 18 years of childhood prowess possess the profound cultural depth of our 5,000 years of Chinese heritage? Ridiculous. The host announced. The keyword for the final round is wine. Contestants, please commence the competition. Gu Changfeng, true to his scholarly lineage, unleashed a torrent of verses. Clearing his throat, he recited the renowned work of a poetic master from this world. On a cold river, a lone fisherman with a pot of wine, snowflakes fall upon the solitary boat. Without allowing Lu Xingzhou a moment to respond, he continued. In the biting cold wind, wine flows in thousands of cups. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield as the night lingers on. With a pot of fine wine, I invite the bright moon. Let us linger in drunkenness and gaze upon the mundane world. In one breath, he recited a total of 7 poems containing the theme of wine. Each one was a masterpiece of this world. The sheer volume of his poetic repertoire left the audience in awe. Incredible. Is this the result of childhood training? Reciting 7 poems in one breath. Is this mind a computer? It appeared that Lu Xingzhou had truly met his match this time. However, in the face of Gu Changfeng's seemingly formidable onslaught, Lu Xingzhou simply smiled serenely. Wine? This is the very soul of Chinese poetry. Without wine, could Li Bai still be called the immortal poet? Without wine, how could Su Shi have penned those timeless, free-spirited masterpieces? His gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor transformed. The gentle youth who once radiated warmth had vanished. In place of this, it seems as if a grandiose figure, intoxicated by a multitude of cups, has emerged. He stepped forward and recited aloud. I urge you to drink another cup, for beyond Yangwan, there are no old friends. This farewell verse, imbued with genuine emotion, instantly intensified the sorrow of parting to its zenith. Fine wine and night-glowing cups, as I wish to drink, the pipa urges me to hasten. The boldness and desolation of the frontier spring vividly to life on the page. 1,000 miles of warblers cry, green meets red, in water villages and mountain towns. Wine flags flutter in the wind. The beauty and leisure of Jiangnan unfurl like a picturesque scroll, opening the window to face the fields. Let us drink and discuss the mulberry and hemp. The tranquility and simplicity of the pastoral landscape evoke a longing for peace. One poem after another, each line a marvel in its own right. And, most astonishingly, these verses are entirely original, unheard of in this world. The livestream chat exploded with exclamations of disbelief. What? P.S. back again. More originals. How much does he have in reserve? Each of these could be immortalized for ages. How can he produce them so effortlessly? The atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. The judges, seasoned experts, could no longer maintain their composure. They clutched their hair, their eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing the greatest miracle of their lives. Gu Changfeng was equally overwhelmed by this avalanche of original poetry. Yet, being the second generation of poets, his fundamentals remained intact. Clenching his teeth, he delved deep into his mind, disregarding quality, and unearthed any verses containing the character for wine. A cup of wine beneath the clear breeze and bright moon. I dream sweetly amidst the flowers. Parallel world, Zhao, wind's drunken flower shadow. Raising a cup to the wind, I think of old friends. Where in the world is there not sorrow? Parallel world sun mows, remembering Jiangnan. They exchanged verses back and forth in a fierce battle for dozens of rounds. Gu Changfeng's forehead glistened with cold sweat as it streamed down his cheeks. His voice grew hoarse, and his thoughts took longer to gather. In the 10-second countdown, he often struggled to articulate a line until the very last moment. In stark contrast, Lu Xingzhou maintained his tranquil demeanor, growing more emboldened with each exchange. Is that all? Just this? Lu Xingzhou inquired with a smile, his taunt igniting Gu Changfeng's final resolve. Not yet finished. Gu Changfeng roared, his eyes bloodshot. He resolved to unleash his ultimate weapon. This poem, it is my father's proud work, penned during a year of seclusion, originally intended for a national award. Today, to defeat you, I present it. Many judges were aware of Gu Changfeng's father's position as vice chairman of the Provincial Poetry Association and felt a surge of anticipation. Gu Changfeng, nearly frantic, recited, "Drunkenly, I sharpen my sword against the moon, a fortune spent on wine, let the night sing, pouring recklessly across the North Sea for 3,000 miles, drinking deeply of the Yangtze's 10,000 waves." Chapter 88. 5 centimeters per second animated. The hall fell silent. It must be said, this poem was indeed masterfully composed. The imagery of the sword against the moon and the lavish spending on wine encapsulated the hero's spirit and grandeur. The subsequent lines, pouring recklessly across the North Sea and drinking the Yangtze dry, employed an exaggerated technique, magnificent in scope, as if to transform all the waters of the world into wine, to be consumed in a single gulp. Many judges were struck by the poem's grandeur, nodding in agreement. After finishing, Gu Changfeng gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xingzhou, sparkling with a desperate resolve. "Lu Xingzhou, this is the pinnacle of my father's lifelong efforts. Now let us see how you respond." Yet Lu Xingzhou merely shook his head gently. Indeed, the language is splendid, seemingly heroic, but alas. Alas what? Gu Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had received a profound insult. Lu Xingzhou took a step forward. "Since you wish to compare grandeur, allow me to show you what true audacity looks like." In that moment, he transformed into a drunken reveler, daring enough to challenge the mightiest. "Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return." A thunderous roar. In everyone's mind, it was as though they beheld the torrents of a Yellow River cascading from the skies, roaring and surging, never to return. That spirit of consuming mountains and rivers. A declaration of supremacy, ignited a fervor, sending shivers down spines. Gu Changfeng staggered back a step, his face paling to a ghostly white. What kind of divine verse is this? However, Lu Xingzhou continued to recite, his voice rising higher and more impassioned. "Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair. Morning like black silk, evening turns to snow. One must indulge in life's joys, lest the golden goblet stands empty against the moon. Heaven has endowed me with talent for a reason. Even if a fortune is scattered, it will return again." These lines detonated within the hearts of all present. Such powerful confidence, such a carefree attitude towards life. Gu Changfeng felt his so-called depth of knowledge was but a flickering firefly, overshadowed by the brilliance of the full moon. Trembling, he attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. Meanwhile, Lu Xingzhou had transcended into a realm of his own. "Roasting lamb and slaughtering cattle for joy, we must drink 300 cups. He continued until the very end, delivering the most unrestrained and soul-stirring, timeless anthem. "5-flower horse, 1,000 gold fur, call my son to exchange for fine wine. Let us together dissolve the ancient sorrows." As his voice fell, the resounding bravado echoed endlessly throughout the vast auditorium. Ancient sorrows. This poem, Invitation to Wine, is not merely about wine. It encapsulates abandon, confidence, melancholy, and nonchalance. It is Li Bai's magnum opus, the perfect embodiment of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. In this parallel world, upon its revelation, it was destined to be a lethal blow. Thud! Gu Changfeng's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at the radiant youth on stage, his eyes devoid of defiance, replaced by complete reverence. A bitter smile graced his lips as he bowed deeply to Lu Xingzhou. "Your talent is beyond our reach." This poem, Invitation to Wine, utterly eclipsed his earlier recitation in terms of grandeur, artistic conception, and philosophical depth. It even surpassed the lifelong works of his father, a renowned poet. This was a disparity of dimensions, a chasm between the mortal and the divine. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a tidal wave of appreciation that seemed unending. Not only the spectators, but all the judges and even the backstage staff clapped fervently, desperately expressing their overwhelming astonishment. A leader from the provincial education department, in a state of excitement, declared on the spot, "This poem, Invitation to Wine, it must be included in next year's provincial textbook supplement. I want all the students in the province to read this poem." Amidst the cheers, the host announced with fervor, "I declare, the ultimate poet of this year's Polaris Poetry Conference is Lu Xingzhou." Golden ribbons cascaded down from the dome. Lu Xingzhou stood at the center of the stage, embracing the moment of glory that belonged to him. The competition had concluded successfully. However, as he exited the venue, a message from Bai Yang appeared on his phone. "Bai Yang, Lu God, 5 centimeters per second has become immensely popular. Just now, a leading domestic animation company contacted us. They wish to collaborate with us to transform this short story into an animated feature film." Lu Xingzhou gazed at the message, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. An animation adaptation? It seems my empire in the realm of entertainment is poised for further expansion. Have you completed the prequel to Dragon Tribe 2? Lu Xingzhou replied, absolutely. The length of Wings of Morning was not particularly extensive, and he anticipated finishing it in 2 installments. Subsequently, Lu Xingzhou opened the Fantasia app and discovered that the royalties for Battle Through the Heavens were set to be disbursed tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Jiang Province's capital, at a bustling shopping plaza beneath a vast glass dome, throngs of people mingled, the air infused with the aromas of freshly baked bread and perfume. Each individual carried an assortment of bags or cradled cups of milk tea, navigating through this kaleidoscopic world of consumerism. Ding! As the elevator ascended, a high school boy, donning black-framed glasses and clutching a half-finished cup of milk tea, prepared to unwind at the arcade on the top floor. Just as he casually raised his head, his gaze swept across the plaza's expansive atrium. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a massive, 3-story-high hanging poster that descended from the top floor. That exquisite shade of pink, romantic to an extreme, stood out strikingly amidst the surrounding opulent advertisements for jewelry and cosmetics, appearing both jarring and breathtaking. He adjusted his glasses, momentarily forgetting his plan to visit the arcade. The artistic style of the poster was simply breathtaking. On the left side, a cherry blossom tree blossomed in full splendor. Petals rained down like snowflakes, and under the bright lights of the plaza, they possessed an almost translucent, particle-like quality, rendering the scene mesmerizingly beautiful. On the right side, a snow-covered railway track lay bare. A green train traveled lonely through the storm, heading toward the horizon. At either end of the track stood a boy and a girl, gazing back at each other, their eyes filled with longing and regret that transcended time and space. In the center of the poster, a line of elegantly crafted white text read, "The speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. What speed must I traverse to meet you?" This copy, how enchanting! The blend of delicate Japanese anime aesthetics with a poignant sense of Chinese melancholy struck a chord in his heart as an otaku and a literary youth. Eagerly, he glanced at the lower right corner of the poster, where golden letters proclaimed, "The pinnacle of youth literature, a new masterpiece by the great Nan Feng. 5 centimeters per second deluxe illustrated edition, shockingly released. Available now at the Xinhua bookstore on the 3rd floor." Nan Feng. His pupils dilated in astonishment. I know that name. The recent sensation in class, Dragon Tribe, has taken social media by storm, and it is said the author is an unrelenting master of the craft. The new book by the great Nan Feng? Driven by intense curiosity, he abandoned his plans for the arcade, rushing straight to the bookstore on the 3rd floor of the plaza. To his astonishment, the bestseller display at the bookstore's entrance was already piled high with pink-covered books. Surrounded by eager readers, he was taken aback to see a charming girl in a school uniform sitting on the floor of the reading area, cradling a copy of 5 centimeters per second. The beautiful cherry blossom tree on the cover stood out strikingly in the serene bookstore. The girl turned a page, her shoulders trembling slightly as she discreetly wiped away tears, her enchanting expression of wanting to cry, yet wanting to read, more drawing the attention of all who passed by. On the other side of the bookshelf, a stylish office lady was selecting books while excitedly promoting through her Bluetooth headset, "Oh darling, really, why would I lie? It's absolutely captivating. Though it's a novel, the illustrations are simply stunning. As for the ending, oh, I won't spoil it. But I genuinely broke down in tears at the office during that final scene. That feeling of being better off forgetting each other than clinging to each other. Ugh. It seems Nan Feng has shown some mercy this time. Perhaps it's an open ending. Oh, you should just read it yourself." The great Nan Feng's writing is truly unparalleled. It resonates deeply with my soul. Listening to the surrounding discussions, the boy swallowed hard, no longer hesitating, and made his way toward the crowded display, extending his hand. Chapter 89. In ancient times, a concubine ground ink. Today, a director serves tea at the Jiang City high-speed railway station. A white Fuxing train was about to arrive at the platform. Outside the exit, the atmosphere was electric with excitement, drums beating loudly. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as though a major celebrity were arriving for a concert. Passers-by glanced curiously at a group of impeccably dressed individuals, exuding an air of authority. At the center, 2 young teachers held aloft a banner measuring a full 10 meters in length, flapping in the wind, reading, "Warmly welcoming Jiang City's poetry champion, provincial competition winner Lu Xingzhou, returning in glory." Beneath the banner stood a veritable dream team from Jiang City's educational sector. The usually elusive Deputy Director Lin Hai of the Education Bureau stood at the forefront, beaming with pride. Beside him was Director Li Weiguo of the Publicity Department, who surprisingly held a thermos cup from which steam rose gently. Further back, the principal of the first high school wore a beaming smile. along with the equally cheerful teacher, Jiang Han. They're here, they're here. With a shout, the crowd stirred. Before long, a young man clad in a simple school uniform and carrying a backpack emerged from the turnstiles, his posture tall and composed, his expression devoid of victorious elation, exuding a serene demeanor that suggested he was accustomed to facing life's storms. It was Lu Xingzhou. Xingzhou, you've worked hard. Deputy Director Lin was the first to approach, exhibiting no airs of superiority, grasping Lu Xingzhou's hand with fervor, as if he were a long-lost son. Director Lin, you came personally? Lu Xingzhou was slightly taken aback. Of course, of course. Deputy Director Lin clapped him on the shoulder and turned to the camera that had been set up nearby, his voice booming. Student Lu Xingzhou is not only the pride of Jiang City, but also a practical embodiment of our nation's cultural renaissance strategy. His performance in the provincial competition, that rendition of Pour the Wine, was so powerful that even I felt my blood boil. I declare that such a fine piece of work must be vigorously promoted, and his work will undoubtedly be included in our city's curriculum. Nearby, Director Li, ever perceptive, stepped forward and handed over the thermos cup he had been holding. Come, Xingzhou, just off the train. It's chilly. Have some hot tea to warm yourself. Then, the crowd watched in astonishment as Director Lin presented the hot tea to Lu Xingzhou. This was a privilege even the principal had never enjoyed. The two vice principals nearby could only manage strained smiles, their thoughts racing. Indeed, Lu Xingzhou is no braggart. Could it be that Section Chief Li and Director Lin truly serve him tea? It is said that when Li Bai composed his poetry, he had strongmen remove his boots and a favored consort grinding for him. Today, upon Lu Xingzhou's triumphant return, a director poured tea for him. Yet unlike Li Bai's haughty demeanor, he reciprocated the courtesy with equal grace. Amidst the incessant clicking of cameras, the group departed the station in a grand procession. The evening would soon usher in Sunday night study sessions, with classes resuming the following day. Since Lu Xingzhou's home was rather distant, he opted not to return home. That night, in the boys' dormitory, after the initial ruckus faded, the night deepened. He stepped onto the balcony, retrieved his phone, and dialed his home number. The phone rang only once before it was answered almost instantaneously, indicating that someone had been attentively waiting. Hello. Is it you, son? Have you returned? The familiar voice of Lu Shui resonated through the line, with the television in the background replaying news of his competition. Mom, it's me. A gentle smile graced Lu Xingzhou's lips. I apologize for not calling sooner. I've been busy catching up on my recent studies during night class. I know. Your father and I saw it on television. Lu Shui's voice brimmed with an indescribable pride. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Our neighborhood committee lady, usually such a tough nut, actually brought 2 bags of fruit to our door today, claiming you've brought honor to our community. Ha ha ha. You've done well, my boy. Lu Jiangwo's hearty laughter echoed from the other end. Now even at my workplace, a boss who usually looks down his nose at everyone is being polite to me, offering cigarettes and praising my parenting. Ha ha. This is more gratifying than a pay raise. Listening to his parents' laughter warmed Lu Xingzhou's heart. He understood that for an ordinary working-class family, a child's achievements represented a source of pride far greater than material wealth. His younger sister, Lu Xiao, was at school, and thus her mischievous voice was absent from the conversation. Unbeknownst to Lu Xingzhou, Lu Xiao was currently busy selling merchandise related to her older brother. After concluding the call, Lu Xingzhou held his warm phone, gazing out at the serene moonlight. He chuckled softly, feeling reassured as he returned to his bed. Tomorrow, during computer class, he would continue to toil away at wings of morning and needed to rest well. On Monday morning, in the school auditorium, the assembly for accolades was reconvened. Although such gatherings had occurred several times before, the atmosphere this time was undeniably the most fervent. After all, the title of poetry champion sounded far more prestigious than a mere first prize. The principal, standing at the podium, spoke with a voice tinged with excitement. Students, those who possess literary knowledge naturally radiate brilliance, and Lu Xingzhou exemplifies this perfectly. Not only can he write classical texts, but he also excels in science fiction, and his poetry has garnered first place in the entire province. This is not only a testament to our school's honor, but also an inspiration for all students in the city. He paused momentarily, half-jokingly yet earnestly adding, I am even contemplating whether our school's upcoming history museum should dedicate a grand exhibition hall solely for Lu Xingzhou. After all, we can hardly find space for all these trophies, can we? Ha ha ha. The audience erupted in laughter and thunderous applause. Upon returning to Class 10 of Year 1, Lu Xingzhou was startled as he entered, greeted by a resounding pop of confetti. His classmates encircled him, each brandishing colorful ribbons. Welcome back, poetry champion. Chen Yang led the cheer, dramatically bowing as he exclaimed, Long live. Long live. Long live. Lu Xingzhou was both amused and exasperated. Jiang Han stood at the podium, observing the rambunctious students with a sense of pride and satisfaction. He tapped the blackboard and smiled. All right, enough of the commotion. This period is for self-study. And Lu Xingzhou has just returned and must be tired. Let him rest a moment. Furthermore, I have good news to share. In light of Lu Xingzhou's outstanding performance, the principal has specially approved a field trip for our class at the end of this month. Yay! The classroom erupted once more into a deafening chorus of cheers. On Monday afternoon, during computer class, typically regarded as a favored time for relaxation, the teacher demonstrated tedious Excel operations from the podium, while students beneath the desk secretly played Minesweeper, Spider Solitaire, or discreetly enjoyed films with headphones. Lu Xingzhou reclined in his throne by the window in the last row.